Poetry by Ambrose Bierce. Black Beetles in Amber Preface. Most of the verses in this volume are republished from newspapers and periodicals of the Pacific Coast. Naturally, the collection includes few not relating to persons and events more or less familiar to the people of that interesting region, to whom, indeed, the volume may be considered as especially addressed, though not without a hope that its contents may be found to have a sufficient intrinsic interest to commend it to others. In answer to the familiar criticism that the author has dealt mostly with obscure persons, unknown to fame, he begs leave to point out that he has done what he could to lessen the force of the objection by dispelling some part of their obscurity and awarding them such fame as he was able to bestow. If the work meet with acceptance, commentators will doubtless be raised up to give them an added distinction and make exposition of the circumstances through which they took attention, whereby the work will have a growing interest to those with the patience to wait. Further to fortify this apologia, I quote from my publishers the following relevant and judicious remarks on a kind of literature that is somewhat imperfectly understood in this night of its neglect. In all the most famous satires in our language, the victims would now be unknown, were it not that they have been preserved in amber by the authors. The enlightened lover of satire cares little of whom it was written, but much for what is said, and more for how it is said. No one but critics and commentators troubles himself as to the personality of the always obscure hero of the Dunciad, and the nobodies distinguished by the pens of Swift, Butler, Walcott, and the other masters of English satire. Yet the work of these men is no less read than it was in their day. The same is true of Aristophanes, Horace, and the other ancient senses of men and manners. Regarding the repeated appearance of certain offenders in the skits and drolleries of this book, I can only say that during the considerable period covered by the author's efforts to reclaim them, they manifested a deplorable, and doubtless congenital, propensity to continuance in sin. Avalon, I was dreaming one morn as I lay in a garden with flowers teeming, on an island I lay, in a mystical bay. In the dream that I dreamed I was dreaming. The ghost of a scent, had it followed me there from the place where I truly was resting. It filled like an anthem the isles of the air, the presence of roses attesting. Yet I thought in the dream that I dreamed that the place was all barren of roses, that it only seemed, and the place, I deemed, was the Isle of Bedeviled Noses. Full many a seaman had testified how all who sailed near were enchanted, and landed to search, and in searching died. For the roses the sirens had planted. For the sirens were dead, and the billows boomed in the stead of their singing forever. But the roses bloomed on the graves of the doomed, though man had discovered them never. I thought in my dream 'twas an idle tale, a delusion that mariners cherished, that the fragrance loading the conscious gale was the ghost of a garden long perished. I said, I will fly from this island of woes, and acting on that decision, by that odor of rose I was led by the nose, for 'twas truly, truly, Elysian. I ran, in my madness, to seek out the source of the redolent river, directed by some supernatural, sinister force to a forest, dark, haunted, infected. And still as I threaded, 'twas all in the dream that I dreamed I was dreaming. Each turning there were many a scream and a sudden gleam of eyes all uncannily burning. The leaves were all wet with a horrible dew that mirrored the red moon's crescent, and all shapes were fringed with a ghostly blue, dim, wavering, phosphorescent, but the fragrance divine, coming strong and free, led me on in my resolute seeking, till, joy! I could see on the limbs of a tree, mine enemies hanging and reeking. Cain, Laud, shed thy light upon his desert path, and gild his branded brow, that no man spill his forfeit life to balk thy holy will that spares him for the ripening of wrath. Already, lo, the red sign is descried, to trembling jurors visibly revealed, the prison doors obediently yield. The baffled hangman flings the cord aside. Powell, the brother's blood that mocks your trail. Hawk, how it cries against you from the ground, like the far baying of the tireless hound. Faith, to your ear it is no nightingale. What signifies the date upon a stone? Tomorrow you shall die if not today. What matter when the avenger choose to slay? Or soon or late the devil gets his own. Thenceforth through all eternity you'll hold no one advantage of the later death. Though you had granted Ralph another breath, would he today less silent lie and cold? Earth cares not, cursed assassin, when you die. You never will be readier than now. Where, in God's name, that mark upon your brow, and keep the life you purchased with a lie? One Judge Wallace, created on a noble plan to show us that a judge can be a man, through moral mire, exhaling mottle stench, God-guided sweet, and foot clean to the bench. In salutation here and sign, I lift a hand as free as yaws from lawless thrift, a hot. Ah, would I truly could proclaim my bosom lighted with so pure a flame? Alas, not love of justice moves my pen to praise, ought to condemn, my fellow men. Good will and ill its busy point in sight, I do but gratify them when I write. In palliation, though, I'd humbly state, I love the righteous and the wicked hate. So, sir, although we differ we agree, I'll work alike from persecution free, and heaven, approving you, consents to me. Take, therefore, from this not all useless hand the crown of honor. Not in all the land one honest man dissenting from the choice, nor in approval one Fred Crocker's voice. An obituarian, a newspaper death poet, sat at his desk, wrapped in appropriate gloom. His posture was pensive and picturesque, like a raven charming a tomb. Enter a party drinking the cup of sorrow, and likewise of woe. Some harrowing poetry, Mr. Whack Up, all wrote in the key of O. For the angels have called my old woman hence from the strife, where she fit mighty free. It's a nickel a line, conned, and the expense for wealth is now little to me. The bard of mortality looked him through in the piercingest sort of a way. It is much to me though it's little to you. I've taken a wife today. So he twisted the tail of his mental cow, and made her give down her flow. The grief of that bard was long-winded, somehow. There was reams and reamses of woe. The widower man which had buried his wife grew lily-like round each gill, for she turned in her grave and came back to life. Then he cruel ignored the bill. Then sorrow she opened her gates wide, as likewise did also woe, and the death poet's song, as is heard inside, is sang in the key of O. A commuted sentence Boruc and Watman upon their grills in Hades lay, with many a sigh and groan, hotly disputing, for each swa his own were clearly keener than the other's ills. And truly, each had much to boast of, bone and sinew, muscle, tallow, nerve and skin, blood in the vein and marrow in the shin, teeth, eyes and other organs. For the soul has all of these and even a wagging chin, all blazed and coruscated like a coal. For Lower Sacramento, you remember, has trying weather, even in mid-December. Now this occurred in the far future. All mankind had been a million ages dead, and each to her reward above had sped, each to his punishment below. I call that quite a just arrangement. As I said, Boruc and Watman in warmest pain crackled and sizzed with all their might and main. For when on earth, they'd freed a scurvy host of crooks from the state prison, who again had robbed and ravaged the Pacific coast, and such the felons' predatory nature, even got themselves into the legislature. So Watman and Boruc lay and rod in Hades. It is true all other males felt the like flames and uttered equal wails, but did not suffer them, whereas they bawed each one the other. But indeed, my tale's not getting on at all. They lay and browned till Boruc, who long since his teeth had ground away and spoke gum Arabic and made stump speeches even in praying, looked around and said to Bob's incinerated shade, Your Excellency, this is mighty hard on the inventors of the unpardonable pardon. The other soul, his right hand all aflame, for 'twas with that he'd chiefly sinned, although his tongue, too, like a wick, was working woe to the reserve of tallow in his frame, said, with a sputtering, uncertain flow, and with a gesture like a shaken torch, Yes, but I'm sure we'll not much longer scotch. Although this climate is not good for hope, whose joyous wing 'twould singe, I think the potch of hell will quit with a Pacific slope. Last century I signified repentance and asked for commutation of our sentence. Even as he spoke, the form of Satan loomed in sight, all crimson with reflections fire, like some tall tower or cathedral spire touched by the dawn while all the earth is gloomed in mists and shadows of the night time. Sire, said Watman, his agitable wick still sputtering, what calls you back so quick? It scarcely was a century ago you left us. I have come to bring, said Nick, St. Peter's answer. He is never slow in correspondence to your application for pardon me, for commutation. He says that he's instructed to reply, and he has so instructed me that sin like yours, and this poor gentleman's who's in for bad advice to you, comes rather high, but since, apparently, you both begin to feel some pious promptings to the right, and fain would turn your faces to the light, eternity seems all too long a term. So 'tis commuted to one half. I'm quite prepared, when that expires, to free the worm and quench the fire. And, civilly retreating, he left them holding their protracted meeting. A lifted finger the Chronicle did a great public service in whipping, and his fellow rascals out of office. What, you whip rascals? You, whose gut a blood bears in its dark, dishonorable flood enough of prison birds' prolific germs to serve a whole eternity of terms? You, for whose back the rods and cudgels strove ere, yet the axe had hewn them from the grove? You, the de young whose splendor, bright and brave, is phosphorescence from another's grave, till now unknown, by any chance all luck, even to the hearts at which you feebly struck? You whip a rascal out of office. You whose leadless weapon once ignobly blew its smoke in 6 directions to assert your lack of appetite for others' dirt. Practice makes perfect. When for fame you thirst, then whip a rascal. Whip a cripple first. Ah, if for action you're less free than bold, your palms both brimming with dishonest gold, entrust the castigation that you've planned as once before to woman's idle hand. So in your spirit shall 2 pleasures join to slake the sacred thirst for blood and coin. Blood, souls have blood, even as the body hath, and spilled, 'twill fertilize the field of wrath. Lo, in a purple gauge of yonder hills, where o'er a grave a bird its day-song stills, a woman's blood, through roses ever red, mutely appeals for vengeance on your head. Slandered to death to serve a sordid end, she called you murderer, and called me friend. Now, mock you, libeller, this cause if you dare to maintain, or rather to renew, if 1 short year's immunity has made you blink again the perils of your trade, the ghastly sequence of the maddened knave, the hot encounter and the colder grave, if the grim, dismal lesson you ignore while yet the stains are fresh upon your flaw, and calmly march upon the fatal brink with eyes averted to your trail of ink, counting unkind the services of those who pull, to hold you back, your stupid nose. The day for you to die is not so far, or, at the least, to live the thing you are. Pregnant with possibilities of crime, and full of felons for all coming time, your blood's too precious to be lightly spilt in testimony to a venial guilt. Live to get well paid and preserve a name no praise can sweeten, and no lie unshame. Live to fulfill the vision that I see down the dim vistas of the time to be, a dream of clattering beaks and burning eyes of hungry ravens glooming all the skies, a dream of gleaming teeth and fetid breath of jackals wrangling at the feast of death, a dream of broken necks and swollen tongues, the whole world's gibbets loaded with de youngs. 2 delegates in that fair city by the inland sea, where Blaine unhived his presidential B. Frank Pixley's, meeting with George Gorham Sing, celestial muse, and what events did spring from the encounter of those mighty sons of thunder, and of slaughter, and of guns. Great Gorham first, his yearning tooth to sate and give him stomach for the day's debate, entering a restaurant, with eager mien demands an ounce of bacon and a bean. The trembling waiter, by the statesman's eye smitten with terror, hastens to comply. Naw chairs naw tables can his speed retard, for famine's fixed and horrible regard he takes for menace. As he shaking flew, lo, the portentous Pixley heaved in view. Before him yawned invisible the cell, unheard behind, the warden's footsteps fell. Thrice in convention rising to his feet, he thrice had been thrust back into his seat, thrice had protested, been reminded thrice the nation had no need of his advice. Balked of his will to set the people right, his soul was gloomy though his hat was white. So fierce his mien, with provident accord the waiters swarmed him, thinking him a laud. He spurned them, roaring grandly to their chief, "Give me, Fred Crockapayes, a leg of beef." His wondering eyes deluminating flame fell upon Gorham, and the crisis came. For Pixley scowled and darkness filled the room till Gorham's flashing orbs dispelled the gloom. The patrons of the place, by fear dismayed, sprang to the street and left their scars unpaid. So when Jove thunders and his lightnings gleam to sour the milk and curdle, too, the cream and storm clouds gather, o'er the shadowed hill, the ass forsakes his hay, the pig his swill. Hotly the heroes now fell to, their breath came short and hard as in the throes of death. They clenched their hands, their weapons brandished high, cut, stabbed, and hewed, nor uttered any cry, but gnashed their teeth and struggled on. In brief, one ate his bacon, t'other one his beef. Matter for gratitude, especially should we be thankful for having escaped the ravages of the yellow scourge by which our neighbors have been so sorely afflicted. Be pleased, O Lord, to take a people's thanks that thine avenging sword has spared our ranks, that thou hast parted from our lips the cup, and forced our neighbors' lips to drink it up. Father of mercies, with a heart contrite we thank thee that thou goest south to smite, and sparest San Francisco's loins, to crack thy lash on Hermosillo's bleeding back, that o'er our homes thine awful angel spread his wings in vain, and Guaymas weeps instead. We praise thee, God, that yellow fever here his horrid banner has not dared to rear, consumption's jurisdiction to contest, her dagger deep in every second breast. Catarrh and asthma and congestive chill attest thy bounty and perform thy will. These native messengers obey thy call, they summon singly, but they summon all. Not, as in Mexico's impested clime, can Yellow Jack commit recurring crime? We thank thee that thou killest all the time. Thy tender mercies, Father, never end, upon all heads thy blessings still descend, though their forms vary. Here the sown seeds yield abundant grain that whitens all the field. There the smit corn stands barren on the plain, thrift reaps the straw and famine gleans in vain. Here the fat priest to the contented king points to the harvest and the people sing. Their mothers eat their offspring. Well, at least thou hast provided offspring for the feast. An earthquake here rolls harmless through the land, and thou art good because the chimneys stand. Their templed cities sink into the sea, and damp survivors, shrieking as they flee, skip to the hills and hold a celebration in honor of thy wise discrimination. O God, forgive them all, from stoneman down, thy smile who construe and expound thy frown, and fall with saintly grace upon their knees to render thanks when thou dost only sneeze. 3 kinds of a rogue I Sharon, ambitious of immortal shame, fame's dead wall daubed with his illustrious name, served in the Senate for our sins, his time, each word a folly and each vote a crime. Law for our governance well skilled to make by knowledge gained in study how to break, yet still by the presiding eye ignored, which only sought him when too loud he snawed. Auspicious thunder? When he woke to vote he stilled his own, to cut his country's throat. That right performed, fell off again to sleep, while statesmen ages dead awoke to weep. For sedentary service all unfit, by lying long disqualified to sit, wasting below as he decayed aloft, his seat grown hotter as his brain grew soft. He left the hall he could not bring away, and grateful millions blessed the happy day. Whate'er contention in that hall is heard, his sovereign state has still the final word. For disputatious statesmen, when they raw startle the ancient echoes of his snaw, which from their dusty nooks expostulate and close with stormy clamor the debate. To low melodious thunders then they fade, their murmuring lullabies all ears invade. Peace takes the chair, the pottle silence keeps, no motion stirs the dark Lethian deeps. Washoe has spoken, and the Senate sleeps. Roman too low, the new Sharon with a new intent, making no laws, but keen to circumvent the laws of nature, since he can't repeal, that break his failing body on the wheel. As Tantalus again and yet again, the elusive wave endeavors to restrain, to slake his awful thirst, so Sharon tries to purchase happiness that age denies, obtains the shadow, but the substance goes and hugs the thorn, but cannot keep the rose. For Dead Sea fruits bids prodigally, eats and then, with tardy reformation, cheats. Alert his faculties as 60 years and 40 vices will permit, he nears, dicing with death. The finish of the game, and curses still his candle's wasting flame, the narrow circle of whose feeble glow dims and diminishes at every throw. Moments his losses, pleasures are his gains, which even in his grasp revert to pains. The joy of grasping, that alone remains. Roman 3 ring up the curtain and the play protract. Behold our Sharon in his last mad act. With man long warring, quarreling with God, he crouches now beneath a woman's rod predestined for his back, while yet it lay closed in an acorn which, one luckless day, he stole, unconscious of its fetal twig, from the scant garner of a sightless pig. With bleeding shoulders pitilessly scarred, he bawls more lustily than once he snawed. The sympathetic Comstocks droop to hear, and Carson River sheds a viscous tear which sturdy tumble-bugs assail amain, with ready thrift, and urge along the plain. The jackass rabbit sorrows as he lopes. The sagebrush glooms along the mountain slopes. In rising clouds the poignant alkali, tearless itself, makes everybody cry. Washoe canaries on the Jiga grade subdue the singing of their cavalcade, and wiping with their ears the tears unshed, grieve for their family's unlucky head. Virginia City intimates her trade, and well-clad strangers walk her streets unflayed. Nay, all Nevada ceases work to weep, and the recording angel goes to sleep. But in his dreams, his goosequill's creaking fount augments the debits in the long account. And still the continents and oceans ring with royal torments of the Silver King. Incessant bellowings fill all the earth, mingled with inextinguishable mirth. He roars, men laugh, Nevedans weep, beasts howl, plash the affrighted fish, and shriek the fowl. With monstrous din their blended thunders rise, peal upon peal, and blare along the skies, startle and hell the Sharons as they groan, and shake the splendors of the great white throne. Still roaring outward through the vast profound, the spreading circles of receding sound pursue each other, in a failing race to the cold confines of eternal space. They break and die along that awful shaw which God's own eyes have never dared explore. Dark, fearful, formless, nameless evermore. Look to the west, against yon steely sky lone mountain rears its holy cross on high. About its base the meek-faced dead are laid to share the benediction of its shade. With crossed white hands, shut eyes and formal feet, their nights are innocent, their days discreet. Sharon, some years, perchance, remain of life, of vice and greed, vulgarity and strife. And then, God speed the day if such his will, you'll lie among the dead you helped to kill, and be in good society at last, your purse unsilvered and your face unbrassed. A man Penoya, governor of Oregon, casting to south his eye across the bawn of his dominion, where the palmiped, with leathers twixt his toes, paddles his marsh, amphibious, saw a rising cloud of hats and heard a faint, far sound of distant cheers below the swell of the horizon. Lo, cried one, the president, all-footed webwise then took up the word. The hill tribes and the tribes lacustrine, all the folk riparian and literal, cried with one voice. The president, he comes. And some there were who flung their headgear up in emulation of the southern mob, while some, more soberly disposed, stood still and silently had fits, and others made such reverent genuflections as they could, having that climate in their bones. Then spake the cot dunce humbly, as became him. Sire, if thou, as heretofore thou haste, wilt deign to reap advantage of a fool's advice by action ordered after nature's way, as in thy people manifest, for still stupidity's the only wisdom, thou wilt get thee straight unto to the borderland, to mock the president's approach with such due, decent courtesy, as it shall seem we have in custom the best warrant for. Penoya, governor of Oregon, eyeing the storm of hats which darkened all the southern sky, and hearing far hurrahs of an exulting people, answered not. Then some there were who fell upon their knees, and some upon their governor, and sought each in his way, by blandishment or force, to gain his action to their end. Behold, they said, thy brother governor to south met him even at the gateway of his realm, crook-kneed, magnetic-handed and agrin, backed like a rainbow. All things done in form of due observance and respect. Shall we alone of all his servitors refuse swift welcome to our master and our lord? Penoya, governor of Oregon, answered them not, but turned his back to them, and as if speaking to himself, the while he started to retire, said, he be damned. To that high place or Portland's central block, where the recording angel stands to view the sinning world, nor thinks to move his feet aside and look below, came flocking up inferior angels, all aghast, and cried, Penoya, governor of Oregon, has said, oh, what an awful word, too bad to be by us repeated. Yes, I know, said the superior bird. I heard it too, and have already booked it. Pray observe. Splitting the giant tome, whose covers fell apart, shadowing to right and left the eastern and the western world, he showed the newly written entry, black and big, upon the credit side of thine account, Penoya, governor of Oregon. Ye foe to Cathay o never an oath swears he, and never a pigtail jerks. With a brickbat he knee lurks for to bust ye crust, purdy, of ye man from oversea, singing as he works. For he knows full well, wise youth, a trick of exceeding worth, and he plans withouten ruth a conflagration's birth. Samuel Shortridge like a wan mother he attempts in vain to still the unruly crier of his brain. The more he rocks the cradle of his chin, the more uproarious grows the brat within. At a national encampment you're grayer than one would have thought you. The climate you have over there in the east has apparently brought you disorders affecting the hair, which, pardon me, seems a bit spare. You'll not take offense at my giving expression to notions like these. You might have been stronger if living out here in our sanative breeze. It's unhealthy here for disease. No, I'm not as plump as a pullet, but that's the old wound, you see. Remember my paunching a bullet. And how that it didn't agree with? Well, honest hardtack for me. Just pass me the wine, I've a helly and horrible kind of drouth. When a fellow has that in his belly, which didn't go in at his mouth, he's hotter than all down south. Great Scott! What a nasty day that was, when every galoot in our crack division who didn't lie flat was dissuaded from further attack by the bullet's felicitous whack. 'Twas there that our major slept under some cannon of ours on the crest, till they woke him by stilling their thunder, and he cursed them for breaking his rest, and died in the midst of his jest. That night, it was late in November. The dead seemed uncommonly chill to the touch, and one chap I remember who took it exceedingly ill when I dragged myself over his bill. Well, comrades, I'm off now, good morning. Your talk is as pleasant as pie, but pardon me, one word of warning, speak little and seldom, say I. That's my way. God bless you. Goodbye. Theosophistry, says Anderson, theosophist, among the many that exist in modern halls. Some lived in ancient Egypt's clime, and in their childhood saw the prime of Karnak's walls. Ah, Anderson, if that is true, 'tis my conviction, sir, that you are one of those that once resided by the Nile, peer to the sacred crocodile, heir to his woes. My judgment is, the holy cat mews through your larynx and your hat, these many years. Through you the hallowed onion brings its melancholy sense of things, and moves to tears. In you the bull divine again bellows and paws the dusty plain, to nature true. I challenge not his ancient hate, but, lowering my gnurly pate, lock horns with you. And though reincarnation prove a creed too stubborn to remove, and all your school of theosophes I cannot scare, all the more earnestly I swear that you're a fool, you'll say that this is mere abuse without, in fraying you, a use. That's plain to see with only half an eye. Come now, be fair, consider how it eases me. Azrael the moon in the field of the keel-ploughed main was watching the growing tide, a luminous peasant was driving his wain, and he offered my soul a ride. But I nourished a sorrow uncommonly tall, and I fixed him fast with my eye. "O peasant," I sang with a dying fall, "go leave me to sing and die." The water was weltering round my feet as prone on the beach they lay. I chanted my death song loud and sweet, Ki-oodle, I-oodle, I-a. Then I heard the swish of erecting ears which caught that enchanting strain. The ocean was swollen with storms of tears that fell from the shining swain. "O poet," leapt he to the soaken strand, "that ravishing song would make the devil a saint." He held out his hand and solemnly added, "Shake." We shook. "I crave a victim, you see," he said, "you came hither to die." The angel of death, 'twas he, and the victim he crove was I, 'twas I, Fred Emerson Brooks the bawd, and he knocked me on the head. Oh Lord, I thought it uncommonly hard, for I didn't want to be dead. "You'll sing no worser for that," said he, and he drove with my soul away. Oh, death song singers, be warned by me, Ki-oodle, I-oodle, I-a. Competition the seraphs came to Christ and said, "Behold, the man, presumptuous and overbold, who boasted that his mercy could excel thine own, is dead and on his way to hell." Gravely the Savior asked, what did he do to make his impious assertion true? He was a governor, releasing all the vilest felons ever held in thrall. No other mortal, since the dawn of time, has ever pardoned such a mass of crime. Christ smiled benignly on the seraphim. Yet I am victor, for I pardon him. A vision of doom I stood upon a hill. The setting sun was crimson with a curse and a portent, and scarce his angry ray lit up the land that lay below, whose lurid gloom appeared freaked with a moving mist, which, reeking up from dim tawns hateful with some horrid ban, took shapes forbidden and without a name. Gigantic night birds, rising from the reeds with cries discordant, startled all the air, and bodiless voices babbled in the gloom. The ghosts of blasphemies long ages stilled, and shrieks of women and men's curses. All these visible shapes, and sounds no mortal ear had ever heard, some spiritual sense interpreted, though brokenly, for I was haunted by a consciousness of crime, some giant guilt, but whose I knew not. All these things malign, by sight and sound revealed, were sin begotten, that I knew no more, and that but dimly, as in dreadful dreams the sleepy senses babble to the brain imperfect witness. As I stood, a voice, but whence it came I knew not, cried aloud some words to me in a forgotten tongue. Yet straight I knew me for a ghost fallen, returned from the illimited inane. Again, but in a language that I knew, as in reply to something which in me had shaped itself a thought, but found no words, it spake from the dread mystery about. Immortal shadow of a mortal soul that perished with eternity, attend. What thou beholdest is as void as thou, the shadow of a poet's dream, himself as thou, his soul as thine, long dead, but not like thine outlasted by its shade. His dreams alone survive eternity as pictures in the unsubstantial void. Excepting thee and me, and we because the poet wove us in his thought, remains of nature and the universe no part nor vestige but the poet's dreams. This dread, unspeakable land about thy feet, with all its desolation and its terrors, lo, 'tis but a phantom world. So long ago that God and all the angels since have died that poet lived, yourself long dead, his mind filled with the light of a prophetic fire, and standing by the western sea, above the youngest, fairest city in the world, named in another tongue than his for one ensainted, saw its populous domain plague-smitten with a nameless shame. For their red-handed murder rioted, and there the people gathered gold, nor cared to loose the assassin's fingers from the victim's throat, but said, each in his vile pursuit engrossed, "Am I my brother's keeper? Let the law look to the matter." But the law did not. And there, oh pitiful, the babe was slain within its mother's breast, and the same grave held babe and mother. And the people smiled, still gathering gold, and said, "The law, the law." Then the great poet, touched upon the lips with a live coal from truth's high altar, raised his arms to heaven and sang a song of doom. sang of the time to be, when God should lean indignant from the throne and lift his hand, and that foul city be no more? A tale, a dream, a desolation and a curse. No vestige of its glory should survive in fact or memory. Its people dead, its site forgotten, and its very name disputed. Was the prophecy fulfilled? The sullen disk of the declining sun was crimson with a curse and a portent, and scarce his angry ray lit up the land freaked with a moving mist, which, reeking up from dim tawns hateful with a horrid ban, took shapes forbidden and without a name, and bodiless voices babbled in the gloom. But not to me came any voice again, and, covering my face with thin, dead hands, I wept and woke, and cried aloud to God, "Religious progress, every religion is important. When men rise above existing conditions, a new religion comes in, and it is better than the old one. Professor dear, I think it queer that all these good religions, twixt you and me, some 2 or 3 are schemes for plucking pigeons. I mean, 'tis strange that every change our poor minds to unfetter entails a new religion, true as t'other one, and better. From each in turn the truth we learn, that wood or flesh or spirit may justly boast it rules the roast until we cease to fear it. Nay, once upon a time long gone man worshipped cat and lizard, his god he'd find in any kind of beast, from a to izzard. When risen above his early love of dirt and blood and slumber, he pulled down these vain deities, and made one out of lumber. Far better that than even a cat, the Howissans all shouted. When God is would religion's good, but one poor cynic doubted. A timber god, that's very odd, said Progress, and invented the simple plan to worship man, who, kindly soul, consented. But soon our eye we lift ASCII, our vows all unregarded, and find, at least so says the priest, the truth and man's discarded. Along our line of march recline dead gods devoid of feeling, and thick about each sun-cracked lout dried Howissans are kneeling. The fall of Miss Larkin, hear me sing of Sally Larkin who, I'd have you understand, played accordions as well as any lady in the land, and I've often heard it stated that her fingering was such that Professor Schwanenhauer was enchanted with her touch, and that beasts were so affected when her apparatus rang that they dropped upon their haunches and deliriously sang. This I know from testimony, though a critic, I opine, needs an ear that is dissimilar in some respects to mine. She could sing, too, like a jaybird, and they say all eyes were wet when Sally and the ranch dog were performing a duet, which I take it is a song that has to be so loudly sung as to overtax the strength of any single human lung. That, at least, would seem to follow from the tale I have to tell, which, I've told you how she flourished, is how Sally Larkin fell. One day there came to visit Sally's dad as sleek and smart a chap as ever wandered there from any foreign pot. Though his gentle birth and breeding, he did not at all obtrude, it was somehow whispered round, he was a Simon pure dude. Howsoever that may have been, it was conspicuous to see that he was a real gent of an uncommon high degree. That Sally cast her tender and affectionate regards on this exquisite creation was, of course, upon the cards. But he didn't seem to notice, and was variously blind to her many charms of person and the merits of her mind, and preferred, I grieve to say it, to play poker with her dad, and acted in a manner that in general was bad. One evening, 'twas in summer, she was holding in her lap her accordion, and near her stood that melancholy chap, leaning up against a pillow with his lip in grog imbrued, thinking, maybe, of that ancient land in which he was a dude. Then Sally, who was melancholy too, began to hum and elongate the accordion with a preluding thumb. Then sighs of amorosity she painfully exhaled, and her music apparatus sympathetically wailed. In the gloaming, oh my darling, rose that wild, impassioned strain, and her eyes were fixed on his with an intensity of pain, till the ranch dog from his kennel at the postern gate came round, and going into session strove to magnify the sound. He lifted up his spirit till the gloaming rang and rang with the song that to his darling he impetuously sang. Then that musing youth, recalling all his soul from other scenes, where his fathers all were dudes and his mothers all dudines, from his lips removed the beaker and politely, aw the grog, said, "Miss Larkin, please be quiet, you will interrupt the dog. A rendezvous nightly I put up this humble petition. Forgive me, O Father of glories, my sins of commission, my sins of omission, my sins of the mission dolorous." Yorick hard by an excavated street one sat in solitary session on the sand, and ever and anon he spake and spake again, a yellow skull in hand, to which that retrospective pioneer addressed the few remarks that follow here. "Who are you? Did you come dare Blaine's Agros, or hon around? In days '49 did them thar eyeholes see the southern cross from the Antarctic Sea get up and shine? Or did you drive a bull team all the way from Pike, with Mr. Joseph Bowers? Say, was you in Frisco when the water came up to Montgomery Street? And do you mind the time when Peters run the faro game? Jim Peters from Old Mississippi, behind Wells Fargo's, where he subsequent was bust by Sandy, as regards both bank and crust. I wonder was you here when Casey shot James King O'William? And did you attend the necktie dance in Sewin? I did not, but Jay eined the rush to go creek with my friend Edard McGowan, for we was resolved in sech diversions not to be involved. Maybe I knowed you. Seems to me I've seed your face afar. I don't forget a face, but names I disremember. I'm that breed of owls. I'm talking summat into space, and maybe my remarks is too derned free, seein' your name is unbeknown to me. There was a time, I reckon, when I knowed nigh onto every dern galoot in town. That was as late as 50. Now she's growed suprissin'? Yes, me and my podna Brown was wide acquainted. If there was a cuss we didn't know, the cause was he knowed us. Maybe you had that claim a join in mine up thar in Calaveras. Was it you to which Long Mary took a mighty shine, and throwed squaw off on Jake the kangaroo? I guess if she could see ye now, she'd take her chance o' happiness along o' Jake. You ain't so purty now as you was then. Your eyes is nothin' but two prospect holes, and women which are hitched to better men would hardly for sech glances damn their souls, as Lengthy did. By God, I hope it's you, for kicks the skull, I'm Jake the kangaroo. Stanford's welcome, O son of mine age, these eyes lose their fire, be eyes, I pray, to thy dying sire. O father, fear not, for mine eyes are bright, I read through a millstone at dead of night. My son, O tell me, who are those men, rushing like pigs to the feeding pen? Welcome as they of a statesman grand, they'll shake, and then they will pocket his hand. Sagacious youth with the wondrous eye, they seem to throw up their headgear. Why? Because they've thrown up their hands until, oh, they're so tired. And dinners they've none to throw. My son, though dull are mine ears, I hear a great sound like the people's cheers. He's thanking them, father, with tears in his eyes, for giving him lately that fine surprise. My memory fails as I near mine end. How did they astonish their grateful friend? By letting him buy, like apples or oats, with that which has made him so good, the votes which make him so wise and grand and great. Now, father, please die, for 'tis growing late. Posterity's a wad I'd long been dead, but I returned to earth. Some small affairs posterity was making a mess of, and I came to see that worth received its dues. I'd hardly finished waking, the grave mold still upon me, when my eye perceived a statue standing straight and high. 'Twas a colossal figure, bronze and gold, nobly designed, in attitude commanding. A toga from its shoulders, fold on fold, fell to the pedestal on which 'twas standing. Nobility it had and splendid grace, and all it should have had, except a face? It showed no features, not a trace nor sign of any eyes or nose could be detected. On the smooth oval of its front no line where sights for mouths are commonly selected. All blank and blind its faulty head it reared. Let this be said, 'twas generously eared. Seeing these things, I straight began to guess for whom this mighty image was intended. The head, I cried, is Upton's, and the dress is Parson Bartlett's own. True, his cloak ended flush with his lowest vertebra, but no sane sculptor ever made a toga so. Then on the pedestal these words I read, erected 1897, St. Christopher. How fast the time had sped. Of course it naturally does in heaven, too. Here a blank space for the name began. The 19th century's great foremost man. Completed, the inscription ended, in the year 3000, which was just arriving. By Jove, thought I, 'twould make the founders grin to learn whose fame so long has been surviving, to read the name posterity will place in that blank void, and view the finished face. Even as I gazed, the year 3000 came, and then by acclamation, all the people decreed whose was our century's best fame, then scaffolded the statue like a steeple to make the likeness, and the name was sunk deep in the pedestal's metallic trunk. Whose was it? Gentle Rita, pray excuse the seeming rudeness, but I can't consent to be so far-handed with important news. 'Twas neither yours nor mine, let that content you. If not, the name I must surrender, which, upon a dead man's word, was Deacon Fitch. An art critic era P. Rankin, you've a nasal name. I'll sound it through the speaking trump of fame, and wondering nations, hearing from afar the brazen twang of its resounding jaw, shall say, these bards are an uncommon class, they blow their noses with a tube of brass. So you object to Cytherea? Do, the picture was not painted, sir, for you. Your mind to gratify and taste address, the masking dove had been a dove the less. Provincial sensa, all untaught in aught, with mind indecent and indecent hot, do you not know? Nay, why should I explain? Instruction, argument alike were vain, I'll show you reasons when you show me brain. the spirit of a sponge I dreamed one night that Stephen Massett died, and for admission up at heaven applied. Who are you? Asked St. Peter. Massett said, James Pipes of Pipesville. Peter bowed his head, opened the gates and said, I'm glad to know you and wish we'd something better, sir, to show you. Don't mention it, said Stephen, looking bland, and was about to enter, hat in hand, when from a cloud below such fumes arose as tickled tenderly his conscious nose. He paused, replaced his hat upon his head, turned back into the saintly wad and said, aw his already sprouting wings. I swear I smell some broiling going on down there. So Massett's paunch, attracted by the smell, followed his nose and found a place in hell. Onithanthropos let John P. Irish rise. The edict rang as when creation into being sprang. Nature, not clearly understanding, tried to make a bird that on the air could ride, but naught could baffle the creative plan. Despite her efforts 'twas almost a man. Yet he had risen, to the bird a twin, had she but fixed a wing upon his chin. To E.S. Salomon, who in a Memorial Day oration protested bitterly against decorating the graves of Confederate dead. What, Salomon? Such words from you, who call yourself a soldier? Well, the Southern brother where he fell slept all your base oration through. Alike to him, he cannot know your praise or blame, as little harm your tongue can do him as your arm a quat a century ago. The brave respect the brave respect the dead, but you draw that ancient blade, the ass's jaw, and shake it o'er a hero's grave. Are you not he who makes today a merchandise of old renown, which he persuades this easy town he won in battle far away? Nay, those the fallen who revile have ne'er before the living stood and stoutly made their battle good and greeted danger with a smile. What if the dead whom still you hate were wrong? Are you so surely right? We know the issue of the fight. The sod is but an advocate. Men live and die, and other men arise with knowledges diverse. What seemed a blessing seems a curse, and now is still at odds with then. The years go on, the old comes back to mock the new, beneath the sun. Is nothing new, ideas run recurrent in an endless track. What most we censure, men as wise have reverently practiced, nor will future wisdom fail to war on principles we dearly prize. We do not know, we can but deem, and he is loyalist and best who takes the light full on his breast and follows it throughout the dream. The broken light, the shadows wide, behold the battlefield displayed. God save the vanquished from the blade, the victor from the victor's pride. If Salomon, the blessed dew that falls upon the blue and gray, is powerless to wash away the sin of differing from you, remember how the flood of years has rolled across the erring slain. Remember, too, the cleansing rain of widows and of orphans' tears. The dead are dead, let that atone, and though with equal hand we strew the blooms on saint and sinner too, yet God will know to choose his own. The wretch, whate'er his life and lot, who does not love the harmless dead with all his heart and all his head, may God forgive him, I shall not. When, Salomon, you come to quaff the darker cup with meek a face, I, loving you at last, shall trace upon your tomb this epitaph. Draw near, ye generous and brave, kneel round this monument and weep for one who tried in vain to keep a flower from a soldier's grave. Dennis Kinney, your influence, my friend, has gathered head, to east and west its tides encroaching spread. There'll be, on all God's footstool when they meet, no clean spot left for him to set his feet. Finney's eaten atatis strolling at sunset in my native land, with fruits and flowers thick on either hand, I crossed a shadow-flung athwart my way, emerging on a waste of rock and sand. The apples all are gone from here, I said. The roses perished and their spirits fled. I will go back. A voice cried out, the man is risen who eternally was dead. I turned and saw an angel standing there, newly descended from the heights of air. Sweet-eyed compassion filled his face, his hands a naked sod and golden trumpet bare. Nay, 'twas not death, the shadow that I crossed, I said. Its chill was but a touch of frost, it made me gasp, but quickly I came through, with breath recovered ere it scarce was lost. 'Twas the same land, remembered mountains thrust greyed heads osky, and every dragging gust, in ashen valleys where my sons had reaped, stirred in familiar riverbeds the dust. Some heights, where once the traveller was shown the youngest and the proudest city known, lifted smooth ridges in the steely light, bleak, desolate acclivities of stone. Where I had worshipped at my father's tomb, within a massive temple's awful gloom, a jackal slunk along the naked rock, affrighted by some prescience of doom. Man's vestiges were nowhere to be found, save one brass mausoleum on a mound. I knew it well, spared by the artist's time to emphasize the desolation round. Into the stagnant sea the sullen suns sank behind bars of crimson, one by one. Eternity's at hand, I cried aloud. Eternity, the angel said, is done. For man is ages dead in every zone, the angels all are dead but I alone. The devils, too, are cold enough at last, and God lies dead before the great white throne. 'Tis foreordained that I bestride the shaw when all agone as Gabriel did before, when I had throttled the last man alive, and swear eternity shall be no more. O Azrael, O Prince of Death, declare why conquered I the grave? I cried. What rare, conspicuous virtues won this boon for me? You've been revived, he said, to hear me swear. Then let me creep again beneath the grass, and knock you at yon pompous tomb of brass. If ears are what you want, Charles Crocker's there, betwixt the greatest ears, the greatest us. He rapped, and while the hollow echoes rang, out at the door a cursed hyena sprang and fled, said Azrael. His souls escaped, and closed the brazen portal with a bang. The veteran John Jackson, once a soldier bold, hath still a martial feeling. So when he sees a foe, behold, he charges him, with stealing. He cares not how much ground today he gives for men to doubt him. He's used to giving ground, they say, who lately fought without him. When, for the battle to be won, his gallantry was needed, they say each time a loaded gun went off, so likewise he did. And when discharged, for was a spot so hot he had to leave it, he made a very loud report, but no one did believe it. An exhibit Goldenson hanged? Well, heaven forbid that I should smile above him, though truth to tell, I never did exactly love him. It can't be wrong, though, to rejoice that his unpleasing capers are ended. Silent is his voice in all the papers. No longer he's a show. No more, bear-like, his den he's walking. No longer can he hold the flaw when I'd be talking. The laws that govern jails are bad if such displays are lawful. The fate of the assassin's sad, but ours is awful. What, shall a wretch condemned to die in shame upon the gibbet be set before the public eye as an exhibit? His looks, his actions noted down, his words, if light or solemn, and all this hawked about the town, so much a column. The press, of course, will publish news however it may get it, but blast the sheriff who'll abuse his powers to let it. Nay, this is not ingratitude. I'm no reporter, truly, nor yet an editor. I'm rude, perhaps unruly, because I burn with shame and rage beyond my power of telling to see assassins in a cage and keep us yelling. Walk up, the showman cries. Observe the lion's poses, his stormy mane, his glooming eyes, his hold your noses. How long, O Lord, shall law and right be mocked for gain or glory, and angels weep as they recite the shameful story? The transmigrations of a soul what? Pixley, must I hear you call the roll of all the vices that infest your soul? Was't not enough that lately you did bawl your money worship in the ears of all? Still must you crack your brazen cheek to tell that, though a miser, you're a sot as well. Still must I hear how low your taste has sunk, from getting money down to getting drunk. Who worships money, damning all beside, and shows his callous knees with pious pride, speaks with half knowledge, for no man e'er scorns his own possessions, be they coins or cons. You've money, neighbor, had you gentle birth you'd know, as now you never can, its worth. You've money, learning is beyond your scope, deaf to your envy, stubborn to your hope. But if upon your undeserving head science and letters had their glory shed, if in the cavern of your skull the light of knowledge shone, where now eternal night breeds the blind, poddy, vapor-fatted knots of cerebration that you think are thoughts, black bats in cold and dismal corners hung that squeak and gibber when you move your tongue, you would not write, in avarice's defense, a senseless eulogy on lack of sense, nor show your eagerness to sacrifice all noble virtues to one loathsome vice. You've money, if you'd manners too you'd shame to boast your weakness or your baseness name. Appraise the things you have, but measure not the things denied to your unhappy lot. He values manners lighter than a cock who combs his beard at table with a fork. Here to seek sin and taught us to forsake, the laws of taste condemn you to the stake to expiate, where all the world may see the crime of growing old disgracefully. Distinction, learning, birth and manners too, all that distinguishes a man from you, pray damn it will. All shining virtues gain an added luster from a rogue's disdain, but spare the young that proselyting sin, a topa's apotheosis of gin. If not our young, at least our pigs may claim exemption from the spectacle of shame. Are you not he who lately out of shape blew a brass trumpet to denounce the grape? Who led the brave teetotalers afield, and slew your leader underneath your shield, swore that no man should drink unless he flung himself across your body at the bung? Who vowed if you'd the power you would find the Son of God for making water wine? All trails to odium you tread and boast, yourself enamored of the dirtiest most. One day to be a miser you aspire, the next to wallow drunken in the mire, the third, lo, you're a meritorious liar? Pray, in the catalogue of all your graces have theft and cowardice no honored places? Yield thee, great Satan, he is a rival name with all thy vices and but half thy shame. Quick to the letter of the precept, quick to the example of the elder Nick, with as great talent as was e'er applied to fool a teacher and to fog a guide, with slack allegiance and boundless greed to paunch the profit of a traitor deed. He aims to make thy glory all his own, and crowd his master from the infernal throne. Indictment on evidence. Bruce Douglas, nephew to a Scottish earl, sat in the city prison, low in heart and spirits. Round him lay the forms of men of the people, of ignoble birth, prone or supine in sleep, but sleep and he were out. The Douglas was too drunk for sleep. And so he sat and moaned, and still his moan had all the cadences and stops of song, recurrent swells and measured silences which sought the ear as ocean's billows roll, at even spaces and with matching speed, one after one ashaw. Wherefore uprose an old grey constable, who in the mawn and blossom of his life had courted fame as house reporter for public print, and so was skilled in letters, and he spake there to the sergeant, saying, "Surely now the man's a poet. In his moan I hear the pulsing and the passion of the sea, hear the far beating of the waterfall, throbbing of noonday insects in the grass, all rhythmic movements of the universe which poets echo in their thought and speech, even in their inarticulate complaints of pain. My life I'll hazard that the man's a bawd disguised to look a gentleman." So, bringing his effects, which had till then lain unconsidered, from his pockets plucked and tossed aside, all curiously they explored the papers. Odes and odes there were, and every ode in praise of some fair scene in a fair land, and the fair land was this our California. From the snowy peaks that glitter in the skies of Siskiyou, down to the golden margin where the land slips underneath the Sandigan Bay, and from the dim Sierra, far across to where old ocean bears upon his breast the Mongol horde returning to its own, its native land and its dear household gods, Bruce Douglas, nephew of a Scottish earl, had sunk the beauty of the Golden State. So then the clock, splitting the book of doom, charged him therein with murder, arson, rape, theft, libel, mayhem, and intent to leave the state and so defraud his creditors, with vagrancy, extortion, and assault felonious, obtaining cash by false pretenses, with infanticide, even him, Bruce Douglas, nephew of a Scottish earl. To an aspirant what? You a senator? You, Mike de Young, still reeking of the gutter whence you sprung? Sir, if all senators were such as you, their hands so slender and so crimson too, shaped to the pocket for commercial work, for literary, fitted to the dirk, so black their hearts, so lily-white their livers, the toga's touch would give a man the shivers? At the White House among the notables one day that came to see the president was one whose name was known from Puerto Rico to Luzon, although it wasn't Smith nor even John. Renowned in field and council too, for he had tilled the soil and been a school trustee. Occasionally, just to pass the time, he worked at patriotism and scowled at crime, went up and down the land denouncing those who loved him little as the country's foes, predicted famine when they scorned his story, and for the ensuing harvest claimed the glory. His name indeed was famous, but because my memory's weak, I know not what it was. The president he came that day to see was as illustrious in his way as he. His name a household word. That is to say, men damned him roundly to begin the day, deplored him in the fireside's rosy light, and grunted disesteem throughout the night. Not all men, some, the sons of pious mothers, prayed for him daily as upon him others. Sleek, snug, self-righteous, cunning as a rat, a fish in fervour and in faith a cat, obscure by nature, he had ne'er been great if fortune had not kicked him into state. His name, go ask posterity, not me, from words opprobrious my page is free. So they were married? No, I mean they met. For aught I know they are in session yet, there in the White House, for each swore the place belonged to him by God's abounding grace. But oh, may he take measures to prevent if both at once they would be president. Tidings of good old Nick from his place of last resort came up and looked the world over. He saw how the grass of the good was shot and the wicked lived in clover. And he gravely said, "This is all wrong, and never by me intended. If to me the power ever belong, I shall have this thing amended." He looked so solemn and good and wise, as he made this observation, that the men who heard him believed their eyes, instead of his reputation. So they bruited the matter about, and each reported the words as nearly as memory served, with additional speech to bring out the meaning clearly. The consequence was that none understood, and the wildest rumors started of something intended to help the good and injure the evil-hearted. Then Robert Morrow was seen to smile with a bright and lively joyance. "A man," said he, "that is free from guile will now be free from annoyance. The Featherstones doubtless will now increase and multiply like the rabbits, while jailers, deputy sheriffs, police, and writers will form good habits. The widow's more easily robbed will be, and no juror will ever heed him, but open his purse to my eloquent plea for security, gain, or freedom. When Benson heard of the luck of the good, he was eating his dinner, he muttered, "It cannot help me, for 'tis understood my bread is already buttered. My plats of surveys are all false, they say, but that cannot greatly matter to me, for I'll tell the jurors that they may lick, if they please, my platter." An actor someone 'tis hardly new, has oddly said the color of a trumpet's blare is red, and Joseph Emmett thinks the crimson shame on woman's cheek a trumpet note of fame. The more the red storm rises round her nose, the more her eyes averted seek her toes, he fancies all the louder he can hear the tube resounding in his spacious ear, and, all his varied talents to exert, deepens his dullness to display his dirt. And when the gallery's indecent crowd, and gentlemen below, with hisses loud, in hot contention, these his ought to crown, and those his naked nastiness to drown, make such a din that cheeks irreguile aflame grow white, and in their fear forget their shame, with impudence imperial, sublime, unmoved, the patient actor bides his time, till storm and counter-storm are both allayed, like donkeys, each by t'other one outbrayed. When all the place is silent as a mouse one slow, suggestive gesture clears the house. Famine's realm to him, in whom the love of nature has imperfectly supplanted the desire and dread necessity of food, your Shaw, fair Oakland, is a terror. Over all your sunny level, from Tamale-town to where the pestuary's fragrant slime, with dead dogs studded, bears its azure fleet, broods the still menace of starvation. Bones of men and women bleach along the ways, and pampered vultures sleep upon the trees. It is a land of death, and famine there holds sovereignty, though some there be her sway who challenge, and entrenched in Lada's live, drawing their sustentation from abroad. But woe to him, the stranger? He shall die as die the early righteous in the bud and promise of their prime. He, venturesome to penetrate the wilds rectangular of grass-grown ways luxuriant of blooms, frequented of the bee and of the blithe, bold squirrel, strays with heedless feet afar from human habitation, and is lost in mid-Broadway. Their hunger seizes him, and careless man, deeming God's providence extends so far, he has not wherewithal to bate its urgency. Then, lo, appears a restaurant mealery, a place where poison battles famine, and the two, like fish-hawks warring in the upper sky for that which one has taken from the deep, manage between them to dispatch the prey. He enters and leaves hope behind. There ends his history. Anon his bones, clean picked by buzzards with the bones himself had picked, incautious, line the highway. Oh, my friends, of all felonious and deadly wise devices of the enemy of souls, planted along the ways of life to snare man's mortal and immortal pot alike, the Oakland restaurant is chief. It lives that man may die. It flourishes that life may wither. Its foundation stones repose on human hearts and hopes. I've seen in it crabs stewed in milk and salad offered up with dressing so unholily compound that it included flour and sugar. Yeah, I've eaten dog there. Dog, as I'm a man. Dog seethed in sewage of the town. No more, thy hand, dyspepsia, assumes the pen and scrawls a tortured finis on the page. The Mackayad Mackay's hot wrath to Bonninge, direful spring of blows unnumbered, heavenly goddess, sing, that wrath which hurled to Hellman's office flaw two heroes, mutually smeared with gaw, whose hair in handfuls mocked the dire debate, and riven coat-tails testified their hate. Sing, muse, what first their indignation fired, what words augmented it, by whom inspired. First, the great Bonninge comes upon the scene and asks the favor of the British Queen. Suppliant he stands and urges all his claim, his wealth, his potly person and his name, his habitation in the setting sun, as child of nature, and his suit he won. No more the sovereign, wearied with his plea, from slumber's chain her faculties can free. Low and maw, low the royal eyelids creep, she gives the assenting nod and falls asleep. Straightway the Bonninges all invade the cot and telegraph the news to every pot. Beneath the seas, red-hot, the tidings fly, the cables crinkle and the fishes fry. The world, awaking like a startled bat, exclaims, "A Bonninge, what the devil's that?" Mackay, meanwhile, to envy all attent, untaught to spare, unable to relent, walks in our town on needles and on pins, and in a mean, revengeful spirit, grins. Sing, muse, what next to break the peace occurred? What act uncivil, what unfriendly word? The god of Bosch ascending from his pool, where since creation he has played the fool, clove the blue slush as other gods the sky, and waiting but a moment's space to dry, touched Bonninge with his fingertip. "O son," he said, "alike of nature and a gun, knowest not Mackay's insufferable sin? Hast thou not heard that he doth stand and grin? Arise, assert thy manhood, and attest the uncommercial spirit in thy breast. Avenge thine honor, for by Jove I swear thou shalt not else be my peculiar care. He spake, and ere his worshipper could kneel had dived into his slush pool, head and heel. Full of the god and to revenges nerved, and conscious of a will that never swerved, Boninge set sail. Our world beyond the wave as gladly took him as the other gave. New York received him, but a shudder ran through all the western coast, which knew the man, and science said that the seismic agitation was due to mutable equilibration. O goddess, sing what Boninge next essayed. Did he unscabbard the avenging blade, the long spear brandish and porrick the shield, havoc the town and devastate the field? His sacred thirst for blood did he allay by halving the unfortunate Mackay. Small were the profit and the joy to him to hew a base-born person, limb from limb. Let vulgar souls to low revenge incline, that of diviner spirits is divine. Boninge at noonday stood in public places, and with regard to the Mackays, made faces. Before those formidable frowns and scowls the dogs fled, tail tucked, with affrighted howls, and hosses, terrified, with flying feet all through the apple stands along the street, involving the metropolis in vast financial ruin. Men themselves, aghast, retreated east and west and north and south before the menace of that twisted mouth, till Jove, in answer to their prayers, sent night to veil the dreadful visage from their sight. Such were the causes of the horrid strife, the motherungs which nourished it to life. Oh, for a quill from an archangel's wing! Oh, for a voice that's adequate to sing the splendor and the terror of the fray, the scattered hair, the coat-tails all astray, the potted collars and the gouts of gaw reeking and smoking on the banker's flaw, the interlocking limbs, embraces dire, revolving bodies and deranged attire. Vain, vain the trial, 'tis vouchsafed to none to sing 2 millionaires rolled into one. My hand and pen their offices refuse, and hossa grows the weary muse. Alone remains to tell of the event, abandoned, lost and variously rent, the Boninge nethermost habiliment. A song in praise hail, blessed blunder, golden idol hail, clay-footed deity of all who fail. Celestial image, let thy glory shine, thy feet concealing but a lamp to mine. Let me, at seasons opportune and fit, by turns adore thee and by turns commit. In thy high service let me ever be, yet never serve thee as my critics me, happy and fallible, content to feel I blundered chiefly when to thee I kneel. But best felicity is his thy praise who utters unaware in works and ways, who laborer est aurea proves, and feels thy suasion wheresoe'er he moves, serving thy purpose, not thine altar, still, and working, for he thinks it his, thy will. If such a life with blessings be not fraught, I envy Peter Robertson for naught. A poet's father Welker, I'm told, can boast a father great and honored in the service of the state. Public instruction all his mind employs, he guides its methods and its wage enjoys. Prime pedagogue, imperious and grand, he waves his ferule o'er a studious land where humming youths, intent upon the page, thirsting for knowledge with a noble rage, drink dry the whole Pierian spring, and ask to slake their fervor at his private flask. Arrested by the terror of his frown, the vaulting spitball drops untimely down, the fly impaled on the tormenting pin stills in his awful glance its dizzy din. Beneath that stern regard the chewing gum, which writhed and squeaked between the teeth is dumb. Obedient to his will the dunscap flies to perch upon the brows of the unwise, the supple switch forsakes the parent wood to settle where 'twill do the greatest good, puissant still, as when of old it strove with Solomon for spitting on the stove. Learned professor, variously great, guide, guardian, instructor of the state, quick to discern and zealous to correct the faults which mar the public intellect from where of Siskiyou, the northern bound, is frozen eternal to the sunless ground, to where in San Diego's torrid clime the swarthy Greaser swelters in his grime. Beneath your stupid nose can you not see the dunce whom once you dandled on your knee? O mighty master of 1,000 schools, stop teaching wisdom, or stop breeding fools. A coward when Marriott, distressed by an attack, has the strange insolence to answer back, he hides behind a name that is a lie, and out of shadow falters his reply. God knows him, though, identified alike by hardihood to rise and fear to strike, and fitly to rebuke his sins' decrees, that hide from others with what care he please. Night shan't be black enough, nor earth so wide that from himself can ever hide. Hard fate indeed to feel at every breath his burden of identity till death, no moment's respite from the immortal load, to think himself a serpent or a toad, or dream, with a divine, ecstatic glow, he's long been dead and canonized a crow. To my liars attend, mine enemies of all degrees, from sandlot orators and other fleas, to fallen gentlemen and rising louts who babble slander at your drinking bouts, and filled with unfamiliar wine, begin lies drowned, ere born, in more congenial gin. But most attend, ye persons of the press who live, though why, yourselves alone can guess, in hope deferred, ambitious still to shine by hating me at half a cent a line, like drones among the bees of brighter wing, sunless to shine and impotent to sting. To estimate in easy verse, I'll try the controversial value of a lie. So lend your ears. God knows you have enough. I mean to teach, and if I can't, I'll cuff. A lie is wicked, so the priests declare, but that to us is neither here nor there. 'Tis worse than wicked, it is vulgar too, and impot. With that we've nothing here to do. If 'twere artistic I would lie till death, and shape a falsehood with my latest breath. Parrhasius never more did pity lack, the while his model writhed upon the rack, than I should for my adversary's pain, who, stabbed with fibs again and yet again, would vainly seek to move my stubborn heart, if slander were, and wit were not, an art. The ill-bred and illiterate can lie as fast as you, and faster far than I. Shall I compete, then, in a strife accursed where Alan Farman is an easy first, and where the second prize is rightly flung to Charlie Shortridge or to Mike de Young? In mental combat, but a single end inspires the formidable to contend. Not by the raw recruit's ambition fired, by whom foul blows, though harmless, are admired. Not by the coward's zeal, who, on his knee behind the bole of his protecting tree, so curves his musket that the baulk it fits, and, firing, blows the weapon into bits, but with the noble aim of one whose heart values his foeman, for he loves his art. The veteran debater moves afield, untaught to libel as untaught to yield. Dear foeman mine, I've but this end in view, that to prevent which most you wish to do. What then, are you most eager to be at? To hate me? Nay, I'll help you, sir, at that. This only passion does your soul inspire, you wish to scorn me, sir, you shall admire. 'Tis not enough, my neighbors, that you school in the belief that I'm a rogue or fool, that small advantage you would gladly trade for what one moment would yourself persuade. Right then, your largest and your longest lie, you shan't believe it, howsoever you try. No falsehood you can tell, no evil do, shall turn me from the truth to injure you. So all your war is barren of effect, I find my victory in your respect. What profit have you if the world you set against me? For the world will soon forget it thought me this or that. But I'll retain a vivid picture of your moral stain, and cherish till my memory expire the sweet, soft consciousness that you're a liar. Is it your triumph, then, to prove that you will do the thing that I would scorn to do? God grant that I forever be exempt from such advantage as my foe's contempt. Phil Crimmins still as he climbed into the public view his charms of person more apparent grew, till the pleased world that watched his airy grace saw nothing of him but his nether face, forgot his follies with his head's retreat, and blessed his virtues as it viewed their seat. On the scales the proverb hath it, Watman, there never is great loss without some little gain. 'Tis nature's plan of restitution, I've no doubt, as sometimes a repentant thief restores, for conscience's relief, some 10% or thereabout, of all the loot with which he ran. Dear Governor, when you were ill you lost, they say, some £20, but muse and ponder as I will, and cast my searching thoughts around, I find in that great loss no gain, unless indeed in heart and brain you suffered it, but I'll be bound that they are unaffected still. For still you're foolish and absurd, and still malicious and perverse as ever, and in truth I've heard that since recovering you're worse. The inference, I think, is fair, you lost not what we best could spare, your character remains to curse the state until you're sepulchred. 'Tis true there's measurably less of you to pack, and you're a load, but chiefly that concerns, I guess, the patient beast that you bestrode when, booted, spurred and gloved and all, you led mock Boruck from the stall, to ride him on that rocky road, political unrighteousness. In gain to Boruck, though, we scan a loss to every honest soul, it aids the weakly harridan, his thoroughbred and but a foal. To end, the weight whose loss we maun, from Watman by illness tawn, was mostly water. It were droll to learn he'd 20 pounds of man. Codex Honoris Jacob Jacobs of Oakland, he swa, dat Solomon Martin, I'll half his gaw. Solomon Martin of Oakland, he said, of Shacob's dare bleed I vil shed. So they met, with seconds and surgeon at call, and fought with pistol and powder, and all was done in good faith. As before I said, they fought with pistol and powder, and shed tears, oh my friends, for each other they maud, fighting with pistol and powder and laud. For the lead had been stolen away, every trace, and Christian hog product supplied its place. Then the shade of Moses indignant arose. Quavica dan ligdenings go vosjeglos? Jacob Jacobs of Oakland, they say, applied for a pension the following day. Solomon Martin of Oakland, I hear, will call himself colonel for many a year. To W.H.L.B. refrain, dull orator, from speaking out, for silence deepens when you raise the shout. But when you hold your tongue we hear, at least, your noise in mastering that little beast. Emancipation behold. The days of miracle at last return, if ever they were truly past. From sinful creditors' unholy greed the church called Calvary at last is freed, so called for there the Saviour's crucified, Roberts and Carmony on either side. The circling contribution box no more provokes the nod and simulated snore, no more the lottery, no more the fair, lures the reluctant dollar from its lair. Nor ladies' lunches at a bit a bite destroy the health yet spare the appetite, while thrifty sisters are the cauldron stoop to serve their God with zeal, their friends with soup, and all the brethren mendicate the earth with viewless placards. We've been so from birth? Sure of his wage, the pastor now can lend his whole attention to his latter end, remarking with a martyr's prescient thrill the hemp maturing on the cheerless hill. The holy brethren, lifting pious palms, pour out their gratitude in prayer and psalms, chant de profundis, meaning out of debt, and dance like mad, all would if they were let. Deeply disguised, a deacon newly dead supplied the means. Jack Satan holds his head as high as any, and as loudly sings his jubilate till each rafter rings. Rejoice, ye ever faithful, bellows he, the debt is lifted and the temple free. Then says aside with gentle cachinnation, I have a mortgage on the congregation. John Donkey, there isn't a man living who does not have at least a sneaking reverence for a horseshoe. Thus the poor ass whose appetite has ne'er known than the thistle any sweet affair, thinks all the world eats thistles. Thus the clown, the wit and mentor of the country town, grins through the collar of a hoss and thinks others for pleasure do as he for drinks, though secretly, because unwilling still in public to attest their lack of skill. Each dunce whose life and mind all follies ma believes as he is all men living are. His vice is theirs, their understandings his. Not that he knows not, all he fancies is, how odd that any mind such stuff should boast. How natural to write it in the post. Hell, the friends who stood about my bed looked down upon my face and said, God's will be done, the fellow's dead. When from my body I was free I straightway felt myself, ah me, sink downward to the life to be. Full 20 centuries I fell, and then alighted. Here you dwell for I, a voice cried, this is hell? A landscape lay about my feet where trees were green and flowers sweet. The climate was devoid of heat. The sun looked down with gentle beam upon the bosom of the stream, nor saw I any sign of steam. The waters by the sky were tinged, the hills with light and color fringed, birds wobbled on the wing unsinged. Ah no, this is not hell, I cried. The preachers ne'er so greatly lied, this is earth's spirit glorified. Good souls do not in Hades dwell, and look, there's John P. Irish? Well, the voice said, that's what makes it hell. By false pretenses John S. Hittel, whose sovereign genius wields the quill his tributary body yields, the author of an opera. That is, all but the music and librettos his. A work renowned, whose formidable name, linked with his own, repels the assault of fame from the high vantage of a dusty shelf, secure from all the world except himself, who told the tale of culture, in a screed that all might understand if all would read. Master of poesy and laud of prose, dowered, like a setter, with a double nose, that one for Erato, for Clio this, he flushes both. Not his fault if we miss. Judge of the painter's art, who'll straight proclaim the hue of any color you can name, and knows a painting with a canvas back distinguished from a duck by the duck's quack. This thinker and philosopher, whose work is famous from commercial street to Turk, has now a fortune of his pen the meed. A woman left it him who could not read, and so went down to death's eternal night sweetly unconscious that the wretch could write. Lucifer of the Toch, O Reverend Ravlin, once with sounding lung you shook the bloody banner of your tongue, urged all the fiery boycotters afield and swore you'd rather see them die than yield. Alas, how brief the time, how great the change. Your dogs of war are ailing all of mange, the loose leash dangles from your fingertips, but the loud havoc dies upon your lips. No spirit animates your feeble clay, you'd rather yield than even run away. In vain Maglashan labors to inspire your pallid nostril with his breath of fire. The light of battle's faded from your face. You keep the peace, John Chinaman his place. O Ravlin, what cold water, thrown by whom, upon the kindling boycott's ruddy bloom, has slaked your parching blood-thirst and allayed the flash and shimmer of your lingual blade? Your salary's unpaid. In the old days, when Christ with scourges drave the Ravlins headlong from the temple's nave, Each bore upon his pelt the mock divine, the boycott's red authenticating sign. Birth mocked forever in surviving hurts, glowing and smarting underneath their shirts. Successive ravelins have revenged their shame by blowing every coal and flinging flame. And you, the latest, may you be the last. Endossed with that hereditary, vast, and monstrous rubric, would the feud prolong, save that cupidity forbids the wrong. In strife you preferably pass your days, but brawl no moment longer than it pays. By shouting when no more you can incite the dogs to put the timid sheep to flight to load. For you, the brambles with their fleece, you cackle concaud to congenial geese, put pinches of goodwill upon their tails, and pluck them with a touch that never fails. The whirligig of time Dr. Jewel speaks of Balaam and his vices, to assail him. Ancient enmities how cruel? Balaam cudgeled once a jewel. A railroad lackey Ben Truman, you're a genius and can write, though one would not suspect it from your looks. You lack that certain Spanish which is quite distinctive of the persons who make books. You show the workmanship of Stanford's cooks about the region of the appetite, where geniuses are singularly slight. Your friends the Chinamen are understood, indeed, to speak of you as belly good. Still, you can write, spell too, I understand, though how two such accomplishments can go, like sentimental schoolgirls, hand in hand is more than ever I can hope to know. To have one talent good enough to show has always been sufficient to command the veneration of the brilliant band of railroad scholars, who themselves, indeed, although they cannot write, can mostly read. There's Town, with Fillmore, Goodman, and Steve Gage Ned Curtis of Napoleonic face, who used to dash his name on Glory's page. A.M. appended to denote his place among the learned. Now the lost faint trace of Nap is all obliterate with age, and Ned's degree less precious than his wage. He says, I done it, with his every breath. Thou canst not say I did it, says Macbeth. Good land, how I run on, I quite forgot whom this was meant to be about, for when I think upon that odd, unearthly lot, not quite Creed Haymans, yet not holy men, I'm dominated by my rebel pen that, like the stubborn bird from which 'twas got, goes waddling forward if I will or not. To leave your comrades, Ben, I'm now content, I'll meet them later if I don't repent. You've writ a letter, I observe, nay, ma, you've published it, to say how good you think the coolies, and invite them to come o'er in thick a quantity. Perhaps you drink no corporation's wine, but love its ink, or when you signed away your soul, and swore on railroad battlefields, to shed your gall you mentally reserved the right to shed the raiment of your character instead. You're naked, anyhow. Unragged you stand in frank and stock simplicity of shame. And here upon your flank, in letters grand, the iron has mocked you with your owner's name, needless, for none would steal, and none reclaim. But Pound Eland Dollar Tanford is a pretty brand, wrought by an artist with a cunning hand. But come, this naked unreserve is flat, don your habiliment, you're fat, The legatee in fair San Francisco a good man did dwell, and he wrote out a will, for he didn't feel well. Said he, it is proper when making a gift to stimulate virtue by comforting thrift. So he left all his property, legal and straight, to the cursedest rascal in all of the state. But the name he refused to insert, for, said he, let each man consider himself legatee. In due course of time that philanthropist died, and all San Francisco, and Oakland beside, save only the lawyers, came each with his claim, the lawyers preferring to manage the same. The cases were tried in Department 13. Judge Murphy presided, sedate and serene, but couldn't quite specify, legal and straight, the cursedest rascal in all of the state. And so he remarked to them, little and big, to claimants, you skip, and to lawyers, you dig. They tumbled, tumultuous, out of his cot and left him victorious, holding the fort. 'Twas then that he said, it is plain to my mind this property's ownerless, how can I find the cursedest rascal in all of the state? So he took it himself, which was legal and straight. Died of a rose a reporter he was, and he wrote he? The grave was covered as thick as could be with floral tributes. Which reading, the editor man he said, he did so. For floral tributes he's got far to go, for I hold the same misleading. Then he called him in, and he pointed sweet to a blooming garden across the street, inquiring, what's them growing? The reporter chap said, why, where's your eyes, them's floral tributes? Arise, the editor said, and be going. A literary hangman beneath his coat of dirt Great Nielsen loves to hide the avenging rope. He handles all he touches without gloves, excepting soap. At the 11th hour, as through the blue expanse he skims on joyous wings, the late Frank Hutchings overtakes Miss Sims, both bound for heaven's high gate. In life they loved, and, God knows why a lover so should sue, he slew her, on the gallows high died pious, and they flew. Her pinions were bedraggled, soiled and torn as by a gale, while his were bright, all freshly oiled the feathers of his tail. Her visage, too, was stained and wan and menacing and grim. His sweet and mild, you would have sworn that she had murdered him. When they'd arrived before the gate, he said to her, "My dear, 'tis hard once more to separate, but you can't enter here. For you, unluckily, were sent so quickly to the grave you had no notice to repent, nor time your soul to save." "'Tis true," said she, "and I should wail in hell even now, but I lingered about the county jail to see a Christian die." A controversialist, I've sometimes wished that Ingersoll were wise to hold his tongue, nor rail against the skies, for when he's made a point some pious dunce like Bartlett of the Bulletin replies. I brandish no iconoclastic fist, nor enter the debate an atheist, but when they say there is a God I ask why Bartlett, then, is suffered to exist. Even infidels that logic might resent, saying, "There's no place for his punishment that's worse than earth." But humbly I submit that he's himself a hell wherever sent. Mendac's high laud of liars, Senex, unto thee let Mina mortals bend the subject knee. Thine is mendacity's imperial crown, alike by genius, action, and renown. No man, since words could set a cheek aflame, e'er lied so greatly with so little shame. O bad old man, must thy remaining years be passed in leading idiots by their ears? Thine own, which justice, if she ruled the roast, would fasten to the penitential post, still wagging sympathetically, hung on the same rocking bar that bears thy tongue. Thou dog of darkness, dost thou hope to stay time's dread advance till thou haste had thy day? Dost think the strangler will release his hold, because, forsooth, some fibs remain untold? No, no, beneath thy multiplying load of years thou canst not tarry on the road to dabble in the blood thy leaden feet have pressed from bosoms that have ceased to beat. Tell to thyself whatever lies thou wilt, catch as thou canst at pennies got by guilt. Straight down to death this blessed year thou'lt sink, thy life washed out as with a wave of ink. But if this prophecy be not fulfilled, and thou who killest patience be not killed, if age assail in vain and vice attack only by folly to be beaten back, yet nature can this consolation give, the rogues who die not are condemned to live. The retrospective bird his caw is a cackle, his eye is dim, and he mopes all day on the lowest limb. Not a word says he, but he snaps his bill and twitches his palsied head, as a quill, the ultimate plume of his pride and hope, quits his now featherless nose o' the Pope, leaving that eminence brown and bare, exposed to the prince of the power of the air. And he sits and he thinks, I'm an old, old man, mateless and chickless, the last of my clan, but I'd give the half of the days gone by to perch once more on the branches high, and hear my great-granddaddy's comical croaks in authorized versions of bulletin jokes. The Oakland dog, I lay one happy night in bed, and dreamed that all the dogs were dead. They'd all been taken out and shot. Their bodies strewed each vacant lot. O'er all the earth, from Berkeley down to Cilindro's ancient town, and out in space as far as Niles, I saw their mottled pots in piles. One stack upreared its ridge so high against the azure of the sky that some good soul, with pious views, put up a steeple and sold pews. No wagging tail the scene relieved, I never in my life conceived, I swear it on the Decalogue, such penury of living dog. The barking and the howling stilled, the snarling with the snarler killed, all nature seemed to hold its breath. The silence was as deep as death. True, candidates were all in roar on every platform as before, and villains, as before, felt free to finger the calliope. True, the Salvationist by night, and milkman in the early light, the lonely flutist and the mill performed their functions with a will. True, church bells on a Sunday rang the sick man's curtain down, the bang of trains, contesting for the track, out of the shadow called him back. True, cocks at all unheavenly hours crew with excruciating powers, cats on the woodshed rang and rawed, fat citizens and foghorns snawed. But this was all too fine for ears accustomed, through the awful years, to the nocturnal monologues and day debates of Oakland dogs. And so the world was silent. Now what else befell? To whom and how? Imprimis, then, there were no fleas, and days of worth brought nights of ease. Men walked about without the dread of being torn to many a shred, each fragment holding half a cruse of hydrophobia's quickening juice. They had not to propitiate some cursed cudel at each gate, but entered one another's grounds unscared, and were not fed to hounds. Women could drive, and not a pup would lift the horse's tendons up and let them go, to interject a certain musical effect. Even children's ponies went about, all grave and sober-paced, without a bulldog hanging to each nose, proud of his fragrance, I suppose. Dog being dead, man's lawless flame burned out. He granted woman's claim, children's and those of country, aught, they all took lodgings in his heart. When memories of his former shame crimsoned his cheeks with sudden flame, he said, I know my fault too well, they fawned upon me and I fell. Ah, 'twas a lovely world. No more I met that indisposing Ba, the unseraphic synagogue, the man who's proud to love a dog. Thus in my dream, the golden reign of reason filled the world again, and all mankind confessed her sway, from Walnut Creek to San Jose. The unfallen brave not all in sorrow and in tears, to pay of gratitude's arrears the yearly sum, not prompted, wholly by the pride of those for whom their friends have died, today we come. Another aim we have in view than for the buried boys in blue to drop a tear. Memorial Day revives the chin of bonds, and Salomon chimes in, that's why we're here. And when in after ages they shall pass, like mortal men, away, their wasongs sung, when fame shall tell the tale anew of how intrepidly they drew the deadly tongue, then cull white lilies for the graves of loyalty's loquacious braves, and roses red. Those represent their livers, these the blood that in unmeasured seas they did not shed. A celebrated case way down in the boom belt lived Mrs. Roselle, a person named Petrie, he lived there as well. But Mr. Roselle he resided away. Sing Toril Iral Ia. Once Mrs. Roselle in her room was alone. The flesh of her flesh and the bone of her bone neglected the wife of his bosom to woo. Sing Toril Iral Iu. Then Petrie, her lover, appeared at the door, remarking, My dear, I don't love you no more. That's awfully rough, said the lady, on me. Sing Toril Iral E. Come in, Mr. Petrie, she added, pray do. Although you don't love me no more, I love you. Sit down while I spray you with vitriol now. Sing Toril Iral Io. Said Petrie. That liquid I know won't agree with my beauty, and then you'll no longer love me, so spray and be? Oh, what a word he did say. Sing Toril Iral Ia. She deluged his head and continued to paw till his bonny blue eyes, like his love, were no more. It was seldom he got such a haughty shampoo. Sing Toril Iral Iu. Then Petrie he rose and said, Mrs. Roselle, I have an engagement and bid you farewell. You see, she began to explain, but not he. Sing Toril Iral E. The sheriff he came and he offered his arm, saying, Sorry I am for disturbing you, mom, but business is business. Said she, so they say, Sing Toril Iral Ia. The judge on the bench he looked awfully stern, the district attorney began to atone, the witnesses lied and the lawyers, oh my. Sing Toril Iral E. The chap that defended her said, It's our claim that he loved us no longer and told us the same. What else than we did could we decently do? Sing Toril Iral Iu. The district attorney, sarcastic, replied, We loved you no longer, that can't be denied. Not having no eyes we may dote on you now. Sing Toril Iral Iu. The prisoner wept to entoken her fears. The sockets of Petrie were flooded with tears. Oh heaven-born sympathy, bully for you? Sing Toril Iral Iu. Fa jurors considered the prisoner mad, and Fa thought her victim uncommonly bad, and Fa that the acid was all in his eye. Sing rum tiddy idity high. Couplets for inscription on a sod presented to Colonel Cutting of the National Guard. I am for cutting. I'm a blade designed for use at dress parade. My gleaming length, when I display peace, rules the land with gentle sway. But when the war dogs bare their teeth, go seek me in the modest sheath. I am for cutting. Not for me the task of setting nations free. Let soulless blades take human life. My softer metal shuns the strife. The annual review is mine, when gorgeous shopmen sweat and shine, and Biddy, tiptoe on the pave, adores the cobble-trotting brave. I am for cutting. 'Tis not mine to hew amain the hostile line, not mine all pitiless to spread the plain with tumuli of dead. My grander duty lies afar from haunts of the insane, huzzah where charging horse and struggling foot are grimed alike with cannon soot. When loveliness and valor meet beneath the trees to dance, and eat, and sing, and much beside, behold my golden glories all unfold. There formidably are displayed the useful horrors of my blade. In time of feast and dance and ballad, I am for cutting chicken salad. A retort as vicious women think all men are knaves, and shrew-bound gentlemen discourse of slaves, as reeling drunkards judge the world unsteady, and idlers swear employers ne'er get ready, thieves that the constable stole all they had, the mad that all except themselves are mad. So, in another's clear escutcheon shown, Bonds rails at stains reflected from his own. Prates of docility? Naw feels the dock ring round his neck, the Ralston call a mock. Back, man, to studies interrupted once, ere yet the rogue had merged into the dunce back. Back to Yale, and grown with years discreet, the cause of virgins lust cut shot, complete. Go drink again at the Pierian pool, and learn at least better to play the fool. No longer scorn the draught, although the font unlike Pactolus, what is not Belmont. A vision of resurrection I had a dream. The habitable earth, its continents and islands, all was bare of cities and of forests. Naught remained of its old aspect, and I only knew, as men know things in dreams, unknowing how, that this was earth and that all men were dead. On every side I saw the barren land, even to the distant skies enclosing blue, thick-pitted all with graves, and all the graves save one were open, not as newly dug, but rather as by some internal fosse riven for egress. Tombs of stone were split and wide agape, and in their iron decay the massive mausoleums stood in halves. With mildewed linen, all the ground was white. Discarded shrouds upon memorial stones hung without motion in the soulless air. While greatly marveling how this should be, I heard, or fancied that I heard, a voice, low like an angel's, delicately strong, and sweet as music. Spirit, it said, behold the burial place of universal man. 1,000,000 years have rolled away since here his sheeted multitudes, save only some whose dark misdeeds required a separate and individual arraigning, rose to judgment at the trumpet's summoning, and passed into the sky for their award, leaving behind these perishable things which yet, preserved by miracle, endure till all are up. Then they and all of earth, rock-hearted mountain and storm-breasted sea, river and wilderness and sites of dead and vanished capitals of men, shall spring to flame, and naught shall be forevermore? When all are risen, that wonder will occur. 'Twas but 10 centuries ago the last but one came forth, a soul so black with sin, against whose name so many crimes were set that only now his trial is at end. But one remains. Straight as the voice was stilled, that single rounded mound cracked lengthwise, and one came forth in grave clothes. For a space he stood and gazed about him with a smile superior, then laying off his shroud disclosed his 2 attenuated legs which, like parentheses, bent outwardly as by the weight of saintliness above, and so sprang upward and was lost to view. Noting his headstone overthrown, I read, "Sacred to memory of George K. Fitch, deacon and editor, a holy man who fell asleep in Jesus, full of years and blessedness. The dead in Christ rise first. Master of 3 arts, your various talents, gold ensign, command respect, you are a poet and can draw. It is a pity that your gifted hand should ever have been raised against the law. If you had drawn no pistol but a picture, you would have saved your throttle from a stricture. About your poetry I'm not so sure. 'Tis certain we have much that's quite as bad, whose hardy writers have not to endure the hangman's fondling. It is said they are mad, though lately Mr. Brooks, I mean the poet, looked well, and if demented didn't show it. Well, Goldenson, I am a poet, too, taught by the muses how to smite the harp and lift the tuneful voice, although, like you and Brooks, I sometimes flat and sometimes sharp. But let me say, with no desire to taunt you, I never murder even the girls I want to. I hold it one of the poetic laws to sing of life, not take it. I have shown a high regard for human life because I have such trouble to support my own. And you? Well, you'll find trouble soon in blowing your private coal to keep it red and glowing. I fancy now I see you at the gate approach St. Peter, crawling on your belly. You cry, 'Good sir, take pity on my state, forgive the murder of Mamie Kelly.' And Peter says, 'Oh, that's all right, but mister, you scribbled rhymes, in hell I'll make you blister.' There cites so in the Sunday papers you, Delma, damn, all great Englishmen in English speech. I am no Englishman, but in my reach a rogue shall never rail where heroes are. You are the man, if I mistake you not, who lately with a supplicating twitch plucked at the pockets of the London rich, and paid your share engraver, all you got. Because that you have greatly lied, because you libel nations, and because no hand of officer is raised to bid you stand, and falsehood is unpunished of the laws. I stand here in a public place to mock with level finger where you pot the crowd. I stand to name you and to cry aloud. Behold mendacity's great hierarch. A society leader the social world. Oh, what a world it is, where full-grown men cut capers in the German, cotillion, waltz, or what you will, and whiz and spin and hop and sprawl about like mermen. I wonder if our future Grant or Sherman, as these youths pass their time, is passing his, if eagles ever come from painted eggs, or deeds of arms succeed to deeds of legs. I know they tell us about Waterloo, how, foremost fighting, fell the evening's dances. I don't believe it. I regard it true that soldiers who are skillful in the lances less often die of cannon than of cancers. Moreover, I am half persuaded, too, that David, when he danced before the ark, had the reporter's word to keep it dark. Ed Greenway, you fatigue. Your hateful name, like maiden's curls, is in the papers daily. You think it, doubtless, honorable fame, and contemplate the cheap distinction gaily, as does the monkey the blue-painted tail he believes becoming to him. 'Tis the same with men as other monkeys. All their souls crave eminence on any kind of poles. But cynics, barking tribe, are all agreed that monkeys upon poles performing capers are not exalted, they are only treed. A glory that is kindled by the papers is transient as the phosphorescent vapors that shine in graveyards and are seen, indeed, but while the bodies that supply the gas are turning into weeds to feed an ass. One can but wonder sometimes how it feels to be an ass, a beast we beat condignly because, like yours, his life is in his heels and he is prone to use them unbenignly. The ladies, bless them, say you dance divinely. I like St. Vitus better, though, who deals his feet about him with a grace more just, and hops, not for he will, but for he must. Doubtless it gratifies you to observe elbowy girls and adipose mammas all looking adoration as you swerve this way and that, but prosperous papas laugh in their sleeves at you, and their ha-has, if heard, would somewhat agitate your nerve. And dames and maids who keep you on their shelves don't seem to want a closer tie themselves. Gods, what a life you live. By day a slave to your exacting back and urgent belly, intent to earn and vigilant to save. By night, attired so sightly and so smelly, with countenance as luminous as jelly, bobbing and bowing. King of hearts and knave of diamonds, I'd bet a silver brick if brains were trumps you'd never take a trick. Expositor veritatis I slept, and, waking in the years to be, heard voices, and approaching whence they came, listened indifferently where a key had lately been removed. An ancient dame said to her daughter, "Go to yonder caddy and get some emery to scour your daddy." And then, I knew, some intuition said, that tombs were not and men had cleared their shelves of urns, and the electroplated dead stood pedestaled as statues of themselves. With famous dead men, all the public places were thronged, and some in piles awaited bases. One mighty structure's high facade alone contained a single monumental niche, where, central in that steep expanse of stone, gleamed the familiar form of Thomas Fitch. A man cried, "Lo, Truth's temple and its founder," then gravely added, "I'm her chief expounder." The troubadour professor gaily, "You're a great man, sure, they say that you can almost fly, can spell and pass but cannot figure well, for mathematics is not literature, and hold, with rancor, that twice two are fewer than they're cracked up to be. Let sinners tell wherein you disappoint, but I will swell the chorus of your greatness. I'll procure for that exploit a megaphone of brass, and raw your excellences to the sky, and fill with witness all the world. Alas, you can't write poetry? No more can I, but that, you'll notice, is another matter. Besides, I'm less eloquent and fatter. You hold the chair, so your credentials say, of English letters. That is well and fine. Through teaching diligently, line by line, you may yourself have the good luck some day to learn enough of it to bid you stay your red right hand from making it. The 9 dear muses then, with laurels, will entwine your brows, and leg it lightly to display their joy. O bold, bad poet, hear these words of wisdom, from a grizzled head, inserted civilly into your ear. In teaching verse you'll better earn your bread, and on our feelings less unkindly trample, if you will work by precept, not example. Not all the shouting capitals you use can strengthen feebleness, nor all the skill you lack conceal the foolish hates that fill the fountain, whence the driblet of your views flows in a dirty channel to suffuse with slime the British Empire. Dip your quill in something sweeter, and you'll write less ill. At least your rant we better can excuse. No doubt you wish you had been born a boa, spelling accepted, so indeed you were, a bore as well, but that's a very poor ambition. By the Lord, I should prefer to be a Briton though they shot me daily and threw my body to your hoofs, Jack gaily. A finger on the lips, oh Mike, have you heard the good news? They're gwine to have home rule at last, and a parliament fine they will choose, and worrocks a thing o' the past. They'll vote every man in a state, wid all he can drink and ate. Indade it's the blessedest day we've seen since we landed here in America. Wisht, though, I say, bedad, it's no place to cheer. For home rule we mustn't hurry, they'll be wantin' it here if we do. 3 highwaymen, a street contractor, other mon, walked out before the day was born. The silver moon beyond his reach had prudently retired, and each fair golden star his clutch that feared trembled, grew pale, and disappeared. The sun rose not, afraid to risk his tempting, double-eagle disc. Our hero, why spin out the verse? 2 robbers robbed him of his purse, left him uncomfortably spread on his own pavement semi-dead, and ran away exultant. He sang murder, fire, in every key until politeness bade him cease for fear of waking the police. Then straight unto the chief, all faint, he made his way and his complaint. I met 2 robbermen, said he, we battled and, well, look at me, sad citizen, O chief, you see. How much? Asked that sententious man. Well, sir, as nearly as I can compute it, though I gave them fits, they got away with my 6 bits. Why, damn your avaricious soul, the chief said, do you claim the whole? You did quite well to get begad within 6 bits of all they had. To Colonel Dan Burns they say, my lord, that you're a Warwick. Well, the title's an absurd one, I believe. You make no kings, you have no kings to sell, though really 'twere easy to conceive you stuffing 6 up your sleeve. No, you're no Warwick, skilful from the shell to hatch out sovereigns. On a mare's nest, maybe, you'd incubate a little jackass baby. I fancy, too, that it is naught but stuff, this power, that you're said to be behind the throne. I'm sure 'twere accurate enough to represent you simply as inclined to push poor Markham, ailing in his mind and body, which were never very tough round in an invalid's wheeled chair. Such menial employment to low natures is congenial. No, Dan, you're an impostor every way, a human bubble for the earth, you know, hath bubbles as the water hath. Some day some careless hand will prick your film, and oh, how utterly you'll vanish, Daniel, throw, as fallen Wolsey might to Cromwell say, your cursed ambition to the pigs, though truly 'twould make them greater pigs and more unruly. George A., Knight Attorney Knight, it happens so sometimes that lawyers, justifying cutthroats' crimes for hire, calumniating, too, for gold, the dead, dumb victims cruelly unsold, speak, through the press, to a tribunal far more honorable than their honors are. A cot that sits not with assenting smile, while living rogues dead gentlemen revile. A cot where scoundrel ethics of your trade confuse no judgment and no cheating aid. The cot of honest souls, where you in vain may plead your right to falsify for gain. Sternly reminded if a man engaged to serve assassins for the liar's wage, his mouth with vilifying falsehoods crammed, he's twice detestable and doubly damned. Attorney Knight, defending Powell, you, to earn your fee, so energetic grew, so like a hound, the pride of all the pack, clapping your nose upon the dead man's track to run his faults to earth. At least proclaim at vacant holes the overtaken game, that men who mocked you nourishing the tongue, and saw your arms so vigorously swung, all marveled how so light a breeze could stir so great a windmill to so great a whir. Little they knew, surely they had grinned, the mill was laboring to raise the wind. Ralph Smith, a shoulder striker? God, oh, hear this haughty man's description of thy dear dead child, the gentlest soul, save only one, e'er in any land beneath the sun. All silent benefactions still he wrought, high deed and gracious speech and noble thought, kept all thy law, and seeking still the right, upon his blameless breast received the light. Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, one cried whose wrath was deep as his comparison wide. Milton, thy servant, nay, thy will be done, to smite or spare, to me it all is one. Can vengeance bring my sorrow to an end, or justice give me back my buried friend? But if some Milton vainly now implore, and Powell prosper as he did before, yet 'twere too much that, making no ado, thy saints be slaughtered and be slandered too. So, Lord, make Knight his weapon keep in sheath, or do thou wrest it from between his teeth. Unarmed St. Peter sat at the Jasper gate when Senator White arrived in state. Admit me. With pleasure, Peter said, pleased to observe that the man was dead. That's what I'm here for. Kindly show your ticket, my lord, and in you go. White stared in blank surprise. Said he, I run this place, just turn that key. Yes, said the saint. The senator heard with pain the inflection of that word, but mastering his emotion, he remarked, my friend, you're too damned free. I'm Stephen M. By thunder, White. And yes, the guardian said, with quite the self-same irritating stress distinguishing his former yes, and still demurely as a mouse he twirled the key to that upper house. Then Stephen, seeing his bluster vain admittance to those halls to gain, said neighborly, Pray tell me, Pete, does anyone contest my seat? The saint replied, Nay, nay, not so, but you voted always wrong below. Whate'er the question? Clear and high your voice rang. I, ever I. Now indignation fired the heart of that insulted immortal pot. Die, wretch, he cried with blanching lip and made a motion to his hip with purpose murderous and haughty, to draw the Democratic party. He felt his fingers vainly slide upon his unapparelled hide, the dead arise from their silent tents but not their late habiliments, then wailed, the briefest of his speeches, I've left it in my other breeches. A political violet come, Stanford, let us sit at ease and talk as old friends do. You talk of anything you please, and I will talk of you. You recently have said, I hear, that you would like to go to serve as senator. That's queer. Have you told William Stowe? Once when the legislature said, Go, Stanford, and be great, you lifted up your Jovian head and overlooked the state. As one made leisurely awake, you lightly rubbed your eyes and answered, Thank you, please to make a note of my surprise. But who are they who skulk aside as to get out of reach, and in their clothing strive to hide $3,000 each? Not members of your body, sure? No, that can hardly be. All statesmen, I suppose, are pure. What? There are rogues? Dear me. You added, you'll recall, that though you were surprised and pained, you thought, upon the whole, you'd go, and in that mind remained. Now, what so great a change has wrought that you so frankly speak of seeking honours once unsought, because you scorn to seek? Do you not fear the grave reproof in good creed Haman's eye? Will Stephen Gage not stand aloof and pass you coldly by? Oh, fear you not that Vrooman's lick will rise from earth and point at you a scornful finger which may lack, perchance, a joint? Go, Stanford, where the violets grow, and join their modest train. Await the work of William Stowe, and be surprised again. The subdued editor Popita Pixley set in his den Achuan upon his quid. He thought it was Leo 13, and then he bid it intensa, he did. The amba which overflew from the cud like rivers, which burst out of bounds, 'twas peculiar pleasant to think it blood a gushin from papal wounds. A knockin' was heard uponto the daw where someone a waitin' was. Come in, said the shedder of priestly gaw, arrestin' to once his jaws. The person which entered was curly of hair and smilin' as ever you see. His eyes was blue, and uncommon fair was his physiognomy, and yet there was summat remarkable grand. And the editor says as he looks, Your height? It was highness, you understand, that he meant, but he spoke like books. Your height, I am in. I'm the editor man of this paper, which is to say, I'm the owner, too, and it's always ran in the independentest way. Not a damn galoot can interfere, a in my costs for me, this paper's and nothing can make it veer, Pixlayan in police. It's little to me, said the sunny youth, if journals is better or worse. Where I am to home they won't keep, in truth, the climate is that perverse. I've come, howsomva, your mind to light with a more superior fire, you'll have naught henceforward to do but write, while I sets by to inspire. We'll make it hot all round, bedad. And his laughter was loud and free. The devil? Cried Pixley, surpassin' mad. Exactly, my friend, that's me. So he took a chair and a feather fan, and he sets and sets and sets, inspirin' that humbled editor man, which sweats and sweats and sweats. All unavailin' his struggles be, and it's, oh, a weepin' sight to see a great editor, bold and free, reducted to such a plight. Black Bot, Po 8, welcome, good friend. As you have served your term, and found the joy of crime to be a fiction, I hope you'll hold your present faith, stand firm and not again be open to conviction. Your sins, though scarlet once, are now as wool. You've made atonement for all past offences, and conjugated, 'twas an awful pull. The verb, to pay in all its moods and tenses. You were a dreadful criminal, by heaven, I think there never was a man so sinful. We've all a pinch or two of Satan's leaven, but you appeared to have an even skinful. Earth shuddered with aversion at your name. Rivers fled backward, gravitation scorning. The sea and sky, from thinking on your shame, grew lobsterette at eve and in the morning. But still red-handed at your horrid trade you wrought, to reason deaf, and to compassion. But now with gods and men your peace is made, I beg you to be good and in the fashion. What's that? You ne'er again will rob a stage? What, did you do so? Faith, I didn't know it. Was that what threw poor Themis in a rage? I thought you were convicted as a poet. I own it was a comfort to my soul, and soothed it better than the deepest curses, to think they'd put one poet in a hole where, though he wrote, he could not print his verses. I thought that Welka, Stewart, Brooks, and all the ghastly crew who always are begriming with villain couplets every page and wall, might be arrested and run in for rhyming. And then Pontius would be left to me, and Pegasus should bear me up it gaily, gnaw down a steep place run into the sea, as now he must be tempted to do daily. Well, grab the lyre strings, hotties, and begin. Bawl your harsh souls all out upon the gravel. I must endure you, for you'll never sin by robbing coaches until dead men travel. A scion of nobility, come, sisters, weep. Our baron dear, alas, has run away. If always we had kept him here, he had not gone astray. Painter and grainer it were vain to say he was, before, and if he were, yet ne'er again he'll darken here a daw. We maun each matrimonial plan, even tradesmen join the cry. He was so promising a man whenever he did buy. He was a fascinating lad, deny it all who may. Even moneyed men confess he had a very taking way. So from our tables he is gone, our tears descend in showers. We loved the very fat upon his kidneys, for 'twas ours. To women he was all respect, to duns as cold as ice. No lady could his suit reject, no tailor get its price. He raised our hope above the sky. Alas, alack, and oh, that one who worked it up so high should play it down so slow. The night of election, O venerable patriot, I pray stand not here coatless. At the break of day we'll know the grand result. and even now the eastern sky is faintly touched with grey. It ill befits thine age's hoary crown, this rude environment of rogue and clown, who, as the lying bulletins appear, with drunken cries, incarnadine the town. But if with noble zeal you stay to note the outcome of your patriotic vote for Blaine, or Cleveland, and your native land, take, and God bless you, take my overcoat. Done, Pod, it's mighty white of you, and now I guess the country'll keep the trails somehow. I ain't allowed to vote, the warden said, but whacked my coat up on old Stanislaw. The convicts' ball San Quentin was brilliant. Within the halls of the noble pile with the frowning walls, God knows they've enough to make them frown, with a governor trying to break them down, was a blaze of light. 'Twas the natal day of his nibs, the popular John S. Gray. The ball is free, cried Black Bot, and they all said a ball with no chain was a novel ball. And I never have seed, said Jimmy Hope, such a lightsome dance withouten a rope. Chinamen, Indians, Portuguese, blacks, Russians, Italians, Canucks and Kanaks, Chilnos, Peruvians, Mexicans, all greased with their presence that notable ball. None were excluded excepting, perhaps, the Rev. Morrison's churchly chaps whom, to prevent a religious debate, the warden had banished outside of the gate. The fiddler, fiddling his hottest the while, called off in the regular foothill style, circle to the left, and forward and back, and hellum to pot for the stabbed tack. This great virtuoso, it would appear, was made of the gatherer many a year. Ally man left. To a painful degree his French was unlike to the French of Paris, as heard from our countrymen lately abroad, and his do-si-do was the gem of the fraud. But what can you hope from a gentleman bawd from circles of culture by dogs in the yard? 'Twas a glorious dance, though, all the same. The Jodin Mabel in the days of its fame never saw legs perform such springs. The cold chisel's magic had given them wings. They footed it featly, those lades and gents. Dull care, said Longmull, had a helly go hence. 'Twas a very aristocratic affair. The creme de la creme of the place was there, the swells and belles of our toughest sets, and Hubert Howe Bancroft sent his regrets. A prayer sweet spirit of cesspool, hear a mother's prayer, her terrors pacify and offspring spare, upon Silurians alone let fall, and God in heaven have mercy on them all. The red revenges of your fragrant breath, hot with the flames invisible of death. Sing in each nose a melody of smells, and lead them snout-wise to their several hells. To one detested sir, you're a veteran, revealed in history and fable as warrior since you took the field, defeating Abel. As commissary later, or if not, in every cottage the tale is, you contracted for a mess of pottage. In civil life you were, we read, and our respect increases, a man of peace, a man, indeed, of 30 pieces. To paying taxes when you turned your mind, or what you call so, a wide celebrity you earned, Sapphira also. In every age, by various names, you've won renown and story, but on your present record flames a greater glory. Cain, Esau, and Iscariot too, and Ananias likewise, each had peculiar powers, but who could lie as Mike lies? The boss's choice listened to his wild romances. He advances foolish fancies, each expounded as his view. Goo. In his brain's opacus clot, he has got a maggot. What a man with views to overwhelm us? Gulielmus. Hear his demagogic clamor, hear him stammer in his grammar. See him laboring to spell Gulielmus L. Slave who paid the price demanded. With two-handed iron branded by the boss. Pray cease to dose us, Gulielmus L. Jocosus. A merciful governor standing within the triple wall of hell, and flattening his nose against a grate behind whose brazen bars he'd had to dwell 1,000 million ages to that date, Stoneman bewailed his melancholy fate, and his big teardrops, boiling as they fell, had wan between his feet, the record mentions, a deep depression in the good intentions, imperfectly by memory taught how, for prayer in hell is a lost art, he prayed, uplifting his incinerated brow and flaming hands in supplication's aid. Oh, grant, he cried, my torment may be stayed in mercy, some short breathing spell allow. If one good deed I did before my ghosting, spare me and give Delmas a double roasting. Breathing a holy harmony in hell, down through the appalling clamors of the place, charming them all to willing concord, fell a voice ineffable and full of grace. Because of all the law-defying race one single malefactor of the cell, thou didst deny a pardon, thy petition gains thee 10,000 years of intermission. Back from their fastenings began to shoot the rusted bolts, with dreadful raw, the gate laboriously turned, and black with soot, the extinguished spirit passed that awful strait, and as he legged it into space, elate, muttered, Yes, I remember that galoot. I'd signed his pardon, ready to allot it, but stuck it in my desk and quite forgot it. An interpretation now Lonergan appears upon the boards, and truth and error sheathed their lingual swords. No more in wordy warfare to engage, the commentators bow before the stage, and bookworms, militant for ages past, confess their equal foolishness at last, reread their Shakespeare in the newer light, and swear the meanings obvious to sight. For centuries the question has been hot. Was Hamlet crazy, or was Hamlet not? Now, Lonergan's illuminating art reveals the truth of the disputed part, and shows to all the critics of the earth that Hamlet was an idiot from birth. A soaring toad, so, Watman, you would not serve again, although we'd all agree to pay you double. You find it all is vanity and pain, one clump of clover in a field of stubble, one grain of pleasure in a peck of trouble. 'Tis sad, at your age, having to complain of disillusion, but the fault is whose when pygmies stumble, wearing giants' shoes? I humbly told you many moons ago for high preferment you were all unfit. A clumsy bear makes but a sorry show climbing a pole. Let him, judicious, sit with dignity at bottom of his pit, and none his awkwardness will ever know. Some beasts look better, and feel better, too, seen from above. And so, I think, would you? Why, you were mad. Did you suppose because our foolish system suffers foolish men to climb to power, make, enforce the laws, and, it is whispered, break them now and then, we love the fellows and respect them when we've stilled the volume of our loud hurrahs. When folly blooms, we trample at the maw for having cultivated it before. Behold yon labourer. His garb is mean, his face is grimy, but who thinks to ask the measure of his brains? 'Tis only seen he's fitted for his honourable task, and so delights the mind. But let him bask in droll prosperity, absurdly clean, is that the man whom we admired before? Good Lord, how ignorant, and what a bore! Better for you that thoughtless men had said, noting your fitness in the humblest sphere. Why don't they make him governor? Instead of, why the devil did they? But I fear my words on your inhospitable ear are wasted like a sermon to the dead. Still, they may profit you if studied well. You can't be taught to think, but may to spell. An undress uniform the apparel does not proclaim the man. Polonius lied like a partisan, and Salomon still would a hero seem if heaven dispel the impossible dream. He stood in a shroud on the hangman's trap, his eye burning holes in the black, black cap, and the crowd below would exclaim, Amen? He's ready to fall for his country again. The perverted village off to Goldsmith's sweet Auburn, liveliest village of the plain, where health and slander welcome every train, whence smiling innocence, its tribute paid, retires in terror, wounded and dismayed. Dear lovely bowers of gossip and disease, whose climate cures us that thy dames may tease, how often have I knelt upon thy green and prayed for death, to mitigate their spleen. How often have I paused on every charm with mingled admiration and alarm, the brook that runs by many a scandal mill, the church whose pasta groans upon the grill, the cowthorn bush with seats beneath the shade, where hearts are struck and reputations flayed. How often wished thine idle wives some day might more at whist, less at the devil, play. Unblessed retirement, ere my life's decline killed by detraction, may I witness thine. How happy she who, shunning shades like these, finds in a wolf den great a peace and ease, who quits the place whence truth did earlier fly, and rather than come back prefers to die. For her no jealous maids renounce their sleep, contriving malices to make her weep. No iron-faced dames her character debate, and spurn imploring mercy from the gate. But down she lies to a more peaceful end, for wolves do not calumniate, but rend, sinks piecemeal to their maws, a willing prey, while resignation lubricates the way, and all her prospects brighten at the last. To wolves, not women, an approved repast. 1884. Mr. Sheets the devil stood before the gate of heaven. He had a single mate, behind him in his shadow, slunk Clay Sheets in a perspiring funk. St. Peter, see this season ticket, said Satan. Pray undo the wicket. The sleepy saint threw slight regard upon the proffered bit of card, signed by some sacerdotal cheats, admit the bearer and Clay Sheets. Peter expanded all his eyes. Clay Sheets? Well, I'll be damned, he cries. Our couches are of golden cloud, nothing of earth is here allowed. I'll let you in, he added, shedding on Nick a smile, but not your bedding. A jackatall views so, Esty, you are still alive? I thought that you had died and were a blessed ghost. I know at least your coffin once was bought with railroad money, and 'twas said by most historians that Stanford made a boast the cellar, threw you in. That goes for naught. Man takes delight in fancy's fine inventions, and woman too, 'tis said, if they are French ones. Do you remember, Esty? Ah, 'twas long and long ago. How fierce you grew and hot when anything impeded the straight, strong, wild sweep of the great billow you had got atop of, like a swimmer bold. Great Scott, how fine your wavemanship! How loud your song of down with railroads! When the wave subsided and left you stranded, you were much divided. Then for a time you were content to wade the waters of the robber baron's moat. To fetch and carry was your humble trade, and ferry Stanford over in a boat, well paid if he bestowed the kindly groat and spoke you fair, and called you pretty maid. And when his stomach seemed a bit unsteady, you got your serviceable basin ready. Strange man, how odd to see you, smug and spruce, there at Chicago, burrowed in a chair, not made to measure and a deal too loose, and see you lift your little arm and swear democracy shall be no more? If it's a fair and civil question, and not too abstruse, were you elected as a robber baron, or as a communist whose teeth had hair on, my lord poet? Who drives fat oxen should himself be fat. Who sings for nobles, he should noble be. There's no non sequitur, I think, in that, and this is logic plain as ABC. Now, Hector Stuart, you're a Scottish prince, if right you fathom your descent, that fall from grace, and since you have no peers, and since you have no kind of nobleness at all, 'twere better to sing little, lest you wince when made by heartless critics to sing small. And yet, my liege, I bid you not despair. Ambition conquers but a realm at once. For European bays arrange your hair, 2 continents in time shall crown you dunce. To the fool-killer welcome, welcome. Sit you down, old friend, your pipe I'll serve, your bottle I'll attend. 'Tis many a year since you and I have known society more pleasant than our own in our brief respites from excessive work. I pointing out the hots for you to dirk. What have you done since lately at this baud? We canvassed the deserts of all the hod, and chose what names would please the people best, engraved on coffin plates. What bounding breast would give more satisfaction if at rest? But never mind, the record cannot fail. The loftiest monuments will tell the tale. I trust ere next we meet you'll slay the chap who calls old Tyler Judge and Mary. Cap calls John P. Irish Colonel, and John P. whose surname Jackson speaks his pedigree by the same title, men of equal rank though one is Belial, and one all shank, showing their several service in the fray. One fought for food and one to get away. I hope, I say, you'll kill the title man who saddles one on every back he can, then rides it from Beersheba to Dan. Another fool, I trust, you will perform your office on while my resentments warm. He shakes my hand a dozen times a day if, luckless, I so often cross his way, though I've 3 senses besides that of touch, to make me conscious of a fool too much. Seek him, friend killer, and your purpose make apparent as his guilty hand you take, and set him trembling with a solemn shake. But chief of all the addle-witted crew conceded by the hangman's league to you, the fool, his dams acquainted with a knave, whose fluent pen, of his no brain the slave, strews notes of introduction o'er the land and calls it hospitality. His hand may palsy seize ere he again consign to me his friend, as I to Hades mine. Pity the wretch, his faults howe'er you see, whom accredits to his victim, be, like shuttlecock which battledores attack, one speeds it forward, one would drive it back. The trustful simpleton is twice unblessed, a rare good riddance, an unwelcome guest. The glad consignor rubs his hands to think how duty is commuted into ink. The consignee, his hands he cannot rub, he has the man upon them, mutters, "Cub?" and straightway plans to lose him at the club. You know, good killer, where this dunce abides, the secret jungle where he writes and hides, though no exploring foot has e'er upstirred his human elephant's exhaustless herd. Go, bring his blood, we'll drink it, letting fall a due libation to the gods of Gaul. On second thought, the gods may have it all. 1 and 1 a 2 the trumpet sounded and the dead came forth from earth and ocean, and Pickering arose and sped aloft with wobbling motion. What makes him fly lopsided? Cried a soul of the elected. One ear was wax, a rogue replied, and isn't resurrected. Below him on the pitted plain, by his abandoned hollow, his hair and teeth tried all in vain the rest of him to follow. St. Peter, seeing him ascend, came forward to the wicket and said, "My mutilated friend, I'll thank you for your ticket." "The call," said Pickering, his hand to reach the latch extended. Said Peter, affable and bland, "The free list is suspended. What claim have you that's valid here?" That ancient vilifier reflected, then with look austere, replied, "I am a liar." Said Peter, "That is simple, neat, and candid Anglo-Saxon, but, well, come in and take a seat up there by Colonel Jackson." Montague Leveson, as some enormous violet that towers colossal are the heads of lowlier flowers, its giant petals royally displayed, and casting half the landscape into shade, delivering its odors, like the blows of some strong slugger, at the public nose, pride of 2 nations, for a single state would scarce suffice to sprout a plant so great. So Leveson's humility, outgrown the meaner virtues that he deigns to own, to the high skies its great corolla rears, in the benign sufflation of his cheers. The woeful tale of Mr. Peters I should like, good friends, to mention the disaster that befell Mr. William Perry Peters, of the town of Muscattle, whose fate is full of meaning if correctly understood, admonition to the haughty, consolation to the good. It happened in the hot snap which we recently incurred, when 'twas warm enough to carbonize the feathers of a bird, and men exclaimed, "By hunky?" who were bad enough to swear, and pious persons supervised their adjectives with care. Mr. Peters was a pedagogue of honor and repute, his learning comprehensive, multifarious, minute. It was commonly conceded in the section whence he came that the man who played against him needed knowledge of the game, and some there were who whispered, in the town of Muscattle, that besides the game of draw he knew orthography as well, though the school directors, frigidly contemning that as stuff, thought that draw, and maybe spelling, if he had it, was enough. Withal he was a haughty man, indubitably great, but too vain of his attainments and his power in debate. His mien was contumelious to men of lesser gift. "It's only me," he said, "can give the human mind a lift. Before a proper audience, if ever I've a chance, you'll see me chipping in, the cause of learning to advance. Just let me have a decent chance to back my mental hand, and I'll come to center lightly in a way they'll understand." Such was William Perry Peters, and I feel a poignant sense of grief that I'm unable to employ the present tense. But Providence disposes, be our scheming what it may, and disposed of Mr. Peters in a cold, regardless way. It occurred in San Francisco, whither Mr. Peters came in the cause of education, feeling still the holy flame of ambition to assist in lifting up the human mind to a higher plane of knowledge than its architect designed. He attended the convention of the pedagogic host. He was first in the pavilion, he was last to leave his post. For days and days he narrowly observed the chairman's eye, his efforts ineffectual to catch it on the fly. The blessed moment came at last. The chairman tipped his head. "The gentleman from that functionary said. The gentleman from reflected with a grin. "They'll know me better by and by when I'm a-chipping in." So William Perry Peters mounted cheerfully his feet, and straightway was aglow with an incalculable heat. His face was as effulgent as a human face could be, and caloric emanated from his whole periphery, for he felt himself the focus of none muscatellish eyes, and the pain of their convergence was a terror and surprise. As with pitiless appulsion all their heat waves on him broke, he was seen to be evolving awful quantities of smoke. "Put him out," cried all in chorus, but the meaning wasn't clear of that succoring suggestion to his obfuscated ear, and it notably augmented his incinerating glow to regard himself excessive, or in any way de trop. Gone was all his wild ambition to lift up the human mind. Gone the words he would have uttered? Gone the thought that lay behind. For words that burn may be consumed in a superior flame, and thoughts that breathe may breathe their last, and die a death of shame. He'd known himself a shining light, but never had he known himself so very luminous as now he knew he shone. "A pillar eye of fire," he'd said, "to guide my race will be." And now that very inconvenient thing to him was he. He stood there all irresolute, the seconds went and came, the minutes passed and did but add fresh fuel to his flame. How long he stood he knew not. 'Twas a century or more, and then that incandescent man levanted for the door. He darted like a comet from the building to the street, where Fahrenheit attested 95 degrees of heat. Vicissitudes of climate make the tenure of the breath precarious, and William Perry Peters froze to death. Twin unworthies ye parasites, that to the rich men stick, as to the fattest sheep the thrifty tick. Edod to Stanford and to Crocker, Ben to Ben and Edod many mina men, and lice to these, who do the kind of work that thieves would have the honesty to shirk, whose wages are that your employers own the fat that reeks upon your every bone and deign to ask, the flattery how sweet, about its health and how it stands the heat, hail and farewell. I meant to write about you, but no, my page is clean of fa without you. Ought lo, tooth and nail my countrymen contest which portrait of Columbus is the best. Considering that the pirate never sat, that is as like as this and this is that. We want a face that shows, by all the rules, a prophecy of 90 million fools. A war cry Charles Shotridge with his martial mouth in place at his own ear, shouts dreadful. Pale horrors shudder through eternal space, of which he has a headful. In dissuasion Dan Burns, you'd be a senator, I hear, and senators are persons of much note. I cannot choose but think it very queer that you solicit for the place of vote. Why, don't you know you'll have to ride the goat, be skyward from a shaken blanket hurled and put in session on a heated chair till your immortal pot is more than rare? Your foretaste of another, Wama world. 'Tis said that all ambitious louts who dare aspire to senatorial fame receive it in some such fashion, though I don't believe it. Still, you'll suppose that this has all occurred. If in that upper house you ere arise, trembly and hot, to speak your maiden word, walls, desks, flaw, ceiling to your failing eyes seeming to blend, and senators like flies to spin about in space, rash man, forbear to cherish your accursed ambition. Sir, your breeding and your character confer small right to breathe in that expanded air. For toads to perch with eagles is to err. Pray heaven to send contentment with your station, and bar you from the halls of legislation. The toga, if you win it, scarce will serve to cover up the stripes, where are the stars, which to a fertile fancy seem to curve round you like shadows of the prison bars. Embezzlement, I'm told, exists in Mars, where sometimes an official will convey, and in the shadow of the jail, abide till it seems photographed upon his hide and shapes his gait, as if he dragged alway a ball and chain. Upon the moon's far side dwells such a man, who knows not, goes the story, which of the saints he is when out for glory. A prediction when the skies are green with clover, and the cows are flying over, when the roses lose their fragrance, when the ants are shiftless vagrants, when the peacocks pluck their tails, and the lion pares his nails, when old ocean's roaring ridges roll beneath iridium bridges, when diseases and physicians quarrel, when the politicians go to work, when lawyers never fib no more again forever, when we gather ice to burn, and to eggs potatoes turn, when the pie-distended sleeper on the nightmare keeps his peeper, quick to round her up and mount her, field and Terry will encounter. When the whales, in battle order, march across our northern border, when the serpent of the sea is no longer known to be, when the cats intone in Latin, and the lady ape wears satin, when the vulture, mortgage, perches nevermore upon the churches, when the sycophant despises arts by which the bird-louse rises comfortably to the sky, and the smithy-haunting fly, sitting on the swelling bellows, is no prouder than his fellows, when the mockingbird eschews all of his assenting views, nor proclaims them out of season, when the poets learn to reason, when lieutenants damn the bullets penetrating captains' gullets, and a major feels the pain of his colonel's shattered brain, when the best of human creatures is the most austere of preachers, and the woman whose demurest is the truest and the purest, when the Mississippi, yearning for its native hills and turning deftly backward in its bed, lays its mouth against its head, when the turtle doves are cruel, field and terriel fight a duel. Another plan editor Owen, of San Jose, commonly known as our friend J.J., weary of scribbling for daily bread, weary of writing what nobody read, slept one day at his desk and dreamed that an angel before him stood and beamed with compassionate eyes upon him there. Editor Owen is not so fair in feature, expression, form or limb, but glances like that are familiar to him, and so to arrive by the shortest route at his visitors will he said simply, "Toot." Editor Owen, the angel said, "Scribble no more for your daily bread. Your intellect staggers and falls and bleeds, weary of writing what nobody reads. Eschew now the quill, in the coming years homilize man through his idle ears. Go lecture?" "Just what I intended to do," said Owen. The angel looked pained and flew. Editor Owen, of San Jose, commonly known as our friend J.J., scribbling no more to supply his needs, weary of writing what nobody reads, passes of life each golden year speaking what nobody comes to hear. A political apostate good friend, it is with deep regret I note the latest, strangest turning of your coat, though any way you wear that mental clout the seamy side seems always to be out. Who could have thought that you would e'er sustain the southern shotgun's arbitrary reign? Your sturdy hand assisting to replace the broken yoke on a delivered race, the ballot's purity no more your care, with equal privilege to dark and fair. To yesterday a traitor, to today, you're constant but the better to betray tomorrow. Your convictions all are naught but the wild asses of the world of thought, which, flying mindless o'er the barren plain, perceive at last they've nothing so to gain, and, turning penitent upon their track, economize their strength by flying back. Ex-champion of freedom, battle-lunged, no more, red-handed, or at least red-tongued, brandish the javelin which by others thrown clove Sambo's hot to quiver in your own. Confess no more that when his blood was shed, and you so sympathetically bled, the bow that spanned the mutual cascade was but the promise of a roaring trade in offices. Your fingering now the trigger shows that you knew your Negro was a nigger. Ad hominem this argumentum runs, peace? Let us fire another kind of guns. I grant you, friend, that it is very true the blacks are ignorant, and sable too. What then? One way of two a fool must vote, and either way with gentlemen of note whose villain feuds the fact attest too well that pedagogues nor vice nor error quell. The fiercest controversies ever rage when Miltons and Salmasiae engage. No project-wide attention ever drew, but it despotted all the learned crew. As through their group, the cleaving lines prolonged with fiery combatants, each field is thronged. In battle royal, they engage at once for guidance of the hesitating dunce. The Titans on the heights contend full soon, on this side Webster and on that Calhoun, the monstrous conflagration of their fight startling the day and splendoring the night. Both are unconquerable. One is right. Wilt keep the pygmy, if we make him strong, from siding with a giant in the wrong. When genius strikes for error, who's afraid to arm poor folly with a wooden blade? O Rabelais, you knew it all. Your good and honest judge, by men misunderstood, knew to be right there was but one device less fallible than intellect, the dice. The time must come, heaven expedite the day, when all mankind shall their decrees obey, and nations prosper in their peaceful sway. Tinka Dick, good Parson Dixon preached, I'm told a sermon, 'twas very old and very, very bald. 'Twas all about, I know not what it was about, nor what 'twas not. A screw loose it was called. Whatever, Parson Dick, you say, the world will get each blessed day still more and more askew and fall apart at last. Great snakes, what skillful tinker ever takes his tongue to turn a screw? A peaceful community with lifted hands, Lone Mountain's giant cross stands in the sky against the western splendor. A ship beyond is playing pitch and toss. She hugs, ships all are feminine in gender. The Shaw then quickly turns away to find another Shaw to suit her altered mind. About the foot of that tall rood are spread the simple mound and pompous mausoleum, three several republics of the dead, whose citizens love peace. You'll never see 'em assail a streetcar passenger with stones, nor brain a woman with their marrow bones. Not even in Potter's Field the pauper crew go on strike to get a fair division of monumental fame. If they but knew, their barren paddock is a field Elysian, compared with many an historic place, where royal odors leg it into space. The dead intimidate no sandlot judge, nor was it ever their besetting sin to scare burly sheriffs. Faith? I'd not begrudge that crossed the necks if it were fashioned into a double gibbet, on one arm to bear a rioter, on t'other one a mare. Long live the dead. Since they prefer to live within the law, it is a monstrous pity that early legislation did not give them the authority to rule this city. Here's to their health, and may their tribe increase, recruited from the judges and police, with a book words shouting, singing, smiling, frowning, sense lacking. Nothing more obscure than Browning, save blacking. A competitor, Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite, my legs are not so very straight. My spine, I'm sorry to observe, maintains a most rebellious curve. My neck is skinny, and my bust would justify a husband's trust. But Papa thinks his Mary Ann is built upon a gorgeous plan. Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite, I take the liberty to state that Venuses would go on strike if oughted to be all alike. For some are made for this, and some for that. You take 'em as they come. But Papa says, my Mary Ann knocks out the whole damn caravan. Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite, they think in Greaseville I'm great. They say in Greaseville. You bet she'll make them hens get up and get. She's just a bird. So when I clout myself in cheesecloth you look out, for Papa says, my Mary Ann has win whenever she has ran. Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite, I'm giving you the business straight, make any standards that you please beneath my cloth, I'm just the cheese. I care not what the artists say, I'm in it and I'm in to stay. For Papa says, if Mary Ann will advertise she'll get a man. Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite, head Venus herder of the state, round up your girls. But Frona, dear, I think it very, very queer that you yourself do not compete. Are you too plump or too petite? My Papa says. Why, Mary Ann, she's from Beersheba to Dan. Generosity by 7 brave poems the Mikado shows his royal fitness for the field of prose. Of bold, bad bods to crown him brother chief Dick Watson Gilda spares one laurel leaf. Bats in sunshine well, Mr. Kemble, you are called, I think, a great divine, and I'm a great profane. You as a Congregationalist blink some certain truths that I esteem again, and drop them in the coffers of my brain, pleased with the pretty music of their chink. Perhaps your spiritual wealth is such a golden truth, two don't count for much. You say that you've no patience with such stuff as by Renan is writ, and when you read, why do you read? Have hardly strength enough to hold your hand from flinging the vile screed into the fire. That were a wasteful deed which you'd repent in sackcloth extra rough, for books cost money, and I'm told you care to lay up treasures here as well as there. I fear, good, pious soul, that you mistake your thrift for toleration. Never mind, Renan in any case would hardly break his great, strong, charitable heart to find the bats and owls of your myopic kind pained by the light that his ideas make. 'Tis truth's best purpose to shine in at holes where cower the Kembles, to confound their souls. A word to the unwise Charles Maine, of the firm of Maine and Winchester, has audited a grand mausoleum for his plot in Mountain View Cemetery. Charles Maine, of Maine and Winchester, attend with friendly ear the chit-chat of a friend who knows you not, yet knows that you and he travel two roads that have a common end. We journey forward through the time allowed, I humbly bending, you erect and proud. Our heads alike will stable soon the worm, the one that's lifted and the one that's bowed. You in your mausoleum shall repose, I where it pleases him who sleep bestows. What matter whether one so little worth shall stain the marble or shall feed the rose? Charles Maine, I had a friend who died one day. A metal casket held his honored clay. Of Cyclopean architecture stood the splendid vault where he was laid away. A dozen years, and lo, the roots of grass had burst asunder all the joints. The brass, the gilded ornaments, the carven stones lay tumbled all together in a mass. A dozen years? That taxes your belief. Make it 1,000 if the time's too brief. 'Twill be the same to you. When you are dead you cannot even count your days of grief. Suppose a pompous monument you raise, till on its peak the solar splendor blaze, while yet about its base the night is black. But will it give your glory length of days? Say, when beneath your rubbish has been thrown, some rogue to reputation all unknown, men's backs being turned, should lift his thieving hand, efface your name and substitute his own, whose then would be the monument? To whom would be the fame? Forgotten in your gloom, your very name forgotten, ah, my friend, the name is all that's rescued by the tomb. For memory of worth and work we go to other records than a stone can show. These lacking, not remains, with these the stone is needless for the world will know. Then build your mausoleum if you must, and creep into it with a perfect trust. But in the twinkling of an eye the plough shall pass without obstruction through your dust. Another movement of the pendulum, and lo, the desert-haunting wolf shall come, and, seated on the spot, shall howl by night o'er rotting cities, desolate and dumb. On the platform, when Dr. Bill Bartlett stepped out of the hum of Mammon's distracting and wearisome strife, to stand and deliver a lecture on some conditions of intellectual life, I cursed the offender who gave him the hall to lecture on any conditions at all. But he rose with a fire divine in his eye, haranguing with endless abundance of breath, till I slept. And I dreamed of a gibbet reared high, and Dr. Bill Bartlett was dressing for death. And I thought in my dream, these conditions, no doubt, are bad for the life he was talking about. So I cried, pray remember this all was a dream. Get off of the platform. It isn't the kind. But he fell through the trap with a jerk at the beam and wiggled his toes to unburden his mind. And oh, so bewitching the thoughts he advanced that I clung to his ankles, attentive, entranced. Judge not to foreigners in San Francisco, greeting. When you see a labor leader fiercely beating the air with all his fingers to betoken his view of this, all that ere yet 'tis spoken. When you see him, as in dancing, foot it featly to manifest dissent the more completely. When you hear him in a tempest of emotion deflate himself of some unpeaceful notion, don't prophesy a blazing revolution. Don't drag the guillotine from its seclusion. Don't whistle up a storm of blood and thunder, to fill the world with horror, fear, and wonder. He's dreadful in defining his position, he's terrible in threatening sedition, and a past grand master of submission. Desperation my days all are wasted in vainly contesting the field against fate, my nights with remorses insanely are swarming, and spectres of hate. Oh for rest, oh for peace, I cry madly, let me fall, for I faint in the strife. To be dead, I'd give gladly all that I have, except life. To dog-pervading pest, old Adam, when he saw thy prime progenitor, I doubt not, swore and kicked the cursed Cudel from the door, though now thy well-page we protect by law. In faith, thou must have been a beastly, raw, uncultivated monster many score immemorable centuries before thy rigor was by breeding made to thaw. How racy of the soil thou must have been, indigenous and close to nature's heart. How strong thy jawlock, habits how unclean, and what a sink of infamy thy heart. It may be, though, thou wert created upright. If man, the angel's care, could fall, a pup might. To a grabberiff, Prentice Maslin, you would kindly leave a coin or two of what the state has hoarded, we'd think it generous of you. For we've but just begun our fortunes to retrieve, having lost all our treasury afforded to certain robbers, who, departing, left us you as a memorial of the theft. Memorial? Bless you, you're the very thing incarnate, and by no means any cleaner for incarnation. Sir, you are the king of crimes, grown great and proud remembering when you were young and but a misdemeanor. Let lesser souls be ravenous of pelf, he scorns the gains of greed whose greed itself. What? shall a firework covetously yearn while splendoring the skies, a gorgeous rocket where golden constellations grandly burn, to take the earth along? 'Tis sad to learn that even the robe of glory has a pocket. In you, alas, I'd fondly hoped to see one man that loved himself unselfishly. Memorial Day the bands have played, the singers finished singing, the flags done flapping and the bells done ringing. Hereditary candidates have spoken, their tongues are silent and their hearts are broken. Bonds, Shortridge, Salomon in all his glory, with wounds, their mouths, no longer wide and gory, healed by the touch of time, for even orations must sometimes come to end if one have patience. And still, in spite of all the din infernal of every general and judge and colonel, our grand old heroes sleep in peace eternal. A dampened Ada, the Chinatown at Bacchusfield was blazing bright and high. The flames to Wata would not yield, though torrents drenched the sky and drowned the ground for miles around. The houses were so dry. Then rose an aged preacher man whom all did much admire, who said, "To force on you my plan I truly don't aspire, but streams, it seems, might quench these beams if turned upon the fire." The fireman said, "This hoary wight his folly dares to thrust on us. 'Twere well he felt our might, nay, he shall feel our must." With jet of wet and small regret they laid that old man's dust. Adair Welka, poet the Swan of Avon died. The Swan of Sacramento will soon be gone, and when his death song he shall coo, stand back, or it will kill you too. To a word warrior Frank Pixley, you, who kissed the hand that strove to cut the country's throat, cannot forgive the hands that smote applauding in a distant land, applauding carelessly, as one the weak are willing to befriend until the quarrel's at an end, then learn by whom it was begun. When North was pitted against South, non-combatants on either side in calculating fury vied, and fought their foes by word of mouth. That mad Logomachy you led with formidable feats of tongue. Then on the battle's you hung, with Samson's weapons slew the dead, so hot the ardor of your soul that every fierce civilian came his torch to kindle at your flame, or have you blow his cooling coal. Men prematurely left their beds and sought the gelid bath, so great the heat and splendor of your hate of Englishmen and copperheads. King Lear of deceitful men, for imposition doubly armed, the patriots whom your speaking charmed you stung to madness with your pen. There was a certain journal here, its English owner growing rich. Your hand the treason wrote for which a mob cut short its cursed career. If Pixley, you had not the brain to know the true from false, or you to truth had courage to be true, and loyal to her perfect reign. If you had not your powers arrayed to serve the wrong by tricksy speech, nor pushed yourself within the reach of retribution's accolade, I had not had the will to go outside the olive-botted path of peace to cut the birch of wrath, and strip your body for the blow. Behold how dark the war clouds rise about the mother of our race. The lightnings gild her tranquil face and glitter in her patient eyes. Her children throng the hither flood and lean intent above the beach. Their beating hearts inhibit speech with stifling tides of English blood. Their skies, but not their hearts, they change who go in ships across the sea. Through all centuries to be the strange new land will still be strange. The island mother holds engaged the souls of sons she never saw, superior to law, the law of sympathetic heritage. Forgotten now, the foolish reign of wrath which sundered trivial ties. A soldier's saber vainly tries to cleave a spiritual chain. The iron in our blood affines, though fratricidal hands may spill. Shall hate be throned on Bunker Hill, yet love abide in Seven Pines? A culinary candidate, a cook adorned with paper cap, a waiter with a tray, may be a worthy kind of chap in his way, but when we want one for ricotta, then, Mr. Walton, take our order. To one acquitted, sir, you have killed a man and you are free? That is, your hanging ne'er will come about. For I've observed when jurors disagree 'tis not as 'tis when other thieves fall out. Some honest men are in the case, no doubt, but none come by their own, not even the chap whose honest office is to spring the trap. Some needy tramp, I think, is deputized that lowly function to perform. Although I must confess, I am not well advised concerning that. I ne'er did undergo a hanging, but if I am right you owe the customary perquisite to some poor shivering and disappointed bum. If Californian hangmen are too proud to wear the clothing of the wretch they string, and the good ancient customs been allowed to lapse, or if so seldom murderers swing in this good land that there is no such thing as custom in the case, the truth we reach is, you've forfeited your life, but not your breeches. Content one day, when Satan visited the earth in order that his eyes might feed his mirth, a loyal follower in sorrow said, Father of falsehood, to our idols wed we rear memorials in bronze and stone to every kind of mortal greatness known, But not in this thy realm stands anywhere a monument or statue to declare thy greater glory. With the modest mien of violet that loves to bloom unseen, Satan replied, all earthly fame I shun, content with consciousness of work well done. Statues to heroes? Mine the humble glory to tell on every pedestal the story. At the observatory Mahatma Holden, autocrat of stars, fixed to the telescope his curious eye and waited for some great phenomenon to seek his field of vision. Years and years, retiring early, rising with the sun, with patience proof against defeat, he still had sought some grand discovery. And still, dogging the footsteps of endeavor, came grim disappointment and in mockery derided him. But now, even as he gazed, a great white light crept up the sky, and lo! Into the telescope's illumined ken swam with a stately grace a noble orb, and paused in mid-field of the mighty tube. Mahatma Holden, autocrat of stars, was found next morn beneath the instrument, senseless and motionless as one that's dead. By some emotion overcome, said one, sometime physician to the gug of smat, who with sharp stimulants and kindly words strove to revive him. Scarcely had the fresh and wholesome air saluted both his lungs than, paper, cried he, paper, pen and ink, quick, ere the glorious memory fades. Ah, friends, not all in vain my vigils and my skill to read the secrets of the upper deep. At last I'm famous, and my name shall ring adown the centuries unlinked with theirs, my menials, Burnham, bah. He faltered then, yet with a mighty effort pieced himself, mastered his spirit, calmly gazed about and with angelic dignity explained, I've found the moon. And it was even so. The Olamargarine man once in the county of Marin, where milk is sold to purchase gin, renowned for butter and renowned for 14 ounces to the pound, a bull stood watching every turn of Mr. Wilson with a churn, as that deigning worthy stalked about him, eyeing as he walked El Toro's sleek and silken hide, his neck, his flank and all beside, thinking with secret joy, I'll spread this mammal on a slice of bread. Soon Mr. Wilson's keen concern to get the creature in his churn unhorsed his caution, made him blind to the fell vigor of bullkind, till, filled with valor to the teeth, he drew his dasher from its sheath and bravely brandished it, the while he smiled a dark, portentous smile, a deep, sepulchral smile, a wide and open smile, which at his side the churn to copy vainly tried, a smile so like the dawn of doom that all the field was palled in gloom, and all the trees within a mile, as tribute to that awful smile, made haste, with loyalty discreet, to fling their shadows at his feet. Then rose his battle cry, I'll spread this mammal on a slice of bread. To such a night the day had turned that Taurus dimly was discerned. He was so meek and grave an air it seemed as if, engaged in prayer, this thunderbolt incarnate had no thought of anything that's bad. This concentrated earthquake stood and gave his mind to being good. Lightly and low he drew his breath. This magazine of sudden death, all this the thrifty Wilson's glance took in, and crying, now's my chance? Upon the bull he sprang amain to put him in his churn. Again rang out his battle yell, I'll spread this mammal on a slice of bread. Sing, muse, that battle royal, sing the deeds that made the region ring, the blows, the bellowing, the cries, the dust that darkened all the skies, the thunders of the contest, all? Nay, none of these things did befall. A yell there was, a rush, no more. El Toro, tranquil as before, still stood there basking in the sun, nor of his legs had shifted one, stood there and conjured up his cud and meekly munched it. Scenes of blood had little charm for him. His head he merely nodded as he said, I've spread that butman upon a slice of southern Oregon. The genesis of crime, God said, let there be crime, and the command brought Satan, leading Stoneman by the hand. Why, that's stupidity, not crime, said God, bring what I ordered. Satan with a nod replied, this is one element, when I the other, opportunity, supply in just equivalent, the tool of fine, and in a chemical embrace combine and crime result, for crime can only be stupiditate of opportunity. So leaving Stoneman, not as yet endowed with soul, in special session on a cloud, Nick to his sooty laboratory went, returning soon with t'other element. Here's opportunity, he said, and put pen, ink, and paper down at Stoneman's foot. He seized them. Heaven was filled with fires and thunders, and crime was added to creation's wonders. Llewellyn Powell villain, when the word is spoken, and your chains at last are broken. When the gibbet's chilling shade ceases darkly to enfold you, and the angel who enrolled you as a master of the trade of assassination sadly blots the record he has made, and your name and title paints in the calendar of saints. When the devils, dancing madly in the midmost hell, are very multitudinously merry, then beware, beware, beware. Nemesis is everywhere. You shall hear her at your back, and, your hunted visage turning, fancy that her eyes are burning like a tiger's on your track. You shall hear her in the breeze whispering to summer trees. You shall hear her calling, calling to your spirit through the storm when the giant billows foam and the splintered lightning, falling down the heights of heaven, appalling, splendors all the tossing seas. On your bed at night reclining, stars into your chamber shining as they roll around the pole, none their purposes divining, shall appear to search your soul, and to gild the mock of Cain that burns into your tortured brain. And the dead man's eyes shall ever meet your own wherever you, desperate, shall turn you to, and you shall escape them never. By your heritage of guilt, by the blood that you have spilt, by the law that you have broken, by the terrible red token that you bear upon your brow, by the awful sentence spoken and irrevocable, vow which consigns you to a living death, and to the unforgiving furies who avenge your crime through the periods of time. By that dread eternal doom hinted in your future's gloom, as the flames infernal tell of their power and perfection in their wavering reflection on the battlements of hell. By the mercy you denied, I condemn your guilty soul and your body to abide, like a serpent in a hole. The sunset gun off Santa Cruz, the western wave was crimson as with blood. The sun was sinking to his grave beneath that angry flood. Sir Walter Turnbull, brave and stout, then shouted, "Ho, lads, run! The powder and the wood bring out to fire the sunset gun. That punctual orb did ne'er omit to keep by land or sea. Its every engagement, it shall never wait for me. Behold the black-mouthed cannons stand, ready with charge and prime, the lanyard in the gunner's hand. Sir Walter waits the time. The glowing orb sinks in the sea, and clouds of steam aspire, then fade and the horizon's free. Sir Walter thunders, "Fire!" The gunner pulls, the lanyard pots, and not a sound ensues. The beating of 10,000 hearts was heard at Santa Cruz. Off Santa Cruz the western wave was crimson as with blood. The sun, with visage stern and grave, came back from out the flood. The viduate dame 'tis the widow of Thomas Blythe, and she goeth upon the spree, and red are cheeks of the bystanders for her acts a light and free. In a 7-ounce costume, the widow of Thomas Blythe, why perched high on the window ledge, the difficult cancan trieth. 10 constables they essay to bait the dame's hallowing. With the widow of Thomas Blythe, their hands are overflowing. And they cry, "Call the National Guard to quell this Paulus muss, for all of the widows of Thomas Blythe are upon the spree and us. Oh, long shall the eerie tale be told by that posse's surviving tithe, and with tears bedewed he'll sing this rude ballad of the widow of Thomas Blythe. For of a kind Robert F. Morrow, dear man, although a stranger and a foe to soft affection's humanizing glow, although untaught how manly hearts may throb with more desires than the desire to rob, although as void of tenderness as wit, and owning nothing soft but Morris Schmidt, although polluted, shunned, and in disgrace, you fill me with a passion to embrace. Attentive to your look, your smile, your beck, I watch and wait to fall upon your neck. Laud of my love and idol of my hope, you are my Valentine, and I'm a rope. Alfred Clark, J.R., illustrious son of an illustrious sire, entrusted with the duty to cry fire, and call the engines out, exert your power with care. When looking from your lofty tower, you see a ruddy light on every wall. Pause for a moment ere you sound the call. It may be from a fire, it may be, too, from good men's blushes when they think of you. Judge Rutledge, Sultan of Stupids, with enough of brains to go indoors in all uncommon rains, but not enough to stay there when the storm is past. When all the world is dry and warm, in irking comfort, lamentably gay, keeping the evil tenor of your way, you walk abroad, sweet, beautiful and smug, and justice hears you with her wonted shrug, lifts her broad bandage half an inch, and keeps one eye upon you, while the other weeps. W.H.L. Bonds, happy the man who sin's proverbial wage receives on the installment plan, in age. For him, the bulldog pistol's honest bark has naught of terror in its blunt remark. He looks with calmness on the gleaming steel. If ere it touched his heart he did not feel, superior hardness turned its point away, though urged by fond affinity to stay. His bloodless veins ignored the futile stroke, and moral mildew kept the cut and cloak. Happy the man, I say, to whom the wage of sin has been commuted into age. Yet not quite happy, hawk, that horrid cry. His cruel mirror wounds him in the eye. Reconciliation, Stanford and Huntington, so long at outs, kissed and made up. If you have any doubts, dismiss them, for I saw them do it, man. And then, why, then I clutched my purse and ran. A vision of climate I dreamed that I was poor and ill and sad, broken in hope and weary of my life, my ventures all miscarrying, not had for all my labor in the heat and strife, and in my heart some certain thoughts were rife of an unsummoned exit. As I lay considering my bitter state, I cried, alas, that hither I did ever stray. Better in some fair country to have died than live in such a land, where fortune never, unless one be successful, crowns endeavor. Then, even as I lamented, lo, there came a troop of presences, I knew not whence nor what they were. Thought cannot rightly name what's known through spiritual evidence, reported not by gross material sense. Why come ye here? I seem to cry, though not my sleeping tongue did utter to the first, what are ye? With what woeful message fraught? Ye have a ghastly look, as ye had burst some sepulchre in memory. Weird creatures, I'm sure I'd know you if ye had but features. Some subtle organ noted the reply, inaudible to ear of flesh the tone. The finest climate in the world am I, from Siskiyou to San Diego known, from the Sierra to the sea. The zone called semi-tropical I've pulled about and placed it where it does most good, I trust. I shake my never-failing bounty out alike upon the just and the unjust. That's very true, said I, but when 'tis shaken my share by the unjust is ever taken. Permit me, it resumed, now to present my eldest son, the champagne atmosphere, and others to rebuke your discontent, the mammoth squash, strawberry all the year, the fair no lightning, flashing only here, the wholesome earthquake and Italian sky with its unstriking sun, and last, not least, the compose mentee's dog. Now, ingrate, try to bring a better stomach to the feast. When nature makes a dance and pays the piper, to be unhappy is to be a viper. Why, yet, said I, with all your blessings fine, and heaven forbid that I should speak them ill, I'm poor and ill and sorrowful. Ye shine with more of splendor than of heat, for still, although my will is warm, my bones are chill. Then warm you with enthusiasm's blaze, fortune waits not on toil, they cried. Oh then, join the wild chorus clamoring our praise, throw up your beaver and throw down your pen. Begone, I shouted. They bewent, a smirking, and I, awakening, fell straight a-working. A mass meeting it was a solemn rite as e'er was seen by mortal man. The celebrants, the people there, were all Republican. Their Esty bent his grizzled head, and General Dimmond too, and one, 'twas Reddick, someone said, though no one clearly knew. I saw the priest, white-robed and tall, assistant, Father Stowe. He was the pious man men call Dan Burns of Mexico. Ah, 'twas a high and holy rite as anyone could swear. What does it mean? I asked a white who knelt apart in prayer. A mass for the repose, he said, of Colonel Markham's. What is gallant Colonel Markham dead? 'Tis sad, God wot. A mass, repeated he, and rose to go and kneel among the worshippers, for the repose of Colonel Markham's tongue. The new Dennis Lowe, Kearney, rising on his hinder legs for higher rates of freight and passage begs. Time was when Dennis talked another way, because he drove an opposition dray. Thus, soon or late, to override the laws, all common carriers make common cause, pool the foul issues of their dirty lungs, lick each other with fraternal tongues. Crocker and Kearney, men of equal leather, Arcade's ambo, they are pigs together. A rational anthem, my country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of felony, of thee I sing, land where my fathers fried young witches and applied whips to the Quaker's hide and made him spring. My knavish country thee, land where the thief is free, thy laws I love. I love thy thieving bills that tap the people's tills. I love thy mob whose will's all laws above. Let federal employees and rings rob all they please, the whole year long. Let office holders make their piles and judges rake our coin. For Jesus' sake, let's all go wrong. In civism he's no good citizen, the crowd of politicians cries aloud. How so? Says one. Because why, curse the man, while we deplete his purse some air contentedly he hums, or twiddles his incivic thumbs. What more could you desire? The whelp, we want him to stand in and help. Two crowds contend his purse to twist away, pray which should he assist? It matters not whose hand unsacks his shekels, for we all go snacks. Famine in prosperity, 2 monks upon a field of battle observed some lean and hungry cattle. Said one, but little feed is growing where death so lately has been mowing. Replied the other, gravely eyeing the piles of dead about them lying, all flesh is grass. I'm quite confounded that cows should starve by hay surrounded. An epigrammatist once Hector Stewart in his tersest mood took up his pencil. By the holy rood, he cried, I'll write an epigram. He did, nay, by the holy mile his pencil slid. Fig leaf, a definition, an artist's trick by which the nudes protected from the eyes of prudes, which else with their peculiar flame might scotch the canvas in its frame, or melt the bronze, or burn to lime the marble, in a minute's time. For sparks are sometimes seen to dance where falls a dame's offended glance, and little curls of smoke to rise from fingers veiling virgin eyes. O prudes, I know you, once you made among us here a fool crusade against some casts from the antique, great, naked, natural and Greek. Whereto you flocked, a prurient crush, and diligently tried to blush, half strangled in the vain attempt till someone, may the wretch be hemped, depressed his lordly length of ear your loud lubricity to hear, then took his chisel up and dealt at art a blow below the belt. Insulted, crimson with the shame, her cheeks aglow, her eyes aflame, the goddess spread her pinions bright, sprang, and the town was left in night. Since then in vain the painter toils, his canvas still repels the oils. In vain with melancholy sighs his baron the engrave applies, lines multiply beneath his hand, their meaning none can understand, with stubborn clay and unsubdued. The sculptor shapes his fancies crude, unable to refine the work, and makes a god look like a Turk. To marble grown, or metal, still the monstrous image makes him ill, till, crazed with rage, the damaged lot he breaks, or sells to Irving Scott. For president, Leland Stanford Mahomet Stanford, with covetous stare, gazed on a vision surpassingly fair. Far on the desert's remote extreme a mountain of gold with a mellow gleam reared its high pinnacles into the sky, the work of mirage to delude the eye. Pixley Pasha, at the prophet's feet piously licking them, swearing them sweet, ventured, observing his master's glance, to beg that he order the mountains advance. Mahomet Stanford exerted his will, commanding, "In Allah's name, hither, hill?" Never an inch the mountain came. Mahomet Stanford, with face aflame, lifted his foot and kicked, alack, Pixley Pasha on the end of the back. Mollified thus and smiling free, he said, "Since the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain." With infinite pains, camels in caravans, Negroes in trains, warriors, workmen, women, and fools, food and water and mining tools he gathered about him, a mighty array, and the journey began at the close of day. All night they traveled. At early dawn, many a wearisome league had gone. Morning broke fair with a golden sheen, mountain, alas, was nowhere seen. Mahomet Stanford pounded his breast, Pixley Pasha he thus addressed, "Dog of mendacity, cheat and slave, may jackasses sing o'er your grandfather's grave? For Mayor O'Abner Double, whose cateral name, bud of the same might envy, 'tis a rough rude thing to say, but it is plain enough your name is to be sneezed at. Its acclaim will fill the speaking trump of future fame with an impeded utterance, a puff suggesting that a pinch or two of snuff would clear the tube and somewhat disinflame. Nay, Abner Double, you'll not get from me my voice and influence. I'll cheer instead some other man, for when my voice ascends a tall pinnacle of praise, and at high sea sustains a chosen name, it shan't be said my influence is naught but influenza. A mine for reformers, when God resolved to make the world, he gathered all the matter in chaos that was mixed and whirled in unassorted scatter. He separated that from this, and tagged on each a label, naming all kinds of substances as far as he was able. He lacked of learning, though, enough to execute his aim, for there still remained a lot of stuff he hadn't any name for. And this, the world completed, lies without concatenation, all unassorted, and supplies ideals for all creation. In Pickle the journals say that the embalming done to Garfield's body badly was begun, faultily finished all too soon, in short was of a most unsatisfactory sort. Unsatisfactory? How so? To whom? Has the long sullen silence of the tomb at last been broken? Is rebellion's head reared in the subject province of the dead? Unsatisfactory, forsooth? Who'd wish to satisfy? Insulting it, a fish. With spices when the conscious cook supplies the autumnal mincemeat for the winter pies, he makes no question if the meat prefer clove, cinnamon or pepper, sage or myrrh. There was, says Chowder if a clam upbraid, no thought of pleasing thee when I was made. What, shall the dead with impudence complain of how we've potted each inert remain? The pickle criticize and even condemn, as if the purpose were to pleasure them? Their cure they rightly canvass in disease, we'll cure them after in what way we please. With blazing eulogies in crowded halls, and mourning emblems blackening the walls, with gorgeous funerals, both at the spot where you were buried, and where you were not. A dummy funerals inutile show 50 to manifest a dummy woe, with black-ruled journals, selling all at twice the customary, uneventful price. With guarded tomb and monument as fine as any lighthouse on the ocean line, Garfield, if still you are dissatisfied, you might as profitably not have died. So you're complaining, vive la bagatelle? The brine, no doubt, was weak and cheap as well, got for a song an undertaker sang, we paid him for it through the nose, the pang more keen than all our sorrow. Even so, your bones that served us for a public show outlast already our unsalted woe. James Montague, poet 'tis said he wrote with wondrous ease, and that is here conceded, but anybody, if he please, can write such verse as he did. Although for James 'twas easy quite, another's difficulty might in self-defense be pleaded. A cheating preacher Munhall, to have my soul you bravely try, although to save my soul, I can't say why. 'Tis not to you, to me however much, why bless it? You might save a million such, yet lose your own. For still the means of grace that you employ to turn us from the place by the archenemy of souls frequented are those which to ensnare us he invented. I do not say you utter falsehoods. I would scorn to give to ministers the lie. They cannot fight, their calling has estopped it. True, I did not persuade them to adopt it. But, Munhall, when you say the devil dwells in all the breasts of all the infidels, making a lot of individual hells, you talk as I should if some world I trod where lying is acceptable to God. I don't at all object, forbid it heaven, that your discourse you temperately leaven with airy reference to wicked souls cursing impenitent on glowing coals, nor quarrel with your fancy, blithe and fine, which represents the wickedest as mine. Each ornament of style my spirit eases, the subject saddens, but the manner pleases. But when you deal damnation round, 'twere sweet to think hereafter that you did not cheat. Deal, and let all accept what you allot 'em. But blast you? You are dealing from the bottom? A crocodile nay, Peter Robertson, 'tis not for you to blubber, or Max Tobbles for he's dead. By heaven, my hearty, if you only knew how better is a grave worm in the head than brains like yours, how far more decent, too, a tomb in far Korea than a bed where Peter lies with Peter, you would covet his happy estate and, dying, learn to love it. In the recesses of the silent tomb no maunderings of yours disturb the peace. Your mental bagpipe, droning like the gloom of Hades audible, perforce must cease from troubling further, and that crack-o-doom, your mouth, shaped like a long bow, shall release in vain such shafts of wit as it can utter, the ear of death can't even hear them flutter. The American party, oh, Marcus D. Boruck, me hearty, I sympathize wid ye. Poor lad, a man that's shot out of his party is mighty unlucky, bedad, and the soul o' that man is sad. But Marcus Gossoon, ye desarve it, ye know for yourself that ye do, for ye jine not intendin' to sarve it, but hop in to make it sarve you, though the roll of its members was too. The other was Pixley, and surely, ye said, he's a kite that wull sail. And so ye hung till him securely, enactin' the role of a tale. But there wasn't the ghost of a gale. But the party today has behind it a powerful backon, I'm told, for just enough Irish have jined it, and I'm emanin' to be enrolled, to kick ye out into the cold. It's hard on ye, Dollint, I'm thinkin', so young, so American too, wid bypasses grinnin' and winkin' and sayin', wid reference to you? Get on to the Murtherin' Jew. Republicans never will take ye, they had ye for many a year, and Democrats angels forsake ye. If ever ye come about here we'll brand ye and scallop your ear. Unkernelled though wassigns fail in time of peace, they say, two awful potents gloom the public mind. All Mexico is arming for the fray, and Colonel Mock MacDonald has resigned. We know not by what instinct he divined the coming trouble. Maybe, like the steed described by Job, he smelled the fight afar. Howe'er it be, he left, and for that deed is an aspirant to the GA. When cannon flame along the Rio Grande, a citizen's commission will be handy. The gates ajar the day of judgment spread its glare o'er continents and seas. The graves cracked open everywhere, like pods of early peas. Up to the cot of heaven sped the souls of all mankind. Republicans were at the head and Democrats behind. Rube Lloyd was there before the tube of Gabriel could call. The dead in Christ rise first, and Rube had risen first of all. He sat beside the throne of flame as, to the trumpet's sound, four statesmen of the party came and ranged themselves around. Pure spirits shining like the sun, from taint and blemish free, great William Stowe was there for one, and George A. Knight for three. Souls less indubitably white approached with anxious air, Judge Blake at head of them by right of having been a mayor. His ermine he had donned again, long laid away in gums. 'Twas soiled a trifle by the stains of politicians' thumbs. Then Knight addressed the judge of heaven, Your Honor, would it trench on custom here if Blake were given a seat upon the bench? 'Twas done. Tom Shannon, Peter cried. He came without ado, in form of pauperous was tried, and was acquitted too. Stowe rose, remarking, I concur. Lloyd added, That suits us. I move Tom's nomination, sir, be made unanimous. To a bully they say, George Perry, you're a lawyer. Well, at least that's your profession, but in fact, law's like religion, though, the truth to tell, the likeness is not otherwise exact. In this, that in them both, my learned brother, profession's one thing, practice quite another. But you do practice, for the other day I saw you mentioned in a case in court, cross-questioning a witness. I must say you did it as a cat that loves to spot with an unworthy mouse, all too unwilling to accept the justice of repeated killing. This witness, so the tale is told to me, fatigued of your attempt upon his life, I mean his reputation, made him free with yours, affirming that you beat your wife. If that is true, they say that it upset you, she must be monstrous cowardly to let you. You hold it right to torture men who come, heaven knows unwillingly, to aid the law, so that by terror of your tongue made dumb, they can't tell rightly what they heard or saw, impeaching credibility. You call it when, seeing an honest-looking head, you maul it. Well, witnesses are fallible, involved sometimes in scandals, and 'tis true that they are factors in the problem to be solved, the judge and jury led by what they say. But lawyers? They are factors too, their problem being foolish clients and how best to rub them. They've more to say than witnesses, and more important 'tis that they be truthful too. Wet not then, right the witness take the flaw and mercilessly cross-examine you. Were truth your jewel, bless us? What a setting. I've certain questions that would set you sweating. Nay, don't be fidgeting, to ask them here were perilous, for I no license hold to be a blackguard, and no judge is near to jail you for replies too sharp and bold. Besides, it were no easy task to shame you, and till I'm paid a fee I'll not defame you. You see I lack advantages that you possess, and therefore cannot be so brave. Who has and uses them's respected, who has not, yet bullies, is a scurril knave, though, faith, the difference is narrow, very, by which a knave's distinguished from a Peri. You served, if rightly I remember, once a term in the state legislature, where you figured merely as a harmless dunce, save when, ambitious, in the larger air of rhetoric, you held the floor a season to give yourself for sin sufficient reason. Thus a great bird whose nature is in doubt with difficulty rises from the earth, his wide wings spreading with an effort out, and shows by his unconscionable girth, ere yet the agitated air insult your resentful nose, he's but a glutted vulture. Touching these matters I would fain inquire if I but had you on the witness grill, over the slow but efficacious fire of cross-examination, and I'd kill the worm with quite insensible gradation, and quench the fire with great deliberation. What, you're no worse than other lawyers? Well, I never said you were, my little man. Do you suppose I run this private hell for one small soul? 'Tis your entire clan I'm trying to barbecue, despite their pleadings. Get out, you brat. You hamper the proceedings. A land fight great Dewey, mightiest of men, to sink or take a ship, shows the white flag and feather when he hears the guns of Grip. Great Grip? Great Dewey? Oh, my heart, there's less tempestuous weather when they are leagues and leagues apart than when they get together. The air is full of uniform, gold lace with buttons blent, and then a voice succeeds the storm, I've downed that festive gent. Long shall the tale be told by brave and high-born cavaliers, and old Montojo from the grave shall rise with all his ears. Compliance, said Rockefeller Senior to his boy, be good and you shall have eternal joy. Said Rockefeller Junior to his dad, I never do a single thing that's bad. Said Rockefeller Senior, long gone grey in service at the altar, ever pray. And Rockefeller Junior, being bid upon his knees and neighbors ever did. Arboriculture Californians are asking themselves how Joaquin Miller will make the trees grow which he proposes to plant in the farm of a Maltese cross on Goat Island, in San Francisco Bay. You may say they won't grow, and say they'll decay, say it again till you're sick of the say, get up on your ear, blow your blaring bazoo, and hire a hall to proclaim it. And you may stand on a stump with a lifted hand as a pine may stand or a redwood stand, and stick to your story and cheek it through. But I point with pride to the far divide where the snake from its groves is seen to glide, to Mariposa's arboreal suit, and the shaggy shoulders of Shasta Butte, and the feathered furs of Siskiyou, and I swear as I sit on my marvelous hair. I roll my marvelous eyes and swear, and sneer, and ask where would your forests be today if it hadn't been for me. Then I rise tiptoe, with a brow of brass, like a bully boy with an eye of glass. I look at my gum sprouts, red and blue, and I say it loud and I say it low. They know their man and you bet they'll grow. A holiday 'tis Master Barry, editor, he takes an holiday. Now wherefore, venerable sir, so resolutely gay? He lifts his head, he laughs aloud, odd sounds, 'tis drear to see, because the boodle scribbler crowd will soon be far from me. Full many a year I've striven well to freeze the caitiffs out by making this good town a hell, but still they hang about. They maken mouths and eke they grin at the dollar limit game, and they are holpen in that sin by many a wicked dame. In sylvan bowers hence I'll dwell my bruised mind to ease. Farewell, ye urban scenes, farewell. Hail, unfamiliar trees. Forth then did Master Barry hie, and all the country folk besought him that he come not nigh the deadly poison oak. He smiled a cheerful smile, the day was straightway overcast. The poison oak along his way was blighted as he passed. Rejected when Dr. Charles O'Donnell died, they sank a box with him inside. The plate with his initials 3 was simply graven, C.O.D. That night 2 demons of the pit adown the coal hole shunted it. 10 million leagues it fell, alighting at the gate of hell. Nick looked upon it with surprise, a night storm darkening his eyes. They've sent this rubbish, COD. I'll never pay a cent, said he. Judex judicatus Judge Armstrong, when the poor have sought your aid, to be released from vows that they have made in haste, and leisurely repented, you, as stern as Rhadamanthus, Minos too, and Aeacus, have drawn your fierce brows down and petrified them with a moral frown. With iron-faced rigor, you have made them run the gauntlet of publicity. Each Hun or vandal of the public press allowed to throw their households open to the crowd and bawl their secret bickerings aloud. When wealth before you suppliant appears, bang, go the doors and open fly your ears. The blinds are drawn, the lights diminished burn, lest eyes too curious should look and learn that gold refines not, sweetens not, a life of conjugal brutality and strife. That vice is vulgar, though it gilded shine upon the curve of a judicial spine. The veiled complainants whispered evidence, the plain collusion and the no defense, the sealed exhibits and the secret plea, the unrecorded and unseen decree, the midnight signature and chink, chink, chink. Nay, pardon, upright judge, I did but think I heard that sound a pod of honest men. No doubt it was the scratching of your pen. O California, long-enduring land where judges fawn upon the golden hand, proud of such service to that rascal thing as slaves would blush to render to a king, judges, of judgment destitute and hot, of conscience conscious only by the smart from the recoil, with caution bump enlodged, of duty accidentally discharged, invoking still a song o' sixpence from the Scottish fiddle of each lusty palm. Thy judges, California, skilled to play this silent music, through the livelong day perform obsequious before the rich, and still the more they scratch the more they itch. On the wedding of an aeronaut, you're fairly caught, despite your bubbles' leaven. Out of the skies a lady's eyes have brought you down to heaven. No more you'll freely soar above the grass and gravel. Henceforth you'll walk, and she will chalk the line that you're to travel? A hasty inference the devil one day, coming up from the pit all grimy with perspiration, applied to St. Peter and begged he'd admit him a moment for consultation. The saint showed him in where the master reclined on the throne where petitioners sought him. Both bowed, and the evil one opened his mind concerning the business that brought him. For 10 million years I've been kept in a stew because you have thought me immoral, and though I have had my opinion of you, you've had the best end of the quarrel. But now, well, I venture to hope that the past with its misunderstandings will smother, and you, sir, and I, sir, be throned here at last as equals, the one to the other. Indeed, said the master, I cannot convey a sense of his tone by mere letters. What makes you presume you'll be bidden to stay up here on such terms with your betters? Why, sure you can't mean it, said Satan. I've seen how Stanford and Crocker you've nourished, and Huntington, bless me, the three like a green umbrageous great bay tree have flourished. They are fat, they are rolling in gold, they command all sauces and wellsprings of power. You've given them houses, you've given them land, before them the righteous all cower. What of that? What of that? Cried the father of sin. Why, I thought when I saw you were winking at crimes such as theirs that perhaps you had been converted to my way of thinking. A voluptuary, who's this that lispeth in the thickening throng which crowds to claim distinction in my song? Fresh from the palms and temples of the south, the mixed aromas quarrel in his mouth. Of orange blossoms this the lingering gale, and that the odor of a spicy tale. Sir, in thy pleasure dome down by the sea, no finer one did Kubla Khan decree, where, master of the revels, thou dost stand with joys and mysteries on either hand, dost keep a poet to report the rites and sing the tale of those Elysian nights. Faith, sir, I'd like the place if not too young. I'm no great bawd, but I can hold my tongue. Ad Cattenham I know not, Mr. Catton, who you are, nor very clearly why, but you go far to show that you are many things beside a Chilean consul with a tempting hide, but what they are I hardly could explain without afflicting you with mental pain. Your name, gods, what a name the muse to woo, suggesting cats and hinting kittens too, points to an origin, perhaps Maltese, perhaps Angoran, where the wicked cease from fiddling, and the animals that grow the strings that groan to the tormenting bow live, undespoiled of their insides, resigned to give their name and nature to mankind. With Chilean birth your name but poorly tallies, the test is, did you ever sell tamales? It matters very little though, my boy, if you're from Chile or from Illinois. You can't, because you serve a foreign land, spit with impunity on ours, expand, cock turkey-wise, and strut with blind conceit, all heedless of the hots beneath your feet, Fling falsehoods as a sower scatters grain and, for security, invoke disdain. Sir, there are laws that men of sense observe, no matter whence they come nor whom they serve, the laws of courtesy, and these forbid you to malign, as recently you did, as servant of another state, a state wherein your duties all are concentrate, branding its ministers as rogues, in shot, inviting cuffs as suitable retort. Chilno or American, 'tis one, of any land a citizen, or none, if like a neuther sights hear you rail, loading with libels every western gale, you'll feel the cudgel on your scurvy hump impinging with a salutary thump. 'Twill make you civil, or 'twill make you jump. The national godsman, I'm a gorgeous golden hero, and my trade is taking life. Hear the twiddle-twiddle-twirro of my sibilating fife, and the rub-a-dub-a-dum of my big bass drum. I'm an Escort strong and bold, the grand army to protect. My countenance is cold and my attitude erect. I'm a Californian god and my banner flies aloft. But the stones are oh so hard, and my feet are oh so soft. The barking weasel, you say, John Irish, Mr. Taylor hath a painted beard. Quite likely that is true, and sure 'tis natural you spend your wrath on what has been least merciful to you. By Taylor's chin, if I am not mistaken, you like a rat have recently been shaken. To wear a beard of artificial hue may be or this or that, I know not what. But faith, 'tis better to be black and blue in beard from dallying with brush and pot than to be so in body from the beating that hardy rogues get when detected cheating. You're whacked about the mazzard rather more of late than any other man in town. Certes your vulnerable back is saw and tender, too, your corrigible crown. In truth your whole periphery discloses more vivid colors than a bed of posies. You call it glory? Put your tongue in sheath. Scars got in battle, even if on the breast, may be a shameful record if beneath, a rubber heart a lawless strife attest. John Sullivan had wounds and Paddy Ryan, nay, as to that, even Marston has and Bryan. 'Tis willingly conceded you've a knack at holding the attention of the town, the worse for you when you have on your back what did not grow there, prithee put it down. For pride kills thrift, and you lack board and lodging, even while the brickbats of renown you're dodging. A rear elevation he can speak with his eyes, his hands, arms, legs, body, nay, with his very bones, for he turned the broad of his back upon us in Conrad, the other night, and his shoulder blades spoke to us a volume of hesitation, fear, submission, desperation, everything which could haunt a man at the moment of inevitable detection. Once Moses in Scripture the story is told, entreated the favor God's face to behold. Compassion divine the petition denied lest vision be blasted and body be fried. Yet this much, the Bible informs us, took place. Jehovah, concealing his terrible face, protruded his rear from behind a great rock. 2 and edification ensued without shock. So godlike Salvini, lest worshippers die, averting the blaze of his withering eye, tempers his terrors and shows to the pack of feeble adorers the broad of his back. The fires of their altars, which paled and declined before him, burn all the more brightly behind. O happy adorers, to care not at all where fawning may tickle or lip service fall. In Upper San Francisco I heard that heaven was bright and fair, and politicians dwelt not there. 'Twas said by knowing ones that they were in the elsewhere, so to say. So, waking from my last long sleep, I took my place among the sheep. I passed the gate, though angels eyed me sharply as I stepped inside. The New Jerusalem? Ah me, it was a sorry sight to see. The mansions of the blessed were there, and mostly they were fine and fair, but oh, such streets! So deep and wide and all unpaved from side to side, and in a public square there grew a blighted tree, most sad to view. From off its trunk the bark was ripped, its very branches all were stripped. An angel perched upon the fence with all the grace of indolence. Celestial bird, I cried in pain, what vandal wrought this wreck? Explain. He raised his eyelids as if tired. What is a vandal? He inquired. This is the tree of life. 'Twas stripped by Durst and Sebe, who have shipped the bark across the Jordan Sea and sold it to a tannery. Alas, I sighed, their old-time tricks, that pavement too of golden bricks, they've gobbled that. But with a scowl, you greatly wrong them, said the fowl. 'Twas Gillerin did that, I fear, head of the street department here. What? Cried I, you let such chaps come here? You've Satan too, perhaps. We had him, yes, but off he went, yet showed some purpose to repent. But since your priests and parsons filled the place with those their preaching killed, here Sebe passed along with Durst, psalming as if their lungs would burst. He swears his foot no more shall press our soil, 'tis cloven though, I guess. In short, the fellow's out on strike, but devils are not all alike. Lo, Gillerin came down the street, pressing the soil with broad, flat feet, Nimrod there were brave men, someone has truly said, before Atrides, those were mostly dead behind him, and long ages ere you were Actaeon lived, Nimrod and Baremgar. In strength and speed and daring they excelled, the stag they overtook, the lion felled. Ah yes, great hunters flourished before you, and for Munchausen lived great talkers too. There'll be no more, there's much to kill, but, well, you have left nothing in the world to tell? The new Decalogue have but one God, thy knees were saw if bent in prayer to three or four. Adore no images save those the coinage of thy country shows. Take not the name in vain, direct thy swearing unto some effect. Thy hand from Sunday work be held, work not at all unless compelled. Honor thy parents, and perchance their wills thy fortunes may advance. Kill not, death liberates thy foe from persecution's constant woe. Kiss not thy neighbor's wife. Of course there's no objection to divorce. To steal were folly, for 'tis plain in cheating there is great a gain. Bear not false witness. Shake your head and say that you have heard it said. Who stays to covet ne'er will catch an opportunity to snatch. Ultra crepidum, I think there must be some misunderstanding regarding my reference to the Catholic Church in the Philippines in my address at the Stanford University. A misunderstanding? Why, that's a great scandal. So stick to the weapon you know how to handle. The tongue is a very uncertain convincer. Don't draw it at all. Keep it in, sir. I never have heard it was any great labor to dig out your meaning when swinging your saber. Even dull Filipino, green be the bed of him, can manage to get it somehow through the head of him. Sensa literarum so, Parson Stebbins, you've released your chin to say that here, and here, we press folk ale. 'Tis a great thing an editor to skin and hang his faulty pelt upon a nail. If overreared, it has, at least, no tail. And for an admonition against sin, point out its maculations with a rod, and act, in short, the gentleman of God. 'Twere needless cruelty to spoil your spot by comment, critical or merely rude, but you, too, have, according to report, despite your posing as a holy dude, imperfect spiritual pulchritude for so severe a judge. Mate, please the court, we shall appeal and take our case at once before that higher court, a tall dunce. Sir, what were you without the press? What spreads the fame of your existence, once a week, from the Pacific Mail dock to the heads, warning the people you're about to wreak upon the human ear your Sunday freak? Where at the most betake them to their beds, though some prefer to slumber in the pews and not assent to your hypnotic views. Unhappy man, can you not still your tongue when, like a luckless brat afflict with worms, by cruel fleas intolerably stung, or with a pang in its small lap, it squirms? Still must it vulgarize your feats of lung. There were no better preachering beneath the sun if you'd not there behind your teeth. Borrowed brains write a folk across the bay take the pains to see and say, all their upward palms in air. Joke when Millers cut his hair. Hasten, write a folk, in the gutters rake and poke, if by God's exceeding grace you may hit upon the place where the Baba threw at length Samson's literary strength. Find it if you can. Happy the successful man. He has but to put one strand in his beavers in a band, and his intellect will soar as it never did before. While an inch of it remains, he will noted be for brains, and at last, 'twill so befall, fit to cease to write at all. Ye fittinge seventh, it is the gallant seventh, it fitteth fast and free. God, what the where it fitteth, I need desire to be. The gonfallen it flieth, seeming a flame in sky, the bugle loud ibloin is, which saith, doe and die. And O good saints, defend us against the woes of war. Drawn tongues, a flashing deadly to smite the foeman saw. With divers kinds of riddance the smoking earth is wet, and all aflow to seaward go the torrents white of sweat. The thunder of the captains, and eke the shouting, maketh such horrid din the soul within the body of me keeketh. Who fitteth the bold seventh? What haughty power defies? Their colonel 'tis they drub and saw, and damned to his eyes. Indicted dear Bruna, once we had a little talk, that is to say, 'twas I did all the talking, about the manner of your moral walk. How devious the trail you made in stalking, on level ground, your law-protected game. Another's dollar is, I think, its name. Your crooked course more recently is not so blamable, for truly you have stumbled on evil days, and 'tis your luckless lot to traverse spaces, with a spirit humbled, contrite, dejected and divinely sad, where, 'tis confessed, the walking's mighty bad. Jordan, the song says, is a road, I thought it was a river, that is hard to travel, and Dublin, if you'd find it, must be sought along a highway with more rocks than gravel. In difficulty neither can compete with that wherein you navigate your feet. As once George Gorham said of Pixley, so I say of you, the prison yawns before you, the turnkey stalks behind. Now will you go, all lag, and let that functionary flaw you? To change the metaphor, you seem to be between Judge Wallace and the deep, deep sea? Over the border, O justice, you have fled, to dwell in Mexico, unstrangled, lest you should hang as high as well as Hammond dangled. I know not if his cod be twanged, or the king proved forgiving. 'Tis hard to think of Hammond hanged and Hammond living. Yes, as I said, in mortal fear to Mexico you journeyed, for you were on your trial here, and ill attorneyed. The law had long regarded you as an extreme offender. Religion looked upon you, too, with thoughts untender. The press to you was cold as snow, for sin you'd always call so. In politics you were to trup, in morals also. All this is accurately true, and faith, there might be more said, but, well, to save your thrapple you fled, as a said. You're down in Mexico, that's plain as that the sun is risen, for Daniel Burns down there his chain drags round in prison. To an insolent attorney so, Hall McAllister, you'll not be warned, my protest slighted, admonition scorned. To save your scoundrel client from a cell as loth to swallow him, as he to swell its sum of meals insurgent. It decries all wars intestinal with meats that rise. You turn your scurril tongue against the press, and damn the agency you ought to bless. Had not the press, with all its 100 eyes, discerned the wolf beneath the sheep's disguise, and raised the cry upon him, he today would lack your company, and you would lack his pay. Talk not of hire, and consciences for sale, you whose profession 'tis to threaten, rail, calumniate, and libel at the will of any villain who can pay the bill. You whose most honest dollars all were got by saying for a fee the thing that's not. To you 'tis one to challenge or defend, clients are means, their money is an end. In my profession sometimes, as in yours always, a payment large enough secures a mercenary service to defend the guilty, or the innocent to rend. But mock the difference, nor think it slight. We do not hold it proper, just and right. Of selfish lies a little still we shame and give our villainies another name. Hypocrisy's an ugly vice, no doubt, but blushing sinners can't get on without. Happy the lawyer. At his favored hands nor truth nor decency the world demands. Secure in his immunity from shame, his cheek ne'er kindles with the telltale flame. His brains for sale, morality for hire, in every land and century a licensed liar. No doubt, McAllister, you can explain how honorable 'tis to lie for gain, provided only that the jury's made to understand that lying is your trade. 100,000 volumes, broad and flat, the Bible not included, proving that, have been put forth, though still the doubt remains if God has read them with befitting pains. No Moro could get justice, you'll declare, if none who knew him foul affirmed him fair. Ingenious man, how easy 'tis to raise an argument to justify the cost that pays. I grant you, if you like, that men may need the services performed for crime by greed. Grant that the perfect welfare of the state requires the aid of those who in debate, as mercenaries lost in early youth the fine distinction between lie and truth, who cheat in argument and set a snare to take the feet of justice unaware, who serve with livelier zeal when rogues assist with perjury, embracery. The list is long to quote, then when an honest soul, scorning to plot, conspire, intrigue, cajole, reminds them, their astonishment how great, he'd rather suffer wrong than perpetrate. I grant, in short, 'tis better all around that ambidextrous consciences abound in courts of law to do the dirty work that self-respecting scavengers would shirk. What then? Who serves however clean a plan by doing dirty work, he is a dirty man. Accepted Charles Shotridge once to St. Peter came. Down? Cried the saint with his face aflame. 'Tis writ that every haughty liar shall dwell forever and ever in fire. That's what I said the night that I died. The sinner, turning away, replied. What, you said that? Cried the saint. What, you said 'twas so writ. Then, faith, 'tis not. I'm a devil at quoting, but I begin to fail in my memory. Pray walk in. A promised fast train, I turned my eyes upon the future's scroll and saw its pictured prophecies unroll. I saw that magical life-laden train flash its long glories on Nebraska's plain. I saw it smoothly up the mountain glide. Oh, happy, happy passengers? I cried. For pleasure, singing drowned the engine's raw, and hope on joyous pinions flew before. Then dived the train adown the sunset slope. Pleasure was silent, and unseen was hope. Crashes and shrieks attested the decay that greed had wrought upon that iron way. The rusted rails broke down the rotting ties, and clouds of flying spikes obscured the skies. My coward eyes I drew away, distressed, and fixed them on the terminus to west, where soon, its melancholy tale to tell, one bloody car-wheel wobbled in and fell. From the death column, open wide, ye golden gates that lead to the heavenly shaw, our father suffered in passing through, and mother weighs still more. Our papa dear has gone to heaven to make arrangements for 11. The winter's snow congealed his farm, but now we know our uncle's warm. We can but mourn our loss, though wretched was his life. death took him from the cross erected by his wife. Weep not, mother, little Will is gone to Upper Louisville. The farmer's prayer, O Lord, incline thine ear unto our prayer and preaches intercession. This strange discrimination is unfair, that's our impression. Our neighbors all about have copious rains that fall on them like manna. Send us the showers, Lord, and parch the plains of Indiana. Upon the just and unjust, sayest thou, thou'lt sprinkle without favor. The sin of promise-breaking all allow. Could not be graver. We're just and still our whistles are not wet and still 'tis growing hotter, while every scamp in Michigan can get his fill of water. We ask but justice. Treat us not with scorn, our comfort make less chilly, and those who pray for an advance in corn, oh smite them silly? Let corn be plentiful and cheap. Our hops look well without a shower. We've sold our wheat, that profitable crop's beyond thy power. One of the saints, Big Smith, is an Oakland school bod man, and he looks as good as ever he can. And he's such a cold and a chaste Big Smith that snowflakes all are his kin and kith. Wherever his eye he chances to throw, the crystals of ice begin to grow, and the fruits and flowers he sees are lost by the singeing touch of a sudden frost. The women all shiver whenever he's near, and look upon us with a look austere, effect of the Smithian atmosphere. Such, in a word, is the moral plan of the Big Smith, the school bod man. When told that Madame Ferrier had taught Hanani in school, his fist he brought like a trip hammer down on his bulbous knee, and he rawed, "Her nanny? By gum, we'll see if the public's time she dares devote to the educatin' of any damn goat. You do not entirely comprehend, Hanani's a play," said his learned friend, by Victor Hugo, immoral and bad. "What's worse, it's French?" Well, my lad," said Smith, "if he cuts a swath so wide I'll have him took reg'lar up and tried." And he smiled so sweetly the other chap thought that himself was a Finn or Lap caught in a storm of his native snows, with a purple ear and an azure nose. The Smith continued, "I never pursue immoral readin'. And that is true, he's a saint of remarkably high degree, with a mind as chaste as a mind can be. But read, the devil a word can he. A military incident dawn heralded the coming sun. Fort Douglas was computing the minute, and the sunrise gun was manned for his saluting. The gunner at that firearm stood, the which he slowly loaded, when, bang! I know not how it could, but sure the charge exploded. Yes, to that veteran's surprise the gun went off sublimely, and both his busy arms likewise went off with it, untimely. Then said that gunner to his mate, he was from Ballyshannon? Bedad, the sun's a minute late, accordin' to this cannon. Substance or shadow so, gentle critics, you would have me tilt, not at the guilty, only at their guilt. Spare the offender and condemn offense, and make life miserable to pretense. Whip vice and folly, that is satire's use, but be not personal, for that's abuse. Nor e'er forget what, like a razor keen, wounds with a touch that's scarcely felt or seen. Well, friends, I venture, destitute of awe, to think that razor but an old saw, a trifle rusty, and a wound, I'm sure, that's felt not, seen not, one can well endure. Go to? You're as unfitted quite to give advice to write as to write. I find in folly and in vice a lack of head to strike, and for the lash no back, whilst Pixley has a pow that's easy struck, and though good Deacon Fitch a fitch for luck. Has none, yet, lest he go entirely free. God gave to him a con, a heel to me. He also sets his face so like a flint the wonder grows that Pickering doesn't skint, with cold austerity, against these waws on scamps. 'Tis scampery that he abhors. Behold advances in dignity and state, grave, smug, serene, indubitably great Stanford philanthropist. One hand bestows in alms what t'other one to justice owes. Rascality attends him like a shade, but closes, woundless, all my baffled blade, its limbs unsevered, spirit undismayed. Faith? I'm for something can be made to feel if, like Pelides, only in the heel. The fellow's self invites assault, his crimes will each bear killing 20,000 times, a nun creed Haymond, but the list is long of names to point the moral of my song. Rogues, fools, impostors, sycophants, they rise, they foul the earth and horrify the skies. With Colley's Huntington's sole honest man, in all the reek of that rapscallion clan, denouncing theft as hard as e'er he can. The Committee on Public Morals, the Senate met in Sacramento City. On public morals it had no committee, though greatly these abounded. Soon the quiet was broken by the senators in riot. Now, at the end of their infectious quarrels, there's a committee but no public morals. A playwright, St. Peter, sitting at the gate of gold, looked idly down the cloudway, and behold, a soul ascending from this world of woe, head up, hands pocketed, serene and bold. To souls such pockets are, I know, denied as in the flesh we wear on either side, but the dead rich, or else they wouldn't play, with souls of perished pockets are supplied. Ah, Harrison, the saint said, William Greer, 'twill do you little good to come, I fear. I've certain crows to pick with you. And first you were a patron of the ring, I hear. Nodding and smirking, said the soul. That's right, nothing so charmed me as to see a fight. But pray observe that as a man of peace, meek unto challenge, I was out of sight. To this the saint made answer, although gay, you were not reckless, but my friend, they say you, what the devil was it that you did? Ah, once you wrote, I understand, a play. You had the right to do so, 'tis agreed. The ring and stage are near akin, indeed, with you to write and Sullivan to act. But, sir, the play you wrote was run-mimed. Well, worst I ever saw. The pride a lurk in authorship flashed forth, and like a dirk that seeks a hot, the cutting answer came. I guess you haven't seen my later work. What, you impenitent, you've written since? The water thundered, making William wince. Only to lie about my critics, please. Of liars, bah Sam Chamberlain, I'm prince? The saint drew back his great two-handed key and, as the nude immortal turned to flee, swung the big engine of his holy wrath, and smote him where the back forgets to be. All heaven resounded with the dreadful blow, and echo babbled of it down below. To farthest reaches of the shawless void raced the receding sound waves of his "oh." Rubbing the pot with many a grimace, he said, while hurtling Sheolwood through space, "Poor old St. Peter?" And with a blue grin added, "That paradise is a J place." The leader of the minority he tolls them along through the wilderness dire, ever in sight, a clod by day and a pillar of fire, water by night. California, the Chinaman's assailant, was allowed to walk quietly away, although the street was filled with pedestrians. Why should he not have been allowed to thread with peaceful feet the crowd that filled that Christian street? The decalogue he had observed, from faith in Jesus had not swerved, and scorning pious platitudes, he saw in the Beatitudes a lamp to guide his feet. He knew that Jonah downed the whale and made no bones of it. The tale that Ananias told he swore was true. He had no doubt that Daniel laid the lions out. In short, he had all holiness, all meekness, and all lowliness, and was with saints enrolled. 'Tis true, some slight excess of zeal, a little to promote the weal of this most Christian state, had moved him rudely to divide the queue that was a pagan's pride, and in addition certify the faith by making fur to fly from pelt as well as pate. But Heavenly Father, thou dost know that in this town these actions go for nothing worth a name. Nay, every editorial ass, to prove they never come to pass, will damn his soul eternally, although in his own journal he may read the printed shame. From bloody hands the reins of power fall slack, the high decisive hour strikes not for liars' ears. Remove, O Father, the disgrace that stains our California's face, and consecrate to human good the strength of her young womanhood and all her golden years. George C. Perkins running for senator with clumsy pace, he stooped so low to win the foremost place that fortune, tempted by a mock so droll, sprang in and kicked him to the winning pole. To either back further than I know, in San Francisco dwelt a wealthy man. So rich was he that none could be wise, good, and great in like degree. 'Tis true he wrought, indeed or thought, but few of all the things he ought. But men said, who would wish him to? Great souls a bond to be, not do? One thing indeed he did, we read, which was becoming, all agreed, grown provident, ere life was spent he built a mighty monument. For longer than I know, in San Francisco lived a beggar man, and when in bed they found him dead. Just like the scamp? The people said. He died, they say, on the same day his wealthy neighbor passed away. But matters it when beggars quit their beats? I answer, not a bit. They got a spade and pick and made a hole, and there the chap was laid. He asked for bread, 'twas neatly said, he'll get not even a stone instead. The years rolled round, his humble mound sank to the level of the ground, and men forgot that the bare spot was and was like the beggar's lot. Forgotten, too, was t'other, who had reared the monument to woo inconstant fame, though still his name shouted in granite just the same. That name, I swear, they both did bear, the beggar and the millionaire. That lofty tomb, then, honored whom? For argument here's ample room. Disappointment the Senate woke. The chairman's snore was stilled, its echoes balking. The startled members dreamed no more, for Steele, who long had held the flaw, had suddenly ceased talking. As like Elijah in his pride he to his seat was passing, "Go up, thou bald head!" Reddy cried. Then 6 fierce bears ensued and tried to sunder him for sassing. 2 seized his legs and 1 his head, the 4th his trunk to munch on, the 5th preferred an arm instead. The last, with rueful visage, said, "Pray, what have I for luncheon?" Then to that disappointed bear said Steele, serene and chipper, "My friend, you shall not lack your share. Look in the treasury, and there you'll find his other flipper. The valley of the shadow of theft in fair Yosemite, that den of thieves wherein the minions of the moon divide the traveller's purses, lo? The devil grieves, his largest share as leader still denied. El Capitan, foreseeing that his reign may be disputed too, beclouds his head. The joyous bridal veil is torn in twain, and the crepe steamer dangles there instead. The vernal fall abates her pleasant speed and hesitates to take the final plunge, for rumors reach her that another grade awaits her in the valley of the sponge. The brothers envy the accord of mind and peace of purpose, by the good deplawed as honor among commissioners, which bind that confraternity of crime, the bod. The half-dome bows its riven face to weep, but not as formerly, because bereft, prophetic dreams afflict him when asleep of losing his remaining half by theft. Ambitious knaves, has not the upper sod enough of room for every crime that crawls, but you must loot the palaces of God and daub your filthy names upon the walls. Down among the dead men within my dark and narrow bed I rested well, new laid. I heard above my fleshless head the grinding of a spade. A gruffer note ensued and grew to harsh and harsher strains. The poet Bashford then I knew was snatching my remains. O Welka, let your hand be stayed and leave me here in peace. Of your revenge you should have made an end with my decease. Hush, Moldashanks, and hear my moan. I once, as you're aware, was eminent in letters, known and honored everywhere. My splendor made Mapitas bright and San Francisco blind. Men swa no writer e'er could write like me, if I'd a mind. With honors all insatiate, with cursed ambition smit, too far, alas, I tempted fate, I published what I'd writ. Good heaven, with what a hunger wild oblivion swallows fame, men who have known me from a child forget my very name. Even creditors with searching looks my face cannot recall. My heaviest one, he prints my books, forgetful most of all. Oh, I should feel a sweet content if one poor done his claim would bring to me for settlement, and bully me by name. My dog is at my gate fall on, it howls through all the night, and when I greet it in the morn it answers with a bite. O poet, what in Satan's name to me is all this ado? Will snatching me restore the fame that printing snatched from you? Peace, dread remains, I'm not about to do a deed of sin. I come not here to hail you out, I'm trying to get in. The last man I dreamed that Gabriel took his horn on resurrection's fateful morn, and lighting upon Laurel Hill blew long, blew loud, blew high and shrill. The houses compassing the ground rattled their windows at the sound, but no one rose. Alas, said he, what lazy bones these mortals be. Again he plied the horn, again deflating both his lungs in vain, then stood astonished and chagrined at raising nothing but the wind. At last he caught the tranquil eye of an observer standing by, lost of mankind, not doomed to die. To him thus Gabriel, Sir, I pray this mystery you'll clear away. Why do I sound my note in vain? Why spring they not from out the plain? Where's Looning, Blythe and Michael Reese, Maggie, who ran the Golden Fleece? Where's Asaph Fisk, Jim Fellon, who was thought to know a thing or two of land which rose but never sank? Where's Con O'Connor of the Bank, and all who consecrated lands of old by laying on of hands? I ask of them, because their worth was known in all they wished, the earth. Brisk boomers once, alert and wise, why don't they rise, why don't they rise? The man replied, reburied long with others of the shrouded throng in San Mateo, cotted there and dumped promiscuous anywhere, in holes and trenches, all misfits, mixed up with one another's bits, one's backbone with another's shin, a third one's skull with a fourth one's grin. Your eye was never fixed upon a company so mixed. Go now among them there and blow. 'Twill be as good as any show to see them, when they hear the tones, compiling one another's bones. But here 'tis vain to sound and wait, not rises here but real estate. I own it all and shan't disgorge. Don't know me? I am Henry George. Abba day hasten, children, black and white, celebrate the yearly rite. Every pupil plant a tree, it will grow some day to be big and strong enough to bear a school director hanging there. The Piute unbeautiful is the Piute? Howe'er bedecked with bravery, his person is unsavory, of soap he's destitute. He multiplies upon the earth in spite of all admonishing, all censure his astonishing and versatile unworth. Upon the reservation wide we give for his inhabiting, he goes Ajax rabbiting to furnish his inside. The hoppa singing in the grass he seizes with avidity, he loves its taut acidity, and gobbles all that pass. He penetrates the spider's veil, industriously pillages the toad's defenseless villages, and shadows home the snail. He lightly runs to earth the quaint red worm, and, deftly troweling, he makes it with his bowling familiarly acquaint. He tracks the pine nut to its lair, surrounds it with celerity, regards it with asperity, smiles, and it isn't there. I wish he'd open up a grin of adequate vivacity and carrying capacity to take his agent in. Fame he held a book in his knotty paws, and its title grand read he? The Chronicles of the Kings it was, by the History Company. I'm a monarch, he said, but a tear he shed, and my picture here you see. Great and lasting is my renown, however the wits may flout, as wide almost as this blessed town, but he winced as if with gout. I paid him like sin for to put me in, but it's oh, and oh to be out. One of the redeemed St. Peter, standing at the gate, beheld a soul whose body death had lately felled. A pleasant soul as ever was, he seemed, his step was joyous and his visage beamed. Good morning, Peter. There was just a touch of foreign accent, but not overmuch. The saint bent gravely, like a stately tree, and said, You have the advantage, sir, of me. Renan of Paris, said the immortal Pot, a master of the literary art. I'm somewhat famous, too, I grieve to tell, as controversialist and infidel. That's of no consequence, the saint replied. Why, I myself my master once denied. No one up here cares anything for that, but is there nothing you were always at? It seems to me you were accused one day of something. What it was I can't just say. Quite likely, said the other, but I swear my life was irreproachable and fair. Just then a soul appeared upon the wall, singing a hymn as loud as he could bawl. About his head a golden halo gleamed, as well befitted one of the redeemed. A hop he bore and vigorously thumbed, strumming he sang, and singing, ever strummed. His countenance, suffused with holy pride, glowed like a pumpkin with a light inside. Ah, that's the chap, said Peter, who declares Renan's a rake and drunkard, smokes and swears. Yes, that's the fellow, he's a preacher, came from San Francisco. Mansfield was his name. Do you believe him? Said Renan. Great Scott, believe the blackguard, of course not, just walk right in and make yourself at home, and if he pecks at you, I'll cut his comb. He's only here because the devil swore he wouldn't of him, for the smile he wore. Resting his eyes one moment on that proof of saving grace, the Frenchman turned aloof, and stepping down from cloud to cloud, said he, Thank you, monsieur, I'll see if he'll have me. A critic apparently the Cleveland letter is not a good judge of poetry. That from you, neighbor, to whose vacant lot each rhyming literary Nacca scourges his cot compelling Pegasus to trot, as folly, vanity, or famine urges, admonished by the stimulating goad, how gaily, lo, the spavined crowbait prances, its cot before it, eager to unload the dead dog's sentiments and swill-tub fancies. Gravely, the sweating scavenger pulls out the tail-bod of his cursed imagination, shoots all his rascal rubbish, and no doubt, thanks fortune for so good a dumping station. To improve your property, the vile cascade your thrift invites to make a higher level. In vain, with tons of garbage overlaid, your baseless bog sinks slowly to the devil. Rubbish may be shot here. Familiar sign. I seem to see it in your every column. You have your wish, but sir, if I had mine, 'twould to your editors mean something solemn. A question of eligibility, it was a bruised and battered chap, the victim of some dire mishap, who sat upon a rock and spent his breath in this ungay lament. Some was, I've frequent heard of such, has beat the everlasting Dutch, but never fight was fit by man to equal this which has began an hour. I'm in it, if you please, Academy of Sciences. For there is various gents belong to it which go persistent wrong, and loving the debate's delight calls one another names at sight. Their disposition, too, accords with fighting like they all was lauds. Such impulses should be withstood, 'tis scientific to be good. 'Twas one of them, one night last week, rose up his figure for to speak. Please, Mr. Chair, I'm holding here a resolution which, I fear, some ancient fossils that has bust their cases and shook off their dust to sit as members here will find unpleasant, not to say unkind. And then he read it every word, and silence fell on all which heard. That resolution, wild and strange, proposed a fundamental change, which was that idiots no more could join us as they had before. No sooner was he seated than the members rose up to a man. Each chap was primed with a reply, and tried to snatch the chairman's eye. They stomped and shook their fists in air, and oh, what words was uttered there. The chair was silent, but at last he hove up his proportions vast and stilled them tumults with a look by which the undauntedest was shook. He smiled sarcastical and said, if Argus was the chair, instead of me, he'd lack enough of eyes each orator to recognize. And since, denied a hearing, you might maybe undertake to do each other harm before you cease, I've took some steps to keep the peace. I've audited out, alas, that science ere to such a pass should come. I've audited out the gas. Oh, if a tongue or pen of fire was mine, I could not tell entire what the ensuing actions was. When swallowed up in darkness jaws we fit and fit and fit and fit, and everything we felt we hit. We gouged, we scratched and we pulled hair, and oh, what words was uttered there. And when at last the day dawn came, 300 scientists was lame, 200 others couldn't stand, they'd been so careless handled, and 1,000 at the very least was spread upon the floor deceased. 'Twere easy to exaggerate, but lies is things I mortal hate. Such, friends, is the disaster sad which has befell the cow, a cad. And now the question is of more importance than it was before, shall vacancies among us be to idiots through open free? Fleet Strother what? You were born, you animated doll, within the shadow of the Capitol. 'Twas always thought, and history so assures its trusting readers, it was reared in yaws. Reciprocity the night was dark, the way was steep. I scarcely for fatigue could creep. Fatigue begun? I cried. Not so, it tarried and would not bego. At length the last wan glimmer died, of hope that lit up my inside. I let go all, and thought to sink back, headlong, from the mountain's brink. But ere I fell my startled eyes beheld a wonder in the skies. I grasped again a friendly tree, to stay me till I more could see. When shows a free that men admire, 'tis most unthrifty to expire. 7 clustered planets rose as one, their light was like another sun. Straight upward to the zenith they, without defection, held their way. Then paused, revealing with their light a massive building on the height. Before my very eyes its face it reared. My feet were at its base. And well I knew that I had clomb to Lick's renowned memorial dome, where Holden's mammoth tube betrays the Stella gambols to his gaze. With lifted brow and heart elate, I entered by the stranger's gate. Smit with a reverential awe, the great man's figure there I saw. He sat bolt upright in a chair, legs crossed, arms folded and head bare. No king that I had ever seen, nor surely any jack nor queen, had ever on a golden throne with such a gracious aspect shone. The giant telescope, reversed, seemed diving from the sky head first. Its broader end remained at rest within 2 yards of Holden's breast. "O mighty scientist," I cried, "let me beneath this dome abide. The night is bad, and all your roof 7 crazy planets are aloof. The trails are terrors to my shanks, I dread the planetary pranks." He deigned no word, but gave the nod, that sign of an assenting god. Meantime the telescope's great eye with splendor smote him, hip and thigh. It seethed him in a lambent light, sharp, searching, glorious and white. "Illustrious man," I said again, "this mystery I pray explain. Why is the glass reversed, and why are you in session 'neath its eye? 'Tis little that I know of stars, and Venus is to me as Mars. But pardon me, I know right how gentlemen should pass the night." That great professor smiled, and oh, the smile was light and cold as snow. "Know then," he said, "that what you view is payment of a debt long due. For years I've watched the planets roll, and mapped the stars from pole to pole. 'Tis true I once, the people say, charted the lights of San Jose, but generally speaking, I can tell the valley from the sky. Those planets up in heaven's high cope I long have studied through the scope. Fair plays a jewel, and tonight their observation I invite. I turn the tube and, as you see, permit them now to study me. Next morn as on my way I sped, I've seen a just good man," I said. "Californian summer pictures the foothill resort assembled in the parlor of the place of lost resort. The smiler and the snarler and the guests of every sort. The elocution chap with rhetoric on tap. The mimic and the funny dog. The social sponge. The money hog, vulgarian and dude. And the prude, the adiposing dame with pimply face aflame. The kitten playful virgin of 100 years. The solemn-looking sturgeon of a firm of auctioneers. The widower flirtatious. The widow all too gracious. The man with a proboscis and a sepulchre beneath. One assassin picks his banjo, and another one his teeth. The incoming climate now o' nights the ocean breeze makes the patient flinch, for that zephyr bears a sneeze in every cubic inch. Lo, the admiring population chorusing in sternutation, a catarrhal acclamation, a long-felt want dimly apparent, through the gloom of market streets opaque simoom, a queue of people, potty sexed, awaiting the command of next. A sidewalk booth, a dingy sign, teeth dusted nice, 5 cents a shine. To the happy hunting grounds wide windy reaches of high stubble field, a long gray road, bodded with dusty pines, a wagon moving in a cloud by day. 2 city spotsmen with a dove between, breast high upon a fence and fast asleep. A solitary dove, the only dove in 20 counties, and it's sick, or else it were not there. 2 guns that fire as one, with thunder simultaneous and loud. 2 shattered human wrecks of blood and bone. And later, in the gloaming, comes a man. The worthy local coroner is he, renowned all thereabout, and popular with many a remain. All tenderly compiling in a game bag the remains, he glides into the gloom and fades from sight. The dove, cured of its ailment by the shock, has flown, meantime, on pinions strong and fleet, to die of age in some far foreign land. Slander Fitch? All vices you've exhausted, friend, so all the papers say. Pickering? Ah, what vile calumnies are penned? 'Tis just the other way. James L. Flood, as oft it happens in the youth of day that mists obscure the sun's imperfect ray, who, as he's mounting to the dome's extreme, smites and dispels them with a steeper beam, so you the vapors that begirt your birth consumed, and manifested all your worth. But still one early vice obstructs the light and sullies all the visible and bright display of mind and character. You write, 3 candidates for senator to sleek your way to the goal of your hope. O plausible Mr. Perkins, you'll need 10 tons of the softest soap and butter 1,000 firkins. The soap you could put to a better use in washing your hands of ambition ere the butter's used for cooking your goose to a beautiful brown condition. The railroad can't run Stanford. That is so. The tail can't curl the pig. But then, you know, inside the vegetable garden's pale the pig will eat more cabbage than the tail. Gods, what a sight! Astride McClure's broad-back SD jogs round the senatorial track, the crowd all undecided as they pass, whether to cheer the man or cheer the ass. They stop. The man to lower his feet is seen, and the tired beast, withdrawing from between, mounts as they start again, the biped's neck, and scarce the crowd can say which one's on deck. A growler Judge Shafter, you're an aged man, I know, and learned too, I doubt not, in the law, and a head white with many a winter's snow. I wish, however, that your heart would thaw, claims reverence and honor, but the jaw that's always wagging with a word malign, nagging and scolding everyone in sight as harshly as a jaybird in a pine, and with as little sense of wrong and right as animates that irritable creature, is not a very venerable feature. You damn all witnesses, all jurors too, and swear at the attorneys, I suppose, but that's a far more righteous thing to do, and what it's all about, the good Lord knows, not you, but all the hotter, fiercer glows your wrath for that, as dogs the louder howl with only moonshine to incite their rage, and bears with more ferocious menace growl, even when their food is flung into the cage. Reform, your honor, and forbear to curse us, lest all men, hearing you, cry, Ex Ursus? Ad moodium tut, moody, do not try to show to gentlemen and ladies that if they have not faith, they'll go headlong to Hades. Faith is belief, and how can I have that by being willing? This time I cannot, though I try, believe a shilling. Perhaps you can. If so, pray do, believe you own it also. But what seems evidence to you I may not call so. Heaven knows I'd like the faith to think this little vessel's contents a liquid gold. I see 'tis ink for writing nonsense. Minds prone to faith, however, may come now and then to sorrow. They put their trust in truth today, in lies tomorrow. No doubt the happiness is great to think as one would wish to, but not to swallow every bait, as certain fish do. To think a snake a cod, I hope, would bolden and delight me, but some day I might think a rope would chase and bite me. Cursed reason, faith forever blessed. You're crying all the season. Well, who decides that faith is best? Why, Mr. Reason, he's right or wrong, he answers you according to your folly, and says what you have taught him to, like any Polly. A spade, the spade that was used to turn the first sod in the construction of the Central Pacific Railroad, is to be exhibited at the New Orleans Exposition. Precursor of our woes, historic spade, what dismal records burn upon thy blade? On thee I see the maculate ink stains of passengers' commingled blood and brains. In this red rust a widow's curse appears, and here an often tarnished thee with tears. Upon thy handle sanguinary bands reveal the clutching of thine owner's hands, when first he wielded thee with vigor brave to cut a sod and dig a people's grave. For they who are debauched are dead and ought, in God's name, to be hid from sight and thought. Within thee, as within a magic glass, I seem to see a foul procession pass, judges with ermine dragging in the mud, and spotted here and there with guiltless blood. Gold-greedy legislators jingling bribes, kept editors and sycophantic scribes, liars in swarms and plunderers in tribes. They fade away before the night's advance, and fancy figures thee a devil's lance gleaming portentous through the misty shade, while ghosts of murdered virtues shriek about thy blade. The Van Nessiad from end to end, thine avenue, Van Ness, rang with the cries of battle and distress. Brave lungs were thundering with dreadful sound, and perspiration smoked along the ground. Sing, heavenly muse, to ears of mortal clay, the meaning, cause, and finish of the fray. Great Potter Ash, invoking first the gods, who signed their favor with assenting nods that snapped off half their heads, their necks grown dry since lost the nectar cup went circling by, resolved to build a stable on his lot, his neighbors fiercely swearing he should not. Said he, I build that stable? No, you don't, said they. I can? You can't? I will? You won't? By heaven, he swore, not only will I build, but purchase donkeys till the place is filled. Needless expense, they sneered in tones of ice. The owner's self, if lodged there, would suffice. For 3 long months the awful war they waged, with women, men with men engaged, while roaring babes and shrilling poodles raged. Jove, from Olympus, where he still maintains his ancient session, with rheumatic pains touched by his long exposure, mocked the strife, interminable but by loss of life. For malediction soon exhausts the breath, if not, old age itself is certain death. Lo, he holds high in heaven the fatal beam, a golden pan depends from each extreme, one feels of Potter's fate the downward stress, one bears the destiny of all Van Ness. Alas, the rusted scales, their life all gone, deliver judgment neither pro nor con, the dooms hang level and the war goes on. With a divine, contemptuous disesteem Jove dropped the pans and kicked, himself, the beam, then, to decide the strife with ready wit, the nickel that he did not care for it twirled absently, remarking, "See it spin, head, Potter loses, tail, the others win." The conscious nickel, charged with doom, spun round portentously and made a ringing sound, then, staggering beneath its load of fate, sank rattling, died at last and lay in state. Jove scanned the disk and then, as is his wont, raised his considering orbs, exclaiming, "Front!" With leisurely alacrity approached the herald god, to whom his mind he broached. In San Francisco 2 belligerent powers, such as contended round great Ilion's towers, fight for a stable, though in either class there's not a hoss, and but a single ass. Achilles' ash, with formidable jaw, assails a Trojan band with fierce hee-haw, firing the night with brilliant curses. They with dark vituperation gloom the day. Fate, against which nor gods nor men compete, decrees their victory and his defeat. With haste, good Mercury, betake thee hence and salivate him till he has no sense. Sheer downward shot the messenger afar, trailing a splendor like a falling star. With dimming luster through the air he burned, vanished, but with another sun returned. The sovereign of the gods superior smiled, beaming benignant, fatherly, and mild. Is destiny's decree performed, my lad? And has he now no sense? Ah, sire, he never had. Valedictory they tell me, Deacon Fitch, that you are out. The bulletin being sold, you couldn't buy it. My. What could you, man, have been about these many years of editoring? Why, it seems hardly credible that you have made so little, working at so good a trade. Why, bless you, there is Mike de Young, a man, at least it doesn't greatly matter. He's famous from the waterfront to San Juan Smith Street as less good than you, though fatter. He's rich. Among the things he's proved to own $500,000 and frank stone. So rich is he that many persons swear he ought as senator to be elected. He's rich enough to want the earth and air, although not rich enough to be respected. You say that's nothing to the purpose. True, I meant to sing about, not him, but you? You're hardly worth it, maybe. He who scorns his opportunities of gain by mounting, and then dismounting, other persons' cons discredits journalism. There's no accounting for tastes. No doubt you think yourself as good as if in mail of black you proudly stood. I do not think you so, the rich are best. They've leisure, they explain, for moral culture. What fowl so meditative on the nest, so introspective as the glutted vulture? Our Mike is noble, I'm persuaded, nay, he'll tell you so himself 10 times a day. He will slip in, I can't at all prevent his reasonless and seasonless intrusion. I wish that like Mo, Gunst the wretch had went. Come, Deacon, let us drink to his confusion. On second thoughts I can't afford, I think, no more can you, to buy befitting drink. Ah, well, in all these long, contentious years 'tis many an ill turn we've done each other. You ne'er could altogether stay your sneers, nor I regard you as an elder brother. You every way invited my dislike, excepting by comparison with Mike. The cause of quarrel, now at end of war the hatchet will inter and marble slab, it was plain to either adversary, for 'twas very simple, though sufficient, habit. If there was aught behind I know not, that explains full 20 years of dog and cat. Now, as you leave the field, let me be frank, excepting various errors of the noddle, such as made talk of caving down the bank, and lately a bad flow of sandlot twaddle, and always a bat's blindness to my worth, your record's clean and laudable from birth. Fitch, here's my hand, my heart is in it too. That organ's somewhat out of shape, however, from use in football. Really, 'twould not do our long relations sullenly to sever. Soon comes the silence. May we then be laid where Mike's tall monument bestows its shade? A fish commissioner, great Joseph D. Redding, illustrious name, considered a fish horn the trumpet of fame. That goddess was angry, and what do you think? Her trumpet she filled with a gallon of ink, and all through the press, with a devilish glee, she sputtered and spatted the name of J.D. to a stray dog. Well, Toza, I'm thinking your name must be Toza. You're a decentish puppy as puppy dogs go, for you never, I'm sure, could have dined upon Troza, and your tail's unimpeachably curled just so. But dear me, your name, if 'tis yours, is a Posa. Its meaning I cannot get anywise at. When spoken correctly, perhaps it is tosa, and means one who toses. Max Muller, how's that? I ne'er was ingenious at all at divining a word's prehistorical, primitive state, off finding its root, like a mole, by consigning its bloom to the turnip-top's sorrowful fate. And now that I think of it well, I'm no nearer the riddle's solution than ever, for how's my pretty invented word, tos, any clearer in point of its signification than toes? So, tosa, tosa, I mean to rename you in honor of some good and eminent man, in the light and the heat of whose quickening fame you may grow to an eminent dog if you can. In sunshine like as you'll not long be a croucher, the Senate shall hear you, for that I will vouch. Come here, sir, stand up, I rechristen you Goucher, but damn you, I'll shoot you if ever you gouch. In his hand De Young, in Chicago the story is told, took his life in his hand, like a warrior bold, and stood before Buckley, who thought him behind, for Buckley, the man-eating monster is blind. Count fairly the ballots, so rang the demand of the gallant De Young, with his life in his hand. 'Tis done, and the struggle is ended. No more he havocs the battlefield, gilt with the gore of slain reputations. No more he defies his lying opponents with deadlier lies. His trumpet is hushed and his belt is unbound. His enemies' characters cumber the ground. They bloat on the war-plain with ink all a-soak, the fortunate candidates perching to croak. No more he will charge, with a daring divine, his foes with corruption, his friends by the line. The thunders are stilled of the horrid campaign, De Young is triumphant, and never again will he need, with his life in his hand, to raw. Count fair, by God, I will die on your flaw. His life has been spared for his sins to atone, and the hand that he took it in washed with cologne. A demagogue yop, 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 under the moon and sun. It's I the rabble, and I to gabble, and hey, for the tale that is never done. Chant, 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 to woo the reluctant vote. I would I were dead, and my say were said, and my song were sung to its ultimate note. Stab, 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 ah, the weapon between my teeth, I'm sick of the flash of it, see how the slash of it misses the foeman to mangle the sheath? Boom, 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 I'm beating the mammoth drum. My nethermost tripes I blow into the pipes, it's for the honours that never come. 'Twas the dolorous blab of a tramping scab, 'twas the eloquent swift of the marvellous gift, the wild, weird, wonderful gift of gab. Ignes fatus weep, weep, each loyal partisan, for Buckley, king of hearts, a most accomplished man, a man of pots of foreign pots. Long years he ruled with gentle sway, nor grew his glory dim, and he would be with us today if we were but with him. Men wondered at his going off in such a sudden way. 'Twas thought, as he had come to scoff, he would remain to pray. Since he is gone, we're all agreed that he is what men call a crook. His very steps, indeed, are bent to Montreal. So let our tears unhindered flow, our sighs and groans have way. It matters not how much we owe. The devil is to pay. From top to bottom, Japan has 73,759 Buddhist priests, most of whom, says a Christian missionary, are grossly ignorant, and many of them led scandalous lives. O Buddha, had you but foreknown the vices of your priesthood, it would have made you twist and moan as any wounded beast would. You would have damned the entire lot and turned a Christian, would you not? There were no Christians, I'll allow, in your day, that would only have brought distinction. Even now a Christian might feel lonely. All take the name, but facts are things as stubborn as the will of kings. The priests were ignorant and low when ridiculed by Lucian. The records, could we read, might show the same of times Confucian. And yet the fact I can't disguise that Deacon Rankin's good and wise. 'Tis true he is not quite a priest, nor more than half a preacher, but he exhorts as loud at least as any living creature. And when the plate is passed about he never takes a penny out. From Buddha down to Rankin, there, I never did intend to. This pen's a buzzard's quill, I swear, such subjects to descend to. When from the hummingbird I've wrung a plume, I'll write of Mike De Young. An idler who told Creed Haymond he was witty? Who had nothing better in this world to do? Could no greased pigs appeal to his embrace kindle his ardor for the friendly chase? Did no dead dog upon a vacant lot, bloated and bald, or curdled in a clot, stir his compassion and inspire his alms to hide from human eyes its faded charms? If not to works of piety inclined, then recreation might have claimed his mind. The harmless game that shows the feline greed to cinch the shots and make the market bleed 3 is better spot than victimizing creed. And a far livelier satisfaction comes of knowing Simon, autocrat of Thumb's Point Faw, if neither worthy work nor play command this gentleman of leisure's heart and hand, then Mammon might his idle spirit lift by hope of profit to some deed of thrift. Is there no cheese to pare, no flint to skin, no tin to mend, no glass to be put in, no housewife worthy of a morning visit, her rags and sacks and bottles to solicit? Lo, the blind sow's precarious pursuit of the aspiring oak's familiar fruit. 'Twould more advantage any man to steal this easy victim's undefended meal than tell Creed Haymond he is wit, and so expose the state to his narcotic flow. The dead king, Hawaii's king, resigned his breath. Our legislature guffawed. The awful dignity of death, not any single rough odd. But when our legislators die, all kings, queens, jacks, and aces cry. A Pata's song there was a cranky governor. His name it wasn't Watman. For office he was hotter than the love of any lover, nor was Boruk's threat of aiding him effective in dissuading him, this pig-headed, big-headed, singularly self-conceited governor non-Watman. To citrus fairs, etc., he went about philandering, to pride of parish pandering, he knew not any better. Ah, his early education had not taught the abnegation fad, the wool-witted, bull-witted, fabulously feeble-minded king of gabble-gandering. He conjured up, ad libitum, with postures energetical one day, this is prophetical, his graces to exhibit him. He straddled in each attitude, far parallels of latitude, the slab-footed, crab-footed, galloping gregarian of presence unaesthetical, an ancient cow, perceiving that his powers of agility transcended her ability, a circumstance for grieving at, upon her horns engrafted him, and to the welkin wafted him. The high-rolling, sky-rolling, hurtling hallelujah lad of peerless volatility. A caller, good morning, you are looking very well, said Death as, strolling through the county jail, and entering a fat assassin's cell, he hung his hat and coat upon a nail. I think that life in this secluded spot agrees with men of your trade, does it not? Well, yes, was the reply. I can't complain, life anywhere, provided it is mine, agrees with me, but I observe with pain that still the people murmur and repine. It hurts their sense of harmony, no doubt, to see a persecuted man grow stout. Oh no, 'tis not your growing stout, said Death, which makes these malcontents complain and scold, they like you to be, somehow, scant of breath. What they object to is your growing old, and, though indifferent to lean or fat, I don't myself entirely favor that. With brows that met above the obs beneath, and nose that like a soaring hawk appeared, and lifted lip, uncovering his teeth, the pampered butcher glacially sneered. Oh, so you don't? Well, how will you assuage your spongy passion for the blood of age? Death with a clattering convulsion drew his coat on, hatted his unmeted pow, unbarred the door and stepping partly through, turned and made answer. I will show you how. I'm going to the bench you call supreme and tap the old women who sit there and dream. The shafter shafted well, James Macmillan Shafter, you're a judge. At least you were when last I knew of you, and if the people since have made you budge, I did not notice it. I've much to do without endeavoring to follow, through the miserable squabbles, dust and smudge, the fate of all political contenders who fight with flying colors and suspenders. Being a judge, 'tis natural and wrong that you should vilify the public press, save while you are a candidate. That song is easy quite to sing, and I confess it wins applause from hearers who have less of spiritual graces than belong to audiences of another kidney, men, for example, like Sir Philip Sidney. Newspapers, so you say, don't always treat the judges with respect. That may be so and still no harm done, for I swear I'll eat my legs and in the long hereafter go, snake-like, upon my belly if you'll show all judges are respectable and sweet. For some of them are rogues and the laud's loft is directed at some others, for they are shafters. To one out of favor attention, Miles, you have observed, no doubt, that General Sam Young is fired out. That is to say, retired for age. Just so. You were yourself retired not long ago, just cast as rubbish to the void, for such is law's demand, alighting where 'tis much too cold for comfort, that you may be found piled up on fame's eternal dumping ground. If you've a memory you still can tell yourself how singularly hard you fell, and no one kissed the place to make it well. I know not, Mr. Root knows little else, why Sam should fare so better far than else, but so he did, for scarcely did he light ere Mr. Secretary gripped him tight, stood him erect, removed his coat and shirt, and finding on his person where it hurt, performed, in pity for his hapless plight, the appropriate consolatory rite. Miles, you are lucky. True, you're badly bruised, the wound administered, the balm refused, but if too rashly you had dared to strip your aching back for the official lip, consider the temptation, none can fight it who has administration teeth, to bite it. Privation with her grief, the widow was so engrossed as she rode at the hearse's rear, that I really think the dead man's ghost must have shed the ghost of a tear. She murmured and moaned and wiped her eyes and blew her pale nose for relief, then started and cried, as in pained surprise, I've forgotten my handkerchief. Oh, what shall I do when we get to the grave and the coffin is put in the ground? I know I shall weep, for I cannot be brave with those staring people all round. Be calm, said one. There is nothing forgot, for your handkerchief you bring, you are holding it, see, said the widow. What, this poky old linen thing? To one in custody, villain. For years you've plied your awful trade for wife, for widow, and, no, not for maid. Even you'll confess in chastity one true advantage, its immunity from you. About your hand in clamorous appeal, as round the blade of Kama shriek and wheel, like flights of Arctic seabirds, the fall on pale ghosts, mothers and babes unborn. Now, villain, now, I pray your time has come, mercy be deaf and intercession dumb. No more red-handed, in the path to life may you be found a lurk with eager knife. No longer are the daw to death display the sign, for ladies. Lo, day after day for 20 years I've read on every wall a handwriting prophetic of your fall. And now the last dread syllable I spell that damns your body to a felon's cell. Your soul has long awaited you in hell. For a revised version, oh, deem it not presumption, Laud, in me to revise thy holy word. No jot or tittle I'd efface, no menace dire, no pledge of grace, no poetry I'd blot, although it's well known to thee that I hate poets, but humbly, reverently try some missing mandates to supply. For lo, I fall of dunces ill, who've got by heart thy written will, I turn, behold, in tears away from rogues thy bidding who obey. Wherever thou shalt not occurs I'd add, thou shalt the exact reverse and many a virtue too compel, by plain command and threat of hell, which has no corresponding vice to interdict in terms precise. Thus I'd exterminate the brood of rascals negatively good, men Bible clear, who ought to smart beneath the lash at tail of caught. Each soul, mosques too, would then be thinner, if not a saint, should be a sinner. In error, Laud, if I am found, observe how clouds my vision bound, forgive my narrowness of sight, and bless me with the larger light in thine imperfect law, to trace the perfect purpose of thy grace. The mom in question by J. N.M.L.L.R. I said I will shake myself out of my clothes, I will roll up my sleeves, I will spit on my hands, the hands that I kissed to the sun in the lands to the north, to the east, to the south, and the west of every sea that is under the sun. I will go to the land that the Gentile loathes as he gathers his one small wife to his breast and curses and loathes till his life is done. I will go to the place of the mammon, the place where the jackass rabbit is first in the race, and the woodchuck chatters in meaningless glee, chatters and twists all his marvelous face, twists it and chatters and looks like me. And I rose in the strongest strength of my strength, with my breast of brass and my hair's full length. And I shook myself out of my clothes in the land of the Mormons, and stood there and kissed my hand. An election expense Stanford, when recently you gave Tom Fitch $10,000, gold, to stump the state. A circumstance of no importance, which you deemed it right, however, to relate to the grand jury. Did you calculate that it and other sums, which I will not embarrass you by naming, would come back, as bread upon the waters, piping hot, with added pancakes in an ample stack? 'Twere better, sir, to cast your bread and butter, you'd get that back at least into the gutter. Tom Fitch's silver tongue is very well if let alone, though that he'll never do, for he must live by what he has to sell, and silver should be free, that's very true. But how the devil could the thing help you? Like an unruly child, it kicks and squalls in mutiny whene'er he moves his chin, and ne'er is faithful except when he falls asleep in of course, in gin. Tom's tongue makes senators? No, that's gammon. They're made by Mr. Stowe and Mr. Mammon. I know they are, for once I saw the two hobnobbing in a friendly kind of way up there at Sacramento. It is true you were not with them. I heard statesmen say you took good care to tarry at the Bay, where you could be surprised when Creed should claim your ear, and hope you'd pardon him, and sigh, and say he'd ventured to propose your name, and that all men had thrown their hats so high that none had yet come down, and split their collars with cheers, and, would you loan him $20? A famous person said that God and he were a majority. So, by your leave, you and Mammon, but it seems to me that you and he on this Thanksgiving Eve should drink a stirrup cup, for I perceive you ride your philanthropic hobby, Ned Curtis, astride behind you, and so pot. For after all is done and all is said, Mammon and Stanford are not over-smart. The firm's an old one, but not quite respected since you in statesmanship have been detected. William F. Smith light lie the earth upon his dear dead hot, and dreams disturb him never. Be deeper peace than paradise his pot forever and forever. Juventus Mundi Dr. Alan Griffiths is an audible theosopher, a student of Blavatsky, inconsolable philosopher. He says, he's seen the figures, too. The human race was flourishing 300 million years upon this planet. ever nourishing the flame of immortality, which always, though, was flickering until it burned, a still, eternal red in Mr. Pickering. Before that microbe chief of all the spiritual faculties, the faculty of thinking, heard of man, and lightly tackled his poor brain, then sleeping sweetly in his undefended cranium, unable to distinguish a surmise from a geranium. Oh happy, happy period of mental independency! Oh golden, golden age of theosophical ascendancy! Two guides in Jersall has neither philosophy nor logic. He has only sentiment, wit, and rhetoric. You, Fitch, are known to be a deacon, a shining light, a holy beacon upon the walls of Zion, blazing with an effulgency amazing. And yet, I think, between the two, Bob Ingersoll, I mean, and you, a man in want of light to read between the lines of nature's creed, would rather scrutinize creation by Robert's clear illumination than blind his eyes with smoke and vapor from your infernal sputtering taper. Though Ingersoll, perchance, had not of wisdom or of truth one jot, I'd rather miss with him the clue to life than follow it with you. In Wanting they tell us, dear Kipling, you're coming to shoot in the hills of the wide, wild West. There's a lot of cost and a risk to boot. I don't at all think it is best, and hope it is only a jest. For Rudyard, although you're a terrible swell, you're not in high favor out here, for you said San Francisco was meaner than, well, you said it was very small beer and Chicago uncommonly queer. You put your legs under our tables, you did, you dined at the Jolly Dog Club, and when of your hunger you well were rid. And your manners too, like a cub you snarled at the speeches and grub. You said, I don't know the one half that you said, but I know you pretended to meet some folk that existed not out of your head or an English comical sheet, and you vilified Kearney Street. Our statesmen apparently didn't get far in the favor of one so too utterly fine. Nor the plump cigar nor the shiny hat could woo the sweet and beautiful you. But hottest of all our hearts you wrung with assorted pangs and woes when you said you could speak the English tongue, but not the American nose, and you damned our orators' oaths. For all of this and for all of that you'd better abate your flame, and remain where pheasants are tame and fat, and the sportsman takes his aim, as a general thing, at the game. Out here when we go to shoot, perhaps naw beast naw bird we see, so we just let go at the Britisher chaps who have made remarks too free, and the same surcease to be. Apparition, the ghosts are all gone. The bulletin cries, oh neighbor, good neighbor, where are your eyes? Gruesome and ghastly, beneath your nose a ghost is stalking that never goes. With a stony eye and a brow of gloom, it enters the editorial room, it haunts the passages, haunts the stairs, editors, printers alike it scares, but the reader most it appalls, for still it writes and writes with a real quill, on real paper, in real ink, the phantoms of thoughts that dead men think. Sheeted ideas from wormy brains troop o'er the paper, and spooks of strains of sepulchral laughter seem to float in the air as the ghost reads what it wrote, and a faint, white, phosphorescent ray, the visible eloquence of decay, gleams on its lips as it reads each word in a tone that no mortal before has heard. Copy to printer and ghost to tomb, silent the editorial room. Oh, the bulletin ghost is indeed a most remarkable kind of a bulletin ghost. Who sees it cries, as his heart were bled, oh God, will Bill Bartlett never stay dead? A creditable collision, there was once a brave collision in imaginary bay, when a steamer with precision clove its comfortable way through another, which had hospitably stood to receive it, as a civil steamer should. Then the people on the latter said they didn't understand, but they thought they'd better scatter to the most adjacent land, and the people on the former said, that's so, you will find it 60 fathoms down below. Then the skipper of the vessel which was sinking in the brine said to t'other one, I guess I'll trouble you to drop a line. Well, just give me your address, was the reply. I am busy, but I'll write you by and by. Then the carpenter whose function was to mend the leaky boat said, so wide is our disjunction that we cannot longer float. See the rats already lave us? And so he up and hove his kit among them in the sea. Though these incidents are cheerful for a landsman to relate, yet the passengers were fearful of a melancholy fate, for their knowledge was imperfect of the way that the fishes have of breathing in the bay. Some of them, who were accounted quite unmannerly and rude, on the floating steamer mounted, saying, hope we don't intrude. But the others, with politeness rare and fine, said their tickets were not good upon that line. But the skipper of the wettest ship, the pilot and the mate, nothing ever yet was better than the way they met their fate, for the perils that beset them in their climb, they encountered with alacrity sublime. When the troubles all were ended, and the living safe in pot invitation was extended for them all to come to cot, where the officers, they afterward explained, were with deferential kindness entertained. 20 consuls, 10 inspectors, 30 coroners were there, 87 skilled objectors and a notary to swear, and before that caught the sailor people's side and expounded how the passengers had lied. The unanimous decision of that high and mighty court was spontaneous collision. I am quoting the report. And the skippers were commended who had fed to the lobsters each a bellyful of dead. An emigrant, after Tennyson. You ask me why, though ill at ease, within this region I subsist, where all defaulters fill the fist air sailing o'er the western seas. It is a land where one may kill with sober-sighted freedom, bruise and shoot and stab whome'er he choose, and thugs may wreak their own sweet will. A land of such misgovernment that justice here has not a frown, and greed still broadens slowly down, from scavenger to president, where faction gathers to a head, and in his greasy, foulest thought sets law and order all at naught, goes in for anarchy instead. If banded unions prosecute our unions like the deuce, and I'm about to be had up for crime, or made to keep my clapper mute, and power should take from purse and till the gains that I appropriate from every coffer of the state, and I to fight have not the will, then waft me from the harbor south, wild winds. I seek a safer sky, where I can plunder still, and I can still shoot off my loaded mouth. Contempt of Kotso, Jura Simpson, you got drunk and was a holy show. Who could have thought that you had sunk so very low as not to hold it clearly sinful to get your miserable skin full? Defendant has a right, I think, to trial by her peers. Are you one when you are in drink up to your ears? You're not her equal by a pailful when you've enough to make a whale full. Judge Russ, who never looks on wine when it is red, but sits cold sober cramming books into his head, poor fellow, must have felt quite rueful, observing, not himself, but you full. Ah, well, I know you did not mean, 'twas all an accident, you drank between drinks, and between them you repent, but just prepare for something awful in words. That jurist has his jaw full. A partial eclipse, a person of consequence rose from the dead, and to him, a curious citizen said, Beg pardon, but why is your glorious name not blazoned in gold on the temple of fame? I truly don't know, said the spook in reply, and was just on the point of asking you why those other names are. And the risen one made a wink that threw half of the land into shade, sent half of the hens to their perches aloof, and half of the cats to the peak of a roof, half crazed the farseer of eclipses, and fooled the funny left lobe of the brain of Miss Good. Posey ye idol of ye hippopotamus with a Methodist hymn in his musical throat, the sun was emitting his ultimate note. His quivering larynx enwrinkled the sea like an ichthyosaurian blowing his tea, when sweetly and pensively rattled and rang this plaint which an hippopotamus sang. Oh, chamomile, calabash, cottage pie, spread for my spirit a peppermint fry. Crown me with doughnuts and drape me with cheese, settle my soul with a cod liver sneeze. Lo, how I stand on my head and repine, lollipop lumpkin can never be mine. Down sank the sun with a kick and a plunge, up from the wave rose the head of a sponge, ropes in his ringlets, eggs in his eyes, tip-tilted nose and away to surprise. These the conundrums he flung to the breeze, the answers that echo returned to him these. Cobblestone, cobblestone, why do you sigh? Why do you turn on the tears? My mother is crazy on strawberry jam, and my father has petrified ears. Live-a-wat, why do you droop? Why do you snuffle and scowl? My brother has cockle burrs into his eyes, and my sister has married an owl. Simia, Simia, why do you laugh? Why do you cackle and quake? My son has a pollywog stuck in his throat, and my daughter has bitten a snake. Slow sank the head of the sponge out of sight, soaken with sea water. Then it was night. The moon had now risen for dinner to dress, when sweetly the pachyderm sang from his nest. He sang through a pestle of silvery shape, encrusted with custard, empurpled with crape. And this was the burden he bore on his lips, and blew to the listening sturgeon that sips from the fountain of opium under the lobes of the mountain whose summit in buffalo robes the winter envelops, as Venus adorns an elephant's trunk with a chaplet of thorns. Chasing mastodons through marshes upon stilts of light rattan, hunting spiders with a shotgun and mosquitoes with an axe, plucking peanuts ready roasted from the branches of the oak, waking echoes in the forest with our hymns of blessed Bosch. We roamed, my love and I, by the margin of the fountain spouting thick with clabbered milk, under spreading boughs of basswood all alive with cooing toads, loafing listlessly on boulders of octagonal design, standing gracefully inverted with our toes together knit, we loved, my love and I. Hippopotamus comforts his hot, biting half-moons out of strawberry tot. Jerusalem, old and new Didymus Dunkleton Dote Donjon, is a parson of high degree. He holds forth of Sundays to marveling crowds who wonder how vice can still be when smitten so stoutly by Didymus Don, disciple of Calvin is he. But sinners still laugh at his talk of the New Jerusalem, ha ha, tee-hee, and biting their thumbs at the doughty dungeon, this parson of high degree. They think of the streets of a village they know, where hosses still sink to the knee, contrasting its muck with the pavement of gold that's laid in the other side. They think of the sign that still swings, uneffaced by winds from the salt sea, which tells where he trafficked in tipple of Yah. Dun Dunkleton Johnny, Didymus Dunkleton Doty Dun John still plays on his fiddle his lambkins still bleat in full psalmody sweet, and the devil still pitches the key. Communing with nature one evening, I sat on a heavenward hill. The winds were asleep, and all nature was still. Wee children came round me to play at my knee, as my mind floated rudderless over the sea. I put out one hand to caress them, but held with the other my nose, for these cherubim smelled. I cast a few glances upon the old sun. He was red in the face from the race he had run, but he seemed to be doing, for aught I could see, quite well without any assistance from me. And so I directed my wandering eye around to the opposite side of the sky, and the rapture that ever with ecstasy thrills through the heart as the moon rises bright from the hills, would in this case have been most exceedingly rare, except for the fact that the moon was not there. But the stars looked right lovingly down in the sea, and by Jupiter, Venus was winking at me. The gas in the city was flaring up bright, Montgomery Street was resplendent with light, but I did not exactly appear to advance a sentiment proper to that circumstance. So it only remains to explain to the town that a rainstorm came up before I could come down. As the boots I had on were uncommonly thin, my fancy leaked out as the water leaked in. Though dampened my ardor, though slackened my strain, I'll strike the wild lyre, who sings the sweet rain. Conservatism and progress, old Zephyr, dawdling in the west, looked down upon the sea, which slept unfretted at his feet and balanced on its breast a fleet that seemed almost to be suspended in the middle air, as if a magnet held it there, eternally at rest. Then, one by one, the ships released their folded sails and strove against the empty calm to press north, south, or west, or east in vain. The subtle nothingness was impotent to move. Then Zephyr laughed aloud to sea. No vessel moves except by me, and hey, ho, I shall sleep. But lo, from out the troubled north a tempest strode impatient forth, and trampled white the deep. The sloping ships flew glad away, laving their heated sides in spray. The west then turned him red with wrath, and to the north he shouted, "Hold there! How do you cross my path as now you are about it?" The north replied with labored breath, his speed no moment slowing, "My friend, you'll never have a path unless you take to blowing." Inter arma silent lieges, an election incident. About the polls the freedmen drew to vote the freemen down, and merrily their caps upflew as Grant rode through the town. From votes to staves they next did turn, and beat the freemen down. Full bravely did their valor burn as Grant rode through the town. Then staves for muskets they forsook, and shut the freemen down. Right royally their banners shook as Grant rode through the town. Hail, final triumph of our cause! Hail, chief of mute renown! Grim magistrate of silent laws, riding freedom down. Quintessence to produce these spicy paragraphs, which have been unsuccessfully imitated by every newspaper in the state, requires the combined efforts of 5 able-bodied persons associated on the editorial staff of this journal. Sir Muscle speaks, and nations bend the ear? Hark ye these notes, our wit quintuple here. 5 able-bodied editors combine their strength prodigious in each labored line. O wondrous vintner, hopeless seemed the task to bung these drainings in a single cask. The riddles read, 5 leathern skins contain the working juice, and scarcely feel the strain. Saviors of Rome, will wonders never cease? A ballad cackled by 5 tuneful geese. Upon one Rocinante 5 stout knights ride fiercely into visionary fights. A cap and bells 5 sturdy fools adorn, 5 paukas battle for a grain of corn, 5 donkeys squeeze into a narrow stall, 5 tumblebugs propel a single ball. Resurgam dawns dread and red the fateful morn, lo, resurrection's day is born. The striding sea no longer strides, no longer knows the trick of tides. The land is breathless, winds relent, all nature waits the dread event. From wassail rising rather late, a wadding Jove arrives in state. Awe yawning graves looks many a league, then yawns himself from sheer fatigue. Lifting its finger to the sky, a marble shaft arrests his eye. This epitaph, in pompous pride, engraven on its polished side, perfection of creation's plan, here resteth universal man, who virtues, segregated wide, collated, classed, and codified, reduced to practice, taught, explained, and strict morality maintained. Anticipating death, his pelf he lavished on this monolith, because he leaves na kin na kith he rears this tribute to himself, that virtue's fame may never cease. Hic jacet, let him rest in peace. With sober eye Jove scanned the shaft, then turned away and lightly laughed, poor man. Since I have careless been in keeping books to note thy sin, and thou hast left upon the earth this faithful record of thy worth, thy final prayer shall now be heard. Of life I'll not renew thy lease, but take thee at thy carven word, and let thee rest in solemn peace. Shapes of clay dedication with pride in their work, faith in their future and affection for themselves, an old writer dedicates this book to his young friends and pupils, George Sterling and Herman Scheffauer. A.B. Preface of the verses republished in this volume and the next, some are censorious, and in these the names of real persons are used without their consent. So it seems fit that a few words be said of the matter in sober prose. Of my motive in writing, and now republishing these personal satires, I do not care to make either defense or explanation, except with reference to those who, since my first censure of them, have passed away. To one having only a reader's interest in the matter, it may seem that the verses relating to those might properly have been omitted from this collection. But if these pieces are, indeed, any considerable part of my work in literature, have the intrinsic interest, which, by this attempt to preserve some of it I have assumed, their permanent suppression is impossible. It is only a question of when and by whom they will be republished. Someone will surely search them out and put them into circulation. I conceive it to be the right of an author to have his fugitive work in newspapers and periodicals put into a more permanent form during his lifetime if he can. And this is especially true of one whose work, necessarily engendering animosities, is peculiarly exposed to challenge as unjust. That is a charge that can best be examined before time has effaced the evidence. For the death of a man whose unworth I have affirmed, I am in no way accountable, and however sincerely I may regret his passing, I can hardly be expected to consent that it shall affect my literary fortunes. If the satirist who does not accept the remarkable doctrine that while condemning a sin, he should spare the sinner were bound to let the life of his work be coterminous with that of his subject, his lot in letters were one of peculiar hardship. Persuaded of the validity of all this, I have not hesitated to reprint even certain epitaphs, which, once of the living, are now of the dead, as all the others must eventually be. The objection inheres in all forms of applied satire, my understanding of whose laws, liberties, and limitations is at least derived from reverent study of the masters. That in respect of matters herein mentioned, I have followed their practice can be shown by abundant instance and example. In arranging these verses for publication, I have thought it needless to classify them as serious, comic, sentimental, satirical, and so forth. I do the reader the honor to think that he will readily discern the character of what he is reading, and I entertain the hope that his mood will accommodate itself without disappointment to that of his author. Ambrose Bierce. The passing show I know not if it was a dream. I viewed a city where the restless multitude, between the eastern and the western deep, had reared gigantic fabrics, strong and rude. Colossal palaces crowned every height, towers from valleys climbed into the light, awe dwellings at their feet, great golden domes hung in the blue, barbarically bright. But now, new glimmering to east, the day touched the black masses with a grace of gray, dim spires of temples to the nation's god, studding high spaces of the wide survey. Well did the roofs their solemn secret keep of life and death stayed by the truce of sleep, yet whispered of an hour when sleep is wake, the fool to hope afresh, the wise to weep. The gardens greened upon the builded hills above the tethered thunders of the mills, with sleeping wheels unstirred to service, yet by the tamed torrents and the quickened rills. A hewn acclivity, reprieved a space, looked on the builder's blocks about his base, and bared his wounded breast in sign to say, "Strike, 'tis my destiny to lodge your race. 'Twas but a breath ago the mammoth browsed upon my slopes, and in my caves I housed your shaggy fathers in their nakedness, while in their foeman's offal they caroused. Ships from afar afforested the bay. Within their huge and-chambered bodies lay the wealth of continents, and merrily sailed the haughty argosies to far Cathay. Beside the city of the living spread strange fellowship, the city of the dead, and much I wondered what its humble folk, to see how bravely they were housed, had said, noting how firm their habitations stood, broad-based and free of perishable wood, how deep in granite and how high in brass the names were wrought of eminent and good, I said. When gold or power is their aim, the smile of beauty or the wage of shame, men dwell in cities, to this place they fare when they would conquer an abiding fame. From the red east the sun, a solemn rite, crowned with a flame the cross upon a height above the dead, and then with all his strength struck the great city all araw with light. Roman 2, I know not if it was a dream. I came unto a land where something seemed the same that I had known as Tuia but yesterday, but what it was I could not rightly name. It was a strange and melancholy land, silent and desolate. On either hand lay waters of a sea that seemed as dead, and dead above it seemed the hills to stand. Greyed all with age, those lonely hills? Ah me, how wan and weary they appeared to be. Between their feet long dusty fishes clove the plain in aimless windings to the sea. One hill there was which, parted from the rest, stood where the eastern water curved a west. Silent and passionless it stood. I thought I saw a scar upon its giant breast. The sun with sullen and portentous gleam hung like a menace on the sea's extreme, nor the dead waters, nor the far, bleak bars of cloud were conscious of his failing beam. It was a dismal and a dreadful sight, that desert in its cold, uncanny light, no soul but I alone to mock the fear and imminence of everlasting night. All presages and prophecies of doom glimmered and babbled in the ghastly gloom, and in the midst of that accursed scene a wolf sat howling on a broken tomb. Elixir vitae of life's elixir I had writ, when sleep, pray heaven it spared him who the writing read? Sealed upon my senses with so deep a stupefaction that men thought me dead. The centuries stole by with noiseless tread. Like spectres in the twilight of my dream, I saw mankind in dim processions sweep through life, oblivion at each extreme. Meanwhile my beard, like Barbarossa's growing, loaded my lap and all my knees was flowing. The generations came with dance and song, and each observed me curiously there. Some asked, who was he? Others in the throng replied, a wicked monk who slept at prayer. Some said I was a saint and some a bear, these all were women. So the young and gay, visibly wrinkling as they fared along, dotted at last on failing limbs away, though some, their footing in my beard entangled, fell into its abysses and were strangled. At last a generation came that walked more slowly forward to the common tomb, then altogether stopped. The women talked excitedly. The men, with eyes agloom, looked darkly on them with a look of doom, and one cried out, we are immortal now, how need we these? And a dread figure stalked, silent, with gleaming axe and shrouded brow, and all men cried, decapitate the women, or soon there'll be no room to stand or swim in. So in my dream, each lovely head was chopped from its fair shoulders, and but men alone were left in all the world. Birth being stopped, enough of room remained in every zone, and peace ascended woman's vacant throne. Thus, life's elixir being found, the quacks their bread and butter in it gladly sopped. 'Twas made worth having by the headsman's axe, seeing which I gave myself a haughty shaking, and crumbled all to powder in the waking. Convalescent what? Out of danger? Can the slighted dame or canting Pharisee no more defame? Will treachery caress my hand no more, nor hatred lie alurk about my daw? Ingratitude, with benefits dismissed, not close the loaded palm to make a fist. Will envy henceforth not retaliate for virtues it were vain to emulate? Will ignorance my knowledge fail to scout, not understanding what 'tis all about, yet feeling in its light so mean and small that all his little soul is turned to gall? What? Out of danger? Jealousy disarmed, greed from exaction magically charmed, ambition stayed from trampling whom it meets like horses fugitive in crowded streets. The bigot, with his candle, book and bell, tongue-tied, unlunged and paralyzed as well. The critic righteously to justice hailed, his own ear to the post securely nailed. What most he dreads unable to inflict, and powerless to hawk the faults he's picked. The liar choked upon his choicest lie, and impotent alike to vilify or flatter for the gold of thrifty men who hate his person but employ his pen, who love and loathe, respectively, the dirt belonging to his character and shirt. What? Out of danger? Nature's minions all, like hounds returning to the huntsman's call, obedient to the unwelcome note that stays them from the quarry's bursting throat. Famine and pestilence and earthquake dire, torrent and tempest, lightning, frost and fire, the soulless tiger and the mindless snake, the noxious insect from the stagnant lake, these from their immemorial prey restrained, their fury baffled and their power chained. I'm safe? Is that what the physician said? What? Out of danger? Then, by heaven, I'm dead. At the close of the canvas 'twas a venerable person, whom I met one Sunday morning, all apparelled as a prophet of a melancholy sect, and in a jeremiad of objurgatory warning, he lifted up his jodel to the following effect. O ye sanguinary statesmen, intimate your verbal tussles. O ye editors and orators, consent to hear my lay. Rest a little while the digital and maxillary muscles and attend to what a venerable person has to say. Cease your writing, cease your shouting, Cease your wild, unearthly lying. Cease to bandy such expressions as are never, never found in the letter of a lover. Cease exposing and replying. Let there be abated fury and a decrement of sound. For tomorrow will be Monday and the 5th day of November, only day of opportunity before the final rush. Cop diem? Go conciliate each person who's a member of the other party. Do it while you can without a blush. Lo, the time is close upon you, when the madness of the season having howled itself to silence, like a Minnesota clone, will at last be superseded by the still, small voice of reason, when the well-page of your folly you would willingly disown. Ah, 'tis mournful to consider what remorses will be thronging, with a consciousness of having been so ghastly indiscreet, when by accident untoward 2 ex-gentlemen belonging to the opposite political denominations meet. Yes, 'tis melancholy, truly, to forecast the fierce, unruly supersurging of their blushes, like the flushes upon high when Aurora Borealis lights her circumpolar palace, and in customary manner sets her banner in the sky. Each will think, this falsifier knows that I too am a liar. Curse him for a son of Satan, all unholily compound. Curse my leader for another. Curse that pelican my mother. Would to God that I when little in my victual had been drowned. Then that venerable wanna disappeared around a corner, and the season of unreason having also taken flight. All the cheeks of men were burning like the skies to crimson turning when Aurora Borealis fires her premises by night. Novum organum in Bacon see the culminating prime of Anglo-Saxon intellect and crime. He dies and nature, settling his affairs, pots his endowments among us, his heirs, to every one a pinch of brain for seed, and to develop it, a pinch of greed. Each thrifty heir, to make the gift suffice, buries the talent to manure the vice. Geotheos as sweet as the look of a lover saluting the eyes of a maid, that blossom to blue as the maid is a blush to the glances above her, the sunshine is gilding the glade and lifting the lock out of shade. Sing therefore high praises, and therefore sing songs that are ancient as gold, of earth in her garments of gold, nor ask of their meaning, nor wherefore they charm as of Yah, for behold, the earth is as fair as of old. Sing songs of the pride of the mountains, and songs of the strength of the seas, and the fountains that fall to the seas from the hands of the hills, and the fountains that shine in the temples of trees, in valleys of roses and bees. Sing songs that are dreamy and tender, of slender Arabian palms, and shadows that circle the palms, where caravans, veiled from the splendor, are kneeling in blossoms and balms in islands of infinite calms. Barbaric, O man, was thy ruining when mountains were stained as with wine by the dawning of time, and as wine were the seas, yet its echoes are crooning, a chant in the gusty pine, and the pulse of the poet's line. Politics that land full surely hastens to its end where public sycophants in homage bend the populace to flatter, and repeat the doubled echoes of its loud conceit. Lowly their attitude but high their aim, they creep to eminence through paths of shame, till fixed securely in the seats of power, the dupes they flattered they at last devour. The valley of dry bones with crow bones all the land is white, from the gates of morn to the gates of night. Picked clean, they lie on the cumbered ground, and the politician's paunch is round, and he strokes it down and across as he sings. I've eaten my fill of the legs and wings, the neck, the back, the pontifical nose, breast, belly and gizzard, for everything goes. The meat that's dark, and there's none that's white, exceeded the need of my appetite, but I've bravely stuck to the needful work that a hungry domestic hog would shirk. I've eaten the fowl that the fates commend to reluctant lips of the people's friend. Rank unspeakably, bitter as gall, is the bird, but I've eaten it, feathers and all. I'm a dutiful statesman, I am, although I really don't like a diet of crow. So I've dined all alone in a furtive way, but my platter I've cleaned every blessed day. They say that I bolt, so I do. My bird, they say that I sulk, but they've widely erred. O Lord, if my enemies only knew how I'm full to the throat with the Kovic stew, they'd open their ears to hear me profess the faith compelled by the Kovic stress. For, alas, necessity knows no law, in the heavenly caucus, caw, 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 and that ornithanthropical person tried by flapping his arms on the air to ride, but I knew by the way that he clacked his bill he was just the poor, featherless biped, Dave Hill. 1896. Polyphemus 'twas a sick young man with a face ungay and an eye that was all alone, and he shook his head in a hopeless way as he sat on a roadside stone. Oh, ailing youth, what untoward fate has made the sun to set on your mirth and eye? I'm constrained to state I'm an ex-West Point cadet. 'Twas at cannon practice I got my hurt and my present frame of mind, for the gun went off with a double spurt, before it, and also behind. How sad, that a fine young chap, when studying how to kill, should meet with so terrible a mishap precluding eventual skill. Ah, woeful to think that a weapon made for mowing down the foe should commit so dreadful an escapade as to turn about to mow. No more he heeded while I condoled. He was wondering in his mind, his lonely eye unconsidered rolled, and his views he thus defined. 'Twas o for a breach of the peace, 'twas o for an international brawl, but a piece of the breach. Ah no, I didn't want that at all. In defense you may say, if you please, Johnny Bull, that our girls are crazy to marry your dukes and your earls. But I've heard that the maids of your own little isle greet bachelor lauds with a favoring smile. Nay, titles, 'tis said in defense of our fair, are popular here because popular there. And for them, our ladies persistently go because 'tis exceedingly English, you know. Whatever the motive, you'll have to confess the efforts attended with easy success, and pardon the freedom. 'Tis thought over here, 'tis mortification you mask with a sneer. It's all very well, sir, you're scorn to parade of the high nasal twang of the Yankee maid, but to my lord, when he dares to propose no sound is so sweet as that yes from the nose. Ah, well, if the dukes and the earls and that lot can stand it, God succor them if they cannot. Your commoners ought to assent, I am sure, and what they're not called on to suffer, endure. 'Tis nothing but money, your nobles are bought. As to that, I submit, it is commonly thought that England's a country not specially free of crocy, and, if you'll allow it, crocy. You've many a widow and many a girl with money to purchase a duke or an earl. 'Tis a very remarkable thing, you'll agree, when goods import buyers from over the sea. Alas for the woman of Albion's isle. She may simper, as well as she may smile. She may wear pantalettes and an air of repose, but my lord of the future will talk through his nose. Invocation read at the celebration of independence in San Francisco, in 1888. Goddess of liberty? O thou whose tearless eyes behold the chain, and look unmoved upon the slain, eternal peace upon thy brow. Before thy shrine the races press, thy perfect favor to implore. The proudest tyrant asks no more, the ironed anarchist no less. Thine altar coals that touch the lips of prophets kindle, too, the brand by discord flung, with wanton hand among the houses and the ships. Upon thy tranquil front the star burns bleak and passionless and white, its cold inclemency of light more dreadful than the shadows are. Thy name we do not here invoke our civic rights to sanctify. Enthroned in thy remote sky, thou heedest not our broken yoke. Thou carest not for such as we. Our millions die to serve the still and secret purpose of thy will. They perish, what is that to thee? The light that fills the patriot's tomb is not of thee. The shining crown compassionately offered down to those who falter in the gloom, and fall, and call upon thy name, and die desiring. 'Tis the sign of a diviner love than thine, rewarding with a richer fame. To him alone let freeman cry who hears alike the victor's shout, the song of faith, the moan of doubt, and bends him from his nearer sky. God of my country and my race, so greater than the gods of old, so fairer than the prophets told who dimly saw and feared thy face, who didst but half reveal thy will and gracious ends to their desire, behind the dawn's advancing fire thy tender daybeam veiling still, to whom the unceasing suns belong, and cause is one with consequence, to whose divine, inclusive sense the moan is blended with the song, whose laws, imperfect and unjust, thy just and perfect purpose serve, the needle, howsoe'er it swerve, still warranting the sailor's trust. God, lift thy hand and make us free to crown the work thou hast designed. Oh, strike away the chains that bind our souls to one idolatry. The liberty thy love hath given we thank thee for. We thank thee for our great dead father's holy wall wherein our manacles were riven. We thank thee for the stronger stroke ourselves delivered and incurred when, thine incitement half unheard, the chains we riveted we broke. We thank thee that beyond the sea the people, growing ever wise, turn to the west their serious eyes and dumbly strive to be as we. As when the sun's returning flame upon the Nileside statue shone, and struck from the enchanted stone the music of a mighty fame, let man salute the rising day of liberty, but not a daw. 'Tis opportunity, no more, a useful, not a sacred ray. It bringeth good, it bringeth ill, as he possessing shall elect. He maketh it of none effect who walketh not within thy will. Give thou more or less as we shall serve the right or serve the wrong. Confirm our freedom but so long as we are worthy to be free. But when, distant be the time, majorities in passion draw insurgent sods to murder law, and all the land is red with crime, near a menace, when the band of feeble spirits cringe and plead to the gigantic strength of greed, and fawn upon his iron hand. Nay, when the steps to state are won in hollows by the feet of thieves, and Mammon sits among the sheaves and chuckles while the reapers mourn. Then stay thy miracle. Replace the broken throne, repair the chain, restore the interrupted reign, and veil again thy patient face. Lo, here upon the world's extreme, we stand with lifted arms and dare by thine eternal name to swear our country, which so fair we deem, upon whose hills, a bannered throng, the spirits of the sun display their flashing lances day by day, and hear the sea's pacific song, shall be so ruled in right and grace that men shall say, "Oh, drive afield the lawless eagle from the shield, and call an angel to the place." Religion Hassan Bedreddin, clad in rags, ill-shod, sought the great temple of the living God. The worshippers arose and drove him forth, and one in power beat him with a rod. "Allah," he cried, "thou seest what I got, thy servants bar me from the sacred spot." "Be comforted," the Holy One replied, "it is the only place where I am not." Two socialists brand Whitlock sped from hell through space, to be remanded never for having such a saintly face, set free forever, with due apology. He came to a world so base and bestial no tongue infernal spake its name, no tongue celestial. So foul it was that even he had cast it off who made it, adrift in space as on a sea, no mooring stayed it. That orb unclean, denied the aid of gravitation's tether, for centuries had blindly strayed, lost altogether. The sun disdainfully declined to light the villain planet, and the whole universe combined to curse and ban it. The thief impenitent, his grim recusance unabated, was its sole occupant. For him it was created. For when the wretch was newly dead, 'twas thought hell had not ample restraints to check the local spread of his example, nor apparatus that ensured a proper pang, though lately the woes that he at first endured had softened greatly. But still one fierce, vain longing he suffered, nor could overcome it, the wish to sit in reverie on Calvary's summit. Beneath that orb's unjoyous sky brand Whitlock found the sinner. "Affinity, the outer eye lit by the inner," said Whitlock. "Here my stay is brief, take, brother, ere we sever thy pardon, be a better thief henceforth forever. God gives me power to condone all scalawags offending, for the sweet faith that I have shown in their amending." When so he'd said with solemn grace, as was that good soul's habit, the thief directly into space sprang like a rabbit. He might have left at any time had freedom been his passion, for God had long forgot his crime. Crime was the fashion. The saint, resuming soon his flight, met him through chaos floating. 3 stolen post holes that poor wight was gaily toting. A morning fancy I drifted, or I seemed to, in a boat upon the surface of a shawless sea whereon no ship nor anything did float, save only the frail bark supporting me, and that, it was so shadowy, seemed to be almost from out the subtle azure wrought of the great ocean underneath its keel, and all that blue profound appeared as naught but thick a sky, translucent to reveal, miles down, whatever through its spaces glided, or at the bottom travelled or abided. Great cities there I saw, of rich and poor the palace and the hovel, mountains, vales, forest and field, the desert and the moor, tombs of the good and wise who'd lived in jails, seas of dense fluid, white with sails pushed at by currents moving here and there, and sensible to sight above the flat of that opaca deep. Ah, strange and fair the nether world that I was gazing at with beating heart from that exalted level, and lest I found a, trembling like the devil? The cities all were populous. Men swarmed in public places, chatted, laughed, and wept, and savages their shining bodies warmed at fires in primal woods. The wild beast leapt upon its prey and slew it as it slept. Armies went forth to battle on the plain so far. Far down in that unfathomed deep the living seemed as silent as the slain, nor even the widows could be heard to weep. One might have thought their shaking was but laughter, and truly, most were married shortly after. Above the wreckage of that silent fray strange fishes swam in circles, round and round, black, double-finned, and once a little way a bubble rose and burst without a sound, and a man tumbled out upon the ground. Laud, 'twas an eerie thing to drift apace on that pellucid sea, beneath black skies and all the heads of an undrowning race. And when I woke I said, to her surprise who came with chocolate for me to drink it, "The atmosphere is deeper than you think it." Visions of Sin Kraslojarsk, Siberia my eyes abetta, and I shall travel slowly toward home. Danenhauer from the regions of the night, coming with recovered sight, from the spell of darkness free, what will Danenhauer see? He will see when he arrives doctors taking human lives. He will see a learned judge whose decision will not budge till both litigants are fleeced and his palm is duly greased. Lawyers he will see who fight day by day and night by night, never both upon a side, though their fees they still divide. Preachers he will see who teach that it is divine to preach, that they fan a sacred fire and are worthy of their hire. He will see a trusted wife, pride of some good husband's life, enter at a certain daw, but he will see no more. He will see good Templars reel, see a prosecutor steal, and a father beat his child. He'll perhaps see Oscar Wilder. From the regions of the night coming with recovered sight, from the bliss of blindness free, that's what Dane and Harrell see. 1882. Genius? What is the thing called genius? One has said 'tis general ability directed into a special channel. One instead proffers a definition much respected by toiling dullards. Genius, he explains, is infinite capacity for taking pains. Max Nordau, seeing he has not the thing, has solemnly decided with Lombroso that genius is degeneracy. Ring the curtain down, the show is only so-so. I'd rather see a dogfight than sit out this inconclusive definition bout. What, then, is genius? Faith, I'm only sure that I am deep in doubt about the matter, but this I think. Of two in literature he is the greater genius who's the fatter. 'Twas in an age less prosperous that those were kings of thought who starved by verse and prose. Lo, the lane rhapsodist whose soul surveys, ecstatic, his unprofitable vision, interprets it in cleanly speech, arrays his jeweled words with scholarly precision. Faith, he's a dunce, or he would never lack the means to wedge his belly from his back. 'Twere passing easy to allay his pang had he the genius. That's to say, the insight commercial. If he would but sing in slang, he'd earn the wherewithal to make his skin tight. Genius, let's now define the word afresh, is the capacity to take on flesh. Spirit of letters, hail! Thy reign is now. Thy ministers are gentlemen that waddle, children of light and leading who avow they swap for tallow, speech that's not a model, for laminated kidney suet trade unsavory words. You must be stout, George Adair. The town of D swains and maidens, young and old, you to me this tale have told. Where the squalid town of D irks the comfortable sea, spreading webs to gather fish, as for wealth we set a wish, dwelt a king by right divine, sprung from Adam's royal line, town of D by the sea, divers kinds of kings there be. Name nor fame had Picklipip, ne'er a soldier nor a ship bore his banners in the sun, not knew he of kingly spot, and he held his royal cot under an inverted tun. Love and roses, ages through, bloom where cot and trellis stand, never yet these blossoms grew, never yet was room for two, in a cask upon the strand. So it happened, as it ought, that his simple schemes he wrought through the lagging summer's day in a solitary way. So it happened, as was best, that he took his nightly rest with no dreadful weight of woe, this way eyed and that way tressed, featured thus, and so, lying lead-like on a breast by cares of state enough oppressed. Yet in dreams his fancy rude claimed a lordly latitude. Town of D by the sea, dreamers made above their state and waken back to their degree. Once to cask himself away, he prepared at close of day. As he tugged with swelling throat at a most unkingly coat, not to get it off, but on, for the serving sun was gone, past a silk-apparelled sprite toward her castle on the height, seized and set the garment right. Turned the startled Picklipip, splendid crimson cheek and lip, turned again to sneak away, but she bade the villain stay, bade him thank her, which he did with a speech that slipped and slid, sprawled and stumbled in its gait as a dancer tries to skate. Town of D by the sea, in the face of silk and lace rags too bold should never be. Lady Minnow cocked her head. Mr. Picklipip, she said, do you ever think to wed? Town of D by the sea, no fair lady ever made a wicked speech like that to me. Wretched little Picklipip said he hadn't any ship, any flocks at his command, nor to feed them any land. Said he never in his life owned a mind to keep a wife. But the guilty stammer so that his meaning wouldn't flow. So he thought his aim to reach by some figurative speech, said his fate had been unkind, had pursued him from behind, how the mischief could it else? Came upon him unaware, caught him all too roughly, there gushed the little lady's glee like a gush of golden bells. Picklipip, why, that is me. Town of D by the sea, grammars for great scholars, she loved the summer and the lee. Stupid little Picklipip allowed the subtle hint to slip, maundered on about the ship that he did not chance to own, told this grievance knowing that she knew before, told her how he dwelt alone. Lady Minnow, for reply, cut him off with, so do I, but she reddened at the fib, servitors had she, ad lib. Town of D by the sea, in her youth who speaks no truth ne'er shall young and honest be. Witless little Picklipip manned again his mental ship, and veered her with a sudden shift. Painted to the lady's thought how he wrestled, and he wrought stoutly with the swimming drift by the kindly river brought from the mountain to the sea, fuel for the town of D. Tedious tale for lady's ear, from her castle on the height, she had watched her wat knight through the seasons of a year challenge more than met his view and conquer better than he knew. Now she shook her pretty pate and stamped her foot. 'twas growing late? Mr. Picklipip, when I drifting seaward pass you by, when the waves my forehead kiss and my tresses float above, dead and drowned for lack of love, you'll be sorry, sir, for this. And the silly creature cried, feared, perchance, the rising tide. Town of D by the sea, Madam Adam, when she had may have been as bad as she. Fiat lux, love's lumination fell in floods of revelation. Blinded brain by world aglare, sense of pulses in the air, sense of swooning and the beating of a voice somewhere repeating something indistinctly heard. And the soul of Picklipip sprang upon his trembling lip, but he spake no further word of the wealth he did not own. In that moment had outgrown ship and mine and flock and land, even his cask upon the strand. Dropped a stricken star to earth, type of wealth and worldly worth. Clomb the moon into the sky, type of love's immensity. Shaking silver seemed the sea, throne of God the town of D. Town of D by the sea, from above there cometh love, blessing all good souls that be. An anarchist false to his art, and to the high command God laid upon him, demagogo's hand beats all in vain the hop he thrilled before. It yields a jingle, and it yields no more. No more the strings beneath his fingertips sing harmonies divine. No more his lips, touched with a living coal from sacred fires, lead the sweet chorus of the golden wires. The voice is raucous and the phrases squeak. They labor, they complain, they sweat, they reek. The more the wayward, disobedient song errs from the right to advocate the wrong, more diligently still the singer strums, to drown the horrid sound with all his thumbs. Gods, what a spectacle! The angels lean out of high heaven to view the sorry scene, and Israfel, whose hot strings are a lute, though now compassion makes their music mute, among the weeping company appears, pearls in his eyes and cotton in his ears. An offer of marriage once I dipped into the future far as human eye could see, and saw, it was not Sandow, nor John Sullivan, but she, emancipated woman, who was weeping as she ran here and there for the discovery of expurgated man. But the sun of evolution ever rose and ever set, and that tardiest of mortals hadn't evoluted yet. Hence the tears that she cascaded, hence the sighs that tore apart all the tenderness connections of her indurated heart, cried emancipated woman, as she wearied of the search. In advancing I have left myself distinctly in the lurch, seeking still a worthy partner. From the land of brutes and dudes I have penetrated rashly into manless solitudes. Now without a mate of any kind where am I? That's to say, where shall I be tomorrow? Where exert my rightful sway and the purifying strength of my emancipated mind? Can solitude be lifted up, vacuity refined? Calling from the shadows in the rear of my advance, from the region of unprogress in the dark domain of chance. Long, I heard the unevolvable beseeching my return to share the degradation he's reluctant to unlearn. But I've held my way regardless, evoluting year by year till I'm what you now behold me. Ah, would if you were here, a condensed emancipation and a purifier, proud and independent entity appropriately loud. Independent? Yes, in spirit, but oh, woeful, woeful state. Doomed to premature extinction by privation of a mate, to extinction or reversion, for unexpurgated man still awaits me in the backwood if I sicken of the van. Oh, the horrible dilemma, to be odiously linked with an undeveloped species, or become a type extinct? As emancipated woman wailed her sorrow to the air, stalking out of desolation came a being strange and rare, Plato's man, a biped, featherless from mandible to rump, its wings two quillless flippers and its tail a plumeless stump. First it scratched and then it clucked, as if in hospitable terms it invited her to banquet on imaginary worms. Then it strutted up before her with a lifting of the head, and in accents of affection and of sympathy it said, "My estate is somewhat humble, but I'm qualified to draw near the hymeneal altar and whack up my heart and claw to emancipated anything as walks upon the earth, and them things is at your service for whatever they are worth. I'm sure to be congenial, mom, nor e'er deserve a scowl. I'm emancipated rooster, I am expurgated fowl." From the future and its wonders I withdrew my gaze, and then wrote this wild, unfestive lay of evolution at hen. Arma virumque ours is a Christian army, so he said a regiment of bangomen who led. And ours a Christian navy? Added he who sailed a thunder junk upon the sea. Better they know than men unwarlike do what is an army, and a navy too. Pray God there may be sent them by and by the knowledge what a Christian is, and why. For somewhat lamely, the conception runs of a brass-buttoned Jesus firing guns. On a proposed crematory, when a fair bridge is builded o'er the gulf between two cities, some ambitious fool, hot for distinction, pleads for earliest leave to push his clumsy feet upon the span, that men in after years may single him, saying, Behold the fool who first went awe. So be it when, as now the promise is, next summer sees the edifice complete which some do name a crematorium, within the vantage of whose greater, Ma's quicker digestion, we shall cheat the worm, and circumvent the handed mole who loves, with tunnel, adit, drift and roomy stope, to mine our mottle pots in all their dips and spurs and angles. Let the fool stand forth to link his name with this fair enterprise, as first decockest by the flame. And if with rival greetings for the fiery fame they push in clamoring multitudes, or if with unaccustomed modesty they all hold off, being something loth to qualify, let me select the fittest for the right. By heaven, I'll make so warrantable, wise, and excellent censure of their true deserts, and such a searching canvass of their claims, that none shall bait the ballot. I'll spread my choice upon the main and general of those who, moved of holy impulse, pulpit bon, protested 'twere a sacrilege to burn God's gracious images, designed to rot, and bellowed for the right of way for each distempered carrion through the water pipes. With such a sturdy, boisterous exclaim, they did discharge themselves from their own throats against the splinted gates of audience 'twere wholesomer, to take them in at mouth than ear. These shall burn first, their ignoble and seasoned substances, trunks, legs, and arms, blent indistinguishable in a mass, like winter-woven serpents in a pit, none vantaged with unfair precedency, and all impartially alive, shall serve as fueling to fervor the retort for oft-disineration of true men. A demand you promised to paint me a picture, dear Matt, and I was to pay you in rhyme. Although I am loth to inflict your most easy of consciences, I'm of opinion that fibbing is awful, and breaking a contract unlawful, indictable, too, as a crime, a slight and all that. If, Lady Unbountiful, any of that by mortals called pity has part in your obdurate soul, if a penny you care for the health of my heart, by performing your undertaking you'll succor that organ from breaking, and spare it for some new smart, as puss does a rat. Do you think it is very becoming, dear Matt, to deny me my rights evermore? And bless you, if I begin summing your sins they will make a long scar. You never were generous, madam. If you had been Eve and I Adam you'd have given me naught but the caw, and little of that. Had I been content with a Titian, a cat by Lancia, a meadow by Claude, no doubt I'd have had your permission to take it, by purchase abroad. But why should I sail all the ocean for Lancias and Claudes? I've a notion all's bad that the critics belaud. I wanted a Matt. Presumption's a sin, and I suffer for that. But still you did say that sometime, if I'd pay you enough, here's enough-a. That's more than enough, of rhyme you'd paint me a picture. I pay you hereby in advance, and I pray you condone, while you can, your crime, and send me a Matt. But if you don't do so, I warn you, dear Matt, I'll raise such a clamour and cry on Pontius the muses will scorn you as mucker of poets and fly with bitter complaints to Apollo. Her spirit is proud, her heart hollow, her beauty, they'll hardly deny, on second thought, that, the weather white the way was long, the hill was steep, my footing scarcely I could keep. The night enshrouded me in gloom, I heard the ocean's distant boom, the trampling of the surges vast was borne upon the rising blast. God help the mariner, I cried, whose ship tomorrow braves the tide. Then from the impenetrable dock a solemn voice made this remark, for this locality, warm, bright, barometer unchanged, breeze light. Unseen console a man, I cried, woe you are, wearer abide. Thanks, but my care is somewhat less for Jack's than for my own distress. Could I but find a friendly roof, small odds what weather were aloof. For he whose comfort is secure another's pain can well endure. The latch strings out, the voice replied, and so's the door, just step inside. Then through the darkness I discerned a hovel, into which I turned. Groping about beneath its thatch, I struck my head and then a match. A candle by that gleam betrayed soon lent perifinacious aid. A pallid, bald, and thin old man I saw, who this complaint began. Through summer suns and winter snows I sets observant of my toes. I rambles with increase in pain the path of duty, but in vain. Rewards and honours pass me by, no congress hears this raven cry. Filled with astonishment, I spoke. Thou ancient raven, why this croak? With observation of your toes what congress has to do, God knows. And swallow me if e'er I knew that one could sit and ramble too. To answer me that ancient swain took up his parable again. Through winter snows and summer suns, a weather bureau here I runs. I calls the turn, and can declare Jess when she'll storm and when she'll fair. 3 times a day I sings out clear the probs to all which wants to hear. Some weather stations run with light frivolity is seldom right. A scientist from times remote, in Scienceville, my birth is wrote. And when I chist, the rainy sign jest, take your claws in off the line. Not mine, O marvelous old man, the methods of your art to scan, yet here no instruments there be, nor ometonoscope I see. Did you, if questions you permit, at the asylum leave your kit? That strange old man with motion rude rose to surprising altitude. Tools, and sarcasms too, I scones, I tells the weather by my cons. No doors and windows here you see, the wind and moisture enters free. No fires nor lights, no wool nor fur here falsifies the temperature. My cons unleathered I expose to feel the rain's foretellin' throes. No stockin' from their ears keeps out the common tempest's warnin' shout. Sich delicacies some has got they know next summers to be hot. This here one says, for that he's best, storm sent a passin' to the west. This fella's vitals is transfixed with frost for January 6th. One chap just now is occupied in figurin' on next Friday's tide. I've shaved this cuss so thin and true he'll spot a fog in South Peru. Sech are my tools, which ne'er a swell observatory can excel. By long studyin' their thrubs I catches onto all the probs. Much more, no doubt, he would have said, but suddenly he turned and fled, for in mine eyes indignant green lay storms that he had not foreseen, concerning which, as fear appeals to speed, his toes had told his heels. Yes, he was that, as you prefer, did so and so, though, faith, it wasn't all, lived like a fool or a philosopher, and had whatever's needful to a fall. As rough inflections on a planet merge in the true bend of the gigantic sphere, nor mar the perfect circle of its verge, so in the survey of his worth the small asperities of spirit disappear, lost in the grander curves of character. He lately was hit hard. None knew but I the strength and terror of that ghastly stroke, not even herself. He uttered not a cry, but set his teeth and made a revelry, drank like a devil. Staining sometimes read the goblet's edge, diced with his conscience, spread, like Sisyphus, a feast for death, and spoke his welcome in a tongue so long forgot that even his ancient guest remembered not what race had cursed him in it. Thus my friend, still conjugating with each failing sense the verb, to die, in every mood and tense, pursued his awful humor to the end, when like a stormy dawn the crimson broke from his white lips, he smiled and mutely bled, and having meanly lived, is grandly dead. My monument, it is pleasant to think, as I'm watching my ink drying along my paper, that a monument fine will surely be mine when death has extinguished my taper. From each pitiless scribe of the critic tribe, purged clean of all sentiments narrow, a pebble will mock his respect for the stock stiff body that's under the barrow. Thus stone upon stone by reviewers thrown will make my celebrity deathless. Oh, I wish I could think as I gaze at my ink, they'd wait till my caucus is breathless. Mad, O ye who push and fight to hear a wanton sing, who utter the delight that has the bogus ring, O men mature in years, in understanding young, the membranes of whose ears she tickles with her tongue. O wives and daughters sweet, who call it love of aught to kiss a woman's feet that crush a woman's heart. O prudent dams and sires, your docile young who bring to see how man admires a sinner if she sing. O husbands who impart to each assenting spouse the lesson that shall start the buds upon your brows, all whose applauding hands assist to rear the fame that throws o'er all the lands the shadow of its shame, go drag her car. The mud through which its axle rolls is partly human blood and partly human souls. Mad, mad, your senses whirl like devils dancing free, because a strolling girl can hold the note high C. For this, the avenging rod of heaven ye dare defy, and tear the law that God thundered from Sinai. For coercion of Columbia, the ships steam south from the harbor mouth in warlike, grim array. They load the seas, and on every breeze I hear the brass bands play as the squadrons steer away. From each foreign shaw they are coming all the oceans big and small, with cheering crews and churning screws and guns and shot and all, and admirals that appall. In tropical seas they are thick as bees. Oh, ne'er on the Trojan strand was gathered a fleet so hard to beat as sails to that southern land. 'Tis terribly, terribly grand. Oh, sailormen stout, what's it all about? If you happen to know, tell me. That the foe has no chance his troops to advance to the field, we all agree, and the devil a ship has he. He shifted his quid, the sailorman did, to the starboard side of his face. His trousers he hitched as he rolled and pitched, maintaining his dubious place with a certain maritime grace. He looked at the sky with a studious eye, and this singular yawn he spun. When the wind's sou'west every man's possessed of a devil, no son of a gun can tell what's fit to be done. Perhaps it was not but a sailorman's thought, but I said to myself, I'm blessed if I can't mock down a man of renown who is living in mental unrest where the wind is forever sou'west. A tea-going admiral once the queen of Nether China, so benign a Messalina, said, "I'll make a naval hero without fear, oh brave as Nero. He shall dominate the ocean by promotion, that's my notion. All my other sons of thunder then shall plunder vainly under this incomparable person, intersperse in lively curson with their futile strife to shiver every river pirate's liver, and to ascertain the measure of his treasure at their leisure. For I'll so arrange the looting, and the shooting, and the hooting, and the making frightful faces, these grimaces are the bases of our tactics, that they never, howsoever brave and clever, shall have any kind of inning in the skinning now beginning. And I'll see that in the story of the gory game of glory, the historian shall slight 'em or indict 'em, maybe bite 'em. But the hero of my making, whom I'm aching to be waking into visible existence, he shall distance these Philistines. Fame's loud trumpet, he shall hear it. Blown with spirit in his ear, it shall extol his birth and breeding, his exceeding knack at leading in a sanguinary sea fight, or a tea fight, or a flea fight, till he burst with admiration of his station in the nation. Then, while all the people mock him, I'll unfrock him, that will shock him." Thus, the queen of Nether China, the Regina Monkey Sheena, made to naval evolution a Confucian contribution. 1898. The wooer in Balabazu, the young men woo with the irresistible hobnail shoe, but in Gagaru lived a maiden who was pleased to remark that it wouldn't do. From Gagaru to Balabazu, this sternly dissenting maiden, who, etc., went to reside, alas, with a cheek of steel and a brow of brass. Then all the young men of Balabazu took turns in calling early to woo, with the irresistible hobnail shoe, the beautiful maiden from Gagaru. As each fond lover with ardor threw his heel in her upturned face, there flew a rain of sparks that consumed his eyes, affecting his mind with a great surprise. When all the young men had renounced their sight, the metal-faced maiden she sat upright, remarking, "There's nothing here to do. A dull, dull village is Balabazu." From Balabazu to Gagaru the cheek-hole maiden her armament drew, and her playmate lovers raised a hurrah that saddened the sightless in Balabazu. A stranger there was who cherished a heel of double-case-hardened, cold-rolled chrome steel, and taking thought he decided to woo, as 'twas his undoubted right to do. To display his charms he removed his shoe, and bodding her visage, began to woo. And there in the gloaming, and not in vain, the old story was told again. It was long ago in the sainted past, but traits long latent crop out at last, and I know a live newspaper fellow who has ancestors buried in Gagaru. Silhouettes of Orientals, the Sultan is a Musliman, he's full of vim and whack, and if you want a tussle man his back. Because he's a Mahometan, they think him mighty slow. He's quicker than a comet, an auto, he doesn't often waste a fit but throws it where 'twill tell. Blood? Yes, he likes the taste of it right well. That angel, the Bulgarian, is just a bird of prey. His soul's as white as Parian, they say. His halo fits him pleasantly and he has 2 great wings. He tunes his harp and presently he sings, "My shoulder inoffensively bears this dear little chip. Pass on, wayfarer, pensively, don't flip." The thoughtful Moslem pins the chip fast with a dagger. Oh, that angel person's sins of lip all low. The Armenian is a sassy cur, cantankerous to boot, nor draws the line at massacre and loot. But when the Kurd in revelry slays, burns, imprisons, fines, that bad gent to the devil he consigns. My muse cannot exemplify the Macedonian, she refuses to attempt to fly so free. Old Philip, king of Macedon, is many ages dead. We have this little gassy don instead. Is he a Unitarian, a Moslem, Buddhist, Jew, or just a gowned barbarian with trousers on his Mary Ann? Don't know, do you? Land of the pilgrim's pride I dreamed, and in my dream came one who said, "Because thou art all sullen, and because thou sayest thou hast not for thy country, love, because thou dost begrudge the foolish blood that in the far heroic days thou didst, or say'st thou didst, pour from thy riven vein in testimony to thy patriot zeal, because thou seekest ever to promote distrust of the benign and wholesome rule of the majority, God's ministers, because thou hearest in the people's voice not but the mandate of an idiot while clamoring in the wilderness, but what or why it knoweth not. Because all this and much beside is true, I come." "Forbear," I cried, "to name thine errand. All too well I know it for the sod, the scales, the shrouded eyes, albeit methinks I catch a twinkle now and then beneath the band, speak to my conscience of a traitor's doom. Strike then, but hear. To westward, roaring up from far beyond the earth's vast curvature, come sounds of discord horrible, the jar and thunder of exploding bombs, the crackle of the flames that eat away the means of life of those who kindle them, the shouts and curses of the robber mob. drunk with a sense of numbers, like the wolves, numerically brave, on ravin bent and murder. Hear the moans of honest men, with shameful by name vilified, denied the right to earn their bread, and with a blind, mad cruelty the devil would weep to see, beaten and tortured, even by the hands of the barbarian's female and his whelps. Meanwhile, the coward rulers of the land prate of the people's wrongs. The coward press, thrifty withal to purse a double gain by two-faced flattery, prates like a fool of the conservative and saving strength of Anglo-Saxon institutions, all with magic words, as freedom, and the like, would conjure order from inharmony. The land is foul with crime, and none declares our shame and downfall. Even the women rise, and seeing the rack and ruin men have wrought, strip their weak bodies with a silly zeal something to save from the chaotic wreck, and in the reek and sweat of their absurd and awkward efforts, lose even what remained, their own morality and men's respect. Therefore I say to you, nay, say no more, cried she who came into my dream, for thou dost wonder. What, pray, has all this to do with what thou art charged with? That thou dost not love such as it is thy country? Faith, I would, but 'tis infested by my countrymen. What she replied I know not, for a bomb, spitting and sputtering on my chamber floor, awoke me and I fled into the night. A single terma when Senator Foraker came to die his features lit up with a glow, and he said, I am going to dwell on high and the Democrats down below. I have kept the faith, I have fought the fight to the trusts forever true, with Elkins to lead, I have followed the light, St. Peter, it's up to you. Said Peter, we strive to please in vain, many a soul coming here escapes to earth to be born again and resume the old career. Here he opened the gate. Although, no doubt, this fellow's a son of sin, the devil himself can't keep him out, but I'll lock the fine gentleman in. A plague of asses, alas, we've fallen upon an evil time, our journals are all in a rash of rhyme. Slang, dialect, the humor of the slum, done into stanzas by the rule of thumb, the peasant word, the coarse, colloquial phrase, fitting the pauper thought that it conveys, march to the metermaster's hep, 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 with every second soldier out of step. What sins of ours deserve this heavy curse? Who taught our clowns 'tis easy to write verse, if neither poetry nor wit be deemed a needful ornament, nor sense esteemed a twin of sound? O rustics of the quill, ill-made by nature, making others ill, landlubbers on the sea of song a sail, uttering your fancies or the layward rail, forgive the wicked wish I cannot choose but entertain. That, luckless, you may lose each one a thumb of the tormenting 10 whereon you reckon syllables. Ah, then, restored to what it was before you learned that grinning through horse collars ever earned plaudits of rustics, and enough of dollars to pay the weekly rental of the collars, with something over for the stomach's throes, your ailing verse will turn to ailing prose. Then joyous angels will look down and say, behold, the 99 that went astray return to where, from fields of noxious grass, sweet thistles beckon each repenting ass. In Cuba, our administration had made a new nation, as new as a nation could be. A raven was flapping above it and snapping his beak with a manifest glee. Oh, raven, what is it you see that causes the manifest glee? You can't be designing a program of dining on anything living and free. You're famous for dinners that plain-speaking sinners condemn with the terrible D. The word is abhorrent to me that begins with the terrible D. Come down from your airy position and tarry a while on this coconut tree, and tell me what joying you find in annoying a nation so young and so free, not dead in the slightest degree, but lively and healthy as we. The raven, complying, said, solemnly eyeing my edible pots from the tree, it isn't to nations I look for my rations to any extent or degree. They don't fill the hollow in me to an appreciable degree. Yet the seasons ensuing will see something doing to heighten my manifest glee. 'Tis soldiers that mostly appeal to my ghostly unusual appetite, see? They're easy digesting to me with my singular appetite, see? Then I hammered my forehead to think of that horrid old bird with his appetite free, sitting there, lacking compassion and cracking his beak, on a coconut tree, as if merely saying to me, oh, what a fine coconut tree. I said somewhat later, our administrator of freedom's estate, O.C., his administration presents us a nation that's spelled with the terrible D, and nation is hateful to me when led by the terrible D. For a certain critic let lowly theme engage my humble pen, stupidities of critics, not of men. Be it mine once more the maunderings to trace of the expounder's self-directed race, their wire-drawn fancies, finically fine, of diligent vacuity, the sign. Let them in jargon of their trade rehearse the moral meaning of the random verse that runs spontaneous from the poet's pen to be half-blotted by ambitious men, who hope with his their mina names to link by writing o'er it in another ink the thoughts unreal which they think, until the mental eye in vain inspects the hateful palimpsest to find the text. The lark ascending heavenward, loud and long sings to the dawning day his wanton song. The moaning dove, attentive to the sound, its hidden meaning hastens to expound, explains its principles, design, in brief, pronounces it a parable of grief. The bee, just pausing ere he daubs his thigh with pollen from a hollyhock nearby, declares he never heard in terms so just the labor problem thoughtfully discussed. The browsing ass looks up and clears his whistle to say, a monologue upon the thistle. Meanwhile the lark, descending, folds his wing and innocently asks, what, did I sing? O literary parasites, who thrive upon the fame of better men, derive your sustenance by suction, like a leech, and for you preach of them, think masters preach, who find it half as profit, half delight, to write about what you could never write. Consider, pray, how sharp had been the throes of famine and discomfiture in those you write of if they had been critics too, and doomed to write of nothing but of you? Lo, where the gaping crowd throngs yonder tent, to see the lion resolutely bent, the prosing showman who the beast displays grows rich and richer daily in its praise. But how if, to attract the curious yeoman, the lion owned the show and showed the showman? To a summer poet, yes, the summer girl is flirting on the beach with a hymn. And the dam boy is a-climbing for the peach, on the limb. Yes, the bullfrog is a-croaking, and the dewdullet is a-smoking cigarettes. And the hackman is a-hacking, and the showman is a-cracking up his pets. Yes, the Jersey skeeter flits along the shaw and the snapdog. We have heard it awe and awe. Yes, my poet, well we know it. Know the spooners how they spoon in the bright dollar light of the country tavern moon. Yes, the caterpillars fall from the trees, we know it all, and with beetles all the shelves are alive. Please unbuttonhole us, oh, have the grace to let us go, for we know how you summer poets thrive, by the recapitulation and insistent iteration of the wondrous doings incident to life among ourselves. So, I pray you stop the fervor and the fuss. For you, poor human linnet, there's a half a living in it, but there's not a copper cent in it for us. Arthur McEwen posterity with all its eyes will come and view him where he lies. Then, turning from the scene away with a concerted shrug, will say, Scarabaeus Sisyphus. What interest has that to us? We can't admire at all, a tumble-bug without its ball. And then a sage will rise and say, good friends, you turn back, I pray. This freak that you unwisely shun is bug and ball rolled into one. Charles and Peter Gabriel's note to silence died, all graves of men were gaping wide. Then Charles Dana, of the sun rose slowly from the deepest one. The dead in Christ rise first, 'tis writ, quoth he, Ike, Bick, Ban, Do, I'm it? His headstone, footstone, counted slow, were Ike and Bick, he Ban, and Do? Of beating Nick the subtle art was pot of his immortal pot. Then straight to heaven he took his flight, arriving at the gates of light. Their wadden Peter, in the throes of sleep, lay roaring in the nose. Get up, you sluggard, Dana cried, I've an engagement there inside. The saint arose and scratched his head. I recollect your face, he said. And pardon me, 'tis rather hard, but Dana handed him a card. Ah, yes, I now remember. Bless my soul, how dull I am. Yes, walk in, but I must tell you this, we've nothing better here than bliss. We've rest and comfort, though, and peace. Puddles, Dana said, for geese. Have you in heaven no hell? Why, no, said Peter, naw in truth below. 'Tis not included in our scheme, 'tis but a preacher's idle dream. The great man slowly moved away. I'll call, he said, another day. On earth I played it, o'er and awe, and heaven without it were a baw. Oh, stuff? Come in, you'll make, said Pete, a hell where you set your feet. Contemplation I muse upon the distant town in many a dreamy mood. Above my head the sunbeams crown the graveyard's giant rude. The lupin blooms among the tombs, the quail recalls her brood. Ah, good it is to sit and trace the shadow of the cross. It moves so still from place to place, all marble, bronze and moss, with graves to mock upon its arc our time's eternal loss. And sweet it is to watch the bee that revels in the roses, and sense the fragrance floating free on every breeze that dozes upon the mound, where, safe and sound, mine enemy reposes. The golden age long ago the world was finer, why it failed I do not know. All the virtues were divina, robber, miser, and maligna had not been created. No, truth and honor flourished though. Long ago, sages in procession stalking moved majestic to and fro, and each lowly mortal walking in their shadow stilled his talking, heeding the sonorous flow of their wisdom, loud or low, long ago. Angel woman, younger, fairer far than she that now we know, gave men meeting with a rarer grace. No greybeard cried, beware her tongue and temper. she was slow to wrath. I tell you that was so long ago. Ah, the miracle of morning, setting all the world aglow like a smile of light adorning God's own face, held no forewarning of the tempest that would blow, sign and prophecy of woe, long ago. Hope from every hilltop beckoned to the happy throngs below, and they confidently reckoned on a hero every second. Best of all that goodly show, I was but a laddie, oh, so long ago. A prophet of peace the world is young, perverse and bad, the virtues all are wanting. The gods are dead and men are mad and wickedness is haunting the human heart, an honored guest, as robbers of the night infest a wayside inn in Camelhad. Hate walks the earth all unafraid, and neighbor murders neighbor, greed draws on greed the battle blade, and labor strangles labor. The widow and the orphan cry for bread while benefactors ply unlashed by law their dreadful trade. King, president, and patriot serve their accursed ambition. The soldier and the sansculottes, the priest and politician, are blowing with impested breath the coals of war that sparkle death. Peace, righteousness, and love are not. But I shall live to see the day whose golden dawn is breaking. The reign of war no more shall lay our dust, nor hearts be aching. Lo, all mankind in brotherhood shall study only to be good, and fling the sod of self away. So chanted one inspired, and fain his message to deliver to men who toiled upon the plain and bled along the river, and all the world was foul with crime. This prophet lived about the time that Lamech's wife bare Tubal-Cain. An unreformable reformer, I know not how they come about. These alterations in our spelling, but sometimes am disposed to doubt the efficacy of compelling, as still is done to one in school by threatening to whack or twist him, observance of an iron rule despite one's better private system. For when the sin is freed from fear he spells, as formerly, by ear. That's what I have observed, but much by that, I fear, is not decided against the iron hand, whose touch may none experience as I did. For under this White House regime condemning every silent letter, this is the motto, it would seem? Who spells by ear spells all the better. If that is what these pranks entail, executive compulsion hail? God grant I know not envy nor, when chatting over cup and saucer, betray my secret hunger for the high renown of Geoffrey Chaucer. Yet now, at last, I seem to see my way to equal approbation, when I'm as hard to read as he phonetes of that far generation will study me and say, how grand, so difficult to understand. The president, how enterprising in revision of nature's laws, how diligent in cutting out a caught decision, how sedulous the stars to woo and keep the seasons rightly going. Ah, seldom we remember who establishes the time of sowing and reaping, makes the harvest good, and a great man of Leonard Wood. This world is variously bad, and mad as hares in January. 'Tis later that the hares are mad, but similes and seasons vary, and presidents have much to do to keep the march of mind a-walking, to level up the birth rate, to pain William Chandler, all by talking. O Father Adam, how you must rejoice that both your ears are dust. The word way in Panama I dreamed I sailed along a tropic shore, the line behind me and the star before. A savage coast it was of wood and fen, and monkeys gabbled there instead of men. Once, as the blessed sun his head upraised, on what a wondrous spectacle he gazed. A mile away upon the starboard beam fell into ocean a deep sluggish stream, yet not a drop of water passed its mouth. Thy way, Kentucky, glory of the South? Words alone it uttered to the day, as if from Kansas it had gone astray. Yeah, disembogging grandly on the beach, flowed thickly, vicidly, the pots of speech. Some, by their dead, incalculable weight held to the bottom of that turbid strait, slid seaward fathoms deep, nor saw the light that shone above their everlasting night. Some, such their levity, remained atop. Frolicked and flashed, did everything but stop. Others, too grave to float, too light to sink, forever rolled and tumbled on the brink, spread north and south along the cumbered strand, and babbled ever between sea and land. Ah, 'twas a famous spectacle indeed, this wordy welter. Verbs that disagreed with nominatives, prepositions all too weak to hold the objective case in thrall. Adverbs and adjectives despoted quite from parent words and in a woeful plight of orphanage. Conjunctions, interjections with truly anarchistic predilections, and pronouns which, a gut-a-blooded swam, denied their antecedents in their form. Greatly I marveled whence this language came, no well of English, like it could I name, nor think how such a stream, however free its flow, could wear a channel to the sea. As Hudson bears his never-failing fleet of dead dogs, verdant, potty, and unsweet, to pile themselves upon the Jersey shore, or in Sargasso's sea rest evermore, so pawed this torrent through its delta's breaches, And all these pots of speech were pots of speeches, all gushing from that wordway like a flood of swearing tomcats militant in mud. They leapt, they smelled, they clamoured, like a line of pagans faring to a sacred shrine. No more my hot the dismal din sustained, see Homer, Pope's translation, for it strained my senses, this uncouth, infragrant, hoarse, fine flow of language from its northern sauce. Cold drops of terror from my body broke, I bouted ship, and from my dream awoke. 1902? The Jack of Clubs Jerome, you are a mighty famous man, district attorney I believe they call you. Some shout your praise as loudly as they can, and some, apparently, just live to maul you. But whether good or ill repute befall you, your critics can't deny that, as a rule, you take it standing, though the wits among them say you stand, as does the singing mule, the better to perform your feats of lung. And truly from the dawning to the gloaming, when in good voice, you're usually Jereming. Oh, well, we must have music, 'tis a need like Ibsen, Shaw, or the Edenic diet, though sometimes silence is desired. Indeed, there's much that may be said in praise of quiet, and possibly you might do worse than try it. 'Twere better, anyhow, than fool advice to the police to club their fellow men, too sore already. Sir, it is not nice to free your snouty virtues from the pen, unless, as once in Gadara, they'll scamper down a steep place to where 'tis greatly damper. Jerome, the best of us are those who care to hide from view the monsters that inhabit our hearts, and when too closely questioned swear, we've nothing fiercer than a sheep or rabbit. Seeing an opportunity, you grab it, and lifting up the curtain, show the whole menagerie of thoughts and feelings which infest the secret places of your soul like newts and water puppies in a ditch. Oh, great reformer! Hide from observation the unpleasing spectacle of reformation. 1905. A naval method Captain Purvis, for aught we know, never slew a Filipino, played exceeding well at polo, but invited not the bolo. Though his form was big and burly, and his fist was hard and knurly, and his cocktail hour came early, yet he was devoid of thirst for the blood of the accursed. Inconsiderate Tagallo, seas of gaw, however shallow, he regarded very lightly, as inutile and unsightly. So he did not much frequent that insurrectionary gent. Captain Purvis went a-scouting. Truth to tell, he took an outing, found a Filipino sleeping, bound and took him into keeping. Calling Sergeant Major Gump, they conveyed him to a pump, laid him on his back beneath, with his tongue between his teeth. Said the captain, "We'll not thump him, but he is a spy, we'll pump him. That's our duty, information, secrets useful to the nation, we'll wring from him. Tell me, sir, tell me truly, why a cur wags its tail, and furthermore, when a door is not a daw." But that person obstinacious answered, with a look ungracious, that he'd see them, he was witty, both in hell first. That's a city in Silesia, I suppose, where no proper person goes. So they pumped him full of water, son of temperance, audata, ne'er was half so full as that, nor any poison-fevered rat trying with a fervor frantic to abolish the Atlantic. Yes, that Filipino bloated till his snurry liver floated like a lily on a pond, and his soul to the beyond drifted on the strong, full tide, by word of mouth, from his inside. Captain Purvis being duly tried, the president said, "Truly he's a water warrior, he would more fitly serve at sea." So the navy broke his fall, rearest admiral of all. By his ironclad desk he's sitting, sometimes writing, sometimes knitting, for he's chief, and that's enough, of the Bureau of Plum Duff. 1902. Another aspirant George Dewey, dear, I did not think that you, so very married and so happy, too, would go philandering with another girl, and give your gay mustache a fetching curl and set your cap. I should say your cocked hat. At Miss Columbia the like o' that. Pray what can you expect to get by throwing sheep's eyes at one so very, very knowing? See how she served McKinley? All his life he wooed her for his morganatic wife, swore that he loved her better than his soul. I'm half inclined to think, upon the whole, she better did deserve his love. Then vowed he'd marry her alive, or even aloud. What did she? Ere his breath he could recover, she heartlessly accepted that poor lover. There's William Bryan of the silver tongue, old in ambition, indiscretion young. He cots her with the song, the dance, the lute, but knows how suitors feel who do not suit. And Teddy Roosevelt, plucking from its sheath the weapon that he wears behind his teeth, endeavors in his simple, soldier fashion, but all in vain, to touch her heart by slashin'. Beware, my web-foot friend, beware her wiles, fly from her sighs and disregard her smiles. She's no fool mermaid with a comb and glass, but Satan's daughter with a breast of brass. Put out your proudesty again, but hold, if Bryan and McKinley, all too bold, show up along the beach with little Teddy, well, Dewey, you may fire when you are ready. April 1900. A learner I do not think you rightly understand. my foolish tongue imperfectly has caught the trick of loving words, gnaw, as it ought, serves the sweet purpose of the heart's command. Dear, I'm untraveled in the golden land of love, and in its language all untaught, like some poor mariner by tempest brought mongst alien races to a foreign strand. So, pretty native, bear with me until my simple wants I rightly can avow, my will to serve you with my men and ships. For lo, already I've some little skill in the strange tongue. Ask me to kiss you now, I'll read the riddle ere it leaves your lips. To Bridget have you heard what the news is, me dolent? The Fenians have threatened the Pope, but begorra, I think there's a snarl in't that's twisted it up like a rope, from a kink in the telescope. For the news, you must know, Biddy, reaches this country by means of a wire, and sometimes the heat o' the speeches just warrups it up like a fire. Faith, who but the divil would bother the likes o' the Howly Father? And the divil is in it, I'm fearin', when a gentleman's called on to choose betwixt Howly Church and Ud Aaron, the shamrock and hop to refuse, I'll be like the Murtherin Jews. Och, Biddy, me mind it is troublin' to know where me body's at home, with half o' me soul there in Dublin and t'other half over in Rome. Bedad, there's a sh plit in the potty of the name of O'Malley McCarty. After Tennyson you ask me why, though ill at ease, within this region I subsist, where honour's dead, and law is hissed, and all men pillage as they please. It is the land where freemen kill in warm debate their party foes, the land where judges come to blows and speak the things that make us ill, a land of base expedient, a land where gold can justice drown, where freedom's chains are handed down from president to president, where factions wrangle for the bread of honest men, where, fearing not, accursed monopolies have caught the people in the nets they spread, where branded convicts execute the laws that in a better time they broke, and every kind of crime stalks unashamed and resolute. Should honor e'er possess the land, and patriots control the state, and justice rise, divine with hate, to choke the politician band, oh waft me from the harbor forth. Wild winds, I'll see Alaska's sky, here 'twill have grown too warm, and I will run for office in the north. To my bird if I were screaming in a cage, parrot mine, and you were rhyming on this page, parrot mine, I'd try to shriek afresh a bit of wisdom to excite your wit, parrot mine. All you have said is nothing new, parrot mine, by Jove, I taught it all to you, parrot mine. While you naw can, naw could, naw might have thought what I could care to write, parrot mine. Your life in order to maintain, parrot mine, you daily dine upon my brain, parrot mine. My mind, a torn and mangled wreck, is disappearing down your neck, parrot mine. Well, be it so. Present your bill, parrot mine, and on my virtues feast your fill, parrot mine. My vices, though, will disagree with you, my pet, they do with me, parrot mine. Business two villains of the highest rank set out one night to rob a bank. They found the building, looked it awe, each window noted, tried each door, scanned carefully the lidded hole for minstrels to cascade the coal, in shot, examined 25 shortcuts from poverty to plenty. But all were sealed, they saw full soon, against the minions of the moon. Enough, said one, I'm satisfied. The other, smiling fair and wide, said, I'm as highly pleased as you, no burglar ever can get through. Fate surely prospers our design, the booty all is yours and mine. So, full of hope, the following day to the exchange, they took their way and bought, with manner free and frank, some stock of that devoted bank, and they became, inside the year, one president and one cashier. Their crime I can no further trace. The means of safety to embrace, I overdrew and left the place. A possibility if the wicked gods were willing, pray it never may be true, that a universal chilling should ensue of the sentiment of loving, if they made a great undoing of the plan of turtle doving, then farewell all poet law, evermore. If there were no more of billing, there would be no more of cooing, and we all should be but owls. Lonely fowls blinking wonderfully wise, with our great round eyes, sitting singly in the gloaming and no longer two and two, as unwilling to be wedded as unpracticed how to woo, with regard to being mated, asking still with aggravated ungrammatical acerbity. To who? To who? To a censor the delay granted by the weakness and good nature of our judges is responsible for half the murders. Delay responsible? Why then, my friend, impeach delay and you will make an end. Thrust vile delay in jail, and let it rot for doing all the things that it should not. Put not good-natured judges under bond, but make delay and damages respond. Minos, Aeacus, Rhadamanthus, rolled into one pitiless, unsmiling scold, unsparing censor. Be your thongs uncurled to lash the rascals naked through the world. The rascals? Nay, rascality's the thing above whose back your knotted scourges sing. Your satire, truly, like a razor keen, wounds with a touch that's scarcely felt or seen. For not that you assail with falchion free has either nerves to feel or eyes to see. Against abstractions evermore you charge, you hack no helmet and you need no taj. That wickedness is wrong and sin a vice, that wrong's not right, nor foulness ever nice, fearless affirm. All consequences dare, smite the offense and the offender spare. When Ananias and Sapphira lied falsehood, had you been there, had surely died. When money changers in the temple sat, at money changing you'd have whirled the cat. That John the Baptist of the modern pen, and all the brokers would have cried amen. Good friend, if any judge deserve your blame, have you no courage, or has he no name? Upon his method will you wreak your wrath, himself all unmolested in his path. Fall to, your club no longer draw to beat the air or flail a man of straw. Scorn to do justice like the Saxon thrall who cuffed the offender's shadow on a wall. Let rascals in the flesh attest your zeal, knocked on the mazid or tripped up at heel? We know that judges are corrupt. We know that crimes are lively and that laws are slow. We know that lawyers lie and doctors slay, that priests and preachers are but birds of prey, that merchants cheat and journalists for gold flatter the vicious while at vice they scold. 'Tis all familiar as the simple law that 2 policemen and 2 thieves make faw. But since, while some are wicked some are good, as trees may differ though they all are wood, names here and there, to show whose head is hit, the bad would sentence and the good acquit. In sparing everybody none you spare, rebukes most personal are least unfair. To fire at random if you still prefer, and swear at dog but never kick a cur, permit me yet one ultimate appeal to something that you understand and feel. Let thrift and vanity your heart persuade. You might be read if you would learn your trade. Good brother cynics, you have doubtless guessed not one of you, but all are here addressed. Remember this, the shaft that seeks a hot draws all eyes after it. An idle dot shot at some shadow flutters o'er the green, its flight unheeded and its fall unseen. The whole world kin liars for witnesses, for lawyers brutes willing to lose their souls to win their suits, cowards for jurors, and for judge a clown who ne'er took up the law, yet lays it down. Justice denied, authority abused, and the one blameless person the accused, thy cots, my country, all these dreadful years, move fools to laughter and the wise to tears. So moaned an alien from beyond the foam. Come here, my lad, I think you'll feel at home. A future conversation if the coal strike is not settled satisfactorily, I shall lead the wives of the miners in a march on Washington. What is this I see? What is this I see in this year of our Lord 3003? What ruins are spread in confusion wide over hill and plain by Potomac's side? These, traveller, these are the leveled stones attesting the prowess of Mother Jones. O ploughman, I never in history grew to the high attainments of Smith Care, whose noble book, The Decline and Fall of America, holds the respect of all. Of Mother Jones I often have heard, but thought, pray pardon if I have erred, that the ancient lady became renowned by embroidering cats on a velvet ground. Your error is wide, remote, extreme. Not the needle's shine, but the sabre's gleam delighted of old her heroic soul, and made her unloved of the lauds of coal. In that distant day when the miner rose, and to spite his countenance severed his nose, and owners permitted each mine of the trust to fill up with water to lay his dust, she marshalled the women, with sabre and gun, and marched with banners on Washington. I see in these ruins gray through which you are urging your plowshare gay the work of their hands, slender and white, that plied the pick and the crowbar bright. The cannon, my friend, but no harm was done, for before the city was overrun by the warrior dames of that rebel rout the politicians had cleaned it out, and the stones that about the plain they spread were served to the poor when they asked for bread. O affable ploughman, I'd fain admire your tale, but alas I'm myself a liar. Besides I've a better one, which, mayhap, you'd like to be hearing. Gidap, the hesitating veteran when I was young and full of faith and other fads that youngsters cherish, a cry rose as of one that saith with emphasis, help or I perish. 'Twas heard in all the land, and men the sound were each to each repeating. It made my heart beat faster than any heart can now be beating. For the world is old and the world is grey, grown prudent and, I think, more witty. She's cut her wisdom teeth, they say, and doesn't now go in for pity. Besides, the melancholy cry was that of one, 'tis now conceded, whose plight no one beneath the sky felt half so poignantly as he did. Moreover, he was black, and yet that sentimental generation with an austere compassion set its face and faith to the occasion. Then there were hate and strife to spare, and various hard knocks aplenty, and 'twas more than my true share, I must confess, took 25. That all is over now. The reign of love and trade stills all dissensions, and the clear heavens arch again above a land of peace and pensions. The black chap. At the last we gave him everything that he had cried for, though many white chaps in the grave 'twould puzzle to say what they died for. I hope he's better off. I trust that his society and his masters are worth the price we paid, and must continue paying, in disasters, but sometimes doubts press thronging round. 'Tis mostly when my hurts are aching, if war for union was a sound and profitable undertaking. 'Tis said they mean to take away the Negro's vote for he's unlettered. 'Tis true he sits in darkness day and night, as formerly, when fettered. But pray observe, howe'er he vote to whatsoever party turning, he'll be with gentlemen of note and wealth and consequence and learning. With saints and sages on each side, how could a fool through lack of knowledge vote wrong? If learning is no guide, why ought one to have been in college? O son of day, O son of night, what are your preferences made of? I know not which of you is right, nor which to be the more afraid of. The world is old and the world is bad, and creaks and grinds upon its axis, and man's an ape and the gods are mad. There's nothing sure, not even our taxes. No mortal man can truth restore, or say where she is to be sought for. I know what uniform I wore, oh, that I knew which side I fought for. A year's casualties slain as they lay by the secret, slow, pitiless hand of an unseen foe, 2,000 old soldiers have crossed the river to join the loved and lost. In the space of a year their spirits fled, silent and white, to the camp of the dead. One after one they fall asleep and the pension agents awake to weep, and often statesmen are loud in their wail as the souls flit by on the evening gale. O Father of battles, pray give us release from the horrors of peace, the horrors of peace. Inspiration, O hoary sculptor, stay thy hand, I fain would view the lettered stone. What carvest thou? Perchance some grand and solemn fancy all thine own, for oft to know the fitting word some humble work o' God permits. Jane Ann Maginnis, aged 3rd, he giveth his beloved fits. Today I saw a man who knelt in prayer and heard him say, I'll lay my inmost spirit bare today. Lord, for tomorrow and its need I do not pray, let me upon my neighbor feed today. Let me my duty duly shirk and run away from any form or phase of work today. From thy commands exempted still, let me obey the promptings of my private will today. Let me no word profane, no lie unthinking say if anyone is standing by today. My secret sins and vices grave let none betray, the scoffer's jeers I do not crave today. And if today my fortune all should ebb away, help me on other men's to fall today. So, for tomorrow and its might I do not pray, just give me everything in sight today. I cried, Amen. He rose and ran like oil away. I said, I've seen an honest man today. An alibi, a famous journalist, who long had told the great unheaded throng whate'er they thought, by day or night, was true as holy writ, and right was caught in. Well, on second thought, it is enough that he was caught and, thrown into a jail, became the fuel of a public flame. Vox populi vox Dei, said the jailer. Inkseling bent his head without remark. That motto, good in bold-faced type, had always stood above the columns where his pen had rioted in praise of men, and all they said, provided he was sure they mostly did agree. Meanwhile, a sharp and bitter strife to take, or save, the culprit's life or liberty, which, I suppose, was much the same to him, arose outside. The journal that his pen adorned denounced his crime, but then its editor in secret tried to have the indictment set aside. The opposition papers swore his father was a rogue before, and all his wife's relations were like him and similar to her. They begged their readers to subscribe $1 each to make a bribe that any judge would feel was large enough to prove the gravest charge, unless, it might be, the defense put up superior evidence. The law's traditional delay was all too short. The trial day dawned red and menacing. The judge sat on the bench and wouldn't budge, and all the motions counsel made could not move him, and there he stayed. The case must now proceed, he said, while I am just in heart and head. It happens, as indeed it ought, both sides with equal sums have bought my favor. I can try the cause impartially. Prolonged applause. The prisoner was now arraigned and said that he was greatly pained to be suspected, he, whose pen had charged so many other men with crimes and misdemeanors. Why, he said, a tear in either eye, if men who live by crying out stop thief, are not themselves from doubt of their integrity exempt, let all forego the vain attempt to make a reputation. Sir, I'm innocent, and I demur. Whereat 1,000 voices cried that he indubitably lied, vox populi as loudly rod as bull by Picador's god, in his own coin receiving pay to make a Spanish holiday. The jury, 12 good men and true, were then sworn in to see it through, and each made solemn oath that he as any babe unborn was free from prejudice, opinion, thought, respectability, brains, aught that could disqualify, and some explained that they were deaf and dumb. A beta 12, his Honor said, was rare, except among the dead. The witnesses were called and sworn. The tales they told made angels mourn, and the good book they'd kissed became red with the consciousness of shame. Whenever one of them approached the truth, "That witness wasn't coached, Your Honor," cried the lawyers both. "Strike out his testimony," quoth the learned judge. "This court denies its ear to stories that surprise. I hold that witnesses exempt from coaching all are in contempt." Both prosecution and defense applauded the judicial sense, and the spectators all averred such wisdom they had never heard. 'Twas plain the prisoner would be found guilty in the first degree. Meanwhile, that White's pale cheek confessed the nameless terrors in his breast. He felt remorseful, too, because he wasn't half they said he was. "If I'd been such a rogue," he mused on opportunities unused, "I might have easily become as wealthy as Methusalem." This journalist adorned, alas, the middle, not the Bible class. With equal skill, the lawyers' pleas attested their divided fees. Each gave the other one the lie, then helped him frame a sharp reply. Good Lord, it was a bitter fight, and lasted all the day and night. When once or oftener, the raw had silenced the judicial snore, the speaker suffered for the spot by fining for contempt of court. 12 jurors' noses good and true unceasing sang the trial through, and even vox populi was spent in rattles through a nasal vent. Clerk, bailiff, constables, and all heard Morpheus sound the trumpet call to arms, his arms, and all fell in save counsel for the man of sin. That thaumaturgist stood and swayed the one their faculties obeyed, that magic wand which, like a flame, leapt, wavered, quivered, and became a wonder-worker, known among the ignoble vulgar as a tongue. How long, O Lord, how long my verse runs on for better, or for worse in meter which almasters me, octosyllabically free? A meter which, the poets say, no power of restraint can stay. A hard-mouthed meter, suited well to him who, having naught to tell, must hold attention as a trout is held, by paying out and out the slender line, which else would break should one attempt the fish to take. Thus tavern guides who have naught to show, but some adjacent curio, by devious trails their patrons lead and make them think 'tis far indeed. Where was I? While the lawyer talked, the rogue took up his feet and walked, while all about him loudly slept, into the street he calmly stepped. In very truth, the man who thought the people's voice from heaven had caught God's inspiration took a change of venue. It was passing strange. Straight to his editor he went, and that ingenious person sent a Negro to impersonate the fugitive. In adequate disguise, he took his vacant place and buried in his arms his face. When all was done, the lawyer stopped, and silence like a bombshell dropped upon the cot, judge, jury, all within that venerable hall, except the deaf and dumb, indeed, and one or two whom death had freed, awoke and tried to look as though slumber was all they did not know. And now that tireless lawyer-man took breath, and then again began, "Your Honor, if you did attend to what I've urged," my learned friend nodded concurrence. "To support the motion I have made, this court may soon adjourn. With your assent, I've shown abundant precedent for introducing now, though late, new evidence to exculpate my client. So, if you'll allow, I'll prove an alibi." "What? How?" stammered the judge. "Well, yes, I can't deny your showing, and I grant the motion. Do I understand you undertake to prove, good land, that when the crime, you mean to show your client wasn't there?" "Oh, no, I cannot quite do that, I find. My alibi's another kind of alibi. I'll make it clear, Your Honor, that he isn't here." The darky here upreared his head, tranquillity affrighted fled, and consternation reigned instead. "A meeting good morning," said Garfield, extending his hand to Mr. Parnell in the heavenly land. Good morning," said Mr. Parnell. "I hope, though 'tis needless to ask, you are well. How sweetly that chorus of cherubim sings. Pray how do you manage these cumbersome wings? This halo? I dare say I'm terribly green, but somehow I can't make it hold my dudheen. This hop is all right, but the shamrock I miss, and, oh, by the way, in this region of bliss, I trust that the rascally schemer who wrote the Maury epistle, which lost you the vote electoral, I am not likely to meet." Then Garfield, his eyes on the cloud at his feet, burned in the cheeks with a fervor divine that conquered his halo's inferior shine, then said, with a look that was level and far, "I fear, to be honest and frank, that you are. The person who wrote that mysterious, queer, bad letter is here, exceedingly here." And he smiled in an infantile sort of a way, like a man with a qualm, and went on to say, "I'm happy to meet you. What news from below? Did it look when you left there as if they would show who wrote, with a villainous purpose in view, the peppery letters imputed to you?" said Mr. Parnell. "Yes, it did, I must say. In fact, that's the reason I hastened away." Then they sang a psalm, and they sang so well that Murchison heard it while sobbing in hell. JFB, how well this man unfolded to our view the world's beliefs of death and heaven and hell, this man whose own convictions none could tell, nor if his maze of reason had a clue. Dogmas he wrote for daily bread, but knew the fair philosophies of doubt so well that while we listened to his words there fell some that were strangely comforting if true. Mocking how wise we grew upon his doubt, we said, if so, by groping in the night, he can proclaim some certain paths of trust. How great our prophet if he saw about his feet the highways leading to the light. Now he sees all. Ah, Christ, his mouth is dust, the dying statesman it is a politician man. He draweth near his end, and friends weep round that partisan, of every man the friend. Between the known and the unknown he lieth on the strand, the light upon the sea is thrown that lay upon the land. It shineth in his glazing eye, it burneth on his face. God send that when we come to die, we know that sign of grace. Upon his lips his blessed sprite poiseth her joyous wing. How is it with thee, child of light? Dost hear the angels sing? The song I hear, the crown I see, and know that God is love. Farewell, dark world, I go to be a postmaster above. For him no monumental arch, but, oh, 'tis good and brave to see the grand old party march to office awe his grave. The death of grandfather, whose hard and cruel law is part of thy compassion's plan, thy works presumptuously we scan for what the prophets say they saw. Unbidden still the awful slope walling us in, we climb to gain assurance of the shining plain that faith has certified to hope. In vain? Beyond the circling hill the shadow and the cloud abide. Subdue the doubt, our spirits guide to trust the record and be still. To trust it loyally as he who, heedful of his high design, ne'er raised a seeking eye to thine, but wrought thy will unconsciously, disputing not of chance or fate, nor questioning of cause or creed, for anything but duty's deed too simply wise, too humbly great. The canons syllabled his name, his shadow shifted o'er the land portentous, as at his demand successive bastions sprang to flame. He flared the continent with fire, the rivers ran in lines of light. Thy will be done on earth, if right or wrong he cared not to inquire. His was the heavy hand, and his the service of the despot blade, his the soft answer that allayed war's giant animosities. Let us have peace, our clouded eyes fill, Father, with another light, that we may see with clearer sight thy servant's soul in paradise. The fountain refilled of Hans Pietro Shanahan, who was a most ingenious man. The muse of history records that he'd get drunk as 20 lauds. He'd get so truly drunk that men stood by to marvel at him, when his slow advance along the street was but a vain cycloidal feat. And when 'twas fated that he fall with a wide geographic sprawl, they signified assent by sounds heard faintly, at its utmost bounds. And yet this Mr. Shanahan, who was a most ingenious man, cast not on wine his thirsty eyes when it was red or otherwise. All malt, or spirituous taupe he loathed as cat's descent from soap. And cider, if it touched his lip, evoked a groan at every sip. But still, as heretofore explained, he not infrequently was grained. I'm not of those who call it conned, cost speech I've always duly scorned. Though truth to say, and that's but right, strong drink, it hath an adder's bite, was what had put him in the mud, the only kind he used was blood. Alas, that an immortal soul addicted to the flowing bowl the emptied flagon should again replenish from a neighbor's vein. But Mr. Shanahan was so constructed, and his taste that low. Not more deplorable was he in kind of thirst than in degree, for sometimes 50 souls would pay the debt of nature in a day to free him from the shame and pain of dread sobriet's misrain. His native land, proud of its sense of his unique inabstinence, abated something of its pride at thought of his unfilled inside, and some the boldness had to say 'twere well if he were called away to slake his thirst forevermore in oceans of celestial gaw. But Hans Pietro Shanahan, who was a most ingenious man, knew that his thirst was mortal, so remained unsainted here below, unsainted and unsaintly, for he neither went to glory nor to abdicate his power deigned where, under providence, he reigned, but kept his boss's power accursed to serve his wild, uncommon thirst, which now had grown so truly great it was a drain upon the state. Soon there came a time, alas, when he turned down an empty glass. All practicable means were vain his special wassail to obtain. In vain, poor decimation tried to furnish forth the needful tide, and civil war as vainly shed its niggard offering of red. Poor Shanahan? His thirst increased until he wished himself deceased, invoked the firearm and the knife, but could not die to save his life. He was so dry his own veins made no answer to the seeking blade, so weak that when he would have passed away, he could not breathe his last. 'Twas then, when almost in despair, unlaced his shoon, unkempt his hair, he saw as in a dream a way to wet afresh his mortal clay. Yes, Hans Pietro Shanahan, who was a most ingenious man, saw freedom, and with joy and pride Thalassa. Ah, Thalata? Cried. Straight to the alderman went he, with many a pull and many a fee, and many a most corrupt combine. The press for 20 cents a line held out and fought him. Oh, God, bless forevermore the holy press. Till he had franchises complete for trolley lines on every street. The cars were builded and, they say, were run on rails laid every way, rhomboidal roads and circular, and oval, everywhere a car, square, dodecagonal, in great esteem the shape called figure 8, and many other kinds of form as different as paths of a storm. No other group of men's abodes e'er had so odd electric roads that, winding in and winding out, began and ended all about. No city had, unless in Mars, that city's fatal gift of cars. They ran by day, they flew by night, and oh, the sorry, sorry sight, and Hans Pietro Shanahan, who was a most ingenious man. Incessantly, the Muse records lay drunk as 20,000 lauds. Laus Lucis Theosophists are about to build a temple for the revival of the mysteries of antiquity. Each to his taste. Some men prefer to play at mystery, as others at piquet. Some sit in mystic meditation, some parade the street with tambourine and drum. One studies to decipher ancient law, which, proving stuff, he studies all the more. Another swears that learning is but good to darken things already understood, then writes upon simplicity so well that none agree on what he wants to tell, and future ages will declare his pen inspired by gods with messages to men. To found an ancient order, these devote their time, with ritual, regalia, goat, blankets for tossing, chairs of little ease and all the modern inconveniences. Those, saner, frown upon unmeaning rites and go to church for rational delights. So all are suited, shallow, and profound. The prophets prosper and the world goes round. For me, unread in the occult, I'm fain to damn all mysteries alike as vain, spurn the obscure, and base my faith upon the revelations of the good St. John. Nanine we heard a song-bird trilling, 'twas but a day ago. Such rapture he was rilling as only we could know. This morning he is flinging his music from the tree, but something in the singing is not the same to me. His inspiration fails him, or he has lost his skill. Nanine, Nanine, what ails him that he should sing so ill? Nanine is not replying, she hears no earthly song. The sun and bird are lying and the night is, oh, so long. Technology 'twas a serious person with locks of grey and a figure like a crescent. His gravity, clearly, had come to stay, but his smile was evanescent. He stood and conversed with a neighbor and with likewise a high falsetto, and he stabbed his forefinger into his hand as if it had been a stiletto. His words, like the notes of a tenor drum, came out of his head unblended, and the wonderful altitude of some was exceptionally splendid. While executing a shake of the head, with the hand, as it were, of a master, this agonizing old gentleman said, "'Twas a truly sad disaster. 410 longs and shots in all went down." He paused and snuffled. A single tear was observed to fall, and the old man's drum was muffled. "A very calamitous year," he said, and again his headpiece hoary he shook, and another pearl he shed, as if he wept con amore. "O lachrymose person," I cried, "pray why should these failures so affect you? With speculators in stocks no eye that's normal would ever connect you." He focused his orbs upon mine and smiled in a sinister sort of manner. "Young man," he said, "your words are wild." I spoke of the steamship Hannah. "For she has went down in a howlin' squall, and my heart is nigh to breakin'. 410 longs and shots in all will never need undertakin'. I'm in the business myself," said he, "and you've mistook my expression, for I uses the technical terms, you see, employed in my profession. That old undertaker has joined the throng on the other side of the river, but I'm still unhappy to think I'm a long, and a tape line makes me shiver. A reply to a letter, oh nonsense. Parson, tell me not they thrive and jubilate who follow your dictation. The good are the unhappiest lot alive. I know they are from careful observation. If freedom from the terrors of damnation lengthens the visage like a telescope, and lachrymosity's a sign of hope, then I'll continue, in my dreadful plight, to tread the dusky paths of sin, and grope contentedly without your lantern's light. And though in many a bog beslubbered quite, refuse to flay me with ecclesiastic soap, you say 'tis a sad world, seeing I'm condemned, with many a million others of my kidney. Each continent's hammed, jaffeted and shemmed with sinners, worldlings like Sir Philip Sidney and scoffers like Voltaire, who thought it bliss to simulate respect for Genesis, who bent the mental knee as if in prayer, but mocked at Moses underneath his hair, and like an angry gander bowed his head to hiss. Seeing such as these, who die without contrition, must go to beg your pardon, sir, perdition. The sons of light, you tell me, can't be gay, but count it sin of the sot called omission, the groan to smother, or the tear to stay, or fail to. What is that they live by? Pray. So down they kneel, and the whole serious race is put by divine compassion on a praying basis. Well, if you take it so to heart, while yet our own hearts are so light with nature's leaven, you'll weep indeed when we in Hades sweat, and you look down upon us out of heaven. In fancy, lo, I see your wailing shades thronging the crystal battlements. Cascades of tears spring singing from each golden spout, run roaring from the verge with Hassa sound, dash downward through the glimmering profound, quench the tormenting flame, and put the devil out. Presumptuous fool? To you no power belongs to pitchfork me to heaven upon the prongs of a bad pen, whose disobedient sputter, with less of ink than incoherence fraught, befits the folly that it tries to utter. Brains, I observe, as well as tongues, can stutter. You suffer from impediment of thought, save when considering your bread and butter. When next you point the way to heaven, take care, your fingers all being thumbs point heaven knows where. Farewell, poor dunce, your letter though I blame, bears witness how my anger I can tame. I've called you everything except your hateful name. To Oscar Wilder, because from folly's lips you got some babbled mandate to subdue the realm of common sense, and you made promise and considered not. Because you strike a random blow at what you do not understand, and beckon with a friendly hand to something that you do not know, I hold no speech of your desert, nor answer with porrected shield the wooden weapon that you wield, but meet you with a cast of dirt. Dispute with such a thing as you, twin show to the two-headed cough? Why, sir, if I repress my laugh, 'tis more than half the world can do. 1882. Born leaders of men, Tuckerton Tamerlane, Maury Mahosh is a statesman of worldwide fame, with a notable knack at rhetorical bosh to glorify somebody's name. Somebody chosen by Tuckerton's masters to succor the country from divers disasters portentous to Mr. Mahosh. Percy O'Halloran Toppy Cabby is in the political swim. He cares not a button for men, not he great principles captivate him. Principles cleverly cut out and fitted to Percy's capacity, duly admitted and fought for by Mr. Cabby. Drusus Tum Swinnerton Poffa Fitzurse holds office the most of his life. For men nor for principles cares he a curse but much for his neighbour's wife. The ship of state leaks, but he doesn't pump any, Messrs. Mahosh, Cabby and Company pump for good Mr. Fitzurse. The crime of 1903 time was, not very long ago, as by historians time is reckoned, when first of virtues here below, was hatred of secession, though some swore it wasn't even second. But these, they mostly were down south, have all renounced their view with candor, some totally by word of mouth, some, earlier, in a manna granda. To stamp their error out, 'tis true, we paid enough of blood. The treasure would pave with gold an avenue, to float a battleship or two, if so the cost we choose to measure. 'Twas worth it all, we say and say, the President has often said it. And so it was to us, and they say nothing, as a rule, who shed it. Times change and we change with them. Men of old renown averred in Latin, and that's as true on tongue or pen this blessed century, as when the seat of Empire Caesar sat in. For see how many play their pots as ardent lovers of secession, promoting it with all their hearts, in countries out of our possession. O men of variable views, how can you be so light and fickle? Is it because you think the news from Panama portends no bruise to you, nor payment of a nickel? Nay, is it that you send a gain in troubles of a neighbor nation, and so appraise her loss and pain as nothing worth evaluation? Those ills 'tis easy to endure that light upon and sting another. That's Christian fortitude, but sure there's somewhere an account of your least feeling toward a hapless brother. Himself may show by deed and speech less racial sympathies than tribal, but well, this is no place to preach. The sermon's mostly in the Bible. We're false to trust and quick to spy the fisher in a friendly armor. Even freedom can no more rely upon our promise not to harm her. O guardian of continents, my country, shall that evil dower, the passion for preeminence, cry from thy seaward battlements a soul already drunk with power? 1903. For expulsion they say, Brig. Roberts, you have 7 wives and every one a beauty? As to that I'm not informed. In the domestic hives of Utah, where I've sometimes hung my hat, not all the dames were comely. Like a cat that has 9 lives and must support them all, you have to hustle round a bit, I fancy. Now don't you really agree with Paul that women are the devil? Even Nancy and Mary Jane and Caroline and Ella and Ruth and Adeline and Isabella? If I had half as many wives as you, that's 3 wives and a half as I compute, I hardly know what I'd be driven to. I might in desperation play the flute, all Congress find in me a raw recruit. Then, I suppose, the country would uprise and say the things I least should care to hear, and virtuous editas would damn my eyes, and cartilaginous virgins pain my ear. And now and then some pious person clamour, blessed with one wife, 10 wenches and no grammar. All that and more you're suffering, my friend, for, having married all the maids you saw, you contumaciously refused to bend a corrigible back to altered law and leave them, all but one, lamenting. Pshaw, don't be so squeamish. Yes, the children may lament a little too when made acquainted with their mischance in being put away, and your own countenance with shame be painted, but that's the smallest price for which we'll sell a seat in Congress and a bed in hell. Judex jocosus we blench when maniacs to dance begin. What makes a skull so dreadful is the grin. When horrible and ludicrous unite, our sense of humour does but feed our fright. As the shocked spirit with a double dread might see a monkey watching by the dead, or headsman pot a neck, without a fault, while turning all the block a somersault. So, Judge Hilario, the untroubled awe and reverence men cherish for the law turn all to terror, when with wit profound and tricksy humour you the law expound. More frightful sounds the felon's doom by Hoff from lips still twisted to an idiot laugh. Graft Cuba, our pupil, let thy glory shine, our own is brighter, but effulgent thine. Lately thine arms struck terror to the foe, and now thy hands bring treasuries to woe. Daughter of terrors, mother of alarms, courage himself may fly before thine arms, but oh, what thing escapes, what thing withstands, the power of those comprehensive hands? The tale of a crime once in the olden time. A certain king, but where he reigned I know not, said, go bring my chief adviser here before the throne, and cut his head off clear down to the bone? With pleasure, sire, said, keen to earn his wage, the high dissuader from the sin of age, but kings should still be civil, even when just, you'll charge the villain with some crime, I trust. Why, that's no more than fair, the king replied. They brought the culprit in, securely tied, and the king said, let someone who can read stand forward and unfold the golden screed, bright with the names of all the sins and crimes and vices ever known from ancient times. Will fit the fellow for the headsman's prank with one appropriate to his face and rank. In drowsy monotone, the lector read the shining list, beginning at the head. Lese Majesté was naturally first, of crimes conceivable, the blackest, worst. As each was named, the prisoner addressed the throne and, as the law compelled, confessed. 'Twas fatal not to. In that olden day little was heard about the law's delay. But still, the royal taste could find for him no crime well suited to the royal whim, and wearied by the reader's droning voice, the sovereign fell asleep, nor made a choice, snawed like an organ till the stones were jawed distinguishing the palace from the yard. Meantime, the accused continued to confess, each nod said guilty, and each look said yes, and still the monarch slept. Each courtier feared to wake him lest himself should lose his beard. 'Twas a fine euphemism, and meant his head, some things for prudence are obliquely said. Finis, the reader said, and roundabout fell silence like a loud awakening shout. The startled sovereign left a snaw half-snawed, that's what the scoundrel's guilty of. He rawed. So there before the king upon his throne, they cut his head off clean down to the bone, and all the devils made a joyous din to celebrate the new and lovely sin. To the bot-holdy statue o' liberty, God-gifted, young and immortal made, in your high hand uplifted, the torch declares your trade. Its crimson menace, flaming upon the sea and shaw, is, trumpet-like, proclaiming that law shall be no more. Austere incendiary, we're blinking in the light, where is your customary grenade of dynamite? Where are your staves and switches for men of gentle birth? Your mosque and dirk for riches? Your chains for wit and worth? Perhaps you've brought the halters you used in the old days, when round religion's altars you stabled Cromwell's bays. Behind you, unsuspected, have you the axe, fair wench, wherewith you once collected a poll tax from the French. America salutes you, preparing to disgorge. Take everything that suits you, and marry Henry George. 1894. An unmerry Christmas, you tell me, comes but once a year. One place it never comes, and that is here. Here, in these pages no good wishes spring, no well-won greetings tediously ring, for Christmas greetings are like pots of awe. The hollower they are they ring the more. Here shall no holly cast a spiny shade, nor mistletoe my solitude invade, no trinket-laden vegetable come, no jorum steam with shiolate of rum. No shrilling children shall their voices rear. Hurrah for Christmas without Christmas cheer? No presents, if you please. I know too well what Herbert Spencer, if he didn't tell. I know not if he did, yet might have told of present giving in the days of old, when early man with gifts propitiated the chiefs, whom most he doubted, feared, and hated, or tended them in hope to reap some rude advantage from the taker's gratitude. Since thus the gift its origin derives, How much of its first character survives you know as well as I, my stockings tied, my pocket buttoned with my soul inside. I save my money and I save my pride. Dinner? Yes, thank you, just a baby's body done to a nutty brown, and a tea toddy to give me appetite, and as to drink, about a half a jug of blood I think will do. For still I love the good red wine, coagulating well, with wrinkles fine fretting the satin surface of its flood. O tope of kings, divine Falanian blood! Deuce take the shouting fowls upon the limb, the kneeling cattle and the rising hymn. Has not a pagan rights to be regarded, his heart assaulted, and his ear bombarded with sentiments and sounds that good old Pan even in his demonium would ban? No, friends, no Christmas here, for I have sworn to keep my heart hard and my knees unworn. Enough you have of jester, player, priest? I as the skeleton attend your feast, in the mad revelry to make a lull with shaken finger and with bobbing skull. However you my services may flout, philosophy disdain and reason doubt, I mean to hold in customary state my dismal revelry, and celebrate my yearly rite, until the crack o' doom, ignore the cheerful season's warmth and bloom, and cultivate an oasis of gloom. An inscription for a proposed monument in Washington to him who made it beautiful. Erected to Boss, shepherded by the dear good folk he lived and moved among in peace, guarded on either hand by the police, with soldiers in his front and in his rear. From Virginia to Paris, the polecat, sovereign of its native wood, dashes damnation upon bad and good. The health of all the upas trees impairs by exhalations deadlier than theirs, poisons the rattlesnake and wots the toad. The creeks go rotten and the rocks corrode. She shakes awe breathless hill and shrinking dale, the horrid aspergillus of her tail. From every saturated hair, till dry, the spongent fragrances divergent fly, stifle the world and reek along the sky, removed to alien scenes, amid the strife of urban odors to ungladden life, where gas and sewers and dead dogs conspire the flesh to torture and the soul to fire, where all the well-defined and several stinks, known to mankind hold revel and high jinks, humbled in spirit, smitten with a sense of lost distinction, leveled eminence, her powers atrophied, her vigor sunk, she lives deodorized, a sweet as skunk. A mute, inglorious Milton? Oh, I'm the unaverage man, but you never have heard of me, for my brother, the average man, outran my fame with rapidity, and I'm sunk in oblivion's sea, but my bully big brother the world can span with his wide notoriety. I do everything that I can to make 'em attend to me, but the papers ignore the unaverage man with a weird uniformity. So sang with a dolorous note a voice that I heard from the beach. On the sable waters, it seemed to float like a mottled pot of speech. The sea was oblivion's sea, and I cried as I plunged to swim. The unaverage man shall reside with me. But he didn't, I stayed with him. The free traders lament oft from a trading boat, I purchased spice and shells and corals, brought for my inspection from the fair tropics, paid a Christian price and was content in my fool's paradise, where never had been heard the word protection. 'Twas my sole island, there I dwelt alone, no customs house, collector nor collection, but a man came who in a pious tone condoled with me that I had never known the manifest advantage of protection. So, when the trading boat arrived one day, he threw a stink pot into its midsection. The traders paddled for their lives away, nor came again into that haunted bay, the blessed home thereafter of protection. Then down he sat, that philanthropic man, and spat upon some mud of his selection, and worked it, with his knuckles in a pan to shapes of shells and coral things, and span a thread of song in glory of protection. He baked them in the sun. His air devout enchanted me. I made a genuflection. God help you, gentle sir, I said. No doubt, he answered gravely, I'll get on without assistance now that we have got protection. Thenceforth I bought his wares, at what a price for shells and corals of such imperfection. Ah, now, said he, your lot is truly nice. But still in all that isle there was no spice to season to my taste that dish. Protection, subterranean fantasies I died. As meekly in the earth I lay, with shriveled fingers reverently folded, the worm, uncivil engineer, my clay tunneled industriously, and the mole did. My body could not dodge them, but my soul did, for that had flown from this terrestrial ball, and I was rid of it for good and all. So there I lay, debating what to do, what measures might most usefully be taken to circumvent the subterranean crew of anthropophagy, and save my bacon. My fortitude was all this while unshaken, but any gentleman, of course, protests against receiving uninvited guests. However proud he might be of his meats, not even Apicius, nor, I think, Lucullus, wasted on tramps his culinary sweets. Out Caesar, say judicious hosts, out Nullus. And though when Marcius came unbidden Tullus or Phidias feasted him because he starved, Marcius by Tullus afterward was carved. We feed the hungry, as the book commands, for men might question else our orthodoxy, but do not care to see the outstretched hands, and so we minister to them by proxy. When want, in his improper person, knocks he finds we're engaged. The grave worm's very fresh to think we like his presence in the flesh. So as I said, I lay in doubt. In all that underworld no judges could determine my rights. When death approaches them they fall, and falling, naturally soil their ermine. And still below ground, as above, the vermin that work by dark and silent methods win the case. The burial case that one is in. Cases at law so slowly get ahead, even when the right is visibly unclouded, that if all men are classed as quick and dead, the judges all are dead, though some unshrouded. Pray Jove that when they're actually crowded on Styx's brink, and Charon rose in sight, his balk prove worse than Cerberus's bite. Ah, Cerberus, if you had but begot a race of three-mouthed dogs for man to nourish and woman to caress, the muse had not lamented the decay of virtue's courage, and triple hydrophobia now would flourish, for balking, biting, kissing to employ canine repeaters were indeed a joy. Laud, how we cling to this vile world. Here I, whose dust was laid ere I began this copying, by moles and worms and such familia fry run through and through, am singing still and hopping of mundane matters, flatting, to and shopping. I hate the angel of the sleeping cups, so I'm forgetting, and for shutting up. In memoriam beauty, they called her, wasn't a maid of many things in the world afraid. She wasn't a maid who turned and fled at sight of a mouse, alive or dead. She wasn't a maid a man could shoo by shouting, however abruptly. Boo! She wasn't a maid who'd run and hide if her face and figure you idly eyed. She wasn't a maid who'd blush and shake when asked what part of the fowl she'd take. I blush myself to confess she preferred, and commonly got, the most of the bird. She wasn't a maid to simper because she was asked to sing, if she ever was. In short, if the truth must be displayed all naked, beauty wasn't a maid. Beauty, furry and fine and fat, yawny and clawy, sleek and all that, was a pampered and spoiled Angora cat. I loved her well, and I'm proud that she wasn't indifferent quite to me. In fact, I have sometimes gone so far, you know, mesdames, how silly men are, as to think she preferred, excuse the conceit, my legs upon which to sharpen her feet. Perhaps it shouldn't have gone for much, but I started and thrilled beneath her touch. Ah, well, that's ancient history now. The fingers of time have touched my brow, and I hear with never a start today that beauty has passed from the earth away. Gone, her death song, it killed her, sung. Gone, her fiddle strings all unstrung. Gone to the bliss of a new regime of turkey smothered in seas of cream, of roasted mice, a superior breed, to science unknown and the causa need of the living cat. Cooked by the flame of the dainty soul of an erring dame who gave to purity all her care, neglecting the duty of daily prayer, crisp, delicate mice, just touched with spice by the ghost of a breeze from paradise. A very digestible sort of mice. Let scoffers sneer, I propose to hold that beauty has mounted the stair of gold, to eat and eat, forever and aye, on a velvet rug from a golden tray. But the human spirit, that is my creed, rots in the ground like a barren seed. That is my creed, abhorred by man, but approved by cat since time began. Till death shall kick at me, thundering, scat. I shall hold to that, I shall hold to that. The statesman, how blessed the land that counts among her sons so many good and wise, to execute great feats of tongue when troubles rise. Behold them mounting every stump by speech our liberty to God. Observe their courage, see them jump and come down hard. Walk up, each cries aloud, and learn from me what you must do to turn aside the thunder cloud, the earthquake too. Beware the wiles of yonder quack who stuffs the ears of all that pass. I alone can show that black is white as grass. They shout through all the day, and break the silence of the night as well. I wish they'd go and make of heaven a hell. Advocates free silver, be free trade and see free banking laws. Free bod, clothes, lodging would for me win warm applause. Lo, D lifts up his voice. You see the single tax on land would fall on all alike. More evenly no tax at all. With paper money, bellows ye will all be rich as lauds. No doubt, and richest of the lot will be the chap without as many cures as addle wits who know not what the ailment is. Meanwhile the patient foams and spits like a gin fizz. Alas, poor body politic, your fate is all too clearly read, to be not altogether quick, nor very dead. You take your exercise in squirms, your rest in fainting fits between. 'Tis plain that your disorders worms fat and lean. Worm capital, worm labor dwell within your maw and muscles scope. Their quarrels make your life a hell, your death a hope. God send you find not such an end to ills however sharp and huge. God send you convalesce. God send you vermifuge. Brothers seen a lawyer's dreadful den. Enter stall-fed citizen. Mornin', how to do, sir, same to you. Called as counsel to retain you in a case that I'll explain you. Sad, so sad. Hot, almost broke. Hang it, where's my kerchief? Smoke, brother, sir, and I of late came into a large estate. Brothers ha, rather queer sometimes tapping forehead here. What he needs, you know, a writ, something, that will permit me to manage, sir, in fine, his estate as well as mine. Of course he'll storm, 'twill break, I fear, his loving heart, excuse this tear. Have you nothing more, all of this you said before, when last night I took your case? Why, sir, your face ne'er before has met my view. The devil, true, my mistake, it was your brother, but you're very like each other. The cynic's bequest in that fair city, Ispahan, there dwelt a problematic man, whose angel never was released, who never once let out his beast, but kept, through all the seasons round, silence unbroken and profound. No prophecy, with ear applied to keyhole of the future, tried successfully to catch a hint of what he'd do now when begint, as sternly did his past defy mild retrospection's backward eye. Though all admired his silent ways, the women loudest were in praise, for ladies love those men the most who never, never, never boast, who ne'er disclose their aims and ends to naughty, naughty, naughty friends. Yet, sooth to say, the fame outran the merit of this doubtful man, for taciturnity in him, though not a mere caprice or whim, was not a virtue, such as truth, high birth, or beauty, wealth, or youth. 'Twas known, indeed, throughout the span of Ispahan, of Gilistan, these utmost limits of the earth knew that the man was dumb from birth. Unto the sun with deep salams, the posse spreads his morning palms, a beacon blazing on a height warms all his piety by night. The Moslem deprecates the deed, cuts off the head that holds the creed, then reverently goes to grass, muttering thanks to Balaam's ass for faith and learning to refute idolatry so dissolute. But should a maniac dash past, with straws in beard and hands upcast, to him, through whom, whene'er inclined to preach a bit to madmankind, the holy prophet speaks his mind, our true believer lifts his eyes devoutly, and his prayer applies, but next to Solomon the Great reveres the idiot's sacred state. Small wonder then, our worthy mute was held in popular repute. Had he been blind as well as mum, been lame as well as blind and dumb, no bard that ever sang or sawed could say how he had been adored. More meagerly endowed, he drew in homage less prodigious. True, no soul his praises but did utter, all plied him with devotion's butter, but none had out, 'twas to their credit, the proselyting sod to spread it. I state these truths exactly why the reader knows as well as I, they've nothing in the world to do with what I hope we're coming to if Pegasus be good enough to move when he has stood enough. Egad? His ribs I would examine had I a sharper spur than famine, or even with that, if 'twould incline to examine his instead of mine. Where was I? Ah, that silent man who dwelt one time in Ispahan. He had a name, was known to all as Mirza Solomon Zingal. There lived afar in Astrabad, a man the world agreed was mad, so wickedly he broke his joke upon the heads of duller folk, so miserly, from day to day, he gathered up and hid away in vaults obscure and cellars haunted what many worthy people wanted. A stingy man, the tradesmen's palms were spread in vain. I give no alms without inquiry, so he'd say, and beat the needy duns away. The bastinado did, 'tis true, persuade him, now and then, a few odd tens of thousands to disperse to glut the taxman's hungry purse, but still, so rich he grew, his fear was constant that the Shah might hear. The Shah had heard it long ago, and asked the taxman if 'twere so, who promptly answered, rather airish, the man had long been on the parish. The more he feared, the more he grew a cynic and a miser, too, until his bitterness and pelf made him a terror to himself. Then, with a razor's neckwise stroke, he tautly cut his final joke. So perished, not an hour too soon, the wicked Muley Ben Maroon. From Astrabad to Ispahan at camel's speed the rumor ran that, breaking through tradition haw, and throwing all his kinsmen awe, the miser left his mighty store of gold, his palaces and lands, to needy and deserving hands, except a penny here and there to pay the dervishes for prayer. 'Twas known indeed throughout the span of earth, and into Hindustan, that our beloved mute was the residuary legatee. The people said 'twas very well, and each man had a tale to tell of how he'd had a finger in't by dropping many a friendly hint at Astrabad, you see. But they feared the news might reach the Shah, to prove the will the lawyers bought before the caddy's awful caught, who nodded when he heard it read, confirmingly, his drowsy head, nor thought, his sleepiness so great, himself to gobble the estate. I give, The dead had writ, my all to Mirza Solomon Zingal of Ispahan. With this estate I might quite easily create 10,000 ingrates, but I shun temptation and create but one, in whom the whole unthankful crew the rich man's heir, that ever drew to fat their papa lungs I fire with vain vicarious desire. From foul ingratitude's base route I pick this hapless devil out, bestowing on him all my lands, my treasures, camels, slaves, and bands of wives. I give him all this loot, and throw my blessing in to boot. Behold, all men, in this bequest philanthropy's long rungs redressed, to speak me ill that man I dower with fiercest will who lacks the power. Allah ill Allah, now let him bloat with rancor till his heart's afloat, unable to discharge the wave upon his benefactor's grave. Forth in their wrath, the people came and swore it was a sin and shame to trick their blessed mute, and each protested, serious of speech, that though he'd long foreseen the worst he'd been against it from the first. By many means they vainly tried the testament to set aside, each ready with his empty purse to take upon himself the curse, for they had powers of invective enough to make it ineffective. The ingrates mustered, every man, and marched in force to Ispahan, which had not quite accommodation, and held a camp of indignation. The man, this while, who never spoke, on whom had fallen this thunderstroke of fortune, gave no feeling vent nor dropped a hint of his intent. Whereas no power to him came his benefactor to defame, some, such a length had slander gone to, even whispered that he didn't want to, but none his secret could divine. If suffering he made no sign until one night as winter neared from all his haunts he disappeared, vanished in a doubtful blank like little crayfish in a bank, the heads retracting when you find 'em, and pulling in their holes behind 'em. All through the land of Gull, the stout young spring is kicking winter out. The grass sneaks in upon the scene, defacing it with bottle green. The stumbling lamb arrives to ply his restless tail in every eye, eats nasty mint to spoil his meat and make himself unfit to eat. Madly his throat the bulbul tears, in every grove blasphemes and swears as the immodest rose displays her shameless charms a dozen ways. Lo, now, throughout the utmost span of Ispahan, of Gilistan, a big new book's displayed in all the shops and cumbers every stall. The price is low, the dealers say 'tis, and the rich are treated to it gratis. Engraven on its foremost page these title words the eye engage, the life of Mili Ben Maroon, of Astrabad, rogue, thief, buffoon and miser, liver by the sweat of better men. A lamponette composed in rhyme and written all by Mirza Solomon Zingal. Corrected news 'twas a maiden lady, the newspapers say, pious and prim and a bit gone grey. She slept like an angel, holy and white, till 10 o'clock in the shank o' the night, when men and other wild animals pray, and then she cried in the viewless gloom, "There's a man in the room, a man in the room." And this maiden lady, they make it appear, leapt out of the window, 5 fathoms sheer. Alas, that lying is such a sin when newspaper men need bread and gin and none can be had for less than a lie. For the maiden lady, a bit gone grey, saw the man in the room from across the way, and leapt, not out of the window, but in, 10 fathoms sheer, as I hope to die. Justice Jack Doe met Dick Rowe, whose wife he loved, and said, "I will get the best of him." So pulling a knife from his boot, he shoved it up to the hilt in the breast of him. Then he moved that weapon forth and back, enlarging the hole he had made with it, till the smoking liver fell out, and Jack merrily played with it. Then he reached within, and he seized the slack of the lesser bowel, and travelling hither and thither, looked idly back on that small intestine, raveling. The wretched Richard, with many a grin laid on with exceeding suavity, curled up and died, and they ran John in and charged him with sins of gravity. The case was tried and a verdict found. The jury, with great humanity, acquitted the prisoner on the ground of extempore insanity. Mr. Fink's debating donkey of a person known as Peters, I will humbly crave, you'll leave an unusual adventure into narrative to weave. Mr. William Perry Peters, of the town of Muscatel, a public educator and an orator as well. Mr. Peters had a weakness which, 'tis painful to relate, was a strong predisposition to the pleasures of debate. He would foster disputation wheresoever he might be, in polygonal contention none so happy was as he. 'Twas observable, however, that the exercises ran into monologue by Peters, that rhetorical young man, and the Muscatelian rustics who assisted at the show, by involuntary silence testified their overthrow. Mr. Peters, all unheedful of their silence and their grief, still effacing every vestige of erroneous belief. Oh, he was a sore affliction to all heretics, so bold as to entertain opinions that he didn't care to hold. One day, 'Twas in pursuance of a pedagogic plan for the mental elevation of uncultivated man Mr. Peters, to his pupils, in dismissing them, explained that the Friday evening following, unless, indeed, it rained, would be signalized by holding in the schoolhouse a debate free to all who their opinions might desire to ventilate on the question, which is better, as a serviceable gift, speech or hearing, from barbarity the human mind to lift. The pupils told their fathers, who, fore-handed always, met at the barroom to discuss it every evening, dry or wet. They argued it and spat upon the stove, and the non-committal barman on their differences throve. And I stated as a maxim in a loosish kind of way, you'll have the more to back your word the less you have to say. Public interest was lively, but one Ebenezer Fink of the Rancho del Jackrabbit only seemed to sit and think. On the memorable evening, all the men of Muscatel came to listen to the logic, and the eloquence as well, all but William Perry Peters, whose attendance there, I fear, was to wreak his ready rhetoric upon the public ear, and prove, whichever side he took, that hearing wouldn't lift the human mind as ably as the other, great a gift. The judges being chosen and the disputants enrolled, the question he proceeded in extenso to unfold. Resolved, the sense of hearing lifts the mind up out of reach of the fogs of error better than the faculty of speech. This simple proposition he expounded, word by word, until they best understood it who least perfectly had heard. Even the judges comprehended as he ventured to explain, the impact of a spitball admonishing in vain. Beginning at a period before creation's morn, he had reached the bounds of tolerance and Adam, yet unborn. As down the early centuries of prehistoric time, he tracked important principles and quoted striking rhyme, and Whiskey Bill, prosaic soul, proclaiming him a jay, had risen and like an earthquake, reeled unheededly away, and a late lamented cat, when opportunity should serve, was preparing to embark upon her parabolic curve. A noise arose outside. The door was opened with a bang, and old Ebenezer Fink was heard ejaculating, "Geelang." Straight into that assembly gravely marched without a wink an ancient ass. The property it was of Mr. Fink. Its ears depressed and beating time to its infestive tread, silent through silence moved amain that stately quadruped. It stopped before the orator, and in the lamplight thrown upon its tail, they saw that member weighted with a stone. Then spake old Ebenezer, "Gents, I hear no this debate on whether vice or years is best the mind to elevate. Now yez a bird can throw some light uponto that tough theme. He has both, I'm free to say, uncommonly extreme. He wa'n't invited for to speak, but he will not refuse, if other gentlemen can wait to expose his views." Ere merriment or anger or amazement could prevail, he cut the string that held the stone on that canary's tail. Freed from the weight, that member made a gesture of delight, then rose until its rigid length was horizontal quite. With lifted head and level ears along his withers laid, Jack sighed, refilled his lungs, and then, to put it mildly, brayed. He brayed until the stones were stirred in circumjacent hills, and sleeping women rose and fled, in divers kinds of frills. 'Tis said that awful bugle blast, to make the story brief, wafted William Perry Peters through the window, like a leaf. Such is the tale. If anything additional occurred, 'tis not set down, though, truly, I remember to have heard that a gentleman named Peters, now residing at Sockwell, a considerable distance from the town of Muscatel, is opposed to education, and to rhetoric as well. To my laundress Sapanacia, wert thou not so fair, I'd curse thee for thy multitude of sins, for sending home my clothes all full of pins, a shirt occasionally that's a snare and a delusion, got, the Lord knows where, the Lord knows why, a sock whose outs and ins none know, nor where it ends nor where begins, and fewer cuffs than ought to be my share. But when I mock thy lilies how they grow, and the red roses of thy ripening charms, I bless the lovelight in thy dark eyes dreaming. I'll never pay thee, but I'd gladly go into the magic circle of thine arms, supple and fragrant from repeated steaming. Fame 1,000 years I slept beneath the sod, my sleep in 1901 beginning, then, by the action of some scurvy god who happened then to recollect my sinning, I was revived and given another inning. On breaking from my grave I saw a crowd, a formless multitude of men and women, gathered about a ruin. Clamors loud I heard, and curses deep enough to swim in, and pointing at me, one said, "Let's put him in." Then each turned on me with an evil look, as in my ragged shroud I stood and shook. "Nay, good posterity," I cried, "forbear. If that's a jail I fain would be remaining outside, for truly I should little care to catch my death of cold. I'm just regaining the life lost long ago by my disdaining to take precautions against draughts like those that haply, penetrate that cracked and splitting old structure. Then an aged wight arose from a chair of state in which he had been sitting, and with preliminary coughing, spitting, and wheezing, said, "'Tis not a jail, we're sure, whate'er it may have been when it was newer. 'Twas found 2 centuries ago, o'ergrown with brush and ivy, all undawed, ungated. And in restoring it we found a stone set here and there in the dilapidated and crumbling frieze, inscribed in antiquated big characters, with certain uncouth names, which we conclude were born of old by awful rapscallions guilty of all sinful games, vagrants engaged in purposes unlawful, and orators less sensible than jawful. So each 10 years we add to the long row a name, the most unworthy that we know." "But why," I asked, "put mine in?" He replied, "You look it, and the judgment pained me greatly. Right gladly would I then and there have died, but that I'd risen from the grave so lately." But on examining that solemn, stately old ruin, I remarked, "My friends, the truth of this is just what I expected. This building in its time made quite a stir. I lived, was famous, too, when 'twas erected. The names here first inscribed were much respected. This is the Hall of Fame, or I'm a stock, and this goat pasture once was called New York. Omnes vanitas, alas for ambition's possessor, alas for the famous and proud. The Isle of Manhattan's best dresser is wearing a hand-me-down shroud. The world has forgotten his glory. The wagoner sings on his wane, and Chauncey Depew tells a story, and jackasses laugh in the lane. The new Ulalume, the skies they were ashen and sober, the leaves they were crisped and sere. Withering, it was night in the lonesome October of my most immemorial year. It was hard by the dim lake of Auber, down, Docton, in the misty mid-region of Weir. Ghoul-haunted woodland, consolation littles the good to sit and grieve because the serpent tempted Eve. Better to wipe your eyes and take a club and go out and kill a snake. But if you prefer, as I suspect, to philosophize, why then, reflect. If the cunning rascal upon the limb hadn't tempted her, she'd have tempted him. Fate, alas, alas, for the tourist's guide. He turned from the beaten trail aside, wandered bewildered, lay down and died. Oh, grim is the irony of fate. It switches the man of low estate and loosens the dogs upon the grate. It lights the fireman to roast the cook. The fisherman rides upon the hook, and the flirt is slain with a tender look. The undertaker it overtakes, it saddles the cavalier, and makes the haughtiest butcher into steaks. Assist me, gods, to balk the decree? Nothing I'll do and nothing I'll be, in order that nothing be done to me. Philosopher Bim Republicans think Jonas Bim a Democrat gone mad, and Democrats consider him Republican and bad. The lout reviles him as a dude and gives it him right hot. The dude condemns his crassitude and calls him sans culottes. Derided as an Anglophile by Anglophobes, forsooth, as Anglophobe he feels, the while, the Anglophilic tooth. The churchman calls him atheist, the atheists, rough-shod, have ridden o'er him long and hissed the wretch believes in God. The saints whom clergymen we call would kill him if they could. The sinners, scientists, and all, complain that he is good. All men deplore the difference between themselves and him, and all devise expedients for paining Jonas Bim. I too, with wild demoniac glee, would put out both his eyes, for Mr. Bim appears to me insufferably wise. Reminded beneath my window twilight made familiar mysteries of shade. Faint voices from the darkening down were calling vaguely to the town. Intent upon a low, far gleam that burned upon the world's extreme, I sat, with short reprieve from grief, and turned the volume, leaf by leaf, wherein a hand, long dead, had wrought a million miracles of thought. My fingers carelessly unclung the lettered pages, and among them wandered witless, nor divined the wealth in which, poor fools, they mined. The soul that should have led their quest was dreaming in the level west, where a tall tower, stark and still, uplifted on a distant hill, stood lone and passionless to claim its guardian star's returning flame. I know not how my dream was broke, but suddenly my spirit woke filled with a foolish fear to look upon the hand that clove the book, significantly pointing. Next I bent attentive to the text and read, and as I read grew old, the mindless words. Poor Tom's a-cold? Ah me, to what a subtle touch the brimming cup resigns its clutch upon the wine. Dear God, is't writ that hots their overburden bear of bitterness, though thou permit the pranks of chance, a lurk in nooks and striking coward blows from books, and dead hands reaching everywhere. Salvini in America come, gentlemen, your gold. Thanks, welcome to the show, to hear a story told in words you do not know. Now, great Salvini, rise and thunder through your tears. Aha, friends, let your eyes interpret to your ears. Gods, 'tis a goodly game, observe his stride, how grand, when legs like his declaim who can misunderstand, see how that arm goes round. It says, as plain as day, I love. The lost is found, well met, sir, away, and mock the drawing down of brows. How accurate the language of that frown, pain, gentleman, hate. Those of the critic trade swear it is all as clear as if his tongue were made to fit an English ear. Hear that Italian phrase, Greek to your sense 'tis true, but shrug, expression, gaze, well, they are Grecian too, but it is aught. God what aught's tongue to all is known, faith, he to whom 'twere not would better hold his own. Shakespeare says act and word should match together true. For what you've seen and heard, how can you doubt they do? Enchanting drama, mock the crowd from pit to dome, one box alone is dark, the prompter stays at home. Stupendous artist, you a lot of joy and woe. We thrill if you say boo, and thrill if you say bow. Another way I lay in silence dead. A woman came and laid a rose upon my breast and said, May God be merciful. She spoke my name and added, It is strange to think him dead. He loved me well enough, but 'twas his way to speak it lightly. Then, beneath her breath, besides, I knew what further she would say, but then a footfall broke my dream of death. Today the words are mine. I lay the rose upon her breast, and speak her name, and deem it strange indeed that she is dead. God knows I had more pleasure in the other dream. Aught for Gladstone's portrait £5,000 were paid, 'tis said, to Sir John Millais. I cannot help thinking that such fine pay transcended reason's utmost bounds, for it seems to me uncommonly queer that a painted British statesman's price exceeds the established value thrice of a living statesman over here. To one across the way, when at your window radiant you've stood, I've sometimes thought, forgive me if I erred, that some slight thought of me perhaps has stirred your heart to beat less gently than it should. I know you beautiful, that you are good I hope, fear, I cannot choose the word, nor rightly suit it to the thought. I've heard reason at love's dictation never could. Blindly to this dilemma so I grope, as one whose every pathway has a snare. If you are minded in the saintly fashion of your pure face my passions without hope. If not, alas, I equally despair, for what to me were hope without the passion? To a debtor abroad grief for an absent lover, husband, friend, is barely felt before it comes to end. A score of early consolations serve to modify its mouth's dejected curve. But woes of creditors when debtors flee forever swell the separating sea. When standing on an alien shore you mock the steady course of some intrepid bark, how sweet to think a tear for you abides, not all unuseful, in the wave she rides. That sighs for you commingle in the gale, beneficently bellying her sail. Genesis God said, Let there be man, and from the clay Adam came forth and, thoughtful, walked away. The matrix whence his body was obtained, an empty, man-shaped cavity, remained all unregarded from that early time till in a recent storm it filled with slime. Now Satan, envying the master's power to make the meat himself could but devour, strolled to the place, and standing by the pool, exerted all his will to make a fool. A miracle? From out that ancient hole rose Doxy, lacking nothing but a soul. To give him that I've not the power divine, said Satan, sadly, but I'll lend him mine. He breathed it into him, a vapor black, and to this day has never got it back. Liberty, let there be liberty, God said, and lo, the skies were red and luminous. The glow struck first Columbia's kindling mountain peaks 111 years ago. So sang a patriot whom once I saw descending Bunker's holy hill. With awe, I noted that he shone with sacred light, like Moses with the tables of the law. 111 years. O small and paltry period, compared with all the tide of centuries that flowed and ebbed to etch Yosemite's divided wall. Ah, liberty, they sing you always young, whose hops are in your adoration strung. Each swears you are his countrywoman too, and speak no language but his mother tongue. And truly, lass, although with shout and horn man has all hailed you from creation's morn, I cannot think you old. I think, indeed, you are by 20 centuries unborn. The passing of shepherd, the sullen church bell's intermittent moan, the dirge's melancholy monotone, the measured march, the drooping flags, attest a great man's progress to his place of rest. Along broad avenues himself decreed to serve his fellow men's disputed need. Past pox he raped away from robber's thrift, and gave to poverty, wherein to lift its voice to curse the giver and the gift. Past noble structures that he reared for men to meet in, and revile him, tongue and pen, draws the long retinue of death to show the fit credentials of a proper woe. Boss, shepherd, you are dead. Your hand no more throws largesse to the mobs that ramp and raw for blood of benefactors who disdain their purity of purpose to explain, their righteous motive and their scorn of gain. Your period of dream, 'twas but a breath, is closed in the indifference of death. Sealed in your silences, to you alike if hands are lifted to applaud or strike, No mati or dull, inattentive ear praise of today than curse of yesteryear. From the same lips the honeyed phrases fall that still are bitter from cascades of gall. We note the shame, you in your depth of dark the red-writ testimony cannot mark on every honest cheek. Your senses all locked, incommunicado, in your pall, know not who sit and blush, who stand and bawl. 7 Grecian cities claim great Homer dead, through which the living Homer begged his bread. Neglected genius? That is sad indeed, but malice better would ignore than heed, and shepherd's soul, we rightly may suspect, prayed often for the mercy of neglect when hardly did he dare to leave his door without a guard behind him and before, to save him from the gentleman, that now in cheap and easy reparation, bow heads hypocritical above his costs to counterfeit a grief that's half remorse. The pageant passes and the exile sleeps, and well his tongue the solemn secret keeps of the great peace he found afar, until, death's writ of extradition to fulfill, they brought him, helpless, from that friendly zone to be a show and pastime in his own. A final opportunity to those who fling with equal aim the stone and rose, that at the living till his soul is freed, this at the body to conceal the deed? Lone on his hill, he's lying to await what added honours may befit his state, the monument, the statue, or the arch, where knaves may come to weep and dupes to march, builded by clowns to brutalize the scenes his genius beautified. To get the means, his newly good traduces all aduned for contributions to the conscience fund. If each subscribe, and pay, 1 cent 'twill rear a structure taller than their tallest ear. 1903. To mod not as 2 errant spheres together grind with monstrous ruin in the vast of space, destruction born of that malign embrace, their hapless peoples all to death consigned. Not so when our intangible worlds of mind, even mine and yours, each with its spirit race of beings shadowy in form and face, shall drift together on some blessed wind. No, in that marriage of gloom and light, all miracles of beauty shall be wrought, attesting a diviner faith than man's. For all my sad-eyed daughters of the night shall smile on your sweet seraphim of thought, nor any jealous god forbid the banns. The birth of virtue when, long ago, the young world circling flew through wider reaches of a richer blue, new-eyed, the men and maids saw, manifest, the thoughts untold in one another's breast, each wish displayed, and every passion learned, a look revealed them as a look discerned. But sating time with clouds ocast their eyes, desire was hidden and the lips framed lies. A goddess then, emerging from the dust, fair virtue rose, the daughter of distrust. The skirl press loquita. I've slept right through the night, a rather clever thing to do. How soundly women sleep looks at his wife. They're all alike. The sweetest thing in life is woman when she lies with folded tongue, its toil completed and its day song sung. Thump, that's the morning paper. What a bother that it should be delivered at the door. There ought to be some expeditious way to get it to one. By this long delay, the fizz gets off the news a rap is heard. That's Jane, the housemaid, she's an early bird. She's brought it to the bedroom door, good soul. Gets up and takes it in. Upon the whole, the system's not so bad a one. What's here? Gad, if they've not got off to listen dear to sleeping wife, young Gastrotheos. Well, if freedom shrieked when Kosciuszko fell, she'll shriek again, with laughter, seeing how they treated Gast, with her. Yet I'll allow 'tis right if he goes dining at the pup with Mrs. Thing. Briskly, waking up, with her? The hussy? Yes, it serves him right. Continuing to seek the light. What's this about old Impiku? That's good, Grip, that's the funny man, says Impai should be used as a decoy in shooting tramps. I knew old Impai when he had the stamps to buy us all out, and he wasn't then so bad a chap to have about. Grip's pen is just a tickler, and the world, no doubt, is better with it than it was without. What, 13 ladies, jumping Jove? We know them nearly all, who gamble at a low and very shocking game of cards called draw. Oh cracky how they'll squirm. Ha ha, ha ha, let's see what else wife snores. Well, I'll be blessed. A woman doesn't understand a jest. Hello, what? The scurvy wretch proceeds to take a fling at me, condemn him. Reads, Tom Jonesmith, my name's Thomas, vulgar cad. Of the new shavings bank, the man's gone mad. That's libelous, I'll have him up for that. Has had his cons cut. Devil take the rat. What business is't of his, I'd like to know? He didn't have to cut them. Gods, what low and scurril things our papers have become. You skim their contents and you get but scum. Here, Mary, waking wife, I've been attacked in this vile sheet. By Jove, it is a fact, reading it. How wicked. Who do you suppose 'twas wrote it? Who? Why, who but Grip, the so-called funny man. He wrote me up because I'd not discount his note. Wobbling sweetly, like an elfland hawn. Dear, do be careful of that second con. Stanley noting some great man's composition vile. A head of wisdom and a heart of guile, a will to conquer and a soul to dare. joined to the manners of a dancing bear, fools unaccustomed to the wide survey of various natures compensating sway, untaught to separate the wheat and chaff, to praise the one and at the other laugh, yearn all in vain and impotently seek some flawless hero upon whom to wreak the sycophantic worship of the weak. Not so the wise, from superstition free, who find small pleasure in the supple knee, quick to discriminate twixt good and bad, and willing in the king to find the cad, no reason seen why genius and conceit, the power to dazzle and the will to cheat, the love of daring and the love of gin, should not dwell, peaceful, in a single skin. To such, great Stanley, you're a hero still, despite your cradling in a tub for swill. Your peasant manners can't efface the mock of light you drew across the land of dark. In you the extremes of character are wed, to serve the quick and vilify the dead. Hero and clown? Oh, man of many sides, the muse of truth adores you and derides and sheds, impartial, the revealing ray upon your head of gold and feet of clay. One of the unfair sex, she stood at the ticket sellers, serenely removing her glove, while hundreds of strugglers and yellers, and some that were good at a shove, were clustered behind her like bats in a cave and dissembling their love. At night she still stood at that window endeavoring her money to reach, the crowds in her rear, how they sinned, oh, how dreadfully sinned in their speech. 10 miles and a fraction extended their line, the historians teach. She stands there today, legislation has failed to remove her. The trains no longer pull up at that station, and over the ghastly remains of the army that waited and died of old age fall the snows and the rains. The Lord's Prayer on a coin upon this quadrigal's leveled face, the Lord's Prayer, legibly inscribed, I trace. Our Father which, the pronoun there is funny, and shows the scribe to have addressed the money, which art in heaven, an error this, no doubt, the preposition should be stricken out. Needless to quote, I only have designed to praise the frankness of the pious mind, which thought it natural and right to join, with rare significancy, prayer and coin. An absurdum, Congressman Rixey, you're a statesman. You yourself will hardly say that you are not. And yet, I know not what you hope to do for those Confederates whose luckless lot is to have lived through storms of Yankee shot to this our day. They draw their breath, indeed, but from the government no scent of what so admirably serves your nobler need. You work for it? Why, that all cavillers concede. You'd call these rebels to the soldiers' homes on equal terms with persons whom they fought, whereat the truly loyal statesman foams at the loud mouth of him. But that is not, he foams, not for he must, but for he ought, for the Pole patriot's emotions flow by taking, with much else of value, thought. His feelings, if he have them, never blow his cooling coal of anger to a brighter glow. Well, well, sir, even the devil may be right through ignorance or accident. 'Tis said we're sometimes dazzled with too great a light, in which the blind, with customary tread, and by a small, unblinking puppy led, walk prosperous causes to appointed goals. And so your critics, though without a head among them, eyeless, therefore, as the moles, may wiser be than you, who damn their little souls, if of 2 aged southern gentlemen of equal need and worth, the one that tried to cook the country's goose, aw say its hen, be blessed with all the cheer we can provide, and which to t'other sternly is denied because he didn't, it will seem right queer. The gods are logical and may deride. Respect the southern veteran, but fear the laughter of Olympus sounding loud and clear. Saith the Tsar, my people come to me and make their moan. We starve, your majesty, give us a stone. That's flat rebellion. How the devil dare they starve right in my capital? Their prayer for something in their bellies I will meet with that which I'll not trouble them to eat. They ask for greater freedom. No, indeed. What happened to my ancestor who freed the serfs? His grateful subjects duly flung something that spoke to him without a tongue. So he was sacrificed for freedom's sake, and gathered to his fathers with a rake. I from autocracy my people free? Ah, would to heaven they could deliver me. The royal jester once on a time, so ancient poets sing, there reigned in God knows where a certain king. So great a monarch ne'er before was seen. He was a hero, even to his queen, in whose respect he held so high a place that none was higher. Nay, not even the ace. He was so just his parliament declared those subjects happy whom his laws had spared, so wise that none of the debating throng had ever lived to prove him in the wrong, so good that crime his anger never feared, and beauty boldly plucked him by the beard, so brave that if his army got a beating none dared to face him when he was retreating. This monarch kept a fool to make his mirth, and loved him tenderly despite his worth. Prompted by what caprice I cannot say, he called the fool before the throne one day, and to that minion seriously said, I'll abdicate, and you shall reign instead, while I, attired in motley, will make spot to entertain your majesty and court. 'Twas done, and the fool governed. He decreed the time of harvest and the time of seed, ordered the rains and made the weather clear, and had a famine every second year, altered the calendar to suit his freak, ordaining 6 whole holidays a week, religious creeds and sacred books prepared, made war when angry and made peace when scared. New taxes he imposed, new laws he made, drowned those who broke them, who observed them, flayed. In short, he ruled so well that all who'd not been starved, decapitated, hanged or shot made the whole country with his praises ring, declaring he was every inch a king. And the high priest averred 'twas very odd if one so competent were not a god. Meantime, his master, now in motley clad, wore such a visage, woeful, wan and sad, that some condoled with him as with a brother who, having lost a wife, had got another. Others, mistaking his profession, often approached him to be measured for a coffin. For years this high-born jester never broke the silence. He was pondering a joke. At last, one day, in cap and bells arrayed, he strode into the council and displayed a long, bright smile that glittered in the gloom like a gilt epitaph within a tomb. Posing his bauble like a leader's staff, to give the signal when, and why, to laugh, he brought it down with peremptory stroke and simultaneously cracked his joke. I can't repeat it, friends. I ne'er could school myself to quote from any other fool. A jest, if it were worse than mine, would start my tears. If better, it would break my heart. So, if you please, I'll hold you but to state that royal jester's melancholy fate. The insulted nation, so the story goes, rose as one man. The very dead arose, springing indignant from the riven tomb, and babes unborn leapt swearing from the womb. All to the council chamber clamoring went, by rage distracted and on vengeance bent. In that vast hall, in due disorder laid, the tools of legislation were displayed, and the wild populace, its wrath to sate, seized them and heaved them at the jester's pate. Mountains of writing paper, pools and seas of ink awaiting to become decrees, royal approval, and the same in stacks lay ready for attachment, backed with wax, pens to make laws, erasers to amend them, with mucilage convenient to extend them, scissors for limiting their application, trash baskets to repeal all legislation. These, flung as missiles till the air was dense, were most offensive weapons of offense, and by their aid the man was nigh destroyed. They ne'er had been so harmlessly employed. Whelmed underneath a load of legal cap, his mouth regurgitating ink on tap, his eyelids mucilaginously sealed, his fertile head by scissors made to yield abundant harvestage of ears, his pelt, in every wrinkle and on every welt, quickset with pencil points from feet to gills, and thickly studded with a pride of quills, the royal jester in the dreadful strife was made, in shot, an editor for life. An idle tale, and yet a moral lurks in this as plainly as in greater works. I shall not give it birth. One moral here would die of loneliness within a year. A career in letters when Liboverm resigned the chair of this or that in college, where for 2 decades he had gouged his brain with more than it could well contain, in order to relieve the stress he took to writing for the press. Then Pondronomus said, I'll help this mine of talent to develop, and straightway bought with coin and credit the Thundergust for him to edit. The great man seized the pen and ink and wrote so hard he couldn't think. Ideas grew beneath his fist and flew like falcons from his wrist. His pen shot sparks all kinds of ways till all the rivers were ablaze, and where the coruscations fell men uttered words I dare not spell. Eftsoons with corrugated brow, wet towels bound about his pow, locked legs and failing appetite, he thought so hard he couldn't write. His soaring fancies, chicken-wise, came home to roost and wouldn't rise. With dimmer light and milder heat his goose-quill staggered o'er the sheet, then dragged, then stopped. The finish came. He couldn't even write his name. The Thundergust in 3 short weeks had risen, rawed, and split its cheeks, said Pondronomus. How unjust! The storm I raised has laid my dust. When, moneybagger, you have aught invested in a vein of thought, be sure you've purchased not instead that salted claim, a bookworm's head. The following pair o' very remarkable mottle, what food is engaging your jaws and staining with amber their pottle? It's baccy I chaws. And why do you sway in your walking, to right and left many degrees, and hitch up your trousers when talking? I fall as the seas. Great indolent shock in the rollers is, baccy, too, one of your faults. You, too, display maculate molars. I dines upon salts. Strange diet, intestinal pain it is commonly given to nip. And how can you ever obtain it? I fall as the ship. Political economy, I beg you to note, said a man to a goose as he plucked from her bosom the plumage all loose, that pillows and cushions of feathers, and beds as warm as maids' hots and as soft as their heads, increase of life's comforts the general sum, which raises the standard of living. Come, come, the goose said impatiently, tell me Aussies how that is of any advantage to geese. What, said the man, you are very obtuse, consumption no profit to those who produce, no good to accrue to supply from a grand progressive expansion all round of demand, luxurious habits no benefit bring to those who purvey the luxurious thing. Consider, I pray you, my friend, how the growth of luxury promises. Promises? Quoth the sufferer. What? To what cost is it pledged to pay me for being so often defledged? Accustomed? This notion the plucker expressed as he ripped out a handful of down from her breast. To one kind of luxury, people soon yearn for others and ever for others in turn. And the man who tonight on your feathers will rest, his mutton or bacon or beef to digest, his hunger tomorrow will wish to assuage with goose and a dressing of onions and sage. The unpardonable sin I reckon that ye never knew, that dandy slugger, Tom Care. He had a touch as light and free as that of any honeybee, but where it lit there wasn't much to justify another touch. Oh, what a Sunday school it was to watch him puttin' up his paws and ruminate upon their heft, particular his holy left. Tom was my style, that's all I say, some others may be equal gay. What's come of him? Dunno, I'm sure, he's dead, which make his fate obscure. I only started in to clear one vital peant in his career, which is to say, afore he died, he soiled his erming mighty snide. Ye see he took to politics and learnt them statesman fellas tricks, pulled wires, wore stovepipe hats, used scent, just like he was the president, went to the legislator, spoke right out agin the British yoke. But that was right. He let his hair grow long to qualify for mayor, and once or twice he poked his snoot in Congress like a low galoot. It had to come. No gent can hope to wrestle God agin the rope. Tom went from bad to wuss. Being dead, I suppose it oughtn't to be said, for such iniquities as flow from politics ain't fit to know. But if you think it's actin' white to tell it, Thomas throwed a fight? Industrial discontent as time rolled on the whole world came to be a desolation and a darksome curse, and someone said, the changes that you see in the fair frame of things, from bad to worse, are wrought by strikes. The sun withdrew his glimmer because the moon assisted with her shimmer. Then, when poor Luna, straining very hard, doubled her light to serve a darkling world, he called her scab, and meanly would retard her rising. And at last the villain hurled a heavy beam which knocked her awe the lion into the nebula of great Orion. The planets all had struck some time before, demanding what they said were equal rights, some pointing out that others had far more that a fair dividend of satellites. So all went out, but those the best provided, if they had dared, would rather have abided. The stars struck too. I think it was because the comets had more liberty than they, and were not bound by any hampering laws, while they were fixed, and there are those who say the comet's tresses nettled poor Antares, a bald old orb, whose disposition varies. The Earth's the only one that isn't in the movement, I suppose because she's watched with horror and discussed how her fair skin her pranking parasites have fouled and blotched with blood and grease in every labor riot, when seeing any purse or throat to fly at. Tempora, mutanta, the world is dull, I cried in my despair. Its myths and fables are no longer fair. Roll back thy centuries, O Father Time, to Greece transport me in her golden prime. Give back the beautiful old gods again, the spotted nymphs, the dryads' jocund train, Pan piping on his reeds, the naiads, the sirens singing by the sleepy seas. Nay, show me but a Gorgon, and I'll dare to lift mine eyes to her peculiar hair, the fatal horrors of her snaky pate, that stiffen men into a stony state, and die, becoming, as my spirit flies, a noble statue of myself, life-size. Straight as I spoke I heard the voice of fate. Look up, my lad, the Gorgon sisters wait. Lifting my eyes, I saw Medusa stand, Estheno, Uriel on either hand. I gazed unpetrified and unappalled. The girls had aged and were entirely bald. A false alarm when Gertrude Atherton pronounced the ladies of fair Manhattan hideous as Hades, in eyes no splendor, and in cheeks no roses, and, oh ye godlings, rudimentary noses, to pass a bad half-hour before their glasses, straight to their dressing rooms ran dames and lasses, who, still dissenting from her cursed appraisal, grew more pugnacious, but not less pugnasal. Ladies, be calm, there's nothing to distress you, the sacred Englishman will rise and bless you. No noses, none to speak of, is alarming, but that you can't speak through them, that is charming. Contentment sleep fell upon my senses, and I dreamed long years had circled since my life had fled. The world was different, and all things seemed remote and strange, like noises to the dead. And one great voice there was, and someone said, posterity is speaking, rightly deemed infallible. And so I gave attention, hoping posterity my name would mention. Illustrious spirit, said the voice. Appear, while we confirm eternally thy fame before our dread tribunal answer here. Why do no statues celebrate thy name, no monuments thy services proclaim? Why did not thy contemporaries rear to thee some schoolhouse or memorial college? It looks almighty queer, you must acknowledge. Up spake I hotly. That is where you err? But someone thundered in my ear. You shan't be interrupting these proceedings, sir. The question was addressed to General Grant. Some other things were spoken which I can't distinctly now recall, but I infer, by certain flushings of my cheeks and forehead, posterity's environment is torrid. Then heard I, this was in a dream, remark, another voice, clear, comfortable, strong, as Grant's great shade, replying from the dock, said in a tone that rang the earth along, and thrilled the senses of the judges' throng, I'd rather you would question why, in park and street, my monuments were not erected than why they were. Then, waking, I reflected. 1885. Constancy, I had a dream. A throng of people sped hard after something that before them fled, a ball that leapt and bounded. I pursued, kicking, like all the rest, at Brian's head. Ah, God, it was indeed a ghastly play, that noble head, its locks in disarray streaming like feathers of a shuttlecock, urged with resounding buffets on its way. Ever the foremost in the chase accursed ran too, who in his life, too, had been first among his followers. Behold, I cried, those twins of Constancy, the devil and Hurst, smitten in spirit with a sudden shame. And from intemperate exertion lame, I sprang, and skyward with a potting kick hoisted that mellow bulb, and left the game. The new Enoch Auden was an able seaman. Hear of his mishap, not in wild mendacious fable, as 'twas told by t'other chap. For I hold it is a youthful indiscretion to tell lies, and the writer that is truthful has the reader that is wise. Enoch Auden, able seaman, on an isle was cast away, and before he was a free man time had touched him up with grey. Long he searched the fair horizon, seated on a mountain top. Vessel ne'er he set his eyes on that would undertake to stop. Seeing that his sight was growing dim and dimmer day by day, Enoch said he must be going. So he rose and went away and so continued till he lost his lonely isle. Mr. Auden was so sinewed he could row for many a mile. Compass he had not, nor sextant, to direct him o'er the sea. Ere 'twas known that he was extant, at his boyhood's home was he. When he saw the hills and hollows and the streets he could but know, he gave utterance as follows to the sentiments below. Blast my tarry toplights, shiver too my timbers, but I say, W at a larrock to discover that I've lost my blessed way. W at, alas, would be my bloomin' fate if Philip now I see, which I lambed. All my older man, which has frequent basted me. All the landscape swam around him at the thought of such a lot. In a swoon his Annie found him and conveyed him to her cot. 'Twas the very house, the garden, where their honeymoon was passed. 'Twas the place where Mrs. Auden would have mourned him to the last. Ah, what grief she'd known without him. Now what tears of joy she shed. Enoch Auden looked about him, shanghaied. That was all he said. Disavowal, 2 bodies a lying in Phoenix Park, grim and bloody and stiff and stark, and a land league man with averted eye crosses himself as he hurries by, and he says to his conscience under his breath, I have had no hand in this deed of death. A Fenian, making a circuit wide and passing them by on the other side, shudders and crosses himself and cries, Who says that I did it? He lies, he lies. Gingerly stepping across the gaw, Pat Satan comes after the 2 before, makes, in a solemnly comical way, the sign of the cross and is heard to say, Oh dear, what a terrible sight to see for babes like them and a saint like me. 1882. An average I ne'er could be entirely fond of any maiden who's a blonde, and no brunette that e'er I saw my whole devotion e'er could draw. Yet sure no girl was ever made just half of light and half of shade. And so this happy mean to get, I love a blonde and a brunette. Incurable from pride, joy, hate, greed, melancholy. From any kind of vice, or folly, bias, propensity or passion that is in prevalence and fashion, save one, the sufferer or lover may, by the grace of God, recover. Alone that spiritual teta, the zeal to make creation better, glows still immedicably warmer. Who knows of a reformed reformer? The pun hail, peerless pun? Thou lost and best, most rare and excellent bequest of dying idiot to the wit he died of, rat-like, in a pit. Thyself disguised, in many a way thou lett'st thy sudden splendor play, adorning all where it turns, as the revealing bull's-eye burns of the dim thief, and plays its trick upon the lock he means to pick. Yet sometimes, too, thou dost appear as boldly as a brigadier tricked out with mocks and signs, all o'er of rank, brigade, division, caw, to show by every means he can an officer is not a man, or naked, with a lordly swagger, proud as a cur without a wagger, who says, See simple worth prevail, all dogs, sir, not a bit of tail. 'Tis then men give thee loudest welcome, as if thou wert a soul from hell come. O obvious pun! Thou hast the grace of skeleton cluck without a case, with all its bowelling displayed, and all its organs on parade. Dear pun, thou at common ground of bliss, where Punch and I can meet and kiss, then thee my wit can stoop no lower, no higher his does ever saw. To Nanine dear, if I never saw your face again, if all the music of your voice were mute as that of a fallen and broken lute, if only in my dreams I might attain the benediction of your touch, how vain were faith to justify the old pursuit of happiness, or reason to confute the pessimist philosophy of pain. Yet love not altogether is unwise, for still the wind would murmur in the con, and still the sun would splendor all the mere, and I could not, dearest, choose but hear your voice upon the breeze and see your eyes shine in the glory of the summer morn. Vice versa down in the state of Maine, the story goes, a woman, to secure a lapsing pension, married a soldier, though the good Lord knows that very common act scarce takes attention. What makes it worthy to be writ and read? The man she married had been 9 hours dead. Now, marrying a copse is not an act familiar to our daily observation, and so I crave her pardon if the fact suggests this interesting speculation. Should some mischance restore the man to life, would she be then a widow, or a wife? Let casuists contest the point. I'm not disposed to grapple with so great a matter. 'Twould tie my thinker in a double knot, and drive me staring mad as any hatter, though I submit that hatters are, in fact, sane, and all other human beings cracked. Small thought have I of destiny or chance. Luck seems to me the same thing as intention. In metaphysics I could ne'er advance, and think it of the devil's own invention. Enough of joy to know, though when I wed I must be married, yet I may be dead. A blacklist resolved that we will post, the tradesmen say, all names of debtors who do never pay. Whose shall be first? Inquires the ready scribe. Who are the chiefs of the marauding tribe? Lo, high Pontius, lifting from the plain, upon his hoary peak, a noble fane. Within that temple, all the names are scrolled of village bards, upon a slab of gold. To that bad eminence, my friend, aspire, and copy thou the roll of fame, entire. Yet not to total shame those names devote, but add in mercy this explaining note. These cheat because the law makes theft a crime, and they obey all laws but laws of rhyme. Authority, authority, authority? They shout whose minds, not large enough to hold a doubt, some chance opinion ever entertain, by dogma billeted upon their brain. Ha! They exclaim with choretic glee, here's Dabster if you won't give in to me, Dabster, sir, Dabster, to whom all men look with reverence. The fellow wrote a book. It matters not that many another wight has thought more deeply, could more wisely write on t other side, that you yourself possess knowledge where Dabster did not badly guess. God help you if ambitious to persuade the fools who take opinion ready-made and recognize authorities. Be sure no tittle of their folly they'll abjure for all that you can say. But write it down, publish and die and get a great renown. Faith? How they'll snap it up, misread, misquote, swear that they had a hand in all you wrote, and ride your fame like monkeys on a goat. The Soriad, the king of Scotland, years and years ago, convened his courtiers in a gallant row, and thus addressed them. Gentle sirs, from you abundant counsel I have had, and true, what laws to make to serve the public weal, what laws of nature's making to repeal, what old religion is the only true one, and what the greater merit of some new one. What friends of yours my favor have forgot, which of your enemies against me plot. In harvests ample to augment my treasures, behold the fruits of your sagacious measures. The punctual planets, to their periods just, attest your wisdom and approve my trust. Lo, the reward your faith and wisdom bring, the grateful placemen bless their useful king. But while you quaff the nectar of my favor, I mean somewhat to modify its flavor by just infusing a peculiar dash of tonic bitter in the calabash. And should you, too abstemious, disdain it, egad, I'll hold your noses till you drain it. You know, you dogs, your master long has felt a keen distemper in the royal pelt, a testy, superficial irritation, brought home, I fancy, from some foreign nation. For this 1,000 simples you've prescribed unguents external, draughts to be imbibed. You've plundered Scotland of its plants, the seas you've ravished, and despoiled the Hebrides to brew me remedies which, in probation, were sovereign only in their application. In vain, and eke in pain, have I applied your flattering unctions to my soul and hide. Physic and hope have been my daily food. I've swallowed treacle by the holy rood. Your wisdom which sufficed to guide the year and tame the seasons in their mad career, when set to higher purposes, has failed me and added anguish to the ills that ailed me. Nor that alone, but each ambitious leech his rival's skill has labored to impeach by hints equivocal in secret speech. For years, to conquer our respective broils, we've plied each other with Pacific oils in vain. Your turbulence is unallayed, my flame unquenched, your rioting unstayed, my life so wretched from your strife to save it that death were welcome did I dare to brave it. With zeal inspired by your intemperate pranks, my subjects muster in contending ranks. Those fling their banners to the startled breeze to champion some royal ointment, these the standard of some royal purge display, and 'neath that ensign wage a wasteful fray? Brave tongues are thundering from sea to sea, torrents of sweat roll reeking o'er the lee. My people perish in their martial fear, and rival bagpipes cleave the royal ear. Now, caitiffs, tremble, for this very hour your injured sovereign shall assert his power. Behold this lotion, carefully compound of all the poisons you for me have found, of biting washes such as tan the skin, and drastic drinks to vex the pots within. What aggravates an ailment will produce. I mean to rub you with this dreadful juice. Divided counsels you no more shall hatch. At last you shall unanimously scratch. Kneel, villains, kneel, and doff your shirts, God bless us. They'll seem, when you resume them, robes of Nessus. The sovereign ceased, and sealing what he spoke, from Arthur's seat one confirming thunders broke. The conscious culprits to their fate resigned, sank to their knees, all piously inclined. This act, from high Ben Lomond where she floats, the thrifty goddess, Caledonia, notes. Glibly as nimble sixpence, down she tilts headlong, and ravishes away their kilts, tears off each plaid, and all their shirts discloses, removes each shirt, and their broad backs exposes. The king advanced, then cursing fled amain, dashing the file to the stony plain. Wet straight became a fountain brimming awe, whence Father Tweed derives his liquid staw. For lo, already on each back sands stitch the red sign manual of the rosy witch. Peace when lion and lamb have together lain down, spectators cry out, all in chorus, the lamb doesn't shrink nor the lion frown, a miracle's working before us. But 'tis patent why hot head his wrath holds in, and faint heart her terror and loathing, for the one's but an ass in a lion's skin, the other a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thanksgiving the superintendent of an almshouse, a papa, so you're unthankful, you'll not eat the bird? You sit about the place all day and gird. I understand you'll not attend the ball that's to be given tonight in Papa Hall. Why, that is true, precisely as you've heard. I have no teeth and I will eat no bird. Ah, see how good is Providence. Because of teeth he has denuded both your jaws, the fowls made tender. You can overcome it by suction, or at least, well, you can gum it, confirming thus the dictum of the preachers that Providence is good to all his creatures, turkeys excepted. Come, ungrateful friend, if our Thanksgiving dinner you'll attend you shall say grace. Ask God to bless at least the soft and liquid portions of the feast. Without those teeth my speech is rather thick. He'll hardly understand gum Arabic. No, I'll not dine today. As to the ball, 'tis known to you that I've no legs at all. I had the gout, hereditary, so, as it could not be cornered in my toe, they cut my legs off in the fond belief that shortening me would make my anguish brief. Lacking my legs, I could not prosecute with any good advantage a pursuit. And so, because my father chose to court heaven's favor with his ortolans and pot, Thanksgiving every day, the Lord supplied saws for my legs, an almshouse for my pride, and once a year, a bird for my inside. No, I'll not dance. My light fantastic toe took to its heels some 20 years ago. Some small repairs would be required for putting my body on a saltatory footing. Oh, the legless man's an unhappy chap. Tum hi, tum he oh hattie. The favors o' fortune fall not in his lap. Tum hi, tum he'll do hum. The plums of office avoid his plate no matter how much he may stump the state. Tum hi, ho he. The grass grows never beneath his feet, but he cannot hope to make both ends meet. Tum hi. With a glayless eye and a summer heart, he plays the role of his mortal pot. Holy himself he can never be. Oh, a soulless corporation is he, tum. The chapel bell is calling, thankless friend, balls you may not, but church you shall, attend. Some recognition cannot be denied to the great mercy that has turned aside the sod of death from us, and let it fall upon the people's necks in Montreal, that spared our city, steeple, roof and dome, and drowned the Texans out of house and home, blessed all our continent with peace, to flood the Balkan with a cataclysm of blood. Compared with blessings of so high degree, your private woes look mighty small, to me. Elaudes, daughter of God, audacity divine, of clowns the terror and of brains the sign, not thou the inspirer of the rushing fool, not thine of idiots the vocal drool, thy bastard sister of the brow of brass, presumption, actuates the charging ass. Sky-born audacity? Of thee who sings should strike with freer hand than mine the strings. The notes should mount on pinions true and strong, for thou, the subject, shouldst sustain the song, till angels lean from heaven, a breathless throng? Alas, with reeling heads and wavering tails, they notes, not angels, drop and the hymn fails. The minstrel's tender fingers and his thumbs are torn to rags upon the lyre he strums. Have done? The lofty thesis makes demand for stronger voices and a harder hand, night howling apes to make the notes aspire, and poet Riley's fist to slug the rebel wire. The god's viewpoint Chita Rebama Chunda Sen, the wisest and the best of men, betook him to the place where sat with folded feet upon a mat of precious stones beneath a palm, in sweet and everlasting calm, that ancient and immortal gent, the god of rational content. As tranquil and unmoved as fate, the deity reposed in state, with palm to palm and soul to soul, and beaded breast and beetling jowl, and belly spread upon his thighs, and costly diamonds for eyes. As Chunda Sen approached and knelt to show the reverence he felt, then beat his head upon the sod to prove his fealty to the god, and then by gestures signified the other sentiments inside. The god's right eye, as Chunda Sen, the wisest and the best of men, half fancied, grew by just a thought more narrow than it truly ought. Yet still that prince of devotees, persistent upon bended knees and elbows bowed into the earth, declared the god's exceeding worth, and begged his favor. Then at last, within that cavernous and vast thoracic space, was heard a sound like that of water underground, a gurgling note that found a vent at mouth of that immortal gent in such a chuckle as no ear had e'er been privileged to hear. Chita Rebama Chunda Sen, the wisest, greatest, best of men, heard with a natural surprise that mighty midriff improvise, and greater yet the marvel was when from between those massive jaws fell words to make the views more plain the god was pleased to entertain. Chita Rebama Chunda Sen, so ran the redet in speech of men, foremost of mortals in assent to creed of rational content. Why come you here to impetrate a blessing on your scurvy pate? Can you not rationally be content without disturbing me? Can you not take a hint, a wink, of what of all this rot I think? Is laughter lost upon you quite, to check you in your pious right? What? Know you not we gods protest that all religion is a jest? You take me seriously. You about me make a great ado, when I but wish to be alone, with attitudes supine and prone, with genuflections and with prayers, and putting on of solemn airs, to draw my mind from the survey of rational content away. Learn once for all, if learn you can this truth, significant to man, a pious person is by odds the one most hateful to the gods. Then stretching forth his great right hand, which shadowed all that sunny land, that deity bestowed a touch which Chunda Sen not overmuch enjoyed, a touch divine that made the sufferer hear stars. They played and sang as on creation's morn when spheric harmony was born. Chita Rebama Chunda Sen, the most astonished man of men, fell straight asleep, and when he woke the deity nor moved nor spoke, but sat beneath that ancient palm in sweet and everlasting calm. The aesthetes, the lily cranks, the loppy, loony lasses, they multiply in rising ranks to execute their solemn pranks, they moon along in masses. Blow, sweet lily in the shade, oh, sunflower decorate the dado, the maiden ass, the tall and tailless Jenny, in limp attire as green as grass she stands, a monumental brass, the one of one too many. Blow, sweet lily, in the shade. Oh, sunflower decorate the dado. 1883. With mine own petard time was the local poet sang their songs beneath their breath in terror of the thongs I snapped about their shins. Though mild the stroke bods like the canaille, a feeble folk, fearing all noises but the one they make themselves, at which all other mortals quake. Now from their cracked and disobedient throats, like rats from sewers scampering, the notes paw forth to move, where the season serves, if not our legs to dance, at least our nerves, as once a ram's horn solo maddened all the sober-minded stones in Jericho's wall. A year's exemption from the critic's curse mends the bod's courage, but impairs his verse. Thus poolside frogs, when croaking in the night, afraid to silence by a meteor's flight, or by the sudden plashing of a stone from some adjacent cottage garden thrown, but straight renew the song with double din, whene'er the light goes out or man goes in. Shall I with arms unbraced, my casque unlatched, my falchion pawned, my buckler too, attached, resume the quizzes and the broad cuirass, accomplishing my body all in brass, and arm in battle royal to oppose a village poet singing through the nose? No, let them rhyme. I fought them once before and stilled their songs. But Satan, how they swaw! cuffed them upon the mouth whene'er their throats they cleared for action with their sweetest notes, twisted their ears, they'd oft tormented mine, and damned them roundly all along the line, clubbed the whole crew from the Pontian slopes, a wreck of broken heads and broken hopes. What gained I so? I feathered every curse launched at the village bawds with lilting verse. The town approved and christened me to show its high admiration, chief of local poets. Restawed dull were the days and sober, the mountains were brown and bare, for the season was sad October, and a dirge was in the air. The mated stallings flew over to the isles of the southern sea. She wept for her warrior lover, wept and exclaimed, "Ah, me? Long years have I mourned my darling in his battle bed at rest, and it's to be a stalling with a mate to share my nest." The angels pitied her sorrow, restoring her warrior's life, and he came to her arms on the morrow to claim her and take her to wife. An aged lover, a potly, bald lover, a trifle too stiff, with manners that would have been courtly, and would have been graceful if the angels had only restored him without the additional years that had passed since the enemy bawed him to death with their long, sharp spears. As it was, he bawed her, and she rambled away with her father's young groom, and the old lover smiled as he ambled contentedly back to the tomb. Sires and sons' wild wanton luxury lays waste the land with difficulty tilled by thrift's hard hand, then dies the state, and, in its carcass found, the millionaires all maggot-like abound. Alas, was it for this that Warren died, and Arnold sold himself to t'other side, Stock piled at Bennington his British dead, and Gates at Camden, Lee at Monmouth, fled? For this that Perry did the foeman fleece, and Hull surrender to preserve the peace? Degenerate countrymen, renounce, I pray, the slothful ease, the luxury, the gay and gallant trappings of this idle life, and be more fit for one another's wife. A challenge a bull imprisoned in a stall broke boldly the confining wall, and found himself, when out of bounds, within a washerwoman's grounds, where, hanging on a line to dry, a crimson skirt inflamed his eye. With bellowings that woke the dead, he bent his formidable head, with pointed horns and knurly forehead. Then, planting firm his shoulders horrid, began, with rage made half insane, to paw the arid earth amain, flinging the dust upon his flanks in desolating clouds and banks, the while his eyes, uneasy white, betrayed his doubt what foe the bright red tent concealed, perchance, from sight. The garment, which, all undismayed, had never paled a single shade, now found a tongue, a dangling sock left carelessly inside the smock. I must insist, my gracious liege, that you'll be pleased to raise the siege, my colours I will never strike. I know your sex, you're all alike. Some small experience I've had, you're not the first I've driven mad. 2 shows the showman, blessing in 1,000 shapes. Parades a school of educated apes. Small education's needed, I opine, or native wit to make a monkey shine. The brute exhibited has naught to do but ape the larger apes that come to view. The hoodlum with his horrible grimace, long upper lip and furtive, shuffling pace, significant reminders of the time when hunters, not policemen, made him climb. The lady loafer with her draggling trail, that free translation of an ancient tale. The sandlot quadrumane in hairy suit, whose heels are thumbs perverted by the boot. The painted actress throwing down the gauge to elder artists of the sylvan stage, proving that in the time of Noah's flood 2 apeskins held her whole profession's blood. The critic waiting, like a hungry pup, to write the school, perhaps to eat it up, as chance or luck occasion may reveal to earn $1 or maraud a meal. To view the school of apes these creatures go, unconscious that themselves are half the show. These, if the simian his cost but trim to copy them as they have copied him, will call him educated. Of a verity, there's much to learn by studying posterity. A poet's hope 'twas a weary-looking mottle, and he wandered near the pottle of the melancholy city of the discontented dead. He was pale and wan exceeding, and his manner was unheeding, as if it could not matter what he did nor what he said. Sacred stranger, I addressed him with a reverence befitting the austere, unintimating, dread solemnity he wore. 'Tis the custom, too, prevailing in that vicinage, when hailing one who possibly may be a person lately gone before. Sacred stranger, much I ponder on your evident dejection, but my carefulest reflection leaves the riddle still unread. How do you yourself explain your dismal tendency to wander by the melancholy city of the discontented dead? Then that solemn person, pausing in the march that he was making, roused himself as if awaking, fixed his dull and stony eye on my countenance, and slowly, like a priest devout and holy, chanted in a mournful monotone the following reply. "Oh, my brother, do not fear it. I'm no disembodied spirit. I am Lambton, the slang poet, with a price upon my head. I am watching by this pottle for some late lamented mortal to arise in his disquietude and leave his earthy bed. Then I hope to take possession and pull in the earth above me, and renouncing my profession, ne'er be heard of any more. For there's not a soul to love me, and no living thing respects me, which so painfully affects me that I fain would go before. Then I felt a deep compassion for the gentleman's dejection, for privation of affection would refrigerate a frog. So I said, if nothing human, and if neither man nor woman can appreciate the fashion of your merit, buy a dog. The woman and the devil, when man and woman had been made, all but the disposition, the devil to the workshop strayed, and somehow gained admission. The master rested from his work, for this was on a Sunday. The man was snoring like a Turk, content to wait till Monday. Too bad, the woman cried. Oh, why does slumber not benumb me? A disposition? Oh, I die to know if 'twill become me. The adversary said, no doubt 'twill be extremely fine, ma'am, though sure 'tis long to be without. I beg to lend you mine, ma'am. The devil's disposition when she'd got, of course she wore it, for she'd no disposition then, nor now has, to restore it. Two rogues dim, grim, and silent as a ghost, the sentry occupied his post, to all the stirrings of the night alert of ear and sharp of sight. A sudden something, sight or sound about, above, or underground, he knew not what, nor where, ensued, thrilling the sleeping solitude. The soldier cried, halt, who goes there? The answer came, death in the air. Advance, death, give the countersign, or perish if you cross that line. To change his tone, death thought it wise, reminded him they'd been allies against the Russ, the Frank, the Turk, in many a bloody bit of work. In short, said he, in every weather we've soldiered, you and I, together. The sentry would not let him pass. Go back, he growled. You tiresome ass, go back and rest till the next war. Nor kill by methods all abhor. Miasma, famine, filth and vice, with plagues of locusts, plagues of lice, foul food, foul water, and foul gases, rank exhalations from morasses. If you employ such low allies, this business you will vulgarize. Renouncing then the field of fame to wallow in a waste of shame, I'll prostitute my strength and lurk about the country doing work. These hands to labor I'll devote, nor cut, by heaven, another throat. The Pied Piper of Brooklyn so, Beach is dead. His was a great soul, too, great as a giant organ is, whose reeds hold in them all the souls of all the creeds that man has ever taught and never knew. When on this mighty instrument was laid his hand who fashioned it, our common moan was suppliant in its thundering. The tone grew more vivacious when the devil played. No more those luring harmonies we hear, and lo, already men forget the sound. They turn, retracing all the dubious ground o'er which he'd led them stoutly by the ear. Not guilty, I saw your charms in another's arms, said a Grecian swain with his blood a-boil, and he kissed you fair as he held you there, a willing bird in a serpent's coil. The maid looked up from the cinctured cup wherein she was crushing the berries red, pain and surprise in her honest eyes. It was only one o' those gods, she said. Presentiment, with saintly grace and reverent tread, she walked among the graves with me. Her every footfall seemed to be a benediction on the dead. The guardian spirit of the place she seemed, and I some ghost fall on surprised in the untimely moan she made with her resplendent face. Moved by some waywardness of will, 3 paces from the path apart she stepped and stood. My prescient heart was stricken with a passing chill. The folklore of the year's agon remembering, I smiled and thought, who shudders suddenly at naught, his grave is being trod upon. But now I know that it was more than idle fancy. Oh, my sweet, I did not think such little feet could make a buried heart so sore. A study in grey I step from the door with a shiver. This fog is uncommonly cold, and ask myself, what did I give her? The maiden a trifle gone old, with the head of grey hair that was gold. Ah, well, I suppose 'twas $1, and doubtless the change is correct, though it's odd that it seems so much smaller than what I'd a right to expect. But you pay when you dine, I reflect. So I walk up the street. 'Twas a saunter a score of years back, when I strolled from this door, and our talk was all banter those days when her hair was of gold, and the sea fog less searching and cold. A scaw? Why, that isn't so very much time to have lost from a life. There's reason enough to be merry. I've not fallen down in the strife, but marched with the drum and the fife. If hope, when she lured me and beckoned, had pushed at my shoulders instead, and fame, on whose favors I reckoned, had laureled the worthiest head, I could hallow the years that are dead. Believe me, I've held my own, mostly through all of this wild masquerade, but somehow the fog is more ghostly tonight, and the skies are more grayed, like the locks of the restaurant maid. If ever I'd fainted and faltered I'd fancy, this did but appear, but the climate, I'm certain, has altered, grown colder and more austere than it was in that earlier year. The lights, too, are strangely unsteady that led from the street to the quay. I think they'll go out, and I'm ready to follow. Out there in the sea the fog bell is calling to me. For merit to Parmentier Parisians raise a statue fine and large. He cooked potatoes 50 ways, nor ever led a charge. Palmum qui merit, the rest you knew as well as I, and best of all to him that best of sayings will apply. Let Mina mend the poet's bays, all warriors medal wear. Who cooks potatoes 50 ways shall bear the palm, de terre. A bit of science what, photograph in colors? 'Tis a dream, and he who dreams it is not overwise. If colors are vibration they but seem, and have no being. But if Tyndall lies, why, come then, photograph my lady's eyes. Nay, friend, you can't, the splendor of their blue, as on my own beclouded orbs they rest, to naught but vibratory motions due, as hot, head, limbs, and all I am attest. How could her eyes, at rest themselves, be making in me so uncontrollable a shaking? 1894. The tables turned over the man the street car ran, and the driver did never grin. O killer of men, pray tell me when your laughter means to begin. 10 years to a day I've observed you slay, and I never have missed before your jubilant peals as your crunching wheels were spatted with human gaw. Why is it, my boy, that you smother your joy, and why do you make no sign of the merry mind that is dancing behind a solemner face than mine? The driver replied, I would laugh till I cried if I had bisected you, but I'd like to explain, if I can for the pain, 'tis myself that I've cut in two. To a dejected poet thy gift, if that it be of God, thou hast no warrant to appraise, nor say, here pot, O muse, our ways, the road too stony to be trod. Not thine to call the labour hard and the reward inadequate. Who haggles awe his hire with fate is bet a bargainer than bawd. What, count the effort labour lost when thy good angel holds the reed? It were a sorry thing indeed to stay him till thy palm be crossed. The labour is worthy, nay, the sacred ministry of song is rapture. 'Twere a grievous wrong to fix a wages rate for play. The humorist, what is that, mother? The humorist, child, his hands are black but his heart is mild. May I touch him, mother? 'Twere needlessly done, he is slightly touched already, my son. Oh, why does he wear such a ghastly grin? 'Tis the outward sign of a joke within. Will he crack it, mother? Not so, my saint, 'tis meant for the Saturday liver complaint. Does he suffer, mother? God help him, yes, 1,050 kinds of distress. What makes him sweat so? The demons that lurk in the fear of having to go to work. Why doesn't he end, then, his life with a rope? Abolition of hell has deprived him of hope. Montefiore, I saw, 'twas in a dream the other night, a man whose hair with age was thin and white, 100 years had betted by his birth, and still his step was firm, his eye was bright. Before him and about him pressed a crowd, each head in reverence was bared and bowed, and Jews and Gentiles in 100 tongues extolled his deeds and spoke his fame aloud. I joined the throng and, pushing forward, cried, Montefiore? With the rest, and vied in efforts to caress the hand that ne'er to wanton worth had charity denied. So closely round him swarmed our shouting clan he scarce could breathe, and taking from a pan a gleaming coin, he tossed it o'er our heads, and in a moment was a lonely man. Discretion I'm told that men have sometimes got too confidential, and have said to one another what they, well, you understand. I hope I don't offend you, sweet, but are you sure that you're discreet? 'Tis true, sometimes my friends in wine their conquests do recall, but none can truly say that mine are known to him at all. I never talk you are, in truth, I never get the flaw. An exile 'tis the census enumerator a-singing all fall on. It's ho, for the tall potato, and ho, for the clustered con. The whiffle tree bends in the breeze, and the fine lodge eggs are a-ripening on the vine. Some there must be to till the soil and the widow's weeds keep down. I wasn't cut out for rural toil, but they won't let me live in town. They're not so many by 2 or 3 as they think, but they're too many for me. Thus the census man, bowed down with care, wobbled his wood note high. There was blood on his brow and blood in his hair, but he had no blood in his eye. The division superintendent baffled, he stands upon the track. The automatic switches clack. Where'er he turns his solemn eyes, the interlocking signals rise. The trains, before his visage pale, glide smoothly by, nor leave the rail. No splinter-spitted victim he hears uttering the note high C. In sorrow deep he hangs his head, a-weary, would that he were dead. Now suddenly his spirits rise, a great thought kindles in his eyes. Hope, like a headlight's vivid glare, splendours the path of his despair. His genius shines, the clouds roll back. I'll place obstructions on the track. To a professional eulogist Newman, in you two parasites combine, as tapeworm and as graveworm too you shine. When on the virtues of the quick you've dwelt, the pride of residence was all you felt. What vain vulgarian the wish ne'er knew to paint his lodging a flamboyant hue? And when the praises of the dead you've sung, 'twas appetite, not truth, inspired your tongue, as ill-bred men when warming to their wine boast of its merit though it be but brine. Naw gratitude incites your song, naw should even charity would shun you if she could. You share, 'tis true, the rich man's daily dole, but what you get you take by way of toll. Vain to resist you, vermifuge alone has power to push you from your rubber throne, when to escape you he's compelled to die, hey? Presto? In the twinkling of an eye you vanish as a tapeworm, reappear as graveworm and resume your cursed career. As host no more, to satisfy your need he serves as dinner your unaltered greed. O thrifty sycophant of wealth and fame, son of servility and priest of shame, while not your mad ambition can abate to lick the spittle of the rich and great. While still like smoke your eulogies arise to soot your heroes and inflame our eyes, while still with holy oil, like that which ran down Aaron's beard, you smear each famous man. I cannot choose but think it very odd it ne'er occurs to you to fawn on God. Election day despots effete upon tottering thrones unsteadily poised upon dead men's bones. Walk up, the circus is free, and this wonderful spectacle you shall see. Millions of voters who mostly are fools, demagogues' dupes and candidates' tools, armies of uniformed mountebanks, and braying disciples of brainless cranks. Many a week they've bellowed like beeves, bitterly blackguarding, lying like thieves, libeling freely the quick and the dead, and painting the New Jerusalem red. Tyrants monarchical, emperors, kings, princes, and nobles, and all such things. Noblemen, gentlemen, step this way. There's nothing, the devil excepted, to pay, and the freaks and curios here to be seen are very uncommonly grand and serene. No more with vivacity they debate, nor cheerfully crack the dissenting pate. No longer, the dull understanding to aid, the stomach accepts the instructive blade, nor the stubborn heart learns what is what from a revelation of rabbit-shot, and vilification's flames, behold, burn with a bickering faint and cold. Magnificent spectacle? Every tongue suddenly civil that yesterday rung, like a clapper beating a brazen bell, each fair reputation's eternal knell, hands no longer delivering blows, and noses, for counting, arrayed in rows. Walk up, gentlemen, nothing to pay, the devil goes back to hell today. The militiaman, O warrior, with the burnished arms, with bullion cod and tassel, pray tell me of the lurid charms of service and its fierce alarms, the storming of the castle, the charge across the smoking field, the rifle's busy rattle. What thoughts inspire the men who wield the blade? Their gallant souls how steeled and fortified in battle. Nay, man of peace, seek not to know war's baleful fascination. The soldier's hunger for the foe, his dread of safety, joy to go to caught annihilation. Though calling bugles blow not now, nor drums begin to beat yet, one fear unmans me, I'll allow, and poisons all my pleasure. How if I should get my feet wet? A welcome because you call yourself Knights Templars, and there's neither knight nor temple in the land, because you thus by vain pretense degrade to paltry purposes traditions grand, because to cheat the ignorant you say the thing that's not, elated still to sway the crass credulity of gaping fools and women by fantastical display, because no sacred fires did ever warm your hearts, high knightly service to perform, a woman's breast or coffer of a man the only citadel you dare to storm, because while railing still at laud and peer, at pomp and fuss and feathers, while you jeer, each member of your order tries to graft a peacock's tail upon his barren rear. Because that all these things are thus and so, I bid you welcome to our city. Lo, you're free to come, and free to stay, and free, as soon as it shall please you, sirs, to go. A serenade Sigma Alpha Sigma Letta 1F70 Gamma Alpha Pi Letta 1FF6 Sigma Alpha Sigma Letta 1F70 Gamma Alpha Pi Letta 1FF6. He sang beneath her lattice. Sas agapo, she murmured. Oh, I wonder now what that is. Was she less fair that she did bear so light a load of knowledge? A tender looks got out of books, or kisses taught in college. Of woman's law give me no more than how to love. In many a tongue men brawl. She speaks them all who says, I love. In any. The wise and good, O Father, I saw at the church as I passed the populace gathered in numbers so vast that they couldn't get in, and their voices were low, and they looked as if suffering terrible woe. 'Twas the funeral, child, of a gentleman dead, for whom the great heart of humanity bled. What made it bleed, Father? For every day somebody, somewhere, passes away. Do the newspaper men print a column or more of every person whose troubles are awe? Oh no, they could never do that. And indeed, though printers might print it, no reader would read. To the sepulchre all, soon or late, must be borne, but 'tis only the wise and the good that we mourn. That's right, Father dear, but how can our eyes distinguish in dead men the good and the wise? That's easy enough to the stupidest mind, they are poor, and in dying leave nothing behind. Seest thou in mine eye, father, anything green, and takest thy son for a gaping marine? Go tell thy fine tale of the wise and the good who are poor, yet lamented, to babes in the wood. And that horrible youth as I hastened away was building a wink that affronted the day. The lost colonel, 'tis a woeful yarn, said the sailorman bold who had sailed the northern lakes. No woefuller one has ever been told, except in them called fakes. Go on, thou son of the wind and fog, for I burn to know the worst. But his silent lip in a glass of grog was dreamily immersed. Then he wiped it upon his sleeve and said, It's never like that I drinks, but what of a gallant gent that's dead, I truly mournful thinks. He was a soldier chap, leastways as colonel he was new, and he hailed from Somers where they raise a grass that's heavenly blue. He sailed as a passenger aboard the schooner Henry Joe. Oh, wild the waves and galeases rod, like taggers in a show. But he sat at table that calm and mild, as if he never had let his spirit know that the waves was wild and everlasting wet. Jest set with a bottle afar his nose, as was labelled total eclipse. The bottle was, and he frequent rose a glass, the same to his lips. And he says to me, for the steward slick of the Henry Joe was I, this sailor life's the very old Nick, on the lakes it's powerful dry. I says, aye, sir, it beats the Dutch. I hopes you'll outlast the trip. But if I'd been him, and I said as much, I'd a took a faster ship. His laughter, loud and long and free, rang out all the tempests raw. You're an elegant reasoner, says he, but it's powerful dry a shaw. O mariner man, why pause and on a look of so deep concern? Have another glass, go on, for to know the worst I burn. One day he was lain in over the rail, when his footing some way slipped, and this is the woefulest part o' my tale, he was accidental unshipped. The empty boats was overboard hove, as he swum in the Henry's wake, but far we had bouted ship he had drove from sight on the Ragin Lake. And so the poor gentleman was drowned, and now I'm apprised of the worst. What? Him? 'Twas an hour afar he was found in the yawl, stone dead o' thirst. For Tato, heavenly powers, will wonders never cease. Hair upon dogs and feathers upon geese, the boys in mischief and the pigs in mire, the drinking water wet, the coal on fire, in meadows, rivulets surpassing fair, forever running, yet forever there, a tail appended to the grey baboon, a person coming out of a saloon, lost, and of all most marvellous to see, a female Yahoo flinging filth at me. If 'twould but stick I'd bear upon my coat may little's proof that she is fit to vote. A dilemma filled with a zeal to serve my fellow men. For years I criticized their prose and verses, pointed out all their blunders of the pen, their shallowness of thought and feeling, then damned them up hill and down with haughty curses. They said, that's all that he can do, just sneer and pull to pieces and be analytic. Why doesn't he himself, eschewing fear, publish a book or two, and so appear as one who has the right to be a critic? Let him who knows it all forbear to tell how little others know, but show his learning. And then they added, who has written well may censure freely, quoting Pope. I fell into the trap and books began out-turning, books by the scaw, fine prose and poems fair, and not a book of them but was a terror, they were so great and perfect. Though I swear I tried right hard to work in, here and there, my nature still forbade a fault or error. 'Tis true, some wretches, whom I'd scratched, no doubt, professed to find, but that's a trifling matter. Now, when the flood of noble books was out, I raised o'er all that land a joyous shout, till I was thought as mad as any hatter. Why hatters all are mad, I cannot say. 'Twe're wrong in their affliction to revile 'em, but truly, you'll confess 'tis very sad we wear the ugly things they make. Begad, they'd be less mischievous in an asylum. Consistency, thou art a, well, your paste? When next I felt my demon in possession, and made the field of authorship a waste, all said of me, what execrable taste to rail at others of his own profession. Good Lord, where do the critic's rights begin who has of literature some clear-cut notion, and hears a voice from heaven say, pitch in? He finds himself, alas, poor son of sin, between the devil and the deep blue ocean. Meet him psychoses once with Christ he entered Salem, once in Moab bulled Balaam, once by Apuleius staged he the pious much enraged, and again, his head as beaver, topped the neck of Nick the Weaver. Omar saw him minus tether, free and wanton as the weather, knowing not of bit or spur, stamping over Baramgur. Now, as Altgeld, see him joy as governor of Illinois. The saint and the monk St. Peter at the gate of heaven displayed the tools and terrors of his awful trade. The key, the frown as pitiless as night that slays intending trespasses at sight, and at his side in easy reach, the curled interrogation points all ready to be hurled. Straight up the shining cloudway, it so chanced no others were about, A soul advanced, a fat, orbicular and jolly soul with laughter lines upon each rosy jowl, a monk so prepossessing that the saint admired him, breathless until weak and faint, forgot his frown and all his questions too, foregoing even the customary who, threw wide the gate and with a friendly grin said, "'Tis a very humble home, but pray walk in." The soul smiled pleasantly. "Excuse me, please, who's in there?" By insensible degrees the impudence dispelled the saint's esteem as dawning consciousness dispels a dream. The frown began to blacken on his brow, his hand to reach for whence. "And why? And how? Oh, no offense, I hope," the soul explained. "I'm rather, well, particular. I've strained a point in coming here at all. 'Tis said that Susan Antony, I hear she's dead at last, and all her followers are here. As company they'd be, confess it, rather queer." The saint replied, his rising anger past, "What can I do? The law is hard and fast, albeit unwritten and on earth unknown, an oral order issued from the throne, by but one sin has woman e'er incurred God's wrath. To accuse them loud of that would be absurd." That friar sighed, but calling up a smile, said, slowly turning on his heel the while, "Farewell, my friend. Put up the chain and bar, I'm going, so please you, where the pretty women are." 1895. The opposing sex the widows of Asher allowed in their wailing. No longer the Masha sees widows of Asher? So each is a lasher of man's smallest failing. The widows of Asher allowed in their wailing. The cave of Adullam, that home of reviling, no wooing can gull 'em in cave of Adullam. No angel can lull 'em to cease their defiling the cave of Adullam, that home of reviling. At men they are cursing, the widows of Asher, themselves too, for nursing the men they are cursing. The praise they're rehearsing of every slasher at men. They are cursing the widows of Asher. In high life Sir Impiku Lackwit from over the sea has led to the Ulta Miss Bloaty Bondi. The wedding took place at the church of St. Blair. The fashion, the rank and the wealth were all there. No person was absent of all that one meets. Lord Mammon himself bowed them into their seats, while good Sir John Satan attended the door, and Sexton Beelzebub managed the flaw, respectfully keeping each dog to its rug, preserving the peace between poodle and pug. 12 bridesmaids escorted the bride up the aisle, to blush in her blush and to smile in her smile. 12 groomsmen supported the eminent groom, to scowl in his scowl and to gloom in his gloom. The rites were performed by the hand and the lip of his grace the diocesan osculo grip assisted by 3 able-bodied divines. He prayed and they grunted, he read, they made signs. Such fashion, such beauty, such dressing, such grace were ne'er before seen in that heavenly place. That night, full of gin and patrician pride, Sir Impiku blackened the eyes of his bride. A whipper-in commissioner of pensions Dudley has established a Sunday school, and declares he will remove any clerk in his department who does not regularly attend. Dudley, great placeman, man of mark and note, worthy of honor from a feeble pen blunted in service of all true, good men, you serve the Lord, in causes, table d'hote, O natural, as well as a la Nick, eat and be thankful, though it make you sick. O, truly pious caterer, forbear to push the Saviour and him crucified, Burchett you'd call it, into their inside who are all unused to such ambrosial fare. The stomach of the soul makes quick revulsion of aught that it has taken on compulsion. I search the scripture, but I do not find that ere the spirit beats with angry wings for entrance to the heart, but sits and sings to charm away the scruples of the mind. It says, "Receive me, please, I'll not compel, though if you don't you will go straight to hell." Well, that's compulsion, you will say. 'Tis true, we cower timidly beneath the rod lifted in menace by an angry God, but won't endure it from an ape like you. Detested simian with thumb prehensile, switch me and I would brain you with my pencil. Face you the throne, nor dare to turn your back on its transplendency, to flog some wight who gropes and stumbles in the infernal night your ugly shadow lays along his track. Oh, thou who from the temple scourged the sin, behold what rascals try to scourge it in. Judgment I drew aside the future's veil and saw upon his bier the poet Whitman. Loud the wail and damp the falling tear. He's dead, he is no more? One cried, with sobs of sorrow crammed. No more, he's this much more, replied another. He is damned? 1885. A bubble Mrs. Mehitable Masha Moore was a dame of superior mind, with a gown which, modestly fitting before, was greatly puffed up behind. The bustle she wore was ingeniously planned with an inspiration bright. It magnified 7 diameters, and was remarkably nice and light. It was made of rubber, and edged with lace and riveted all with brass, and the whole immense interior space inflated with hydrogen gas. The ladies all said when she hove in view, like the round and rising moon, she's a stuck-up thing? Which was partly true, and men called her the captive balloon. To Manhattan Beach for a bath one day she went and she said, "Oh dear, if I leave off this what will people say? I shall look so uncommonly queer." So a costume she had accordingly made to take it all nicely in, and when she appeared in that suit arrayed, she was greeted with many a grin. Proudly and happily looking around, she waded out into the wet, but the water was very, very profound, and her feet and her forehead met. As her bubble drifted away from the shore, on the glassy billows bon, all cried, "Why, where is Mehitable Moor? I saw her go in, I'll be swan." Then the bulbit swelled as the sun grew hot, till it burst with a sullen raw, and the sea like oil closed over the spot. Farewell, O Mehitable Moor. Francine, did I believe the angels soon would call you, my beloved, to the other shore, and I should never see you any more. I love you so I know that I should fall into dejection utterly, and all love's pretty pageantry, wherein we bore twin banners bravely in the tumult's far, would seem as shadows idling on a wall. So daintily, I love you that my love endures no rumor of the winter's breath, and only blossoms for it thinks the sky forever gracious, and the stars above forever friendly. Even the fear of death were frost wherein its roses all would die. An example, they were two deaf mutes. They loved and they resolved to be groom and bride, and they listened to nothing that any could say, nor ever a word replied. From wedlock when warned by the married men, maintain an invincible mind, be deaf and dumb until wedded, and then be deaf and dumb and blind. Revenge a spitcat sate on a garden gate and a snapdog fared beneath. Careless and free was his mien, and he held a fiddle string in his teeth. She mocked his march, she wrought an arch of her back and blew up her tail, and her eyes were green as ever were seen, and she uttered a woeful wail. The spitcat's plaint was as follows: "It ain't that I am to music a foe, for fiddle strings bide in my own inside, and I twang them soft and low. But that dog has trifled with aught and rifled a kitten of mine, ah me, that catgut slim was marauded from him, 'tis the string that men call E." Then she sounded high, in the key of Y, a note that cracked the tombs, and the missiles through the firmament flew from adjacent sleeping rooms. As her gruesome yell from the gate-post fell, she followed it down to earth, and that snapdog wears a placard that bears the inscription, "Blind from birth." The genesis of embarrassment when Adam first saw Eve, he said, "O lovely creature, share my bed." Before consenting, she her gaze fixed on the greensward to appraise, as well as vision could avouch, the value of the proffered couch. And seeing that the grass was green and soft and scrupulously clean, observing that the flowers were rare varieties, and some were fair, the posts of precious woods, and each bore luscious fruit in easy reach, and all things suited well her worth, she raised her angel eyes from earth to his, and blushing to confess, murmured, "I love you, Adam, yes." Since then her daughters, it is said, look always down when asked to wed. In contumaciam hoc, Father Maglin, ye appear to be in fur a bit of a bout with the Pope, and there's devil a doubt but he's knocking ye out while ye hangin' onto the rope, and soon ye'll lave home to thravel to Rome, for it's bound to Canossa ye are. Persistent to SHT when ye're ordered away, bedad, that is going too far. From the minutes when, with the force of a ram that discharges its ponderous body straight at the rear elevation of the luckless color of simples, the foot of Herculean Kilgaw, statesman of surname suggestive or carnage unspeakable. Lit like a missile solid, prodigious upon the congressional daw with a monstrous and mighty momentum, causing that vain, ineffective bar to political freedom to fly from its hinges, effacing the nasal excrescence of Dingley, that luckless one, decently veiling the ruin with ready bandana, lamented the loss of his eminence, sadly with sobs as follows. "Ah, why was I ever elected to the halls of legislation, so soon to be shown the daw with pitiless emphasis? Truly, I've leaned on a broken reed, and the same has gone back on me meanly. Where now is my prominence, erstwhile in council conspicuous, patent? Alas, I did never before understand what I now see clearly, to wit, that democracy tends to level all human distinctions. A woman in politics what, madam, run for school director? You, and want my vote and influence. Well, that beats me, gad, what are we coming to? In all my life I never have heard tell of such sublime presumption, and I smell a nigger in the fence. Excuse me, madam, we statesmen sometimes speak like the old Adam. But now you mention it, well, who knows, we might, that's certain, give the sex a show. I have a cousin teacher. I suppose if I stand in and you're elected. No, you'll make no bargains, that's a pretty go. But understand that school administration belongs to politics, not education. We'll pass the teacher deal, but it were wise to understand each other at the start. You know my business, books and school supplies, you'd hardly, if elected, have the hot some small advantage to deny me, part of all my profits to be yours. What? Stealing? Please don't express yourself with so much feeling. You pain me truly. Now one question more. Suppose a fair young man should ask a place as teacher. Would you pardon, shut the door of the department in his handsome face until, I know not how to put the case, would you extort a kiss to pay your favor? Good Lord, you laugh? I thought the matter graver. Well, we can't do business, I suspect. A woman has no head for politics. My profitable offers you reject and will not promise anything to fix things right that civic saints and angels mix. Good morning. Stay, I'm chaffing you conceitedly. Madam, I mean to vote for you, repeatedly. A ballad of Pikeville down in southern Arizona, where the Gila monster thrives, and the mescalero, gifted with 100,000 lives, every hour renounces one of them by drinking liquid flame. The assassinating wassail that has given him his name, where the enterprising dealer in Caucasian hair is seen to hold his harvest festival upon the village green, while the late lamented tenderfoot upon the plain is spread with a sanguinary circle on the summit of his head, where the cactuses, or cacti, lift their lances in the sun, and incautious jackass-rabbits come to sorrow as they run, lived a colony of settlers. Old Missouri was the state where they formerly resided at a prehistoric date. Now, the spot that had been chosen for this colonizing scheme was as waterless, believe me, as an Arizona stream. The soil was naught but ashes, by the breezes driven free, and an acre and a quarter were required to sprout a pea. So agriculture languished, for the land would not produce, and for lack of water, whiskey was the beverage in use, costly whiskey, hauled in wagons many a weary, weary day, mostly needed by the drivers to sustain them on their way. Wicked whiskey? King of evils? Why, oh, why did God create such a curse and thrust it on us in our inoffensive state? Once a parson came among them, and a holy man was he. With his ailing stomach, whiskey wouldn't anywise agree. So he knelt upon the mesa, and he prayed with all his chin that the Lord would send them water, or incline their hearts to gin. Scarcely was the prayer concluded ere an earthquake shook the land, and with copious effusion springs burst out on every hand. Merrily the waters gurgled, and the shock which gave them birth fitly was by some declared a temperance movement of the earth. Astounded by the miracle, the people met that night to celebrate it properly by some religious rite. And 'tis truthfully recorded that before the moon had sunk every man and every woman was devotionally drunk. A half a standard gallon, says history, per head of the best Kentucky prime was at that ceremony shed. Oh, the glory of that country! Oh, the happy, happy folk by the might of prayer delivered from nature's iron yoke. Lo, the plains to the horizon all a-yellowing with rye, and the corn upon the hilltop lifts its banners to the sky. Gone the wagons, gone the drivers, and the road is grown to grass, over which the incalescent bourbon did aforetime pass. Pikeville, that's the name they've given, in their wild, romantic way, to that irrigation district, now distills, statistics say, something like 100 gallons out of each recurrent crop to the head of population, and consumes it every drop, an augury upon my desk a single spray with starry blossoms fraught. I write in many an idle way, thinking one serious thought. O flowers, a fine Greek name you bear, and with a fine Greek grace. Be still, O heart, that turns to share the sunshine of a face. Have you no messages, no brief, still sign, despair or hope? A sudden stir of stem and leaf, a breath of heliotrope? Lucis politicus come in, old gentleman. How do you do? Delighted, I'm sure, that you've called. I'm a sociable sort of a chap, and you are a pleasant-appearing person, too, with a head agreeably bald. That's right, sit down in the scuttle of coal and put up your feet in a chair. It is better to have them there, and I've always said that a hat of lead, such as I see you wear, was a better hat than a hat of glass. And your boots of brass are a natural kind of boots, I swear. May you wipe your nose on a paper of pins? Why, certainly, man, why not? I rather expected you'd do so before, when I saw you poking it in at the door. It's devilish hot, the weather, I mean. You are twins? Why, that was evident at the start, from the way that you paint your head in stripes of purple and red, with dots of yellow. That proves you a fellow with a love of legitimate art. You've bitten a snake and are feeling bad. That's very sad, but Longfellow's words I beg to recall, your lot is the common lot of all. Hosses are trees and the moon is a sneeze? That, I fancy, is just as you please. Some think that way, and others hold the contrary view. I never quite knew, for the matter o' that, when everything has been said. May I offer this mat if you will stand on your head? I suppose I look to be upside down from your present point of view. It's a giddy old world from king to clown, and a topsy-turvy, too. But, worthy and now uninverted old man, you're built, at least, on a normal plan if ever a truth I spoke. Smoke, your air and conversation are a liberal education, and your clothes, including the metal hat and the brazen boots. What's that? You never could stomach a Democrat since General Jackson ran? You're another sot, but you predict that your party'll get consummately licked. Good God, what a queer old man, bereavement a countess, so they tell the tale, who dwelt of old in Arno's vale, where ladies, even of high degree, no more of love than of a B.C., came once with a prodigious bribe unto the learned village scribe, that most discreet and honest man who wrote for all the Lova clan, nor e'er a secret had betrayed save when inadequately paid. Write me, she sobbed, I pray thee do, a book about the Prince de Giu, a book of poetry in praise of all his works and all his ways, the godlike grace of his address, his more than woman's tenderness, his courage stern and lack of guile, the loves that wantoned in his smile. So great he was, so rich and kind, I'll not within a fortnight find his equal as a lover. Oh my God, I shall be drowned in woe. What, Prince de Giu is dead? Exclaimed the honest man for letters famed, the while he pocketed her gold. Of what, if I may be so bold? Fresh storms of tears the lady shed. I stabbed him 50 times, she said. A pick-brain what? Imitate me, friend? Suppose that you with agony and difficulty do what I do easily, what then? You've got a style I heartily wish I had not. If I from lack of sense and you from choice grieve the judicious and the unwise rejoice, no equal censure our deserts will suit. We both are fools, but you're an ape to boot. The naval constructor he looked upon the ships as they all idly lay at anchor, their sides with gorgeous workmen gay, the riveter and planker, Republicans and Democrats, statesmen and politicians. He saw the swarm of prudent rats swimming for land positions. He mocked each belted cruiser, fine, her poddy life-belts floating in tether where the hungry brine impinged upon her coating. He noted with a proud regard, as any of his class would, the poplar mast and poplar yard above the hull of basewood. He saw the Eastlake frigate tall, with quaintly carven gable, hip roof and dormer window, all with ivy formidable. In short, he saw our country's hope in best of all conditions, equipped to the last spar and rope by working politicians. He boarded then the noblest ship and from the harbour glided. Adieu, adieu, fell from his lip, verdict. He suicided. 1881. Detected in Congress once great Mother shone, debating weighty matters. Now into an asylum thrown, he vacuously chatters. If in that legislative hall his wisdom still he'd vented, it never had been known at all that Mother was demented. By metallism Ben Bulger was a silver man, though not a mine had he thought it were a noble plan to make the coinage free. There hain't for years been such a time, said Ben to his bull pup, for biz, the country's broke and I'm the hottest kind of up. The paper says that that's because the silver coins is scarce, and that the chaps which makes the laws puts gold ones in their place. They says them nations always be most prosperatin' where the volume of the currency ain't so disgustin' rare. His dog, which hadn't breakfasted, dissented from his view, and wished that he could swell, instead, the volume of cold stew. Nobody'd put me up, said Ben, with patriot galoots which benefits their fellow men by playin' warious roots. But havin' all the tools about, I'm going to commence a turnin' silver dollars out wuth 87 cents. The fella tackin' 'em can't whine, no more likewise, can I? They're better than the genuine, which mostly satisfy. It's only mackin' coinage free, and mebbe might augment the volume of the currency a numerous %. I don't quite see his error nor malevolence prepense, but 15 years they gave him for that technical offense. 2 methods to bucks and use by the good shepherd, fed the priest delivers masses for the dead, and even from estrays outside the fold death for the masses he would not withhold. The parson, loth alike to free or kill, forsakes the souls already on the grill, and God's prerogative of mercy shamming, spares living sinners for a harder damning. Foundations of the state observe, dear Lord, what lively pranks are played by sentimental cranks. First this one mounts his hinder hoofs and brays the chimneys off the roofs. Then that one, with exalted voice, expounds the thesis of his choice, our understandings to bombard, till all the window panes are starred. A third augments the vocal shock till steeples to their bases rock, confessing, as they humbly nod, they hear and mock the will of God. A fourth in oral thunder vents his pinching penury of sense till dogs with sympathetic howls, and lowing cows, and cackling fowls, hens, geese, and all domestic birds, attest the terror of his words. Cranks thus their intellects deflative theories about the state. This one avas 'tis built on truth, and that on temperance. This youth declares that science bears the pile, that greybeard, with a holy smile, says faith is the supporting stone, while women swear that love alone could so unflinchingly endure the heavy load. And some are sure the solemn state of Christian wedlock is the indubitable bedrock. Physicians once about the bed of one whose life was nearly sped blew up a disputatious breeze about the cause of his disease, this, that, and other thing they blamed. Tut, tut, the dying man exclaimed, what made me ill I do not care, you've not an ounce of it, I'll swear. And if you had the skill to make it I'd see you hanged before I'd take it. An impostor must you, Carnegie, evermore explain your worth, and all the reasons give again why black and red are similarly white, and you and God identically right. Still must our ears without redress submit to hear you play the solemn hypocrite walking in spirit some high moral level, raising at once his eyeballs and the devil? Great king of cant, if nature had but made your mouth without a tongue I ne'er had prayed to have an earless head. Since she did not bear me, you whirlwinds, to some favored spot, some mountain pinnacle that sleeps in air so delicately, mercifully rare that when the fellow climbs that giddy hill, as, for my sins, I know at last he will, to utter twaddle in that void inane his soundless organ he will play in vain. France, unhappy state, with horrors still to strive, thy Hugo dead, thy Boulanger alive, a prince who'd govern where he dares not dwell, and who for power would his birthright sell, who, eager are his enemies to reign, grabs at the scepter and conceals the chain, while pugnant factions mutually strive by cutting throats to keep the land alive. Perverse in passion, as in pride perverse, to all a mistress, to thyself a curse, sweetheart of Europe. Every son's embrace matures the charm and poison of thy grace. Yet time to thee nor peace nor wisdom brings, in blood of citizens and blood of kings the stones of thy stability are set, and the fair fabric trembles at a threat. A guest death, are you well? I trust you have no cough that's painful or in any way annoying, no kidney trouble that may carry you off, nor hot disease to keep you from enjoying your meals and ours. 'Twere very sad indeed to have to quit the busy life you led. You've been quite active lately for so old a person, and not very strong appearing. I'm apprehensive, somehow, that my bold, bad brother gave you trouble in the spearing. And my two friends, I fear, sir, that you ran quite hard for them, especially the man. I crave your pardon, 'twas no fault of mine. If you are overworked I'm sorry, very. Come in, old man, and have a glass of wine. What shall it be, Madeira, pot or sherry? What, just a mug of blood? That's funny grog to ask a friend for, eh? Well, take it, hug, a false prophecy. Dom Pedro, emperor of far Brazil, whence coffee comes and the three-cornered nut, they say that you're imperially ill and threatened with paralysis. Tut-tut, though emperors are mortal, nothing but a nimble thunderbolt could catch and kill a man predestined to depart this life by the assassin's bullet, bomb or knife. Sir, once there was a president who freed 4,000,000 slaves, and once there was a Tsar who freed 10 times as many serfs. Sins breed the means of punishment, and tyrants are hurled headlong out of the triumphal car if faster than the law allows they speed. Lincoln and Alexander struck a rut. You freed slaves too? Paralysis? Tut-tut. 1885. A song of the many gods people sorely were oppressed. I heard their lamentations long. I hear their singing, clear and strong. I see their banners in the west. The captains shout the battle cry. The legions muster in their might. They turn their faces to the light. They lift their arms. They testify. We sank beneath the master's thong. Our chafing chains were ne'er undone. Now clash your lances in the sun and bless your banners with a song. God bides his time with patient eyes while tyrants build upon the land. He lifts his face, he lifts his hand, and from the stones his temples rise. Now freedom waves her joyous wing beyond the foeman's shields of gold. March forward, singing, for behold, the right shall rule while God is king. One morning because that I am weak, my love, and ill I cannot follow the impatient feet of my desire, but sit and watch the beat of the unpitying pendulum fulfill the hour appointed for the air to thrill and brighten at your coming. O my sweet, the tale of moments is at last complete. The tryst is broken on the gusty hill. O lady, faithful-footed, loyal-eyed, the long leagues silence me, yet doubt me not, think rather that the clock and sun have lied and all too early you have sought the spot. For lo, despair has darkened all the light, until I see your face it still is night. The king of baws abundant baws afflict this world, and some baws of magnitude that come and, no, they're always coming, but they never go, like funeral pageants as they drone and hum, their lurid nonsense like a muffled drum, all bagpipes dread, unnecessary flow. But one superb tormentor I can show, Prince Fiddle-Faddle, Duc de Fifofum. He the John Donkey is who, when I pen amorous verses in an idle mood to nobody, or of her, reads them through and, smirking, says he knows the lady, then calls me sly dog. I wish he understood this tender sonnet's application too. History what wrecked the Roman power? One says vice, another indolence, another dice. Emascal says polygamy. Not so, says Impicu, 'twas luxury and show. The parson, lifting up a brow of brass, swears superstition gave the coup de grace. Great Allison, the statesman chap affirms 'twas lack of coin, croaks medico. 'Twas worms? And John P. Jones the swift suggestion collars, averring that no coins were silver dollars. Thus, through the ages, each presuming quack turns the poor corpse upon its rotten back, holds a new autopsy, and finds that death resulted partly from the want of breath, but chiefly from some visitation sad that points his argument or serves his fad. They're all in error, never human mind the cause of the disaster has divined. What slew the Roman power? Well, provided you'll keep the secret, I will tell you, I did. The hermit to a hunter from the city, overtaken by the night, spake, in tones of tender pity for himself, and aged white. I have found the world a fountain of deceit and life a sham. I have taken to the mountain and a holy hermit am. Sternly bent on contemplation, far apart from humankind, in the hill my habitation, in the infinite my mind. 10 long years I've lived a dumb thing, growing bald and bent with dole, vainly seeking for a something to engage my gloomy soul. Gentle pilgrim, while my roots you eat and quaff my simple drink, please suggest whatever suits you as a theme for me to think. Then the hunter answered gravely, from distraction free and strife, you could ponder very bravely on the vanity of life. Oh, thou wise and learned teacher, you have solved the problem well, you have saved a grateful creature from the agonies of hell. Take another root, another cup of water, eat and drink. Now I have a subject, brother, tell me what and how to think. The yearly lie a Merry Christmas, prudent as I live. You wish me something that you need not give. Merry or sad, what does it signify? To you 'tis equal if I laugh or die. Your hollow greeting, like a parrot's jest, finds all its meaning in the ear addressed. Why, Merry Christmas? Faith, I'd rather frown than grin and caper like a tickled clown. When fools are merry the judicious weep, the wise are happy only when asleep. A present? Pray you give it to disarm a man more powerful to do you harm. 'Twas not your motive? Well, I cannot let you pay for favors that you'll never get. Perish the ancient custom of the gift, founded in terror and maintained in thrift. What men of honor need to aid their weal they purchase, occasion serving, steal. Go celebrate the day with turkeys, pies, sermons and psalms, and for the children, lies. Let Santa Claus descend again the flu, if baby doubt it, swear that it is true. A lie well stuck to is as good as truth, and God's too old to legislate for youth. Hail Christmas? On my knees and foul I fall, for greater grace and better gravy call. Vive el humbug? That's to say, God bless us all. An apologue a traveler observed one day a loaded fruit tree by the way, and reining in his hoss exclaimed, the man is greatly to be blamed who, careless of good morals, leaves temptation in the way of thieves. Now lest some villain pass this way and by this fruit be led astray to bag it, I will kindly pack it snugly in my saddle sack. He did so, then that Salto the earth rode on, rejoicing in his worth. Diagnosis, cried Alan Fawman. Doctor, pray compose my spirit's strife. Oh, what may be my chances, say, of living all my life? For lately I have dreamed of high and hempen dissolution. Oh, doctor, how can I amend my constitution? The learned leech replied, you're young and beautiful and strong, permit me to inspect your tongue. Ahem, 'tis long. Fallen, oh, hadst thou died when thou wert great, when at thy feet a nation knelt to sob the gratitude it felt and thank the Saviour of the state, gods might have envied thee thy fate. Then was the laurel round thy brow, and friend and foe spoke praise of thee, while all our hearts sang victory. Alas, thou art too base to bow, to hide the shame that brands it now. Dies a recent republication of the late Gen. John A. Dix's disappointing translation of this famous medieval hymn, together with some researches into its history, which I happened to be making at the time, induces me to undertake a translation myself. It may seem presumption in me to attempt that which so many eminent scholars of so many generations have attempted before me, but failure of others encourages me to hope that success, being still unachieved, is still achievable. The fault of many translations, from Laud Macaulay's to that of Gen. Dix, has been, I venture to think, a too strict literalness, whereby the delicate irony and subtle humor of the immortal poem, though doubtless these admirable qualities were valued by the translators, have been sacrificed in the result. In none of the English versions that I have examined is more than a trace of the mocking spirit of insincerity pervading the whole prayer. The cool effrontery of the suppliant in enumerating his demerits. His serenely illogical demands of salvation, in spite, or rather because, of them, his meek submission to the punishment of others, and the many similarly pleasing characteristics of this amusing work, being most imperfectly conveyed, by permitting myself a reasonable freedom of rendering, in many cases boldly supplying that missing link between the sublime and the ridiculous which the author, writing for the acute monkish apprehension of the 13th century, did not deem it necessary to insert. I have hoped at least partly to liberate the lurking devil of humour from his letters, letting him caper, not, certainly, as he does in the Latin, but as he probably would have done had his creator written in English. In preserving the meter and trochaic rhymes of the original, I have acted from the same reverent regard for the music, with which, in the liturgy of the Church, the verses have become inseparably wedded that inspired Gen. Dix, seeking rather to surmount the obstacles to success by honest effort, than to avoid them by adopting an easier versification, which would have deprived my version of all utility in religious service. I must bespeak the reader's charitable consideration in respect of the first stanza, the insuperable difficulties of which seem to have been purposely contrived in order to warn off trespassers at the very boundary of the alluring domain. I have got over the inhibition, somehow, but David and the Sibyl must try to forgive me if they find themselves represented merely by the names of those conspicuous personal qualities to which they probably owed their powers of prophecy, as Samson's strength lay in his hair. The day of wrath, day of Satan's painful duty, earth shall vanish, hot and sooty, so says virtue, so says beauty. Ah, what terror shall be shaping when the judge the truth's undraping, cats from every bag escaping. Now the trumpet's invocation calls the dead to condemnation, all receive an invitation. Death and nature now are quaking, and the late lamented, waking, in their breezy shrouds are shaking. Lo, the ledge's leaves are stirring, and the clock, to them referring, makes it awkward for the erring. When the judge appears in session, we shall all attend confession, loudly preaching non-suppression. How shall I then make romances mitigating circumstances? Even the just must take their chances. King whose majesty amazes, save thou him who sings thy praises. Fountain, quench my private blazes. Pray remember, sacred Saviour, mine the playful hand that gave your death blow. Pardon such behaviour. Seeking me, fatigue assailed thee, Calvary's outlook not availed thee, now 'twere cruel if I failed thee. Righteous judge and learned brother, pray thy prejudices smother ere we meet to try each other. Sighs of guilt my conscience gushes, and my face vermilion flushes, spare me for my pretty blushes. Thief and harlot, when repenting, thou forgavest, complimenting me with sign of like relenting. If too bold is my petition, I'll receive with due submission my dismissal from perdition. When thy sheep thou hast selected from the goats, may I, respected, stand amongst them undetected. When offenders are indicted, and with trial flames ignited, elsewhere I'll attend if cited. Ashen-hearted, prone and prayerful, when of death I see the air full, lest I perish too, be careful. On that day of lamentation, when, to enjoy the conflagration, men come forth, oh, be not cruel, spare me, Lord, make them thy fuel. One mood's expression see, Lord, fanatics all arrayed for revolution. To foil their villainous crusade unsheathe again the sacred blade of persecution. What though through long disuse 'tis grown a trifle rusty? Gainst modern heresy, whose bone is rotten, and the flesh fly-blown, it still is trusty. Of sterner stuff thine ancient foes, unapprehensive, sprang forth to meet thy biting blows. Our zealots chiefly to the nose assume the offensive. Then wield the blade their necks to hack, nor ever spare one. Thy crowns of martyrdom unpack, but see that every martyr lack the head to wear one. Something in the paper's what's in the paper? Oh, it's devilish dull, there's nothing happening at all, a lull after the wastorm. Mr. Someone's wife killed by her lover with, I think, a knife. A fire on blank street and some babies. 1, 2, 3 or 4, I don't remember, done to quite a delicate and lovely brown. A husband shot by woman of the town, the same old story. Shipwreck somewhere south. The crew, all saved, all lost. Uncommon drought makes hundreds homeless up the river mud, though, come to think, I guess it was a flood. 'Tis feared some bank will burst, or else it won't. They always burst, I fancy, or they don't. Who cares a cent? The banker pays his coin and takes his chances, bullet in the groin, but that's another item. Suicide, fool lost his money, serve him right, and died. Hey-ho, there's North Jerusalem, What's this? Tom Jones has failed, my God, what an abyss of ruin. Owes me 700 clear. Was ever such a damned disastrous year? The binnacle, the church, possesses the unerring compass, whose needle points directly and persistently to the star of the eternal law of God. The church's compass, if you please, has 2 or 3 or more degrees of variation, and many a soul has gone to grief on this or that or t'other reef through faith unreckoning or brief miscalculation. Misguidance is of perils chief to navigation. The obsequious thing makes, too, you'll mock, obeisance through a little arc of declination. For Satan, fearing witches, drew from death's pale house one day a shoe, and nailed it to his door to undo their machination. Since then the needle dips to woo his habitation. One president, what are those, father? Statesmen, my child, lachrymose, unparliamentary, wild. What are they that way for father? Last fall our candidate's better, they said, than all. What did they say he was, father? A man built on a straight and superior plan, believing that none for an office would do unless he were honest and capable too. Poor gentleman, so disappointed. Yes, lad, that is the feeling that's driving them mad. They're weeping and wailing and gnashing because they find that he's all that they said that he was. The bride, you know, my friends, with what a brave carouse, I made a second marriage in my house, divorced old Baron Reason from my bed, and took the daughter of the vine to spouse. So sang the lot of poets. In a gleam of light that made her like an angel seem, the daughter of the vine said, I myself am reason, and the other was a dream. The man born blind, a man born blind, received his sight by a painful operation, and these are things he saw in the light of an infant observation. He saw a merchant, good and wise and greatly, too, respected, who looked, to those imperfect eyes, like a swindler undetected. He saw a patriot address a noisy public meeting, and said, Why, that's a cough, I guess, that for the teat is bleeding. A doctor stood beside a bed and shook his summit sadly. Oh, see that foul assassin, said the man who saw so badly. He saw a lawyer pleading for a thief whom they'd been jailing, and said, That's an accomplice, all my sight again is failing. Upon the bench a justice sat, with nothing to restrain him. 'Tis strange, said the observer, that they ventured to unchain him. With theologic works supplied, he saw a solemn preacher. A burglar with his kit, he cried, to rob a fellow creature. A bluff old farmer next he saw sell produce in a village, and said, What, is there no law to punish men for pillage? A dame, tall, fair, and stately, passed, who many charms united. He thanked his stars his lot was cast where sepulchres were whited. He saw a soldier stiff and stern, full of strange oaths and toddy, but was unable to discern a wound upon his body. 10 square leagues of rolling ground to one great man belonging, looked like one little grassy mound with worms beneath it thronging. A palace's well-carven stones, where dives dwelt contented, seemed built throughout of human bones with human blood cemented. He watched the shining yellow thread a silkworm was a-spinning. That creature's coining gold, he said, to pay some girl for sinning. His eyes were so untrained and dim, all politics, religions, arts, sciences, appeared to him but modes of plucking pigeons. And so he drew his final breath. He thought he saw with sorrow some persons weeping for his death who'd be all smiles tomorrow. A nightmare I dreamed that I was dead. The years went by, the world forgot that such a man as I had lived and written, although other names were hailed with homage, in their turn to die. Out of my grave, a giant beech upgrew. Its roots transpierced my body, through and through, my substance fed its growth. From many lands men came in troops that noble tree to view. 'Twas sacred to my memory and fame, but Julian Hawthorne's whittle daughter came, and with untidy finger daubed upon its bark a reeking record of her name. A wet season, horas non numero nisi serenas. The rain is fierce, it flogs the earth, and man's in danger. Oh, that my mother at my birth had borne a stranger. The flooded ground is all around, the depth uncommon. How blessed I'd be if only she had borne a salmon. If still denied the soul aglow, twea bliss ecstatic to be amphibious, but oh, to be aquatic. We're worms, men say, oh, the dust, and they that faith are firm of. Oh, then, be just, show me some dust to be a worm of. The pines are chanting overhead a psalm uncheering. It's oh, to have been for ages dead and hard of hearing. Restore, ye powers, the lost bright hours the dial reckoned. 'Twas in the time of Egypt's prime, Ramesses Roman II. The Confederate flags tut-tut. Give back the flags, how can you care, you veterans and heroes? Why should you at a kind intention swear like 20 Neros? Suppose the act was not so overwise, suppose it was illegal. Is't well on such a question to arise and pinch the eagle? Nay, let's economize his breath to scold and terrify the alien who tackles him, as Hercules of old the bird Stymphalion. Among the rebels when we made a breach was it to get their banners. That was but incidental, 'twas to teach them better manners. They know the lesson well enough today. Now, let us try to show them that we're not only stronger far than they, how we did mow them, but more magnanimous. My lads, 'tis plain 'twas an uncommon riot. The warlike tribes of Europe fight for gain, we fought for quiet. If we were victors, then we all must live with the same flag above us. 'Twas all in vain unless we now forgive and make them love us. Let kings keep trophies to display above their doors like any savage. The freeman's trophy is the foeman's love, despite war's ravage. Make treason odious? My friends, you'll find you can't, in right and reason, while Washington and treason are combined, Hugo and treason. All human governments must take the chance and hazard of sedition. O wretch, to pledge your manhood in advance to blind submission. It may be wrong, it may be right, to rise in warlike insurrection. The loyalty that fools so dearly prize may mean subjection. Be loyal to your country, yes, but how if tyrants hold dominion? The South believed they did. Can't you allow for that opinion? He who will never rise though rulers plot, his liberties despising, how is he manlier than the sansculottes who's always rising? Give back the foolish flags whose bearers fell, too valiant to forsake them. Is it presumptuous, this counsel? Well, I helped to take them. 1891. Hic fabula docet a rat who'd gouged a box of bane and suffered an internal pain came from his hole to die. The label required it if the rat were able, and found outside his habitat a limpid stream. Of bane and rat 'twas all unconscious, in the sun it ran and prattled just for fun. Keen to allay his inward throes, the beast immersed his filthy nose and drank, then, bloated by the stream, and filled with superheated steam, exploded with a rascal smell, remarking, as his fragments fell astonished in the brook, I'm thinking this water's damned unwholesome drinking. Again, well, I've met her again, at the mission. She told me to see her no more. It was not a command, a petition. I'd granted it once before. Yes, granted it, hoping she'd right me, repenting her virtuous freak, subdued myself daily and nightly for the better part of a week. And then, 'twas my duty to spare her the shame of recalling me. I just sought her again to prepare her for an everlasting goodbye. Oh, that evening of bliss, shall I ever cease living it over? Although she said when 'twas ended, you're never to see me again, and now go. As we parted with kisses, 'twas human and natural for me to smile as I thought, she's in love and a woman she'll send for me after a while. But she didn't, and so? Well, the old mission is fine, picturesque and gray, 'tis an excellent place for contrition, and sometimes she passes that way. That's how it occurred that I met her, and that's all there is to tell, except that I'd like to forget her calm way of remarking, I'm well. It was hardly worthwhile, all this keying my soul to such tensions and stirs to learn that her food was agreeing with that little stomach of hers. Homo podincensis, as the poor ass that from his paddock strays might sound abroad his field companions' praise, recounting volubly their well-bred leer, their pot impressive and their wealth of ear, mistaking for the world's assent the clang of echoes mocking his accursed harangue. So the dull clown, untraveled though at large, visits the city on the ocean's marge, expands his eyes and marvels to remark each coastwise schooner and each alien bark, prates of all nations, wonders as he stares that native merchants sell imported wares, nor comprehends how in his very view a foreign vessel has a foreign crew, yet, faithful to the hamlet of his birth, swears it superior to aught on earth, sighs for the temples locally renowned, the village schoolhouse and the village pound, and chalks upon the palaces of Rome the peasant sentiments of home, sweet home. A social call, well, old Father Christmas, is it you, with your thick neck and thin pretense of virtue? Less redness in the nose, nay, even some blue, would not, I think, particularly hurt you. When seen close to, not mounted in your car, you look the drunkard and the pig you are. No matter, sit you down, for I am not in a grey study, as you sometimes find me. Merry? Oh no, nor wish to be, God wot, but there's another year of pain behind me. That's something to be thankful for. The more there are behind, the fewer are before. I know you, Father Christmas, for a scamp, but heaven endowed me at my soul's creation with an affinity to every tramp that walks the world and steals its admiration. For admiration is, like linen left upon the line, got easiest by theft. Good God, old man, just think of it. I've stood, with brains and honesty, some 25 long years as champion of all that's good, and taken on the mazad thwacks a plenty. Yet now whose praises do the people bawl? Those of the fellows whom I live to maul. Why, this is odd. The more I try to talk of you, the more my tongue grows egotistic to prattle of myself. I'll try to balk its waywardness and be more altruistic. So let us speak of others, how they sin, and what a devil of a state they are in. That's all I have to say. Goodbye, old man. Next year you possibly may find me scolding, or miss me altogether. Nature's plan includes, as I suppose, a final folding of these poor empty hands, then drop a tear to think they'll never box another ear. My day of life, I know not how it is. It seems fantastic and surprising that after all these dreams and dreams, here in the sun's first level beams, the sun is still just rising. When first he showed his sovereign face and bade the night folk scuttle back to their holes, I took my place here on the hill, and got his grace sent slumber soft and subtle. Among the poppies red and white, I've lain and drowsed, for all it appears a sluggardly delight. I must have had a wakeful night, though, faith, I don't recall it. And oh, I've dreamed so many things. One hardly can unravel the tangled web of visionings that slumber of the morning brings. Play, study, work, and travel, the love of women, mostly those were fairest that were newest, hard knocks from friends and other foes, compacts with men, my memory shows the deadest are the truest. Wah, what a hero I became by merely dreaming battle. Athwart the field of letters, fame bled through the brass my weary name with an ominous death rattle. Such an eternity of thought within a minute's fraction, such phantoms out of nothing wrought and fading suddenly to naught as I awake to action. They scamper each into its hole, these dreams of my begetting. They've had their moment, take, my soul, thy day of life. Gods, this is droll, that thieving sun is setting. The fiend's delight, the mummery the two cavies dramatis personae fitch, a pelter of railrogues Pickering, his partner, an enemy to sin old Nick, a general blackwasher dead cat, a missile antique egg, another rail rouge, dumpcottas, navvies and unassotted chivalry in the lower distance scene, the brink of a railway cut, a mile deep. Time, 1875. Gods, what a steep declivity! Below I see the lazy dumpcots come and go, creeping like beetles and about as big. The delving patties, case of infra-dig. Lowering, light-minded and unmeaning quips come with but scant propriety from lips fringed with the blue-black evidence of age. 'Twere well to cultivate a style more sage, for men will fancy, hearing how you pun, our foulest missiles are but thrown in fun. Enter dead cat. Here's one that thoughtfully has come to hand, slant your fine eye below and see it land, seizes dead cat by the tail and swings it in act to throw. Singing, merrily, merrily, round I go, over and under and at. Swing wide and free, swing high and low the anti-monopoly cat. Oh, who wouldn't be in the place of me, the anti-monopoly cat? Designed to admonish, persuade and astonish the capitalist and letting go. Scat, exit dead cat. Huzzah, good deacon, well and truly flung. Pat Stanford it has grasped and Mike de Young. Mike drives a dump cot for the villains, though 'twere fitter that he pull it. Well, we owe the traitor one for leaving us. Some day we'll get, if not his place, his cot away. Meantime fling missiles, any kind will do. Enter antique egg. Ha, we can give them an ovation, too? In the valley of the Nile, where the holy crocodile of immeasurable smile blossoms like the early rose, and the sacred onion grows. When the pyramids were new, and the Sphinx possessed a nose, by a stockess I was laid in the cool papyrus shade, where the rushes later grew, that concealed the little Jew, baby mouse. Straining very hard to hatch, I disrupted them my yoke, and I felt my yellow streaming through my white. And the dream that I was dreaming of posterity was broken a night. Then from the papyrus patch by the rising waters rolled, passing many a temple old, I proceeded to the sea. Memnon sang, one morn to me, and I heard Cambyses sass the tomb of Ozymandias. O, venerablest orb of all the earth, God rest the lady fowl that gave thee birth. Fit missile for the vilest hand to throw, I freely tender thee mine own. Although as a bad egg I am myself no slouch, thy riper years thy rank a worth a vouch. Now, Pickering, please expose your eye and say if, whoop, exit egg. I've got the range, hooray, hooray, a grand good shot and Teddy Colton's down. It burst in thunderbolts upon his crown. Larry O'Crocka drops his pick and flies, and deafening odas scream along the skies. Pelt him some maw. There's nothing left but ta, I wish I were a Yahoo. Well, you are, but keep the ta. How well I recollect when Mike was in with us, proud, strong, erect, mens consia recti, flinging mud, he stood, austerely brave, incomparably good, ere yet for filthy lucre he began to drive a cot as Stanford's hired man, that pitch-pot bearing in his hand, old Nick appeared and taught us all with the same stick. Enter old Nick. I hope he won't return and use his arts to make us pot with our immortal pots. Make yourself easy on that scaw, my lamb. For both your souls I wouldn't give a damn. I want my ta-pot. Hello, where's the stick? Don't look at me that fashion. Look at Pick. Forgive me, father, pity my remorse. Truth is, Mike took that stick to spank his hoss. It fills my pericardium with grief that I kept company with such a thief. Excitedly. Oh, Pickering, come hither to the brink. There's something going on down there, I think. With many an upward smile and meaning wink, the navvies all are running from the cut like lunatics, to right and left. Tut, tut, 'tis only some poor spot or boisterous joke. Let us sit down and have a quiet smoke. They sit and light cigars, singing. When first I met Miss Tuffy, I smoked a fine cigar, and I was on de dummy and she was in de sia. Singing. And I was on de dummy and she was in de sia. Singing. I couldn't go to her, and she wouldn't come to me. And I was as wannasy as a gander on a tree, singing. And I was as wannasy as a gander on a tree, singing. But purty soon I weakened and left de dummy's bench, and threw away a 10-cent weed to win a 5-cent wench. Singing. And threw away a 10-cent weed to win a 5-cent wench. Is there not now a certain substance sold under the name of fulminate of gold, a high explosive, popular for blasting, producing an effect immense and lasting? Nay, that's mere superstition. Rocks are rent and excavations made by argument. Explosives all have had their day and season. The modern engineer relies on reason. He'll talk a tunnel through a mountain's flank and by fair speech cave down the tallest bank. Well, since I'm down here, I will help to grade, and do dirt throwing henceforth with a spade. God bless my soul, it gave me quite a start. Well, fate is fate, I guess I'll drive this cot. Curtain. Meetum psychoses dramatis personae St. John, a presidential candidate MacDonald, a defeated aspirant Mrs. Hayes, a former president Pitt Sevens, a water nymph seen a small lake in the Allegheny Mountains. Solus. Hours I've immersed my muzzle in this tarn and, quaffing copious potations, tried to suck it dry, but ever as I pumped its waters into my distended skin, the labor of my zeal extruded them in perspiration from my paws. And so, rilling the marginal declivity, they fell again into their sauce. Ah, me? Could I but find within these ancient hills some long-extinct volcano, by the rains of countless ages in its crater, brimmed like a full goblet, I would lay me down prone on the outer slope, and o'er its edge arching my neck, I'd siphon out its star and flood the valleys with my sweat for aye. So should I be accounted as a god, even as Father Nilus is. What's that? Methought I heard some sawyer draw his file with jarring, stridulous cacophony across his notchy blade, to set its teeth and mine on edge. Ha, there it goes again. Cold water's the milk of the mountains, and nature's our wet nurse. Oh then, glue thou thy blue lips to her fountains forever and ever, amen. Why surely there's congenial company aloof, the spirit, I suppose, that guards this sacred spot. Perchance some wanton nymph who laving in the crystal flood her limbs has taken cold, and so, with raucous voice afflicts the sensitive membrane of mine ear the while she sings my sentiments. Enter Pitt Stevens. Hello, what fiend is this? 'Tis I, be not afraid. And who, thou antiquated crone, art thou? I ne'er forget a face, but names I can't so well remember. I have seen thee oft, when in the middle season of the night, curved with a cucumber, or knotted hard with an eclectic pie, I've striven to keep my head and heels asunder. Thou hast come, with sociable familiarity, into my dream, but not, alas, to bless. My name's Pitt Stevens, aged just 17 years, talking teetotaler, professional beauty. What dost thou here? I'm come, fair sir, with paint and brush to blazon on these rocks the merits of my master's nostrum. So, paints rapidly? MacDonald's vinegar bitters? What are they? A woman suffering from widowhood took a full bottle and was cured. A man there was, a murderer. The doctors all had given him up, he'd but an hour to live. He swallowed half a glassful. He is dead, but not of vinegar bitters. A wee babe lay sick and cried for it. The mother gave that innocent a spoonful, and it smoothed its pathway to the tomb. 'Tis warranted to cause a boy to strike his father, make a pig squeal, start the hare upon a stone, or play the fiddle for a country dance. Enter MacDonald, reading a Sunday school book. Good morrow, sir, I trust you're well. H. Lowe, Pitts? Observe, good friends, I have a volume here myself am author of, a noble book to train the infant mind, delightful task. It tells how one Samantha Brown, age 6, a gut-a-bunking slave to rum, was saved by vinegar bitters, went to church and now has an account at my Pacific Bank. I'll read the whole work to you. Heaven forbid, I've elsewhere an engagement, I am deaf, reading regardless. Once on a time there lived, and to Mrs. Hayes as a tree walking. Behold our queen, her eyes upon the ground before her feet she lowers, walking, in thought profound as Tuya upon all fours. Her visage is austere, her gait a high parade, at every step you hear the plashing lemonade. To herself. Once, sitting in the White House, hard at work signing state papers, Rutherford was there, knitting some hose. A sudden glory fell upon my paper. I looked up and saw an angel, holding in his hand a rod wherewith he struck me. Smarting with the blow I rose and, cuffing Rutherford, inquired, "Wherefore this chastisement?" The angel said, "4 years you have been president, and still there's rum." Then flew to heaven. Contrite, I swore such oath as Lady Methodist might take. My second term should medicine my first. The people would not have it that way, so I seek some candidate who'll take my soul, my spirit of reform, fresh from my breast, giving me his instead, and thus equipped with my imperious and fiery essence, drive the drink demon from the land and fill the people up with water till their teeth are all afloat. St. John discovers himself. What you? Aye, madam, I'll swap souls with you, and lead the cold sea-green amphibians of prohibition on, pallid of nose and webbed of foot, swim-bladdered, gifted with gills, invincible. Enough, stand forth and consummate the interchange. Chanting. Nectar compounded of simples cocted in Stygian shades, acids of wrinkles and pimples from faces of ancient maids, acrid precipitates sunken from tempers of scolding wives whose husbands, sagaciously drunken, rejoice in oblivious lives. With this I baptize and appoint thee to St. John, to marshal the vinophobe ranks. In Neptune's name I anoint thee, pause the liquid down St. John's back. As king of aquatical cranks, my soul, I'll never get it back unless I follow nimbly on his track. Exit Mrs. Hayes. Oh my, he's such a beautiful young man, I'll follow too and wed him if I can. Exit Pitt Stevens, Solus. He scarce is visible, his dust so great, methinks for so obscure a candidate he runs quite well. But as for prohibition, I mean myself to hold the first position. Though fortunes vary, let all be merry, and then if e'er a disaster befall, at Styx's ferry is Charon's wary and easy call. Upon a ripple of golden tipple that tipsy ship'll convey you best. To king and cripple, the bottle's the nipple of nature's breast, curtain. Slickens dramatis personi hayseed, a Granger nuzzle, a minor ringdevy, a statesman feeble, a lawyer junket, a committee scene yuba dam. Feeble, ringdevy, nuzzle. My friends, since 51 I have pursued the evil tenor of my watery way, removing hills as by an act of faith, just so. The steadfast faith of those who hold, in foreign lands beyond the eastern sea, the shares in your concern. A simple, blind, unreasoning belief in dividends, still stimulated by assessments which, when the stars fall, upon the backs of toads, will bring, no doubt, a very great return. Singing. Oh, the adequate assessment, the annual assessment, the regular assessment, that makes the water flow. The rascally assessment, the murderous assessment, the glorious assessment that makes my mare to go. But Nuzzle, you, I think, were on the point of making a remark about some rights, some certain vested rights you have acquired by long immunity. For still the law holds that if one do evil, undisturbed his right to do so ripens with the years, and one may be a villain long enough to make himself an honest gentleman. Singing, hail holy law, the soul with awe bows to thy dispensation. It breaks my jaw, it qualms my maw, it feeds my jaw, it crams my maw, it is my soul's salvation. Why, yes, I've floated mountains to the sea for lo. These many years, though some, they say, do strand themselves along the bottom lands and cover up a village here and there a ranch. 'Tis said, indeed, the Granger with his female and his young does not infrequently go to the Dickens by premature burial in Slickens. Singing. Could Slickens forever choke up the river, and Slime's endeavor be tried on grain, how small the measure of Granger's treasure, how keen his pain. These rascal Grangers would long since have been submerged in slimes, to the lost man of them, but for the fact that all their wicked tribes affect our legislation with their bribes. Singing. Oh, bribery's great, 'tis a pillar of state, and the people they are free, it smashes my slate, it is thievery straight, but it's been the making of me. I judge by certain shrewd sensations here in these callosities I call my thumbs, a thrilling sense as of 10,000 pins, red-hot and penetrant, transpiercing all the cuticle and tickling through the nerves, that some malign and awful thing draws near. Enter hayseed. Good Lord, here are the ghosts and spooks of all the Grangers I have decently interred, rolled into one. Plead, phantom, you've the flaw. From the margin of the river, Bitter Creek, they sometimes call it, where I cherished once the pumpkin, and the summer squash promoted, harvested the sweet potato, dallied with the fatal melon and subdued the fierce cucumber. I've been driven by the Slickens, driven by the Slimes and Tailings. All my family, my Polly Ann and all my sons and daughters, dog and baby both included, all were swamped in seas of Slickens, buried 50 fathoms under, where they lie, prepared to play their gentle prank on geologic gents that shall exhume them later, in the dim and distant future, taking them for melancholy relics antedating Adam. I alone got up and dusted. Avaunt, you horrid and infernal shape, What dire distress have you prepared for us? Were I a buzzard stooping from the sky my craw with filth to fill, into your honorable body I would introduce a bill. Defendant, hence, by the gods, I'll brain thee, unless you saved some turnips to retain me. As I was saying, I got up and dusted, my ranch a graveyard and my business busted. But hearing that a fellow from the city, who calls himself a citizens' committee, was coming up to play the very dickens, with those who cover up our farms with slickens, and make himself, unless I am in error, to all such miscreants a holy terror, I thought if I would join the dialogue, I maybe might get payment for my dog. Singing. Oh, the dog is the head of creation, prime work of the master's hand, he hasn't a known occupation, yet lives on the fat of the land. Adipose, indolent, sleek and orbicular, sun-soaken, daw-matted, cross and particular. Men, women, children, all cuddle and wait on him, then, accidentally shutting the gate on him, miss from their calves, ever after, the rifted-out mouthful of tendons that doggy has lifted out. Enter junket. Well met, my hotties? I must trouble you jointly and severally to provide a comfortable carriage, with relays of haughty hosses. This committee means to move in state about the country here. I shall expect at every place I stop good beds of coss, and everything that's nice, with bountiful repast of meat and wine. For this committee comes to see and mock and inwardly digest. Digest my dog. First square my claim for damages. The gold escaping with the slickens keeps me poor. I merely would remark that if you'd grease my itching palm, it would more glibly glide into the public pocket. Sir, the wheels of justice move but slowly till they are oiled. I have some certain writs and warrants here, prepared against your advent. You recall the tale of Zacchaeus who did climb a tree, and Jesus said, "Come down? Why, bless your souls, I've got no money. I but came to see what all this noisy babble is about, make a report and file the same away." How will that help us? Reports are not our style of provender. Well, you can gnaw the file. Curtain. Peaceful expulsion dramatis personae mountwave, a politician hodhand, a workingman tuckback, a Chinaman Satan, a friend to mountwave chorus of foreign voters my friend. I beg that you will lend your ears. I know 'tis asking a good deal of you, while I for your instruction nominate some certain wrongs you suffer. Men like you imperfectly are sensible of all the miseries they actually feel. Hence, Providence has prudently raised up clear-sighted men like me to diagnose their cases and inform them where it hurts. The wounds of honest working men I've made a specialty, and probing them's my trade. Well, mister, I s'pose you let your bossest eye camp on my mottle pot a while. Then you just toot my sufferins and tell me what's the fashionable caper now in writhes, the very swellest wiggle. Well, my lad, 'tis plain as is the long, conspicuous nose bone, ponderous and pendulous, between the elephant's remarkable eye-teeth and to tuck back, that Chinese competition's what ails you. Singing. O pigtail celestial, O barbarous, bestial, abominable chinny, simian fellow man, primitive yellow man, Joshian devotee, Shuan cigar machine, Olamagarin you are, and butter are we, fat of the land are we, salt of the earth, in God's image planned to be noble in birth? You, on the contrary, modeled upon very different lines indeed, show in conspicuous, base and ridiculous ways your inferior breed. Freak of biology, shame of ethnology, monster unspeakably low, fit to be buckshotted, brickbatted, boycotted, vanish, vamoose, mosey, go, you listen me. You beat the big dalum and tell me go to flowly kingdom come. You all too muchy fool. You chinny heap, such talky like my washy belly cheap, and to Satan? You daylive me out ye clunty towns all way. Why you no tackle me saflisco, hey? Methought I heard a murmuring of tongues sound through the ceiling of the hollow earth, as if the anticuli ques. Ha, friends, well met. You see I keep my ancient word. Where two or three are gathered in my name, there am I in their midst. O monstrous thief! To quote the words of Shakespeare as your own, I know his work. Who's Shakespeare? What's his trade? I've heard about the work o' that galoot till I'm just sick. Go sunny school, you'll know mo Bible. Bime by pleach hell talkie. Tell 'bout Abel mebbe so he live too cheap. He mebbe all time dig on lunch, no D-link, no splee, no go procession fo make vote, no sendy money out of clunty fo to help ye Ilishmen. Cain kill him. Joshy catchy at it and he belly mad say. Ali Melicans boycotty Cain. Not muchy, you know pleachy that you all same lie. This cuss must be expelled. Draws pistol, singing, for Chinese expulsion hurrah, to mobbing and murder all hail. Away with your justice and law, will make every pagan turn tail. Bedad, oof dot typh oz vald, zat Ivan Tichane vos got hurled in hella, da debil he say. Where be your return pamit hey? Und gry as shaka da boot. Zis hathen haf never been oot. Too many cooks are working at this broth. I think, by thunder, 'twill be mostly froth. I'm cussed if I can savvy up to date what good this dern fandango does the state. The state's advantage, sir, you may not see, but think how good it is for me. And me. Curtain. Aspirants 3 dramatis personi quick de young, a brother to mushrooms dead, swift, and heirloom SD. A relic immortals, the spirit of broken hopes the author miscellaneous. A troop of coffins the moon various colored fires seen, the political graveyard at Bone Mountain. Solus. This is the spot agreed upon. Here rest the sainted statesmen who upon the field of honor have at divers times laid down their own, and ended, ignominious, their lives political. About me, lo, their silent headstones, gilded by the moon, half full and near her setting, midnight. Hark, through the white mists of this portentous night, which throng in moving shapes about my way, as they were ghosts of candidates I've slain, to fray their murderer, my open ear engulfs a footstep. Enter SD from his tomb. Ah, 'tis he my foe, true to appointment, and so here we fight, though truly 'twas my firm belief that he would send regrets or I had not been here. O moon that haste so oft surprised the deeds whereby I rose to greatness? Tricksy Ob, the type and symbol of my politics, now draw my ebbing fortunes to their flood, as by the magic of a poultice, boils that burn ambitions with defeated fires are lifted into eminence. Seize de young. What, you, faith, if I had suspected you would come from the fair world of politics wherein so lately you were whelped, and which, alas, I vainly to revisit strive, though still wrapped on the rotting head and bidden sleep till resurrection's morn. If I had thought you would accept the challenge that I flung, I would have seen you damned ere I came forth in the night air, shroud-clad and shivering, to fight so mean a thing. But since you're here, draw and defend yourself. By gad, we'll see who'll be Postmaster General. We will. I'll fight, for I am lame, with any blue and redolent remain that dares aspire to wreck the grand old grandson's cabinet. Here's at you, Nosuke. Hold, put up your tongues. Within the confines of this sacred spot broods such a holy calm as none may break by clash of weapons without sacrilege, beats down their tongues with a bone. Madmen, what profits it? For though you fought with such heroic skill that both survived, yet neither should achieve the prize, for I would wrest it from him. Let us not contend, but friendly-wise by stipulation fix a slate for mutual advantage. Why, having the pick and choice of seats, should we forego them all but one? Nay, we'll take 3, and pot them so among us that to each shall fall the fittest to his powers. In brief, let us establish a portfolio trust. Agreed. Aye, truly, 'tis agreed. And one the offices imperfectly will sate, but I'll stand in. Well, so 'tis understood, as you're the junior member of the trust, politically younger and undead, speak, Michael. What portfolio do you choose? I've thought the postal service best would serve my interest, but since I have my pick, I'll take the War Department. It is known throughout the world, from Market Street to Pine, for a Chicago journal told the tale, how in this hand I lately took my life and marched against great Buckley, thundering my mandate that he count the ballots fair. Earth heard and shrank to half her size. Yon moon, which rivaled then Oliva's whiteness, paused that night at Butchertown and daubed her face with sheep's blood. Then my serried rank I drew back to my stronghold without loss, to mock my care in saving human life, my own. The Peace Society bestowed on me its leather medal and the title, too, of Colonel. Yes, my genius is for war. Good land, I naturally dote on a brass band, sings, oh, give me a life on the tented field, where the cannon raw and ring, where the flag floats free, and the foemen yield and bleed as the bullets sing. But be it not mine to wage the fray where matters are odded the other way, for that is a different thing. Oh, give me a life in the fierce campaign, let it be the life of my foe. I'd rather fall upon him than the plain, that service I'd fain forego. Oh, a warrior's life is fine and free, but a warrior's death? Ah me? Ah me? That's a different thing, you know. Some claim I might myself advance to that portfolio. When rebellion raised her head, and you, my friends, stayed meekly in your shirts, I marched with banners to the potty stump, spat on my hands, made faces fierce as death, shook my 2 fists at once and introduced brave resolutions terrible to read. Nay, only recently, as you do know, I conquered treason by the word of mouth, and slew again to her surprise the South. You once fought Stanford, too. Enough of that. Give me the interior, and I'll devote my mind to agriculture, and improve the breed of cabbages, especially the Brassica celeritatis, named for you because in days of long ago you sold it at your market stall, and, faith, 'tis said you were an honest huckster then. I'll be Attorney General if you prefer, for know I am a lawyer too, I never have heard that. Have you, de Young? Never, so help me. And I swear I've heard a score of judges say that he is not. To SD, you take the interior. I might aspire to military station too, for once I led my party into Pixley's camp, and he paroled me. I defended, too, the state of Oregon against the sharp and bloody tooth of the Australian sheep. But I've an aptitude exceeding neat for bloodless battles of diplomacy. My cobweb treaty of exclusion once, through which 100,000 coolies sailed, was much admired, but most by Colonel B. Though Bonatinka, I'm a diplomat from old Missouri, and what's this? 2 bodies dead and 1 alive. Yo-ho, merrily all. Now for office strain and strive. Buzzards all awobble, prophets 3, agape for bread. Raven with a stone instead, providential raven. Judges 2 and Colonel 1 run, rustics run. But it's the pig is shaven and oily all. Governor, editor man, rusty, musty, spick and span, harlequin, harridan, dickied out, demagogue, charlatan, out, de young falls and sleeps. Antimonopola, diplomat, railroad lackey, political rat, 1, 2, 3, scat, swift falls and sleeps. Boycotting chin worker, working to woo fortune, the fickle, to smile upon you joe-coated acrobat, shuttlecock, shoe, falls and sleeps. Now they lie in slumber sweet, now the charm is all complete. Hasten I with flying feet where beyond the father see a babe upon its mother's knee, is gazing into skies afar and crying for a golden star. I'll drag a cloud across the blue and break that infant's heart in two? Waking. Why, this is strange, I dreamed I know not what, it seemed that certain apparitions were, which sang uncanny words, significant and yet ambiguous, half understood, portending evil, and an awful spook even as I stood with my accomplices, counted me out as children do in play. Is that you, Mike, waking? It was, waking, and I all that? Then I'll reform my life, reforms his life. Ah, had I known how sweet it is to be an honest man, I never would have stooped to turn my coat for public favor, as chameleons take the hue, as near as they can judge of that supporting them. Henceforth, I'll buy with money all the offices I need, and know the profit of an honest life, or stay forever in this dismal place. Now that I'm good, it will no longer do to make a third with such a wicked too. Returns to his tomb, prophetic dream, by some good angel sent to make me with a quiet life content. The question shall no more my bosom irk, to go to Washington or go to work. From fame's debasing struggle I'll withdraw, and taking up the pen lay down the law. I'll leave this rogue, lest my example make an honest man of him, his heart would break. Exit de young. Out of my company these converts flee, but that advantage is denied to me. My cursed identity's confining skin naw lets me out naw tolerates me in. But since my hopes eternally have fled, and dead before, I'm more than ever dead, to find a grander tomb be now my task, and pack my pock into a stolen cask. Exit searching. Loud calls for the author, who appears, bowing and smiling. Enter faint odor of mortality. Exit the gas. The birth of the rail dramatis personae Leland the Kid, a road agent cowboy Charlie, same line of business happy hunty, ditto in all ways sootamug, a devil scene, the Dutch flat stage road at 12 p.m. on a night of 1864. I fear the coach will not come by tonight. Already it is past the hour, and yet my ears have reached no sound of wheels. No note melodious of long, luxurious oaths betokens the traditional dispute, unsettled from the dawn of time, between the driver and off-wheeler. No clear chant nor carol of Wells Fargo's messenger unbosoming his soul upon the air, singing his prowess to the tenderfoot, and how at divers times in sundry ways he strewed the roadside with our carcasses. Clearly, the stagecoach will not pass tonight. I now remember that but yesterday I saw 3 ugly-looking fellows start from Colfax with a gun apiece, and they did seem on business of importance bent, furtively casting all their eyes about, and covering their tracks with all the care that businessmen do use. I think perhaps they were directors of that rival line, the Great Pacific Mail. If so, they have indubitably taken in that coach, and we are overreached. 3 times before this thing has happened, and if once again these outside operators dare to cut our rates of profit, I shall quit the road and take my money out of this concern. When robbery no longer pays expense, it loses then its chiefest charm for me, and I prefer to cheat, you hear me shout. My chief, you do but echo back my thoughts. This competition is the death of trade. 'Tis plain, unless we wish to go to work, some other business we must early find. What shall it be? The field of usefulness is yearly narrowing with the advance of wealth and population on this coast. There's little left that any man can do without some other fellow stepping in and doing it as well. If one essay to pick a pocket, he is sure to feel, with what disgust I need not say to you, another hand inserted in the same. You crack a crib at dead of night, and lo, As you explore the dining room for plate you find in session there, a graceless band stuffing their coats with spoons, their skins with wine. And so it goes. Why, even undertake to salt a mine and you will find it rich with noble specimens placed there before, and yet this line of immigration has advantages superior to aught that elsewhere offers. All these passengers, if punched with care, significant remark. It opens up a prospect wide and fair, suggesting to the thoughtful mind, my mind, a scheme that is the boss layout. Instead of stopping passengers, let's carry them. Instead of crying out, throw up your hands, let's say, walk up and buy a ticket. Why should we unwieldy goods and bullion take, watches and all such trifles, when we might far better charge their value 3 times for carrying them to market? Put it there, old son. You take the cake, my dear. We'll build a mighty railroad through this pass, and then the stage folk will come up to us and squeal and say, it is bad medicine for both. What will you give or take? And then we'll sell. Enlarge your notions, little one. This is no petty, slouching, opposition scheme, to be bought off like honest men and fools. Mine eye prophetic pierces through the mists that cloud the future, and I seem to see a well-devised and executed scheme of wholesale robbery within the law, made by ourselves. Great, permanent, sublime, and strong to grapple with the public throat. Shaking the stuffing from the public purse, the tears from bankrupt merchants' eyes, the blood from widows' famished carcasses, the bread from orphans' mouths. Hooray, hooray, hooray! Ah, blessed to measure the glittering treasure. Ah, blessed to heap up the gold untold that flows in a wide and deepening tide, rolled, rolled, rolled from multifold sauces, converging its causes upon our. Just wait a bit, my pods, I seem to hear a sneaking grizzly cracking the dry twigs. Such an intrusion might deprive the state of all the good that we intend it. Ha, my boys, I thought I heard some careless revelry, as if your minds were stirred by some new devilry. I too am in that line. Indeed, the mission on which I come, here's more damned competition. Curtain. A bad night dramatis personae William, a sen Needleson, a Sidniduk Smiler, a Shysta Kayi, a Treta Grimgast, a Spada Saralthea, a lovelorn nymph Nellabrek, a sweet un a body, a ghost, an unmentionable thing, skulls, hoodoos, etc. Scene, a cemetery in San Francisco. The red half moon is dipping to the west, and the cold fog invades the sleeping land. Lo, how the grinning skulls in the level light litter the place? Methinks that every skull is a most lifelike portrait of my sen, drawn by the hand of death. Each fleshless pate, cursed with a ghastly grin to eyes unrubbed with love's magnetic ointment, seems to mine to smile an amiable smile, like his whose amiable smile I alone am able to distinguish from his leer. See how the gathering coyotes flit through the lit spaces, all with burning eyes star the black shadows with a steadfast gaze. About my feet the potty toads at play, bulbously comfortable, try to hop and tumble clumsily with all their watts, while pranking lizards, sliding up and down my limbs as they were public roads, impart a singularly interesting chill. The circumstance and passion of the time, the cost and manner of the place, the spirit of this confederate environment, command the rites we come to celebrate obedient to the inspired hag, the 7th daughter of the 7th daughter, who rules all destinies from Minna Street, $1 a destiny. Here at this grave, which for my purposes thou, Jack of Spades, to Grimgast, corrupter than the thing that reeks below, haste opened secretly will work the charm. Now what's the hour? Distant clock strikes 13, enough, hail forth the stiff. Ha, Master Moldebones, how fare you, sir? Poorly. I thank your ladyship, I miss some certain fingers and an ear or two. There's something, too, gone wrong with my inside, and my periphery's not what it was. How can we serve each other, you and I? Oh, what a personable man. Yes, dear, a very proper and alluring male, and quite superior to Lubin Aroyd, who has, however, this distinct advantage, he is alive. Missus, these your remains was the boss singer back in 72, and used to allus git invites to go down to Swellmont and sing at every feed. In T. Other William's time, that was, a father gent that you've hooked on to bought the place. Singing, down among the sainted dead, many years I lay, beetles occupied my head, moles explored my clay. There we feasted day and night, I and bug and beast, they provided appetite and I supplied the feast. The raven is a dicky bird, singing. The jackal is a daisy, singing. The wall mouse is a worthy third, singing. But mottles all a crazy. Oh, mottles all a crazy, their intellects a hazy, in the growing moon they shake their shoon and trip it in the mazy. But when the moon is waning, their senses they're regaining, they fall to prayer, and from their hair remove the straws remaining. That's right, rogues gallery, pray keep it up. Your song recalls my William's auld lang syne, What time he came and, like an amorous bird that struts before the female of its kind, wobbling its knightly preference, piped high his cracked falsetto out of reach. Enough, now let's to business. Nellabrack, sweet child, St. Closina's future devotee, the time is ripe and rotten, gut the grip. Singing. Fragrant socks by William's toes consecrated to the nose, shirt that shows the well-worn track of the knuckles of his back, handkerchief with mottled stains, into which he blew his brains, collar crying out for soap, prophet of the future rope, an unmentionable thing it would sicken me to sing. Aside, what? I unmentionable? Just you wait. In all the family journals of the state you'll sometimes see that I'm described at length, with supereditorial grace and strength. Singing, throw them in the open tomb, they will cause his love to bloom with an amatory boom. Hoodoo, hoodoo, Vauduvet William struggles in the net. By the power and intent of the charm his strength is spent. By the virtue in each rag, blessed by the inspired hag, he will be a willing victim limp as if a donkey kicked him. By this awful incantation, we decree his animation. By the magic of our art, warm the cockles of his heart. William, if alive or dead, thou Saralthea shalt wed. Singing, oh, we are the larrikin hoodoos, the chirruping, lirooping hoodoos. We mix things up that the fates ordain, bring back the past and the present detain, postpone the future, and sometimes tether the three and drive them abreast together. We rollicking, frolicking hoodoos. To us all things are the same as none and nothing is that is under the sun. Seven's a dozen and never is then, whether is what and what is when. A man is a tree and a cuckoo a cow for gold galore and silver eno to magical, mystical hoodoos. What monstrous shadow darkens all the place, enter Smila. Flung like a doom athwart, ha? Thou, portentous presence, art thou not the same that stalks with aspect horrible among small youths and maidens, bearing snaggy teeth, champing their tender limbs till crimson spume, flung from thy lips in cursing God and man, incarnadines the land, thou damned slut, exit Smila. Oh, what a pretty man! Now who is next? Of tramps and casuals this graveyard seems prolific to a fault. Hey, exit Needleson. Sweet, sweet male, I yearn to play at Copenhagen with him. Blushes diligently and energetically. Hoodoos, hoodoos, disappear, some dread deity draws near. Exeunt hoodoos. Smitten with a sense of doom, the dead are cowering in the tomb, seas are calling, stars are falling and appalling is the gloom. Fragmentary flames are flung through the air the trees among. Lo, each hill inclines its head, earth is bending neath his tread. On the contrary, enter William on a chip, navigating an odor of mignonet. Saralthea springs forward to put him in her pocket, but he is instantly retracted by an invisible string. She falls headlong, breaking her heart. Re-enter William, Needleson, Smila. All gather about Saralthea, who loudly laments her accident. The spirit of tar and feathers, rising like a black smoke in their midst, executes a monstrous wink of graphic and vivid significance, then contemplates them with an obviously baptismal intention. The cross on Bone Mountain takes fire, splendoring the peninsula. Tableau. Curtain. The scrap heap posy successive bawds pursue ambition's fire that shines, oblivion, above thy mire. The latest mounts his predecessor's trunk, and sinks his brother ere himself is sunk. So die ingloriously fame's elite, but dams of dunces keep the line complete. Hospitality why ask me, gastragogue, to dine, unless to praise your rascal wine, yet never ask some luckless sinner who needs, as I do not, a dinner? Magnanimity to the will of the people we loyally bow. That's the minority shibboleth now. O noble antagonists, answer me flat. What would you do if you didn't do that? Understated, I'm sorry I married, says Upton Sinclair. The conjugal status is awful, the devil's device a delusion and snare. Worse, far worse than that, it is lawful. An Attorney General Philander knocks, I know him by the sound. His sleep, unlike his learning, is profound. No dreams of duty mar his loud repose, nor strain the cobwebs tethering his nose, which, roaring ever like the solemn sea, proclaims to all the world that this is he. In thought a tortoise but in act a hare, slow to decide and impotent to dare, yet no important crisis he ignores, but sleeps upon it, and for action snores. Financial News says Rockefeller. Money is not tight, and faith, I'm thinking that the man is right. If it were not, at least in morals, Lucy Hoadley could command it for his use. Aspiration no man can truthfully say that he would not like to be president. Lo, the wild rabbit, happy in the pride of qualities to meaner beasts denied, surveys the ass with reverence and fear, adoring his superior length of ear, and says, no living creature, lean or fat, but wishes in his heart to be like that. Democracy lets slaves and subjects with extolling psalms before their sovereign execute salaams. The freeman scorns one idol to adore, Tom, Dick, and Harry and himself a faw. An enemy to law and order is defrauded of his land by B, who's driven from the premises by C. D buys the place with coin of plundered E. That A's an anarchist, says F to G. Foresight and Actors Cemetery? Sure the devil never tires of planning places to procure the sticks to feed his fires. A fair division another Irish landlord gone to grass, slain by the bullets of the tenant class. Pray, good agrarians, what wrong requires such foul redress? Between you and the squires all Ireland's potted with an even hand, for you have all the ire, they all the land. A lacking factor, you acted unwisely, I cried, as you see by the outcome. He calmly eyed me. When choosing the course of my action, said he, I had not the outcome to guide me. The politician let patriots manipulate the tiller of the ship of state, be mine the humble, useful toil to work the tiller of the soil. Elihu Root stooped to a dirty trick all low misdeed? What bend him from his moral skies to it? No, no, not he. To serve his nature's need he may upon occasion rise to it. An era, I never have been able to determine just how it is that the judicial ermine is safely guarded from predacious vermin. It is not so, my friend, though in a garret 'tis kept in camphor, and you often air it, the vermin will get into it and wear it. Vanished at cockcrow, I've found the secret of your charm, I said, expounding with complacency my guess. Alas, the charm, even as I named it, fled, for all its secret was unconsciousness. Woman study good women and ignore the rest, for he best knows the sex who knows the best. A partisans protest, O statesmen, what would you be at, with torches, flags, and bands? You make me first throw up my hat, and then my hands. A bequest to music, let music flourish. So he said and died. Hark! When he's gone the minstrelsy begins, the symphonies ascend, a swelling tide, melodious thunders fill the welkin wide, the grand old lawyers, chinning on their chins. One eromancy I fell asleep and dreamed that I was flung, like Vulcan, from the sky, like him was lamed, another pot, his leg was crippled, and my heart. I woke in time to see my love conceal a letter in her glove. July 4th, God said, let there be noise. The dawning fire of independence gilded every spire. A paradox if life were not worth living, said the preacher, 'twould have in suicide one pleasant feature. An era, said the pessimist, you're making, what's not worth having cannot be worth taking. Redefied lot of the tempest, pray refrain from leveling this church again. Now in its doom, since so you've willed it, we acquiesce, but you'll rebuild it. A bulletin Lothario is very low, so all the doctors tell. Nay, nay, not so, he will be though, if ever he get well. An inscription for a statue of Napoleon, a conqueror as provident as brave, he rubbed the cradle to supply the grave. His reign laid quantities of human dust, he fell upon the just and the unjust. An erroneous assumption good for he's old? Ah, youth, you do not dream how sweet the roses in the autumn seem? A constructor I saw the devil. He was working free, a customs house he builded by the sea. Why do you this? The devil raised his head. Of churches I have built enough, he said. God complies by prayer, see megapomp restored, shouts ma text, pious creature. Yes, God by supplication bawed from every droning preacher, exclaimed. So be it, tiresome crew, but I've a crow to pick with you. In articulo mortis, the paper presented he solemnly signed, gasping, perhaps 'twas a jest he meant, this of a sound and disposing mind is the lost ill will and contestament. The discoverer's how my fame rings out in Evazone, 1,000 critics shouting. He's unknown, unexpounded on evidence, on deeds, on bills, on copyhold, on loans, on wills, lawyers' great books indite. The creaking of their busy quills I never heard on right. The Eastern question looking across the line, the Grecian said, this border I will stain a turkey red. The Moslem smiled securely and replied, no Greek has ever for his country died. While thus each patriot guarded his frontier, the powers stole all the country in his rear. Two types: courageous fool, the peril's strength unknown. Courageous man, so conscious of your own. To a critic of Tennyson, affronting fool, subdue your transient light, when wisdom's dull dares folly to be bright. If genius stumble in the path to fame, 'tis decency in dunces to go lame. Cooperation no more, the swindler singly seeks his prey, to hunt in couples is the modern way. A rascal, from the public to purloin, an honest man to hide away the coin. Humility, great poets fire the world with faggots big that make a crackling racket, but I'm content with but a whispering twig to warm some single jacket. Strained relations, says England to Germany. Africa's ours, says Germany. Ours, I opine. Says Africa. Tell me, delectable powers, what is it that ought to be mine? Exoneration when men at candidacy don't connive. From that suspicion, if their friends would free 'em, The teeth and nails with which they do not strive should be exhibited in a museum. After Portsmouth begirt with bombs that fall and flames that rise, the Tsar, bewildered, stares. Alas, he cries, life withholds joy and death denies release, and Roosevelt would have me think this peace. A voice from Peking, Empress of China. I naw rule naw reign. I wear the purple but to hide the chain, free only to hold back the open door for foreign devils drunk upon my flaw. A pious rite on Maunday Thursday, as was good and meet, the Emperor of Austria washed the feet of 12 poor men to show how humble he for 20 minutes of the year could be. O thou, who trackest tenants of the throne through moral quagmires, make them wash their own. Justice, she jilted me, I madly cried, the grave at least can hold her. Reflecting then that if she died 'twould stop her growing older, I pitilessly sheathed the knife and sternly sentenced her to life. At the beach list, England, to our words of scorn for noblemen to title bawn, yet be thine eyes a while depressed, for one has turned his prow to west, and we, to catch his landing line, are pickling all our shins in brine. An infraction of the rules, a duel in France, and the victor pursued by the dogs of the law, by the multitude, by society's fierce ill will. Oh, what is the matter? The man was so rude that he made an attempt to kill. Conversely, there's grief in Belgrade, for no crown, it is said, is found for King Peter in all of the town. How sad that he's lacking a crown for his head. How sweet were he lacking a head for his crown. A warning cried age to youth. Abate your speed. The distance hither's brief indeed. But youth pressed on without delay. The shout had reached but half the way. Psychograph, says Gerald Massey. When I write, a band of souls of the departed guides my hand. How strange that poems cumbering our shelves, penned by immortal pots, have none themselves. For wounds, oh bear me, gods, to some enchanted isle where woman's tears can antidote her smile. A literary method, his Hoosier poems, Riley says he writes upon an empty stomach. Heavenly powers, feed him throatful, for what the wretch indites upon his empty stomach empties ours. Back to nature, Nathaniel Julian Hildegard. Sure the stock is far from haughty, and the name once heard with awe now provokes the loud guffaw. Hawthorne in the memory dear, ha ha Hawthorne in the ear. Rudolph Bloch, what parallel, neighbor, be pleased to expound twixt Belgium's king and you may be found. Why this, if the cable dispatches are true he lies on his deathbed. So would you boycott this thing's a bomb, said Gompers, lighting the fuse. 'Twill blow them all a kiting. Well, now 'tis shattered all to pieces, and Gompers but a spot of grease is. To her, O sinner, to me unknown be such a conscience as your own. To ease it, you to sinner be confessed the sins of sinner see. Creation God dreamed, the suns sprang flaming into place, and sailing worlds with many a venturous race. He woke, his smile alone illumined space. Rebuke when admonitions hand essays our greed to curse. Its lifted finger oft displays our missing purse. Prayer fear not in any tongue to call upon the Lord, he's skilled in all. But if he answereth my plea, he speaketh one unknown to me. The long fear noting the hangman's frown and the law's righteous rage, our murderers live in terror till they die of age. An inspired performance the devil troubled a pool of mud, and Viereck from out the smother arose, and to prove his royal blood defamed his peasant mother. Dear devil, his poems will suffer all those, but do not again provoke him to prose. Sepulture, let's bury the hatchet, said Miller to Platt, and Platt said to Miller, I'll gladly do that. On its grave, Wanna Miller, the grasses grow not, but the wind in your hair whistles over the spot. Poetry by Ambrose Bierce. Uncollected verse basilica with aimless feet along the verge of ocean, where the rocks emerge, I strolled and watched the baffled surge. In sheltered channels at my feet, the sleepy ripples crisping neat, slid in and out with sluicy beat. The groaning sea, wind-smitten white. The day, shot through with throbbing light, lay palpitating on my sight. From bloody death of stricken day, and ocean's leprous agony, my weary eyes I drew away, to where the rocks the margin mar of waters where the shadows are, and saw the smiling of a star. Embedded deep in mossy green, a glinting gem with lustrous sheen, burnt wondrous with a flame serene, my soul grew drunken with its ray, like liquid April filing May, its wing light suffused the day. And day became, with colors cold new drowned in beauty's manifold, an opal chalice brimming gold. A silent music clove the air, a spirit bent in worship there, my wish had wrought itself a prayer. Oh, if thy beauty, radiant stone, be not rejected love alone, by wooing skies upon thee thrown, but rather a desire intense, appealing thus to human sense with more than human eloquence. If so thou strivest to impart the aspirations at thy heart, pulsing a wish with every spark, give me to claim thy sacred ray, I'll bear thee from thy shades away, and set thee in the perfect day. I'll niche thee in a shrine made fair with wondrous woods and metals rare, and dim with amber-tinted air, and sculpted work of quaint device, gem-tinct with gleams of prismic ice, and lamps antique of fabled price, and droning troops of monkish bees, with senses filled at spicy trees, shall minister on bended knees. Grey darkness fell upon the land, with hasty clutch my eager hand to snatch the gem from barren strand essayed. When, lo, with stiffened hair, and vision smit with baleful glare, and hope sharp freezing to despair, with heart compressed as in a vice, and forehead bound with sudden ice, I grasped a hidden cockatrice. Oh, with heart of stone with eyes of light, and ivory throat of pallid white, and snaky folds concealed from sight, with jeweled teeth, alas, and breath whose touch to passion ministereth, sweet spiced with aromatic death. No pen of poison, gall immersed, of deadly sins can name thy worst. I'll fitly curse thy race accursed. San Francisco, Sept. 16th, 1867. A mystery, a thing to be thought with abated breath, and named with tears. There ever shall be as there ever have been, beyond our ken, the weight of the past with its burden of sin, a shadow thrown from the future within, on the souls of men. And the weight unfelt and the shadow unseen, with the cry of the present unheard between, is all of life. And 'tis only through toil and the nameless pain of wishes forever unwished again, by an aimless strife, as who should do battle with weapon of steel to the fleshless dark which he cannot feel, as it hedges him round, that peace is found. Think'st thou that to smile is the same as to live, that a life shall receive what it need not give, that toil is toil, that a fruitful future unmoistened by tears brings harvest of ears and wine and oil? O dreamer of dreams, there forever shall be a blossomless growth in the spirit of thee, still draping in gloom. Each fairy facade of each castle so fair, by thy fancy upreared in the roseate air, as ivy a tomb. 'Tis rooted in life and its fruit is of death, and the prisoned breath, in its baleful shadow, still shudders and moans in voiceless tones. Wouldst thou know, O mortal, the secret of pain? 'Tis the payment in blood for each wish we obtain. San Francisco, November 18th, 1867. Rosalie blithesome daughter mine, lift to me those lips of thine, greet me with those eyes of blue, eyes which seem to look me through, flashing now with life and light, now in hush of sleep reposing, veiled by lashes dark as night, shadows over violets closing. Come thou, me softly bow, shower on me fond caresses, my cheek, and on my brow, fling thy wealth of sun-bright tresses. Every throbbing pulse of mine beats in time and tune to thine. All my heart's tide sets to thee, loving little Rosalie. As the dewdrop doth the flower, as the sunshine doth the hour, so the music of thy voice makes my soul rejoice. All the livelong day around babbles on thy childlike chatter, mingled with the pleasant sound comes thy little foot's light patter. Like the linnets on the thorn joyously thy carol floweth. Sing, my bird, for thy young mon no dark night of winter knoweth. Blue-eyed rump, in ceaseless whirl, half the angel, half the girl, all the child art thou to me, laughing little Rosalie. Loved one mine, the sunny day passeth rapidly away, all too soon the bright time goes, all too fast life's current flows. Now its fairy waters glide where the sunbeams o'er it quiver. Soon the salt waves meet its tide, soon the beck will be the river. Thine is now the primrose spring, thine the bluebell in the meadows, mine the fading hours that fling autumn leaves and lengthening shadows. Yet my day lights up a while neath the sunshine of thy smile. Thou dost bring new life to me, blithesome Rosalie. To thee, my darling, the heliotrope's fragrant breath, the subtle sweet of jasmine on the evening air, the flowery mead, all radiant with sympathetic pleasure from the glowing kiss with which the god of day salutes its lovely face. The whispering, snowy surf, wherewith old ocean in his kindliest mood murmurs soft secrets to the willing sands, the mingled joy and anguish thrilling us in the weird plaints of Schubert, great Rossini's heaven-born strains, all graceful, lovely things, lifting my soul to beatific state. Mnemosyne with flowery fetters binds to thee, my darling. Serenade, listen, maiden, to my strain, listen, pray thee, do. Darkness shrouds the gloomy plain, and our moon is on the wane, yet this fog cools not my brain. 'Tis on fire in you, list, and from thy couch arise, rise, dear, pray thee do, not to gaze on murky skies that were now naw well naw wise, but because your lover tries to catch sight of you. Draw that dismal curtain back, draw it back, duck, do. 'Tis like these clouds whose flimsy rack hides yon bright moon's silvery track. I'd rather see the window black, and know it bright to you. Let me see those love-lit eyes, let me sweet, now, duo. Lit by them these misty skies ne'er would wish the moon to rise, and the stars, like scared fireflies, would hide deep in the blue. Come, dear, dupe that tiresome daw, dupe the daw, duck, duo. Let me love afar no more, singing in the fogs a bar, sooth to say my throat is sore, hoss I'm getting too. Let me to thy chamber creep, let me creep up, duo. I'll not again disturb thy sleep, nor more before thy window weep. Listen, love, and do not keep me longer in the dew. Listen, maiden, to my song listen, now come, duo. Do not deem my rhyming wrong, I'm not of the ribald throng, let me in, I merely long to read my rhymes to you. San Francisco, March 16, 1870. Science, the winds of heaven trample down the pines or creep in lazy tides along the lea, led the wild waters from the smitten rock, or crawl with childish babble to the sea. But why the tempests out of heaven blow? All what the purpose of the sea would flow, no man hath known, and none shall ever know. Why seek to know? To follow nature up against the current of her course, why care? Vain is the toil. He's wisest still who knows all science is but formulated prayer, prayer for the warm winds and the quickening rain, prayer for sharp sickle and for laboring swain, to gather from the planted past the grain. Uncopyright may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship, activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow, work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook released their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or mock-up on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks. Colophon poetry was compiled from poetry published between 1867 and 1914 by Ambrose Bierce. This ebook was produced for Standard eBooks by an anonymous volunteer, and is based on transcriptions produced between 2002 and 2022 by Rick Niles, Kat Jetta, John Hadgison, David Widger, Charles Alderondo, Lee Moser, Paul Hollander, Govert Skipper, an anonymous volunteer, and distributed proofreaders for Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The cover page is adapted from Noah, The Eve of the Deluge, a painting completed in 1848 by John Linnell. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudy typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on September 11, 2025, 6:58 p.m., and is based on revision 82C68D0. The first edition of this ebook was released on September 26, 2022, 7:15 p.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooks.org/ebooks/ambrosebius/poetry. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at standardbooks.org. In notes a famous height overlooking Edinburgh. Write Exodus 33:21-23. Write Pussy Wants a Corner. Write Simon Says Thumbs Up. Right? Epigrams. If every hypocrite in the United States were to break his leg today, the country could be successfully invaded tomorrow by the warlike hypocrites of Canada. Roman 2 to dogmatism, the spirit of inquiry, is the same as the spirit of evil, and to pictures of the latter, it appends a tale to represent the note of interrogation. Roman 3 immoral, is the judgment of the stalled ox on the gambolling lamb. Roman 4, in forgiving an injury, be somewhat ceremonious, lest your magnanimity be construed as indifference. True, man does not know woman, but neither does woman. Age is provident because the less future we have the more we fear it. Roman 7 reason is fallible and virtue vincible. The winds vary and the needle forsakes the pole, but stupidity never errs and never intermits. Since it has been found that the axis of the earth wobbles, stupidity is indispensable as a standard of constancy. Roman 8 in order that the list of able women may be memorized for use at meetings of the oppressed sex, heaven has considerately made it brief. Roman 9 firmness is my persistency, obstinacy is yours. A little heap of dust, a little streak of rust, a stone without a name, lo, hero, sod and fame. Roman 11 our vocabulary is defective. We give the same name to woman's lack of temptation and man's lack of opportunity. Roman 12 you scoundrel, you have wronged me, hissed the philosopher. May you live forever. Roman 13 the man who thinks that a garnet can be made a ruby by setting it in brass is writing dialect for publication. Roman 14 who art thou, stranger, and what dost thou seek? I am generosity, and I seek a person named gratitude. Then thou dost not deserve to find her. True, I will go about my business and think of her no more, but who art thou to be so wise? I am gratitude, farewell forever. Roman 15 there was never a genius who was not thought a fool until he disclosed himself, whereas he is a fool then only. Roman 16 the boundaries that Napoleon drew have been effaced, the kingdoms that he set up have disappeared. But all the armies and statecraft of Europe cannot unsay what you have said. Roman 17 strive not for singularity in dress. Fools have the more and men of sense the less. To look original is not worthwhile, but be in mind a little out of style. Roman 18 a conqueror arose from the dead. Yesterday, he said, I ruled half the world. Please show me the half that you ruled, said an angel, pointing out a wisp of glowing vapor floating in space. That is the world. Roman 19 who art thou, shivering in thy furs? My name is avarice, what is thine? Unselfishness. Where is thy clothing, placid one? Thou art wearing it. Roman 20 to be comic is merely to be playful, but wit is a serious matter. To laugh at it is to confess that you do not understand. Roman 21 if you would be accounted great by your contemporaries, be not too much greater than they. Roman 22 to have something that he will not desire, nor know that he has, such is the hope of him who seeks the admiration of posterity. The character of his work does not matter, he is a humorist. Roman 23 women and foxes, being weak, are distinguished by superior tact. Roman 24 to fatten pigs, confine and feed them, to fatten rogues, cultivate a generous disposition. Roman 25 every heart is the lair of a ferocious animal. The greatest wrong that you can put upon a man is to provoke him to let out his beast. Roman 26 when two irreconcilable propositions are presented for assent, the safest way is to thank heaven that we are not as the unreasoning brutes, and believe both. Roman 27 truth is more deceptive than falsehood, for it is more frequently presented by those from whom we do not expect it, and so has against it a numerical presumption. Roman 28 a bad marriage is like an electrical thrilling machine. It makes you dance, but you can't let go. Roman 29 meeting Merit on a street crossing, success stood still. Merit stepped off into the mud and went round him, bowing his apologies, which success had the grace to accept. XXX I think, says the philosopher divine, therefore I am. Sir, here's a surer sign, we know we live, for with our every breath we feel the fear and imminence of death. Roman 31 the first man you meet is a fool. If you do not think so, ask him and he will prove it. Roman 32 he who would rather inflict injustice than suffer it will always have his choice, for no injustice can be done to him. Roman 33 there are as many conceptions of a perfect happiness hereafter as there are minds that have marred their happiness here. Roman 34 we yearn to be, not what we are, but what we are not. If we were immortal, we should not crave immortality. Roman 35 a rabbit's foot may bring good luck to you, but it brought none to the rabbit. Roman 36 before praising the wisdom of the man who knows how to hold his tongue, ascertain if he knows how to hold his pen. Roman 37 the The most charming view in the world is obtained by introspection. Roman 38. Love is unlike chess, in that the pieces are moved secretly and the player sees most of the game. But the looker-on has one incomparable advantage. He is not the stake. Roman 39. It is not for nothing that tigers choose to hide in the jungle, for commerce and trade are carried on, mostly in the open. Excel we say that we love, not whom we will, but whom we must. Our judgment need not, therefore, go to confession. Roman 41. Of two kinds of temporary insanity, one ends in suicide, the other in marriage. Roman 42. If you give alms from compassion, why require the beneficiary to be a deserving object? No other adversity is so sharp as destitution of merit. Roman 43. Bereavement is the name that selfishness gives to a particular privation. Roman 44. O proud philanthropist, your hope is vain to get by giving what you lost by gain. With every gift you do, but swell the cloud of witnesses against you, swift and loud, accomplices who turn and swear you split your life. Half robber and half hypocrite. You're least unsafe when most intact you hold your cursed allotment of dishonest gold. Roman 45. The highest and rarest form of contentment is approval of the success of another. Roman 46. If inclination challenge, stand and fight. From opportunity, the wise take flight. Roman 47. What a woman most admires in a man is distinction among men. What a man most admires in a woman is devotion to himself. Roman 48. Those who most loudly invite God's attention to themselves, when in peril of death, are those who should most fervently wish to escape his observation. Roman 49. When you have made a catalogue of your friend's faults, it is only fair to supply him with a duplicate, so that he may know yours. How fascinating is antiquity? In what a golden haze the ancients lived their lives. We, too, are ancients. Of our enchanting time, posterity's great poets will sing immortal songs, and its archaeologists will reverently uncover the foundations of our palaces and temples. Meantime, we swap jackknives. I observe, my son, with how austere a virtue the man without a cent puts aside the temptation to manipulate the market or acquire a monopoly. Lii for study of the good and the bad in woman to women are a needless expense. Lii, there's no free will, says the philosopher. To hang is most unjust. There is no free will, assents the officer. We hang because we must. Liv Hope is an explorer who surveys the country ahead. That is why we know so much about the hereafter and so little about the heretofore. LV remembering that it was a woman who lost the world, we should accept the act of cackling geese in saving Rome as partial reparation. LVI, there are two classes of women who may do as they please, those who are rich and those who are poor. The former can count on assent, the latter on inattention. LVI, when into the house of the hot curiosity, is admitted as the guest of love she turns her host out of doors. LVI happiness has not to all the same name. To youth she is known as the future, age knows her as the dream. Lix, who art thou, there in the mire? Intuition. I leaped all the way from where thou standest in fear on the brink of the bog. A great feat, madam, accept the admiration of reason, sometimes known as dry foot. LX in eradicating an evil, it makes a difference whether it is uprooted or rooted up. The difference is in the reformer. LXI, the audible sisterhood rightly affirms the equality of the sexes. No man is so base, but some woman is base enough to love him. LZI having no eyes in the back of the head, we see ourselves on the verge of the outlook. Only he who has accomplished the notable feat of turning about knows himself the central figure in the universe. LZI truth is so good a thing that falsehood cannot afford to be without it. LZIV, if women did the writing of the world, instead of the talking, men would be regarded as the superior sex in beauty, grace, and goodness. LXV love is a delightful day's journey. At the farther end, kiss your companion and say farewell. LXVI let him who would wish to duplicate his every experience prate of the value of life. LXVI, the game of discontent has its rules, and he who disregards them cheats. It is not permitted to you to wish to add another's advantages or possessions to your own. You are permitted only to wish to be another. LXVI, the creator and arbiter of beauty, is the heart. To the male rattlesnake, the female rattlesnake is the loveliest thing in nature. LZIX thought and emotion dwell apart. When the heart goes into the head there is no dissension, only an eviction. LXX, if you want to read a perfect book, there is only one way, write it. LXXI, where goest thou, ignorance? To fortify the mind of a maiden against a peril. I am going thy way, my name is knowledge. Scoundrel, thou art the peril. Lxci a prude is one who blushes modestly at the indelicacy of her thoughts, and virtuously flies from the temptation of her desires. Lxci the man who is always taking you by the hand, is the same who if you were hungry would take you by the café. Lxiv, when a certain sovereign wanted war, he threw out a diplomatic intimation. When ready, a diplomat. Lxxv, if public opinion were determined by a throw of the dice, it would in the long run be half the time right. Lxxvi, the gambling known as business looks with austere disfavor upon the business known as gambling. Lxxvi, a virtuous widow, is the most loyal of mortals. She is faithful to that which is neither pleased nor profited by her fidelity. Lxxvi of one who was foolish, the creators of our language said that he was fond. That we have not definitely reversed the meanings of the words should be set down to the credit of our courtesy. Lx6 rioting gains its end by the power of numbers. To a believer in the wisdom and goodness of majorities, it is not permitted to denounce a successful mob. Lxxx, artistically set to grace the wall of a dissecting place, a human pericardium was fastened with a bit of gum, while, simply underrunning it, the one word, charity, was writ to show the student band that hovered about it what it once had covered. Lxxxi virtue is not necessary to a good reputation, but a good reputation is helpful to virtue. Lxxzi when lost in a forest go always downhill. When lost in a philosophy, or doctrine go upward. Lxxzi we submit to the majority because we have to, but we are not compelled to call our attitude of subjection a posture of respect. Lxxv Pascal says that an inch added to the length of Cleopatra's nose would have changed the fortunes of the world. But having said this, he has said nothing, for all the forces of nature and all the power of dynasties could not have added an inch to the length of Cleopatra's nose. Lxxxv, our luxuries are always masquerading as necessaries. Woman is the only necessary having the boldness and address to compel recognition as a luxury. Lxxxvi I am the seat of the affections, said the heart. Thank you, said the judgment, you save my face. Lxxxvi who art thou that weepest? Man, nay, thou art egotism. I am the scheme of the universe, study me and learn that nothing matters. Then how does it matter that I weep? Lxxxvi a slight is less easily forgiven than an injury, because it implies something of contempt, indifference, and overlooking of our importance, whereas an injury presupposes some degree of consideration. The black gods? Said a traveler whom Sicilian brigands had released without ransom. Did they think me a person of no consequence? Lxxx the people's plaudits are unheard in hell. Xc generosity to a fallen foe is a virtue that takes no chances. Xci if there was a world before this, we must all have died impenitent. Xci we are what we laugh at. The stupid person is a poor joke, the clever, a good one. Xci if every man who resents being called a rogue resented being one, this would be a world of wrath. Xciv farce and charm are important elements of character, but it counts for little to be stronger than honey and sweeter than a lion. Xcv grief and discomfiture are coals that cool. Why keep them glowing with thy sighs, poor fool? Xcvi a popular author is one who writes what the people think. Genius invites them to think something else. Xcvi the sky is a concave mirror in which man sees his own distorted image and seeks to propitiate it. Xcvi honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long in the land, but do not hope that the life insurance companies will offer these special rates. X6 persons who are horrified by what they believe to be Darwin's theory of the descent of man from the ape may find comfort in the hope of his return. See, a strong mind is more easily impressed than a weak. You shall not so readily convince a fool that you are a philosopher as a philosopher that you are a fool. Ci a cheap and easy cynicism rails at everything. The master of the art accomplishes the formidable task of discrimination. Cii when publicly censured our first instinct is to make everybody a codefendant. Ci O lady fine, fear not to lead to Hymen's shrine a clown. Love cannot level up indeed, but he can level down. Civ men are polygamous by nature and monogamous for opportunity. It is a faithful man who is willing to be watched by a half-dozen wives. Cv the virtues chose modesty to be their queen. I did not know that I was a virtue, she said. Why did you not choose innocence? Because of her ignorance, they replied. She knows nothing but that she is a virtue. Cvi it is a wise man's man, who knows what it is that he despises in a lady's man. Cvi if the vices of women worshipped their creators men, would boast of the adoration they inspire. CVAI, the only distinction that democracies reward is a high degree of conformity. CIX slang is the speech of him who rubs the literary garbage carts on their way to the dumps. CX, a woman died who had passed her life in affirming the superiority of her sex. At last, she said, I shall have rest and honors. Enter, said St. Peter, thou shalt wash the faces of the dear little cherubim. CXI, to woman a general truth has neither value nor interest unless she can make a particular application of it, and we say that women are not practical. CZI, the ignorant know not the depth of their ignorance, but the learned know the shallowness of their learning. CZI, he who relates his success in charming woman's heart may be assured of his failure to charm man's ear. CZIV, what poignant memories the shadows bring, what songs of triumph in the dawning ring, by night a coward and by day a king. CXV, when among the graves of thy fellows, walk with circumspection, thine own is open at thy feet. CXVI, as the physiognomist takes his own face as the highest type and standard, so the critic's theories are imposed by his own limitations. CXVI, heaven lies about us in our infancy, and our neighbors take up the tale as we mature. CXVI, my laws, she said, are of myself apart. I read them by examining my heart. True, he replied. Like those to Moses known, thine also are engraven upon stone. CX's love is a distracted attention. From contemplation of one's self, one turns to consider one's dream. CXX halt, who goes there? Death. Advance, death, and give the countersign. How needless, I care not to enter thy camp tonight, thou shalt enter mine. What, I a deserter? Nay, a great soldier, thou shalt overcome all the enemies of mankind. Who are they? Life and the fear of death. CXXI, the palmist looks at the wrinkles made by closing the hand and says they signify character. The philosopher reads character by what the hand most loves to close upon. CXCI, woe is his, with length of living cursed, who, nearing second childhood, had no first. Behind, no glimmer, and before no ray, a night at either end of his dark day. CXCI, a noble enthusiasm in praise of woman is not incompatible with a spirited zeal in defamation of women. CXCIV, the money-getter who pleads his love of work has a lame defense, for love of work at money-getting is a lower taste than love of money. CXXV, he who thinks that praise of mediocrity atones for disparagement of genius is like one who should plead robbery in excuse of theft. CXXVI, the most disagreeable form of masculine hypocrisy is that which finds expression in pretended remorse for impossible gallantries. CXXVI, anyone can say that which is new, anyone that which is true. For that which is both new and true, we must go duly accredited to the gods and await their pleasure. CXXVI, the test of truth is reason, not faith, for to the code of reason must be submitted even the claims of faith. CX6, whither goest thou? Said the angel, I know not. And whence hast thou come? I know not. But who art thou? I know not. Then thou art man, see that thou turn not back, but pass on to the place whence thou hast come. CXXX, if expediency and righteousness are not father and son, they are the most harmonious brothers that ever were seen. CXXXI, train the head, and the heart will take care of itself. A rascal is one who knows not how to think. CXXCI, do you to others as you would that others do to you, but see that you no service good would have from others that they could not rightly do. CXXCI, taunts are allowable in the case of an obstinate husband. Balky horses may best be made to go by having their ears bitten. CXXIV, Adam probably regarded Eve as the woman of his choice, and exacted a certain gratitude for the distinction of his preference. CXXXV, a man is the sum of his ancestors. To reform him, you must begin with a dead ape and work downward through a million graves. He is like the lower end of a suspended chain. You can sway him slightly to the right or the left, but remove your hand and he falls into line with the other links. CXXXVI, he who thinks with difficulty believes with alacrity. A fool is a natural proselyte, but he must be caught young, for his convictions, unlike those of the wise, harden with age. CXXXVI, these are the prerogatives of genius. To know without having learned, to draw just conclusions from unknown premises, to discern the soul of things. CXXXVI, although one love a dozen times, yet will the latest love seem the first. He who says he has loved twice has not loved once. CXX6, men who expect universal peace through invention of destructive weapons of war are no wiser than one who, noting the improvement of agricultural implements, should prophesy an end to the tilling of the soil. CXL, to parents only, Death brings an inconsolable sorrow. When the young die and the old live, nature's machinery is working with the friction that we name grief. CXLI empty wine bottles have a bad opinion of women. CXLI civilization is the child of human ignorance and conceit. If man knew his insignificance in the scheme of things, he would not think it worthwhile to rise from barbarity to enlightenment. But it is only through enlightenment that he can know. CXLI along the road of life are many pleasure resorts, but think not that by tarrying in them you will take more days to the journey. The day of your arrival is already recorded. CX live the most offensive egotist is he that fears to say, I and me. It will probably rain, that is dogmatic. I think it will rain, that is natural and modest. Montaigne is the most delightful of essayists because so great is his humility that he does not think it important that we see not Montaigne. He so forgets himself that he employs no artifice to make us forget him. CXLV on fair foundations theocrats unwise rear superstructures that offend the skies. Behold, they cry, this pile so fair and tall, come dwell within it and be happy all. But they alone inhabit it, and find, poor fools, 'tis but a prison for the mind. CXLVI if thou wilt not laugh at a rich man's wit thou art an anarchist, and if thou take not his word thou shalt take nothing that he hath. Make haste, therefore, to be civil to thy betters, and so prosper, for prosperity is the foundation of the state. CXLVI death is not the end, there remains the litigation over the estate. CXLVI when God makes a beautiful woman, the devil opens a new register. CXLix when Eve first saw her reflection in a pool, she sought Adam and accused him of infidelity. CL, why dost thou weep? For the death of my wife, alas, I shall never again see her. Thy wife will never again see thee, yet she does not weep. CLI what theology is to religion and jurisprudence to justice, etiquette is to civility. Clei, who art thou that despite the piercing cold and thy robe's raggedness seemest to enjoy thyself? Naught else is enjoyable, I am contentment. Ha, thine must be a magic shirt, off with it, I shiver in my fine attire. I have no shirt, pass on, success. Clei ignorance when inevitable is excusable. It may be harmless, even beneficial, but it is charming only to the unwise. To affect a spurious ignorance is to disclose a genuine. Clive because you will not take by theft what you can have by cheating, think not yours is the only conscience in the world. Even he who permits you to cheat his neighbor will shrink from permitting you to cheat himself. CLV, God keep thee, stranger, what is thy name? Wisdom. And thine, knowledge, how does it happen that we meet? This is an intersection of our paths. Will it ever be decreed that we travel always the same road? We were well named if we knew. CLVI nothing is more logical than persecution. Religious tolerance is a kind of infidelity. CLVI convictions are variable. To be always consistent is to be sometimes dishonest. CLVI, the philosopher's profoundest conviction, is that which he is most reluctant to express, lest he mislead. Clicks when exchange of identities is possible, be careful, you may choose a person who is willing. CLX the most intolerant advocate is he who is trying to convince himself. CLXI in the Parliament of Ottumwee, the Chancellor of the Exchequer proposed a tax on fools. The right honorable and generous gentleman, said a member, forgets that we already have it in the poll tax. CLZI, whose dead body is that? Credulities. By whom was he slain? Credulity? Ah, suicide. No surfeit, he dined at the table of science and swallowed all that was set before him. CLZI don't bod with the devil if you wish to be fat. CLZIV pray do not despise your delinquent debtor, his default is no proof of poverty. CLXV courage is the acceptance of the gambler's chance. A brave man bets against the game of the gods. CLXVI, who art thou? A philanthropist, and thou? A pauper. Away, you have nothing to relieve my need. CLXVI youth looks forward, for nothing is behind, age backward, for nothing is before. CLXV I think not, O man, the world has any need that thou canst truly serve by word or deed. Serve thou thy better self, nor care to know how God makes righteousness and roses grow. CLZix in spiritual matters material aids are not to be despised. By the use of an organ and a painted window, an artistic emotion can be made to seem a religious ecstasy. CLXX, the poor man's price of admittance to the favor of the rich, is his self-respect. It assures him a seat in the gallery. CLXXI one may know oneself ugly, but there is no mirror for the understanding. CLXZI if the righteous thought death, what they think it they would search less diligently for divine ordinances against suicide. CLXZI weep not for cruelty to rogues in jail. Injustice can the just alone assail. Deny compassion to the wretch who swerved, till all who, fainting, walked aright are served. CLX Civ. The artless woman may be known by her costume. Her gown is trimmed with feathers of the white blackbird. CLXXV. All are lunatics, but he who can analyze his delusion is called a philosopher. CLXXVI. Slang is a foul pool at which every dunce fills his bucket and then sets up as a fountain. CLXXVI. The present is the frontier between the desert of the past and the garden of the future. It is redrawn every moment. CLXXVI. The virtue that is not automatic requires more attention than it is worth. CLX6. At sunset, our shadows reach the stars, yet we are no greater at death than at the noon of life. CLXXX. Experience is a revelation in the light of which we renounce the errors of youth for those of age. CLXXXI. From childhood to youth is eternity, from youth to manhood, a season. Age comes in a night and is incredible. CLXXCI. Avoid the disputatious. When you greet an acquaintance with "How are you?" and he replies, "On the contrary, how are you?" pass on. CLXXCI. If all thought were audible, none would be deemed discreditable. We know, indeed, that bad thoughts are universal, but that is not the same thing as catching them at being so. CLXX Civ. All the souls in this place have been happy ever since you blundered into it, said Satan, ejecting hope. You make trouble wherever you go. CLXXXV. Our severest retorts are unanswerable, because nobody is present to answer them. CLXXXVI. The angels have good dreams and bad, and we are the dreams. When an angel wakes, one of us dies. CLXXXVI. The man of honor pays his bet by saving on his lawful debt. When he to nature pays his dust, not for he would, but for he must, men say, he settled that 'tis true, but, faith, it long was overdue. CLXXXV. I do not permit a woman to ask forgiveness, for that is only the first step. The second is justification of herself by accusation of you. CLXX6. If we knew nothing was behind us, we should discern our true relation to the universe. CXC. Youth has the sun and the stars by which to determine his position on the sea of life. Age must sail by dead reckoning, and knows not whither he is bound. CXCI. Happiness is lost by criticizing it, sorrow by accepting it. CXCI. As nature cannot make us altogether wretched, she resorts to the trick of contrast by making us sometimes almost happy. CXCI. When prosperous, the fool trembles for the evil that is to come. In adversity, the philosopher smiles for the good that he has had. CX Civ. When God saw how faulty was man, he tried again and made woman. As to why, he then stopped. There are two opinions. One of them is woman's. CXCV. She hated him because he discovered that her lock was a crow. He hated her because she unlocked the cage of his beast. CXCVI. Who art thou? Friendship. I am love, let us travel together. Yes, for a day's journey, then thou arrivest at thy grave. And thou? I go as far as the grave of advantage. CXCVI. Look far enough ahead, and always thou shalt see the domes and spires of the city of contentment. CXCVI. You would say of that old man, he is bald and bent. No, in the presence of death he uncovers and bows. CX6. If you saw love pictured as clad in furs, you would smile. Yet every year has its winter. CC. You cannot disprove the Great Pyramid by showing the impossibility of putting the stones in place. CCI. Men were singing the praises of justice. Not so loud, said an angel. If you wake her, she will put you all to death. CCI. Age, with his eyes in the back of his head, thinks it wisdom to see the bogs through which he has floundered. CCI. Wisdom is known only by contrasting it with folly. By shadow only we perceive that all visible objects are not flat. Yet philanthropos would abolish evil? Civ. One whose falsehoods no longer deceive has forfeited the right to speak truth. CCV. Wisdom is a special knowledge in excess of all that is known. CCVI. To live is to believe. The most credulous of mortals is he who is persuaded of his incredulity. CCVI. In him who has never wronged another, revenge is a virtue. CCVI. That you cannot serve God and mammon is a poor excuse for not serving God. C6. A fool's tongue is not so noisy, but the wise can hear his ear commanding them to silence. CCX. If the valley of peace could be reached only by the path of love, it would be sparsely inhabited. CCXI. To the eye of failure, success is an accident with a presumption of crime. CCZI. Wearing his eyes in his heart, the optimist falls over his own feet and calls it progress. CCZI. You can calculate your distance from hell by the number of wayside roses. They are thickest at the hither end of the route. CC the world was made a sphere in order that men should not push one another off. But the landowner smiles when he thinks of the sea. CCXV let not the night on thy resentment fall, strike when the wrong is fresh, or not at all. The lion ceases if his first leap fail, 'tis only dogs that knows a cooling trail. CCXVI having given out all the virtues that he had made, God made another. Give us that also, said his children. Nay, he replied, if I give you that you will slay one another till none is left, you shall have only its name, which is justice. That is a good name, they said, we will give it to a virtue of our own creation. So they gave it to revenge. CCXVI the sea bird speeding from the realm of night dashes to death against the beacon light. Learn from its evil fate, ambitious soul, the ministry of light is guide, not goal. CCXVI, while you have a future, do not live too much in contemplation of your past. Unless you are content to walk back with the mirror, is a poor guide. CC6, O dreadful death, why veilest thou thy face? To spare me thine impetuous embrace. CCXX, he who knows himself great accepts the truth in reverent silence, but he who only believes himself great has embraced a noisy faith. CCXXI, life is a little plot of light. We enter, clasp a hand or two, and go our several ways back into the darkness. The mystery is infinitely pathetic and picturesque. CCXCI cheerfulness is the religion of the little. The low hills are a-smirk with flowers and greenery. The dominating peaks, austere and desolate, holding a prophecy of doom. CCXCI, it is not to our credit that women like best the men who are not as other men, not to theirs that they are not particular as to the nature of the difference. CCXIV in the journey of life when thy shadow falls to the westward stop, until it falls to the eastward. Thou art then at thy destination. CCXXV seek not for happiness. 'Tis known to hope and memory alone. At dawn, how bright the noon will be. At eve, how fair it glowed. Ah, me. CCXXVI brain was given to test the heart's credibility as a witness, yet the philosopher's lady is almost as fine as the clown's wench. CCXXVI, who art thou, so sorrowful? Ingratitude. It saddens me to look upon the devastations of benevolence. Then veil thine eyes, for I am benevolence. Wretch, thou art my father and my mother. CCXXVI death is the only prosperity that we neither desire for ourselves nor resent in others. CCX6 to the small pot of ignorance that we can arrange and classify we give the name knowledge. CCXXX I wish to enter, said the soul of the voluptuary. I am told that all the beautiful women are here. Enter, said Satan, and the soul of the voluptuary passed in. They make the place what it is, added Satan, as the gates clanged. CCXXXI woman would be more charming if one could fall into her arms without falling into her hands. CCXXC I think not to atone for wealth by apology. You must make restitution to the accuser. CCXXCI before undergoing a surgical operation, arrange your temporal affairs. You may live. CCXXIV intolerance is natural and logical, for in every dissenting opinion lies an assumption of superior wisdom. CCXXXV, who art thou? Said St. Peter at the gate. I am known as Memory. What presumption? Go back to hell. And who, perspiring friend, art thou? My name is Satan, I am looking for. Take your penal apparatus and be off. And Satan, laying hold of Memory, said, Come along, you scoundrel. You make happiness wherever you are not. CCXXXVI women of genius commonly have masculine faces, figures, and manners. In transplanting brains to an alien soil, God leaves a little of the original earth clinging to the roots. CCXXXVI the heels of detection are saw from the toes of remorse. CCXXXVI twice we see paradise. In youth we name it life, in age, youth. CCXX6 there are but 10 commandments, true, but that's no hardship, friend, to you. The sins whereof no line is writ, you're not commanded to commit. CCXL fear of the darkness is more than an inherited superstition. It is at night, mostly, that the king thinks. CCXLI, who art thou? Said Mercy. Revenge, the father of justice. Thou wearest thy son's clothing. One must be clad. Farewell, I go to attend thy son. Thou wilt find him hiding in yonder jungle. CCXLI self-denial is indulgence of a propensity to forego. CCXLI men talk of selecting a wife. Hosses, of selecting an owner. CCX live you are not permitted to kill a woman who has wronged you, but nothing forbids you to reflect that she is growing older every minute. You are avenged 1440 times a day. CCXLV, a sweetheart is a bottle of wine, a wife is a wine bottle. CCXLVI, he gets on best with women, who best knows how to get on without them. CCXLVI, who am I? Asked an awakened soul. That is the only knowledge that is denied to you here, answered a smiling angel. This is heaven. CCXLVI, woman's courage is ignorance of danger, man's is hope of escape. CCX licks, when God had finished this terrestrial frame and all things else, with or without a name, the nothing that remained within his hand said, Make me into something fine and grand, thine angels to amuse and entertain. God heard and made it into human brain. CCL, if you wish to slay your enemy, make haste, oh make haste, for already nature's knife is at his throat and yaws. CCLI, to most persons a sense of obligation is insupportable, beware upon whom you inflict it. CCLI, bear me, good oceans, to some isle where I may never fear the snake alurk in woman's smile, the tiger in her tear. Yet bear not with me her, O deeps, who never smiles and never weeps. CCLI, life and death through dice for child. I win? Cried life. True, said death, but you need a nimbler tongue to proclaim your luck. The stake is already dead of age. Seacliff, how blind is he who, powerless to discern the glories that about his pathway burn, walks unaware the avenues of dream, nor sees the domes of paradise agleam? O golden age, to him more nobly planned thy light lies ever upon sea and land. From sordid scenes he lifts his eyes at will, and sees a Grecian god on every hill. CCLV, in childhood we expect, in youth demand, in manhood hope, and in age beseech. CCLVI, a violet softly sighed, a hollyhock shouted above. In the heart of the violet, pride, in the heart of the hollyhock, love. CCLVI, if women knew themselves, the fact that men do not know them would flatter them less and content them more. CCLVI, the angel with a flaming sword slept at his post, and Eve slipped back into the garden. Thank heaven, I'm again in paradise, said Adam. Imprint, this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for standard ebooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on transcriptions from Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain Dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at standardbooks.org. Laphorisms. When a favorite dog has an incurable pain, you put him out of his misery with a bullet or an axe. A favorite child similarly afflicted is preserved as long as possible in torment. I do not say that this is not right. I claim only that it is not consistent. There are two sorts of kindness, one for dogs and another for children. A very dear friend, wallowing about in the red mud of a battlefield, once asked me for some of the dog sought. I suspect, if no one had been looking, he would have got it. Roman 2, it is to be feared that to most men the sky is but a concave mirror, showing nothing behind, and in looking into which they see only their own distorted images, like the reflection of a face in a spoon. Hence it needs not surprise that they are not very devout worshippers. It is a great wonder they do not openly scoff. Roman 3, the influence of climate upon civilization has been more exhaustively treated than studied. Otherwise, we should know how it is that some countries that have so much climate have no civilization. Roman 4, whoso shall insist upon holding your attention while he expounds to you things that you have always thriven without knowing resembles one who should go about with a hammer, cracking nuts upon other people's heads and eating the kernels himself. There are but two kinds of temporary insanity, and each has but a single symptom. The one was discovered by a coroner, the other by a lawyer. The one induces you to kill yourself when you are unwell of life. The other persuades you to kill somebody else when you are fatigued of seeing him about. People who honor their fathers and their mothers have the comforting promise that their days shall be long in the land. They are not sufficiently numerous to make the life assurance companies think it worth their while to offer them special rates. Romans 7, there are people who dislike to die, for apparently no better reason than that there are a few vices they have not had the time to try. But it must be confessed that the fewer there are of these untasted sweets, the more loth are they to leave them. Roman 8 men ought to sin less in petty details, and more in the lump, that they might the more conveniently be brought to repentance when they are ready. They should imitate the touching solicitude of the lady for the burglar, whom she spares much trouble by keeping her jewels well together in a box. Roman 9, I once knew a man who made me a map of the opposite hemisphere of the moon. He was crazy. I knew another who taught me what country lay upon the other side of the grave. He was a most acute thinker, as he had need to be. Those who are horrified at Mr. Darwin's theory may comfort themselves with the assurance that, if we are descended from the ape, we have not descended so far as to preclude all hope of return. Roman 11, there is more poison in aphorisms than in painted candy, but it is of a less seductive kind. Roman 12, if it were as easy to invent a credible falsehood as it is to believe one, we should have little else in print. The mechanical construction of a falsehood is a matter of the gravest import. Roman 13, there is just as much true pleasure in walloping one's own wife as in the sinful enjoyment of another man's right. Heaven gives to each man a wife, and intends that he shall cleave to her alone. To cleave is either to split or to stick. To cleave to your wife is to split her with a stick. Roman 14, a strong mind is more easily impressed than a weak one. You shall not as readily convince a fool that you are a philosopher, as a philosopher that you are a fool. Roman 15, in our intercourse with men, their national peculiarities and customs are entitled to consideration. In addressing the common Frenchman, take off your hat. In addressing the common Irishman, make him take off his. Roman 16, it is nearly always untrue to say of a man that he wishes to leave a great property behind him when he dies. Usually he would like to take it along. Roman 17, benevolence is as purely selfish as greed. No one would do a benevolent action if he knew it would entail remorse. Roman 18, if cleanliness is next to godliness, it is a matter of unceasing wonder that, having gone to the extreme limit of the former, so many people manage to stop short exactly at the line of demarcation. Roman 19, most people have no more definite idea of liberty than that it consists in being compelled by law to do as they like. Roman 20, every man is at heart a brute, and the greatest injury you can put upon anyone is to provoke him into displaying his nature. No gentleman ever forgives the man who makes him let out his beast. Roman 21, the psalmist never saw the seed of the righteous begging bread. In our day, they sometimes request pennies for keeping the street crossings in order. Roman 22, when two wholly irreconcilable propositions are presented to the mind, the safest way is to thank heaven that we are not like the unreasoning brutes, and believe both. Roman 23, if every malefactor in the church were known by his face, it would be necessary to prohibit the secular tongue from crying, "Stop thief." Otherwise the church bells could not be heard of a pleasant Sunday. Roman 24, truth is more deceptive than falsehood, because it is commonly employed by those from whom we do not expect it, and so passes for what it is not. Roman 25, if people only knew how foolish it is to take their wine with a dash of prussic acid, it is probable that they would prefer to take it with that addition. Roman 26, a man's honor, says a philosopher, is the best protection he can have. Then most men might find a heartless oppressor in the predatory oyster. Roman 27, the canary gets his name from the dog, an animal whom he looks down upon. We get a good many worse things than names from those beneath us, and they give us a bad name too. Roman 28, faith is the best evidence in the world. It reconciles contradictions and proves impossibilities. It is wonderfully developed in the blind. Roman 29, he who undertakes an account of idiots in all ages will find himself committed to the task of compiling most known biographies. Some future publisher will affix a life of the compiler. XXX gratitude is regarded as a precious virtue, because tended as a fair equivalent for any conceivable service. Roman 31, a bad marriage is like an electric machine. It makes you dance, but you can't let go. Roman 32, the symbol of charity should be a circle. It usually ends exactly where it begins, at home. Roman 33, most people redeem a promise as an angler takes in a trout, by first playing it with a good deal of line. Roman 34, it is a grave mistake to suppose defaulters have no consciences. Some of them have been known, under favorable circumstances, to restore as much as 10% of their plunder. Roman 35, there is nothing so progressive as grief, and nothing so infectious as progress. I have seen an acre of cemetery infected by a single innovation in spelling cut upon a tombstone. Roman 36, it is wicked to cheat on Sunday. The law recognizes this truth and shuts up the shops. Roman 37, in the infancy of our language, to be foolish signified to be affectionate, to be fond was to be silly. We have altered that now. To be foolish is to be silly, to be fond is to be affectionate, but that the change could ever have been made is significant. Roman 38, if you meet a man on the narrow crossing of a muddy street, stand quite still. He will turn out and go round you, bowing his apologies. It is courtesy to accept them. Roman 39, if every hypocrite in the United States were to break his leg at noon today, the country might be successfully invaded at 1 o'clock by the warlike hypocrites of Canada. XL to dogmatism, the spirit of inquiry is the same as the spirit of evil, and to pictures of the latter it has appended a tail, to represent the note of interrogation. Roman 41, we speak of the affections as originating in instinct. This is a miserable subterfuge to shift the obloquy from the judgment. Roman 42, what we call decency is custom. What we term indecency is merely customary. Roman 43, the noblest pursuit of man is the pursuit of woman. Roman 44, immoral is the solemn judgment of the stalled ox upon the sun-inspired lamb. Musings, philosophical and theological, seated in his den, in the chill gloom of a winter twilight, comforting his stomach with hotted bits of cheese and broad biscuits, Mr. Gryle thinketh unto himself after this fashion of thought, I to eat biscuits and cheese before dining is to confess that you do not expect to dine. Roman 2, once bit, twice shy, is a homely saying, but singularly true. A man who has been swindled will be very cautious the second time, and the third. The fourth time he may be swindled again more easily and completely than before. Roman 3, a four-footed beast walks by lifting 1 foot at a time, but a four-horse team does not walk by lifting 1 horse at a time, and yet you cannot readily explain why this is so. Roman 4 asked to describe the deity. A donkey would represent him with long ears and a tail. Man's conception is higher and truer. He thinks of him as somewhat resembling a man. The bald head of a man is a very common spectacle. You have never seen the bald head of a woman. Bald-headed women are a very common spectacle. Roman 7, piety, like smallpox, comes by infection. Robinson Crusoe, however, caught it alone on his island. It is probable that he had it in his blood. Roman 8, the doctrine of foreknowledge does not imply the truth of foreordination. Foreordination is a cause antedating an event. Foreknowledge is an effect, not of something that is going to occur, which would be absurd, but the effect of its being going to occur. Roman 9, those who cherish the opposite opinion may be very good citizens. Old shoes are easiest because they have accommodated themselves to the feet. Old friends are least intolerable because they have adapted themselves to the inferior parts of our character. Roman 11, between old friends and old shoes, there are other points of resemblance. Roman 12, everybody professes to know that it would be difficult to find a needle in a haystack, but very few reflect that this is because haystacks seldom contain needles. Roman 13, a man with but 1 leg is a better man than a man with 2 legs, for the reason that there is less of him. Roman 14, a man without any legs is better than a man with 1 leg, not because there is less of him, but because he cannot get about to enact so much wickedness. Roman 15, when an ostrich is pursued, he conceals his head in a bush. When a man is pursued, he conceals his property. By instinct, each knows his enemy's design. Roman 16, there are 2 things that should be avoided: the deadly upas tree and soda water. The latter will make you puffy and potty. Roman 17, this list of things to be avoided is necessarily incomplete. Roman 18, in calling a man a hog, it is the man who gets angry, but it is the hog who is insulted. Men are always taking up the quarrels of others. Roman 19, give an American a newspaper and a pie, and he will make himself comfortable anywhere. Roman 20, the world of mind will be divided upon the question of baptism so long as there are 2 simple and effective methods of baptizing, and they are equally disagreeable. Roman 21, they are not equally disagreeable, but each is disagreeable enough to attract disciples. Roman 22, the face of a pig is a more handsome face than the face of a man, in the pig's opinion. Roman 23, a pig's opinion upon this question is as likely to be correct as is a man's opinion. Roman 24, it is better not to take a wife than to take one belonging to some other man, For if she has been a good wife to him, she has adapted her nature to his, and will therefore be unsuited to yours. If she has not been a good wife to him, she will not be to you. Roman 25. The most gifted people are not always the most favored. A man with 12 legs can derive no benefit from 10 of them without crawling like a centipede. Roman 26. A woman and a cow are the two most beautiful creatures in the world. For proof of the beauty of a cow, the reader is referred to an ox. For proof of the beauty of a woman, an ox is referred to the reader. Roman 27. There is reason to believe that a baby is less comely than a calf, for the reason that all kine esteem the calf, the more comely beast, and there is one man who does not esteem the baby, the more comely beast. Roman 28. To judge of the wisdom of an act by its result is a very shallow plan. An action is wise or unwise the moment it is decided upon. Roman 29. If the wisdom of an action may not be determined by the result, it is very difficult to determine it. XXX, it is impossible. Roman 31. The moon always presents the same side to the earth because she is heaviest on that side. The opposite side, however, is more private and secluded. Roman 32. Christians and camels receive their burdens kneeling. Roman 33. It was never intended that men should be saints in heaven until they are dead and good for nothing else. On earth, they are mostly Roman 34 fools. I, Greil, have arranged these primal truths in the order of their importance, in the hope that some patient investigator may amplify and codify them into a coherent body of doctrine, and so establish a new religion. I would do it myself were it not that a very corpulent and most unexpected pudding is claiming my present attention. Oh, steaming enigma! Oh, savory mountain of hidden mysteries! Too long neglected for too long a sermon. Engaging problem. Let me reveal the secrets latent in thy breast and unfold thine occult philosophy. Cutting into the pudding. Ah, here, and here alone is eating it. On stone some ante-mortem epitaphs, as in a dream, strange epitaphs I see, inscribed on yet unquarried stone, wherewith a flowers yet unstrown. The Campo Santo of the time to be. I George Francis Train, inscribed on a pork barrel. Beneath this casket rots unknown a thing that merits not a stone, save that by passing urchin cast, whose fame and virtues we express by transient urn of emptiness, with apt inscription, to its past relating, and to his prime mess. No honour had this infidel, that doth not appertain as well, to halted caitiff on the drop. No wit that would not likewise pass for wisdom in the famished ass who breaks his neck a weed to crop, when tethered in the luscious grass. And now, thank God, his hateful name shall never rescued be from shame, though seas of venal ink be shed. No sophistry shall reconcile with sympathy for Erin's isle, or sorrow for her patriot dead, the weeping of this crocodile. Life's incongruity is past, and dirt to dirt is seen at last, the worm of foul doth fall. The sexton tolls his solemn bell for scoundrel dead and gone to. Well, it matters not, it can't recall this convict from his final cell. Roman 2. A king of craft, here lies Sam Chamberlain. His fatal smile survives its wielder for a little, while in nightmares of the prudent few, who fled the Judas kisses that it heralded, those all are dreamless, who stood still to view the smile that stayed them for the stab that slew. Against his God, his warfare now is awe, his bloodless heart, no colder than before, no longer with a mute ambition swells to run 100 little hells. With ever a polite, perfidious art, a dove in manner and a snake in heart, this titmouse Machiavelli ne'er again will feel the urge, the passion and the strain to prove it true that one may smile and be a Chamberlain the blessed while. Sharp at both ends, his secret soul was like a double-headed mole equipped with equal nose to prod this way, or that beneath the sod. Conjecture fitted to confound if seen a moment out of ground, its former, as its future, root the matter of a vain dispute, save where a dunghill's lure supplied its aid the riddle to decide. When that occurred, his nearer nose pointing the way with happier throws, he sought it as a bee the rose, and as that robber daubs its thighs with pollen till it cannot rise, so he, with glutted mind, remained inert, and Christ arose and reigned. We raise the stone, we carve the solemn word, the sign of promise and the symbol grim. His voice and vice are in the land unheard. Yet all is doubtful that relates to him. No more he twirls his smile to work us woe. We saw him put a fathom unto sod, flung down at last, but so was Erin's rod. We hope he's dead, but only this we know, he does not smile. O glory be to God, Roman 3. Stephen Darcy flee, heedless stranger, from this spot accursed, where rests in Satan an offender first in point of greatness, as in point of time, of new school rascals who proclaim their crime, skilled with a frank loquacity to blab the dark arcana of each mighty grab, and famed for lying from his early youth, he sins secure behind a veil of truth. Some lock their lips upon their deeds, some write a damning record and conceal from sight, some, with a lust of speaking, die to quell it. His way to keep a secret was to tell it. Roman Fa Mr. Justice Field here sleeps one of the greatest students of jurisprudence. Nature endowed him with the gift of the juristhrift. All points of law alike he threw the dice to settle. Those honest cubes were loaded true with railway metal. V. General B.F. Butler, thy flesh to earth, thy soul to God, we gave, O gallant brother, and are thy grave the awkward squad fired into one another. Vi reparation beneath this monument, which rears its head, a giant note of admiration, dead, his life extinguished like a taper's flame. John Ericsson is lying in his fame. Behold how massive is the lofty shaft, how fine the product of the sculptor's craft, the gold how lavishly applied, the great man's statue how impressive and sedate. Think what the cost was. It would ill become our modesty to specify the sum. Suffice it that a fair % we are giving of what we robbed him of when he was living. Romans 7 disincorporated of corporal Tanner the head and the trunk are here in unconsecrate ground duly sunk. His legs in the south claim the patriot's tear, but stranger, you needn't be blubbering here. Roman 8 a kit here in Gauls sorrowing has laid the tools of his infernal trade, his pen and tongue. So sharp they grew, and such destruction from them flew, his hand was wounded when he wrote, and when he spoke he cut his throat. Roman 9 disjunctus within this humble mausoleum, poor Gaitau's flesh you'll find. His bones are kept in a museum, and Tillman has his mind. Ex a trenchonite stranger, uncover. Here you have in view the monument of Chauncey M. Depew, eater and orator, the whole world round for feats of tongue and tooth alike renowned. Dining his way to eminence, he rode with knife and fork up waterways that flowed from lakes of favor, pulled with all his foss and found each river sweeter than the sauce. Like rats, obscure beneath a kitchen flaw, gnawing and rising till obscure no more, he ate his way to eminence, and fame inscribes in gravy his immortal name. A trenchonite, he, mounted on his belly, so spurred his charger that its sides were jelly. Grown desperate at last, it reared and threw him, and indigestion, overtaking, slew him. Roman 11 a vice-president here the remains of Shyla Colfax lie, born, all the world knows when, and God knows why. In 71 he filled the public eye, in 72 he bade the world goodbye. In God's good time, with a protesting sigh, he came to life just long enough to die. Roman 12 a wasted life of Morgan here lies the unspirited clay, whose secrets of masonry swore to betray. He joined the great order, and studied with zeal the awful arcana he meant to reveal. At last in chagrin by his own hand he fell. There was nothing to learn, there was nothing to tell. The masons are said to have killed him. Not so even a secret so foul, they're compelled to forego. Roman 13 Loring Pickering, off to Pope. Here rests a writer, great but not immense, born destitute of feeling and of sense. No power he but all his brain desired, how not to suffer it to be inspired. Ideas unto him were all unknown, proud of the words which only were his own. So unreflecting, so confused his mind, topid in error, indolently blind, a fever heaven to quicken him applied, but rather than revive, the sluggard died. Roman 14 a what a pirate pause, stranger, whence you lightly tread bill cause immoral pot has fled. For him no heart of woman burned, but all the river's heads he turned. Alas, he now lifts up his eyes in torment, and for what a cries, entreating that he may procure one drop to cool his parched McClure. Roman 15 c. P. Bury here's crowbait? Ravens, too, and daws flock hither to advance their cause, and with a sudden courage armed, devour the foe who once alarmed. In life and death a fair deceit, nor strong to harm nor good to eat. King Bogey of the scarecrow host, when known the least affrighting most, though light his hand, his mind was dark. He left on earth a strawberry mock. Romans 16 the Rev. Joseph Hemphill, he preached that sickness he could flaw by prayer and by commanding. When sick himself, he sent for 4 physicians in good standing. He was struck dead, despite their care, for, fearing their dissension, he secretly put up a prayer, thus drawing God's attention. Romans 17 J. Good lies here. When he was newly dead he looked so natural that round his bed the people stood, in silence all, to weep. They thought, poor souls, that he did only sleep. Roman 18 Cynic Paphos from studying mankind in the false volume of his single mind, he damned his fellows for his own unworth, and, bad himself, thought nothing good on earth. Yet, still so judging and so erring still, observing well, But understanding ill, his learning all was got by dint of sight, and what he learned by day he lost by night. When hired to flatter, he would never cease till those who'd paid for praises paid for peace. Not wholly miser and but half a knave, he yearned to squander but he lived to save, and did not, for he could not, cheat the grave. Hic jacet Pixley, scribe and muleteer, step lightly, stranger, anywhere but here. Roman 19 McAllister, of talents rich and rare, lies at this spot at finish of his race. Alike to him if it is here or there, the one spot that he cared for was the ace. Roman 20 here lies Joseph Redding, who gave us the catfish. He dined upon every fish except that fish. 'Twas touching to hear him expounding his fad with a heart full of zeal and a mouth full of shad. The catfish meowed with unspeakable woe when death, the lone fisherman, landed there Joe. Roman 21 Judge Sawyer, whom in vain the people tried to push from power, here is laid aside. Death only from the bench could ever start that clinging surface, his immortal pot. Roman 22 John Irish went, one luckless day, to loaf and fish at San Jose. He got no loaf, he got no fish, they brained him with an empty dish. They laid him in this place asleep, O come, ye crocodiles, and weep. Roman 23 in Sacramento City, here this wooden monument we rear in memory of Dr. May, whose smile even death could not allay. He's buried, heaven alone knows where, and only the hyenas care. This maypole merely marks the spot where, ere the wretch began to rot, fame's trumpet, with its brazen bray, bawled. Who and why was Dr. May? Roman 24 Dennis Spence's mottled coil here is laid away to spoil, great riparian, who said not a stream should leave its bed. Now his soul would like a river turned upon its parching liver. Roman 25 For those this mausoleum is erected who Stanford to the upper house elected. Their luck is less or their promotion slower, for dead, they were elected to the lower. Roman 26 Beneath this stone sleeps Reuben Lloyd, of breath deprived, of sense devoid. The Templars' Captain General, he so formidable seemed to be, that had he not been on his back death ne'er had ventured to attack. Roman 27 Here lies Greer Harrison, a well-cracked louse, so small a tenant of so big a house, who loved to loll on the Parnassian mount, his pen to suck and all his thumbs to count. What poetry he'd written, but for lack of skill, when he had counted, to count back. Alas, no more he'll climb the sacred steep to wake the lyre and put the world to sleep. To his rapt lip his soul no longer springs, and like a jaybird from a knothole sings. No more the clubmen, pickled with his wine, spread wide their ears and hiccup. That's divine? The genius of his purse no longer draws the pleasing thunders of a paid applause. All silent now, naw sound naw sense remains, though riddances of worms improve his brains. All his no talents to the earth revert, and fame concludes the record. Dirt to dirt. Roman 28 This grave holds bonds in all his glory. Master he of Oret Ori. When he died the people, weeping, for they thought him only sleeping, cried. Although he now is quiet and his tongue is not a riot, soon, the spell that binds him breaking, he a motion will be making. Then, alas, he'll rise and speak in support of it a week. Roman 29 Rash model. Stay thy feet and look around. This vacant tomb as yet is holy ground. But soon, alas, Jim Fair will occupy these premises. Then, holiness, goodbye. XXX here Salomon's body reposes. Bring roses, ye rebels, bring roses. Set all of your drumsticks a-moving, discretion and valor approving. Discretion, he always retreated, and valor, the dead he defeated. Brings roses, ye loyal, bring roses, as patriot here he reposes. Roman 31 When Watman ended his bright career, he left his wet name to history here. To carry it with him he thought unfair. 'Twould tantalize spirits of statesmen there. Roman 32 Here lie the remains of Fred Emerson Brooks, a poet, as everyone knew by his looks who hadn't, unluckily, met with his books. On civic occasions he sprang to the fore with poems consisting of stanzas 60. The men whom they deafened enjoyed them the more. In this peaceful spot, so the grave diggers say, with pen, ink and paper they laid him away, the poet-elect of the judgment day. Roman 33 George Perry here is stiff and stock, with stone at foot and stone at head. His heart was dark, his mind was dark, ignorant ass, the people said. Not ignorant but skilled, alas, in all the secrets of his trade. He knew more ways to be an ass than any ass that ever brayed. Roman 34 Here lies the last of Deacon Fitch, whose business was to melt the pitch. Convenient to this sacred spot lies Sammy, who applied it, hot. 'Tis hard, so much alike they smell, one's grave from t'other's grave to tell, but when his tomb the deacons burst, of two he'll always be the first. He'll see by studying the stones that he's obtained his proper bones, then, seeking Sammy's vault, unlock it, and put that person in his pocket. Roman 35 Beneath this stone O'Donnell's tongue's at rest, our noses by his spirit still addressed. Living or dead, he's equally satanic, his noise a terror and his smell a panic. Roman 36 Hangman's hands laid in this tomb an imp of Satan's getting, whom an ancient legend says that woman never bore, he owed his birth to sin herself. From hell to earth she brought the brat in secret state and laid him at the golden gate, and they named him Henry Vrooman. While with mortals here he stayed, his father frequently he played. Raised his birthplace and in other playful ways begot his mother. Roman 37 When Gabriel blows a dreadful blast and swears that time's forever past, days, weeks, months, years all one at last, then a Fisk, lying here unblessed, will beat and skin his hand his breast. There'll be no rate of interest. Roman 38 Step lightly, stranger. Here Jerome B. Cox is for the second time in a bad box. He killed a man. The Labour Party rose and showed him by its love how killing goes. Roman 39 When Vrooman here lay down to sleep, the other dead awoke to weep. Since he no longer lives, they said small honor comes of being dead. XL here Potter ash is in the ground, green grows the grass upon his mound. This patron of the turf, I vow, ne'er served it half so well as now. Roman 41 Like a cold fish escaping from its tank, hence fled the soul of Joe Russell, crank, he cried. Cold water? Roaring like a beast. 'Twas thrown upon him and the music ceased. Roman 42 Here SD rests. He shook a basket, when like a jewel from its casket, fell Felton out, said SD, shouting with mirth. I've given you an outing. Then told him to go back, he wouldn't, then tried to put him back, he couldn't. So SD died, his blood congealing in Felton's growing shadow, squealing. Roman 43 Mon here for one Bruna, called Elwood. He never did, smell good to noses of critics and scholars. If now he'd an office to sell, could he sell it? Oh no, where, in hell, could he find a cool $400? Roman 44 Here Stanford lies, who thought it odd that he should go to meet his God. He looked until his eyes grew dim, for God to hasten to meet him.